Magic Chef of Ice and Fire Chapter 1 to Chapter 22. Under the blazing sun, a tall and spirited man slowly walked forward with a child. The man wore a fiery red magic robe with a golden flame embroidered on his chest, representing his identity as a sorcerer. His long golden hair draped over his back, and his bronze face was chiseled and angular. However, his pair of brown eyes revealed a faint sadness. "Nian Bing, are you tired?" The man lowered his head to look at the child in his hand. The boy's height only reached the tall man's waist, and his appearance was 60% similar to the tall man. However, the lines on his face were much softer, and he had the same golden hair. Although he was still young, his handsome appearance was more eye-catching than the tall man's. He had a pair of aqua blue eyes, and his body looked somewhat thin and weak. Due to fatigue, his face was pale, and there were traces of sweat on his temples. He firmly shook his head. "Father, I'm not tired. Are we going to see Mother?" I miss Mother." The tall man looked up at the blazing sun in the sky, and the glaring sunlight seemed to have no effect on him. "Yes. We're going to see your mother. It's been 10 years, and you're already 10 years old. For 10 years, the world is so big, but there's no place for us two. No matter what, this time I must see your mother, even if the price is my life." After all, Nian Bing was still young, and she looked at her father with some puzzlement. "Father, why don't they let us see Mother?" The tall man coldly snorted, and his eyes seemed to spit fire. Them. "Nian Bing, you're still young. When you grow up, you'll understand. For your mother, Father can give up everything, but I really can't bear to part with you. You're still so young. When we reach the village in front, you stay there and wait for Father, okay?" "No, Father, I want to go with you to find Mother." "Mother already doesn't want me. Don't tell me you don't want me too?" Nian Bing's eyes reddened, and she tightly grasped her father's big hand, afraid that he would abandon her. The tall man took out a scroll from his bosom and handed it to Nian Bing. "Remember the method Father taught you to activate the magic scroll? You can come with me, but in times of crisis, you must remember to use this scroll. It will send you to a safe place. It's the place where Dad drew the magic array the other day." Nian Bing received the magic scroll and nodded obediently. "Dad, I got it." The tall man sighed and said, "It's a pity that time is too short. Your talent is even better than mine. If time allows me to teach you more things, perhaps you will become the top fire magician in the entire continent. However, time didn't allow me to wait any longer. If we don't make it to the Ice God Castle tomorrow, we'll never see your mother again." Nian Bing nodded her head as if she understood, and said, "Father, I will definitely become a powerful fire magician like you in the future." A trace of haziness appeared in the tall man's eyes. "I remember back then, when I was with your mother, we once discussed what kind of magic we should let our child cultivate if we had a child. She's an ice magician, and I'm a fire magician. Ice and fire don't mix, so our child can only choose one. At that time, your mother said that if it was a boy, he had to learn fire magic from me. If it was a girl, she had to learn ice magic from her. Now that I think about it, it's as if she was right in front of me. Her words are still ringing in my ears, but she's already gone." At this point, his voice suddenly became louder. "I, fire sorcerer Rong Tian, swear that I will definitely stop the inheritance ceremony of the ice goddess and take back my wife." 3 days later. It was a mountain peak about 100 meters high. The mountain peak was steep. Although it wasn't high, it gave people a fierce feeling. The greenish-gray mountain looked somewhat austere. Although there were some plants growing on it, they were extremely sparse. Perhaps it was because of the steep mountain. Unless one walked on the mountain all year round, it was very difficult for ordinary people to climb such a steep mountain peak. At the foot of the mountain, a large river surged from the south to the north. This was the famous mother river of the Yangon continent, the Heavenly Azure River. The river crossed nearly 2/3 of the Yangon continent and was nearly 2,000 kilometers long. Its source was the northernmost Arctic province. 60% of the province's area was covered by glaciers. Every spring and summer, the glaciers would melt and flow into the Heavenly Azure River, all the way to the distant sea. The river was very wide. The narrowest part was close to 100 meters wide, and the widest part was several thousand meters wide. It was named after the clear and rapid water flow of the river. It gave birth to several countries and dozens of provinces. Although it would occasionally cause a certain degree of flooding, due to the good governance of each country, the people living by the river could live a peaceful and comfortable life. The steep mountain peak was less than 10 square meters in area. Suddenly, a fiery red light appeared on the ground. It was a light spot. The light spot moved quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it outlined a red hexagram. The temperature at the peak rose rapidly. Above the hexagram, water ripples appeared because of the scorching heat. The ripples trembled slowly, and the red light suddenly became brighter. The magic elements in the surroundings seemed to be cheerfully singing. In the strong elemental fluctuations, a gray figure quietly appeared. The figure staggered and fell out of the fiery red magic array, almost falling to the ground. It was a child who looked to be in his teens. He was Nian, who had followed his father to look for his relatives 3 days ago. His handsome little face revealed a look of fear. His short golden hair was a little messy. His legs went soft, and he sat on the ground, gasping for breath. "Dad, Mom, why is it like this?" Tears flowed down his face. The pain of losing a loved one was hard for anyone to bear, let alone a child who was only 10 years old. After crying for a while, Nian, who was mentally exhausted, curled up behind a rock at the peak of the mountain and fell asleep. At such a young age, his future was uncertain. He did not know what he should do. A faint blue and red light flashed in his arms, and the surrounding fire cloud element and ice element quickly condensed into his small body. This strange process lasted for the time it took to eat a meal before quietly disappearing. After an unknown amount of time, Nian was awakened by the intense tremors and pain. 3 slender figures were standing not too far away from him. He couldn't help but cough from the intense pain in his chest. A stream of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. There was a yellow shoe print on the chest of his gray cloth clothes. The 3 of them were all wearing blue magic robes that seemed to fuse with their long blue hair. It was as if their bodies were made of ice, giving off an indescribable feeling of coldness. They seemed to be around 30 or 40 years old. The one in the middle had 3 snowflakes carved out of blue crystals the size of a fingernail on the left chest of his magic robe. The snowflakes that followed him on his left and right were obviously lower in rank, as there was only 1 snowflake on his left and right. A teleportation magic array scroll based on fire. Unfortunately, it was used by a child. The aura left behind is too obvious. The magician in the middle said faintly. Seeing these 3 people, Nian handsome little face suddenly became distorted. It's you bad guys. Give me back my mom. Give me back my dad." Nian didn't know where he got the strength from, but he forced himself up from the ground and rushed towards the person in the middle. At this time, he had already forgotten that he had the ability of a beginner magician. In his impulsiveness, there was only instinct. "Little bastard, do you want to die?" The mage on the left waved his right hand, and a 3-inch wide water bullet was shot out instantly, landing directly on the youth's chest. The water bullet was just an ordinary level 1 spell, and its attack power was not strong. Nian groaned, and staggered a few steps back before landing on his butt. His hands were scratched by the rocks beside him as he tried to stabilize himself. There were a few bloody wounds on his hands. The magician in the middle glared at his companion. "Enough. He's only a child. I don't want him to go through too much pain." "Yes, esteemed ice priestess." The magician who attacked responded, and quickly retreated to the side. The ice priestess looked at Nian and said indifferently, "Child, I didn't want to hurt you, but you're their child. For the dignity of the ice god tower, you can't continue to exist. Hand over the stone of the ice goddess, and I'll give you a quick death." With his status, he naturally wouldn't use his hands to search, but his commanding tone emitted an invisible majesty. Nian slowly stood up. Although he was young, his eyes revealed a cold look, and deep hatred burned in his heart. The dignity of the ice god tower? Dad said that the ice god tower, which looks glamorous, is nothing but a pile of trash. You want the stone of the ice goddess back? Stop dreaming. I won't give it to you even if I die. That's the last thing my mom gave me. You can all go die. Without any warning, he punched forward with both fists. Red on the left and blue on the right. Two rays of light with different auras flew towards the three ice magicians in front of him. They were fireballs and water balls, two level 1 spells that didn't require chanting. Ice and fire appearing at the same time was a result that even he didn't expect. The ice priestess's eyes flashed. She quickly chanted a few simple words, and a gentle wall of water appeared out of thin air. The water and fire collided, creating a mist. His heart suddenly skipped a beat. Not good. By the time he wanted to make a move, it was already too late. His young body fell from the peak. The moment he jumped off the cliff, he didn't hesitate. With a splash, his body sank into the turbulent river, creating only faint ripples. Nianbing's voice still echoed in the ears of the three ice magicians. They finally understood why he wouldn't hand over the stone of the ice goddess even if he died. The ice priestess took a few steps forward and walked to the edge of the cliff. She sighed softly. What a stubborn child. Esteemed ice priestess, how is this possible? How old is he? How can he cast 2 spells instantly? Moreover, they are conflicting spells. The ice magician on the left looked at the turbulent river below in shock. The ice priestess said indifferently, that's not because his magic power is high. It's because not only does he have Martial Ant Bing's ice goddess stone, he also has Rong Tian's fire god stone. Although he can't use the true power of these 2 high-quality gems, it's not surprising that he can cast a simple beginner spell. However, ice and fire are opposite, but the 2 beginner spells used at the same time don't seem to conflict with each other. I really don't understand this. It seems like this child is extremely talented in magic. The magician on the right said hatefully, unfortunately, we don't have enough magic power to freeze the turbulent river. Otherwise, we would definitely be able to get these 2 gems. Esteemed ice priestess, what about our mission? We should have just searched his body. The ice priestess glanced at him. The coldness in her eyes made the magician shiver. He didn't dare to say anything else. Remember, to practice magic, you must first cultivate your heart. Without a calm heart, you will never be able to reach the highest level of magic. This mission has ended in failure. I will take all the responsibility. Let's go back. Oh great ice goddess. Please lend me your wrath and send us to the other side of the lost world. Unbeknownst to him, there was already a 1-meter-long magic staff in his hand. The body of the staff was crystal blue, and it was unknown what it was made of. The head of the staff had 8 claws, and like the moon surrounded by stars, it stretched out 8 elf-like fingers and grabbed a transparent gem. The staff was slowly raised. The ice element in the air gradually became violent, and the sky darkened. What was the wrath of the ice goddess? It was the ice storm. The ice storm was a grade 6 large-scale ice spell. Its attack power was average, but its area of effect was extremely wide. Snowflakes fluttered in the air, causing the temperature in the air to drop rapidly. This was the favored environment of ice mages. In the dusky sky, the wind and snow wreaked havoc. The ice priestess pointed her staff forward. Let's go. The 2 ice mages responded. Their bodies were wrapped in a faint blue light, and they floated up like snowflakes. They drifted with the wind and snow, heading in the direction of the ice god tower. The ice storm was most suitable for ice mages to fly short distances. Although they couldn't fly continuously like wind mages, their speed in short distances was much faster than wind mages. After her companions left, the ice priestess Bing Lu looked at the wide Xianxia river for the last time. She sighed and said, everything will be decided by the heavens. Uncle Bing, this is all I can do for you. With his magic level, he could have killed Nian Bing when she was escaping. However, the kindness in his heart prevented him from doing so. He left the last chance for the poor child who had lost his parents. Zhaji walked from the peach blossom forest to the Xianxia river. He looked at the fishing net in his hand and said to himself, I need to improve my life. Eating vegetables every day, no matter how delicious they are, the body will always lack nutrition. I need to catch a few black carps to nourish my old body. The fresh air was slightly humid, but when he breathed it in, he felt very comfortable. Jia Ji, who was already 57 years old, had lived here for 10 years. He couldn't be more familiar with his surroundings. His trembling hands barely held onto the fishing net. Using his arms, he cast the fishing net. Although he only cast it 4 to 5 meters away, as long as he had the patience to wait in the Xianxia River, which was rich in fish, he definitely wouldn't go back empty-handed. Xiaoji fixed the fishing net by his side and tied one of the fishing lines to his wrist. He leaned against a big tree and sat down. On a hot summer day, resting under the shade of a tree was indeed a good choice. Just as he sat down, the fishing line in Xiaoji's hand suddenly shook. His closed eyes opened, and a light flashed in them. My luck can't be this good, right? Usually, I have to wait for some time before I get the goods. Damn, why isn't it a fish? My poor fishing net. When his gaze fell on the river, he saw a piece of wood. The wood wasn't big, only about 1 meter long and as thick as a human leg. It was wrapped around his not-so-sturdy fishing net. He didn't need to look to know that the fishing net was probably broken. Before Xiaoji could sigh at his poor luck, he noticed that there was a pair of slender arms on the wood. There was someone. There was someone in the river. He didn't dare to be careless. He quickly wrapped the fishing line around his leg and strode towards the shore. Using the strength of his leg, he brought the piece of wood and himself to the shore. No! Nianbing sat up abruptly, gasping for breath. Her eyes were filled with bewilderment. The sound of birds clearly entered his ears, and the gentle light shone on his body, bringing him some warmth. He shook his head hard, and his mind calmed down a bit. From the warm feeling, he knew that he wasn't dead. His heartbeat gradually calmed down, and he observed his surroundings. This seemed to be a small wooden house. Other than the bed he was on, there didn't seem to be many furnishings around. There was a lot of dust in the house, and it was obvious that it wasn't cleaned often. You're awake. A tired voice sounded. The wooden door opened with a creaking sound, and a person walked in from outside. Nianbing subconsciously curled up his body. Who are you? Your savior. Xiaoji walked to the bedside and sat down. He put the bowl in his hand on the wooden table, smiled at Nianbing, and said in his heart, what a handsome child. In his mind, he recalled everything that had happened in the past few days. Nianbing's body trembled slightly. He subconsciously touched his chest, and that hard object was still there. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. He asked tentatively, was it you who saved me? As he spoke, he sized up the old man in front of him. He looked to be in his 60s, and his black hair was already white. The wrinkles on his face showed that he had been through a lot. There was a kind smile on his face, and his appearance was very ordinary. Xiaoji said matter-of-factly, of course it was me. Who else do you think it was? You're lucky that you could hold on to the wood. Do you know how much effort it took me to get you back? This old man is really tired to death. Little guy, eat something. Your broken wood broke my fishing net, and now you can only eat the vegetable porridge. Previously, Nianbing was frightened and didn't feel much about his body. Now that he heard Xiaoji ask him to eat, he realized that his stomach was almost touching his back. At that time, after he jumped into the Tianqing River, the pain caused by the water slapping against him almost made him faint. He grabbed with both hands, and after being washed hundreds of meters away, he miraculously grabbed a piece of wood. A strong desire to live made him hold on to the wood tightly. He was lucky. The Tianqing River was very wide, and there weren't any protruding rocks. That was why he was saved after hitting Xiaoji's fishing net. He looked at Xiaoji cautiously, and then picked up the bowl of vegetable porridge that didn't emit any aroma. When he saw the situation in the bowl, he couldn't help but be stunned. The white porridge looked very sticky, and seemed to have a faint sparkling luster. The pieces of green vegetables, although not uniform in size, were scattered in the porridge. It was as if he could feel the life force contained in them. As he got closer, the whole bowl of porridge emitted a faint fragrance, and Nianbing couldn't help but eat. He didn't know that in the past, this ordinary bowl of vegetable porridge was called the white jade porridge in the continent's food industry. It was definitely not something that ordinary people could drink. The key was not the ingredients, but the cooking method. The fragrance of the porridge mixed with the freshness of the vegetables. The two different smells were perfectly combined. When the bowl of porridge entered his stomach, Nianbing felt as if he had recovered some of his strength, and even his spirit was much better. The ordinary vegetable porridge gave him a fragrant taste, and it satisfied his taste buds. He couldn't help but have a good impression of Xiaoji. "Grandpa, thank you. This porridge is so delicious. Did you make it?" Nianbing asked curiously. A sad look flashed through Xiaoji's eyes. "Right now, I can only make such ordinary food." "Ordinary? How can it be? This vegetable porridge is the most delicious thing I've ever eaten. The taste is really amazing. Even the food my mother cooked in the past can't compare to the taste of this." When mentioning his mother, Nianbing's eyes couldn't help but turn red. A strong hatred spread out, and Xiaoji couldn't help but be secretly frightened. "Little friend, I still don't know your name. Why did you fall into the water? Where's your family's elder?" Nianbing's whole body stiffened. Although he was only 10 years old, but in these past few years, he had been following his father everywhere. Compared to other children of his age, he was much more mature. His father had once told him that when he met people, he should only speak 3 parts of the truth. 2 years ago, he had inadvertently revealed some information that caused him and his father to be chased for a month. Lowering his head, he said, "My name seems to be Nianbing. Other than that, I can't remember anything." After all, Nianbing was only 10 years old. In front of the experienced Xiaoji, how could he believe such words? However, Xiaoji didn't ask much. Instead, he smiled and said, "My name is Xiaoji. You can call me Grandpa Xia. You said that you have forgotten everything. Do you have any place to go?" Nianbing resisted the urge to cry. Shaking his head, he said, I don't know where to go." Looking at his sorrowful appearance, Xiaoji couldn't bear it and said, "Forget it, child. I know that you must have some secret in your heart that you don't want to say. Grandpa won't force you. If you are willing, you can stay here for the time being. In any case, in this peach blossom forest, I am the only one here." Nianbing's eyes suddenly widened. Resolutely he said, "No, thank you Grandpa Xia. But I must leave. You saved me. I can't implicate you." Xiaoji frowned, "So you are saying that someone is chasing you to kill you? What kind of person would be so cruel to not even let off a small child like you? In your dreams, you kept calling out for your father and mother. Could it be that your parents have already met with misfortune?" Unable to control his tears any longer, they flowed down his face. Nianbing cried out loud. Xiaoji quickly pulled him into his arms and comforted him, "It's all right. Everything is already in the past. You must have been frightened. This place of mine is very secret. It is also the so-called forbidden area. Most people won't come here. You can rest assured and stay here first. At least wait until your body is healthy before you think about leaving. Sleep a little more. Grandpa will cook something good for you to eat tonight." Under Xiaoji's comforting words, Nianbing once again fell asleep. When the 10-year-old Nianbing woke up from his sleep again, his mind had completely stabilized. The sunlight that had shone in from outside the window had disappeared. The birds seemed to have returned to their nests to rest. The surroundings had become quiet. Nianbing crawled out of bed and realized that he was wearing a large, coarse shirt. It was obviously made for Xiaoji. He moved his body a little and felt that he wasn't as tired as before. He opened the door and walked out softly. The surroundings were pitch black. He couldn't see the scenery clearly. The night fog filled the air, bringing a bit of chill. He subconsciously tightened the clothes on his body and walked towards a brightly lit room. His foot accidentally touched something, making a soft sound. "Nianbing? Come in." Xiaoji's voice came from the room. Nianbing pushed the door and entered. This was a wooden house that was a little bigger than his room. Xiaoji was holding a book in his hand and reading it under the bright oil lamp. Seeing him come in, Xiaoji put the book aside and smiled. "Let's go. Grandpa will take you to the kitchen. It has already been prepared. You just need to heat it up a little." At this time, Nianbing found that Xiaoji's body was very tall, but his upper body was somewhat stooped. Xiaoji put his arm around Nianbing's narrow shoulders and led him out of the room. As they walked, he said, "I'm the only one living in this small courtyard. With you as my companion, I won't be lonely anymore. Come, see what Grandpa has prepared for you. The kitchen was 5 meters away from the 2 bedrooms. It was a separate room. When Yanbing followed Jiaji to this place, he was surprised to find that this kitchen was actually bigger than his and Jiaji's combined. Jiaji lit the oil lamp. On the table beside him, there were a few plates of vegetables covered by a wooden cover. The cover was made of rattan. Through the gaps, he could see that the dishes on the plates were obviously vegetables. Jiaji opened the cover. There were a total of 4 plates of vegetables. 4 different types of vegetables. They all looked like they were simply cooked. Jiaji walked to the stove at the side and paused. He took out a flint and started a fire on the uneven firewood with trembling hands. I have already prepared the dishes for a while. It's a pity that they are cold. Let's heat them up. Although the taste will be a little different, I think it won't be too far off. Yanbing was surprised to find that Jiaji's hands were constantly trembling. Although the flint created sparks when it collided, it was very difficult for him to light the firewood because his hands were very unstable. She quickly walked over obediently and said, "Grandfather, let me help you." Jiaji sighed. His face was once again filled with sadness. He handed the flint over to Yanbing. "I'm old. I'm really old. I should have used an oil lamp. Who would have thought that the ghost chef of the past could not even light a fire now? Everything has become a thing of the past." Yanbing did not take the flint and did not pay attention to Jiaji's words. His mind was completely focused. He said softly, "Passionate fire elements, I beg of you. Condense into the light of a flame and bring warmth to the world." His voice was not steady. Instead, it was emitted with a special tone. It was a tone that resonated. Her small hand reached under the stove. A small red flame rose. Although the flame was not very bright, the firewood in the stove immediately caught fire when it came into contact with the flame. Jiaji stared at Yanbing in shock. He muttered, "Magic. This is fire magic. Almighty God. Were you the one who sent this child to me? Thank you, thank you. I finally have hope. That's great." He cheered incoherently. Yanbing could not help but be stunned. Jiaji's back was no longer hunched. He stood up straight and excitedly cheered at the ceiling. Grandfather Jia, what's wrong?" Jiaji came back to his senses. He grabbed Yanbing's shoulders with both hands and said excitedly, "Child, you're a magician, right? Quickly tell grandfather that you're a fire magician." Yanbing's body trembled. He realized that he had revealed his magic ability in a moment of excitement. He shook his head vigorously. "No, I'm not. I'm not." "No, you are," Jiaji said with certainty. "Child, don't worry. Grandfather has no ill intentions towards you. I'm just too happy. You're so young and yet you're already a magician. This is God's favor to me." Yanbing seemed to see the scene in the ice god tower again. He shouted excitedly. "No, I'm not. I'm not." Jiaji realized that Yanbing, who had just recovered from his fright, was unable to bear his provocation. He hurriedly said, "Child, listen to me. Listen to me first, okay? Look at my hands." As he spoke, he let go of Yanbing. He turned his hands up, revealing his wrists. Yanbing was attracted by Jiaji's words. He unconsciously looked at his wrists. There was a scar on each of Jiaji's wrists. It was about a centimeter deep. Although the wound had already healed, the scar was still there. The entire wound was sunken inwards. It was purple-black and looked extremely terrifying. Jiaji smiled bitterly. "What can an old man like me, whose tendons have been severed, do to you?" Yanbing looked at Jiaji, the fear in her eyes lessening. She asked tentatively, "Grandpa, why are your hands like this?" Jiaji pulled Yanbing over and sat down. He sighed sadly and said, "Let Grandpa tell you a story. It's a story that happened to me. After you hear it, you will understand why I was so excited when I saw magic appear on your body." Speaking up to here, he looked at the darkness outside the door, the expression in his eyes gradually becoming hazy. After nearly 300 years of war, about 70 years ago, the entire continent entered a period of stability. The five great empires gradually formed and divided the continent. Except for a few special places, the rest of the land was drawn into the five great empires' territory. After 300 years of war, people needed rest and recuperation. In these few decades, all kinds of industries and agriculture were developed. Although the five great empires occasionally had disputes, they could be considered peaceful. Nianbing nodded and said, "The five great empires you speak of are the Ottoman Empire in the east, the Qilu Empire in the southeast, the Huarong Empire in the southwest, the Longmu Empire in the northwest, and the Icemoon Empire in the north." Zhaji nodded and said, "Correct, it's the five great empires. I was born in the Qilu Empire in the southeast. When I was young, my family was very poor. We couldn't even eat fine grain. I remember, I once asked my mother when she would be full of cornbread. She hugged me and cried. Even now, I still remember it clearly. At that time, my greatest wish was to be able to eat delicious food every day. I wanted to be able to cook the best food for my mother. Later on, I worked hard towards this goal. Unfortunately, my parents passed away in a plague before I had the ability to take care of them. Perhaps God took pity on me. When I was 13 years old, I met my master. At that time, because my family was poor, I was sent to a restaurant to be an apprentice. That was what I wanted to do the most. My master was the chef of that restaurant. In order to learn the culinary skills that I yearned for, I was very diligent and tried to please everyone in the restaurant. Our restaurant is called Xianxia, one of the most famous restaurants in the Qilu Empire. The master saw that I was diligent and began to teach me some simple cooking skills. I wasn't very smart, but I was very hardworking. As the saying goes, diligence makes up for stupidity. After 3 years of unremitting efforts, I was finally promoted from a handyman to a side dish. One day, my master called me to a secluded place. He told me that if I wanted to learn how to cook well, it wasn't enough to be diligent. I also needed to have a good perception. I needed to use my heart to perceive the dishes I made. Cooking wasn't a simple job, but a profound knowledge. He taught me 8 words and told me to complete them. That is, 10 years of cooking practice, 10 years of cooking comprehension. These 8 words, I still remember them to this day. After constant effort and comprehension, when I was 23 years old, my culinary skills finally embarked on the road to great success, but my master passed away that year due to illness. I always remembered my master's advice, so I gave up the opportunity to inherit my master's position in the Strange Fragrance restaurant. I resigned from all my positions, took my kitchen knife, and embarked on my own journey with my meager savings. I wanted to travel all over the Yangon continent to learn the culinary skills of every country and every region. Speaking up to here, Cha Ji's eyes shone brightly, as if he had returned to his former glory. He sighed and said, 10 years, another 10 years, the 10 years that really allowed me to comprehend the true meaning of cooking. In these 10 years, I went to almost all the famous restaurants and compared notes with the chefs of each restaurant. After my own comprehension, I finally created my own special skill. Later, because my culinary skills reached the realm of the gods, people gave me the nickname of Ghost Chef. In the God of Cooking tournament of the 5 realms, I won the championship 5 times in a row. The dishes I made also became a symbol of that time. The imperial palaces of the 5 great empires all threw an olive branch to me, hoping that I could become their chief chef. However, I always felt that my culinary skills were not good enough, so I continued to explore, hoping to improve my skills to a higher level. It was a wonderful feeling to constantly explore and improve, especially when I made a peerless dish. That sense of accomplishment was incomparable to anything else. I dedicated my whole life to cooking. Until the year I was 47, I still didn't get married. Speaking up to here, Cha Ji paused and looked at Nianbing, who was listening attentively to his story. He smiled and said, "You didn't expect this old man to have such a glorious side." Nianbing was stunned. Although Cha Ji spoke very calmly, with her sharp senses, she could feel that this Grandpa Cha's tone revealed a trace of deep sorrow. "Grandpa, what happened after that?" "What happened after that?" Cha Ji smiled bitterly and said, "After that, to be honest, I really didn't want to remember everything that happened at that time. But now, I have no choice but to remember. The year I was 47 was an important turning point in my life. It was also the year I fell from the clouds. Perhaps it was because I had lived for more than 40 years and had never experienced anything like love. That year, I actually fell madly in love with a woman. She was so beautiful, so lively and cheerful. Her every movement, every frown, every smile, made my heart tremble. At that time, she was only 24 years old. I was twice her age, but I still fell in love with her without any hesitation. She was also a chef, but she was a chef completely different from me. She only made some exquisite desserts. At that time, she worked as a pastry chef in a restaurant. That restaurant was also the one where I stayed the longest. After a long time of thinking, I decided to express my inner feelings to her. Although I didn't expect her to accept it, I still wanted to express my inner thoughts. Nianbing asked, "Then did she accept it?" Chaji shook his head and said, "She didn't say she accepted it, nor did she say she didn't accept it. After hearing my feelings, she put forward a condition. She wanted to compete with me in cooking. If I won, she would marry me. If I lost, I would have to withdraw from the world of cooking and all my reputation would belong to her." Nianbing frowned and a strange expression appeared on her handsome little face. "Grandpa, I think you were used by her. She knew that you were the best chef, yet she still dared to make such a request. She must have some confidence. What's more, she obviously didn't have good intentions when she made such a request. How could she really marry you?" Chaji smiled. What a smart child. Yes, I was indeed used by her. But at that time I was blinded by my feelings and didn't think too much before agreeing. After all, standing at the peak of the world of cooking for many years gave me an inexplicable arrogance. At that time I hadn't competed with anyone in cooking for a long time because no one would challenge me. Even if it was the god of cooking competition, I was only a judge. Since she wanted to compete with me in what I was best at, I naturally had no reason to refuse. Thus, a competition that I can never forget began. After a pause, Chaji continued, "In order to convince her, I decided to make 6 famous dishes that I was best at. We invited 18 of the most famous chefs in the world of cooking to be our judges. My culinary skills have reached the pinnacle of perfection. 6 complicated dishes only took me an hour to complete. My many years of culinary comprehension made me extremely satisfied with the dishes I made. They seemed to have a life of their own. But the strange thing was that she didn't move when facing a pile of ingredients. When I finished my 6 dishes and looked at her, she said to me, 'You made so many dishes, I only made one.' 'Fine, one is enough.' As she spoke, she began to move. There were no flashy movements, no proficient knife skills. She simply picked up a piece of meat and quickly threw it into the air. She chanted something in a strange tone. A blue flame soared into the sky and engulfed the piece of meat. A white light flashed in the air. When the meat fell on the plate, it had turned into 13 pieces, shining with a golden light. Only then did I know that she was a magician. Moreover, she was an extremely powerful fire magician. Even so, I still thought that I had won. After all, she only had 1 dish, while I had 6. From the looks of it, she was far from being at a disadvantage. However, I soon realized that I was wrong. When I tasted the golden yellow meat strips, an unprecedented feeling filled my taste buds. The meat strips weren't processed in any way, and no seasoning was added during the cooking process. However, she was able to completely release the fragrance of the meat strips. There were 13 meat strips. Although there weren't any familiar flavors like sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, or salty, each meat strip was divided into 13 parts. There were 13 different flavors mixed together, and the fragrance brought about by the combination of these 13 flavors was much more delicious than any dish with seasoning. When I tasted it, I knew that I had lost, and lost miserably. Although in terms of taste, my 6 dishes were definitely not inferior to her meat, but in front of her, my culinary skills were inferior. Not only because of speed, but more importantly, because of innovation. No. Nianbing suddenly said, "Grandpa, you are wrong. In fact, she was just using tricks. When she made that meat, she must have controlled her magic to the limit. It was only her understanding of the meat itself, coupled with different degrees of fire magic burning, that strange taste would naturally appear. If you also knew magic, the food you made would definitely be much better than hers. Father had told him many times that although the amount of magic was important, the control of magic was also very important. A good control of magic could make the same amount of magic produce a stronger effect. Xiaji sighed and said, yes, later on, someone also told me that. However, in that situation, as a man, a loss was a loss. She asked me, did the bet still count? I said, of course. So, I announced in front of everyone that the title of Ghost Chef was given to her. At the same time, I used my own kitchen knife and cut the tendons in my hand, indicating that I would completely withdraw from the culinary world. After that, I came here. I have lived here for 10 years. Now you should understand why I was so excited when I saw you use magic. If I also knew magic, my culinary skills would have reached a new level. If I also knew magic, she would have already been my wife. What left the deepest impression on me was the expression on her face when I cut the tendons in my hand. That was a complicated expression. I could see regret in her beautiful eyes, but what was the use of that? For my own dignity, I had to do that. No one could change me. Ghost Chef Xiaji disappeared from the culinary world from that day onwards, only a new ghost chef was born. When I was about to leave, she suddenly found me and told me that she actually only knew how to make that one dish. The reason why she challenged me was because I had previously defeated her father in the God of Cookery competition. Before her father died, he still did not forget the competition, hoping that one day she would be able to defeat me through culinary skills. Because of her father's last words, she had been working hard in this area. However, she was a mage. Before that, she didn't know how to cook at all. She was very clear that it was almost impossible for her to surpass me in culinary skills. Therefore, she chose to use magic to cook. So, I lost. I've lost everything I had. At that time, she told me that she only wanted to win honor for her father and did not want to hurt me. I laughed. I told her that everything was no longer important. The only relationship in my life also ended in such a tragic way. After leaving those words, I left that place. After a period of confusion, I finally chose this quiet place to settle down. Nianbing was deeply attracted by this story. Grandpa, do you regret it? Xiaji shook his head. No, I do not regret it. Although I lost everything, I saw a new direction for the development of culinary arts. That is to use magic to cook. After magic processing, one's culinary skills can be raised to another level. Unfortunately, although I know, I am unable to do it myself. Very few people will try it. After all, as a noble magician, who would be willing to be a lowly chef? Nianbing nodded and said, I understand. You want me to learn culinary skills from you and combine my magic with culinary skills to become a magic chef, right? Xiaji reined in his sadness and smiled kindly. Are you willing to? Nianbing lowered his head. At this moment, his eyes were constantly flashing with all kinds of complicated emotions. As a 10-year-old child, he was indeed thinking too much. It was just that Xiaji was unable to see his current expression. Very quickly, Nianbing made a decision. He raised his head and looked at Xiaji. Grandpa, I am sorry, I cannot. Xiaji's eyes slightly brightened, but the light quickly disappeared. Grandpa will not force you. Now, you have heard Grandpa's story. Can you let Grandpa hear your story too? Why did you follow the crowd and come here? Nianbing hesitated for a moment and said, Grandpa, you saved my life. I really should not hide anything from you. My parents are both magicians. We originally had a happy family. But not long ago, when we passed by a place called Taru Mountain in the Ice Moon Empire, we met many bandits. They wanted to rob us of our belongings. My parents did not allow it, so they took action. You also know that although magicians have their own abilities, the casting time is the biggest drawback. Although my parents destroyed some of the enemies, in the end. At this point, Nianbing cried bitterly. If it was any other time, Xiaji would have noticed that the crying Nianbing was secretly glancing at him at this moment. But, he had just finished narrating everything that happened to him. His consciousness was still immersed in that competition. In addition, the sky was dark, so he did not notice this small detail. There was truth in Nian Bing's lie. Back then, when he and his father passed by Mount Talu, they had indeed encountered many bandits who had tried to rob them. However, with his father's attainments in magic, it was too easy to deal with those bandits. Taru Mountain was a famous bandit nest. Because of this reason, Jia Ji now believed Nian Bing's words. After all, how could an old man be wary of a 10-year-old child? The Ice Moon Empire has always been protected by the Ice God Tower. I really don't know what those magicians in the Ice God Tower are doing. Taru Mountain has not been a disaster for a day or two. Those bandits should have been completely wiped out long ago. Child, don't be sad. Whether or not you are willing to learn cooking from Grandpa, stay here first, okay? Nian Bing was already homeless at this moment. He nodded lightly. His young heart was filled with hatred. Ice God Tower, one day I will go there. Jia Ji picked up a cup of water from the side. His hand was trembling. Because his back was facing Nian Bing did not notice that some white powder had slipped into the cup. He handed the cup to Nian Bing. Child, drink some water first. Grandpa will heat up the dishes for you. Nian Bing didn't suspect anything. He agreed and gulped down the cup of water in large mouthfuls. Jia Ji's gaze was complicated. He seemed to be struggling with something in his heart. But, he quickly made up his mind. After drinking the water, Nian Bing obediently put the cup aside. He stretched his body and said, Grandpa, why aren't you heating up the dishes? The dishes you cook will definitely be delicious. Jia Ji sighed and said, I'm sorry, Nian Bing. But, Grandpa has no other choice. You are my only chance. Nian Bing was stunned for a moment. He suddenly felt a wave of dizziness in his head, and his body swayed. Jia Ji raised his head and looked at Nian Bing. His voice became low and deep. Look at me, child. Look into my eyes. You are very sleepy now. Very sleepy. Relax your body. Relax everything. I am the person you trust the most. Sleep, sleep. Nian Bing looked into Jia Ji's eyes. His gaze gradually became sluggish. Although his body was still there was no expression on his face. Jia Ji bit his finger and drew a circle in the air. With my blood as the guide, seal, endless hatred. A red light flashed and enveloped Nian Bing's body. He shook slightly and returned to his normal state. Jia Ji continued, Nian Bing, my name is Jia Ji. I am your teacher. From now on, you will forget everything except your understanding of the continent and your knowledge of magic. Everything that happened in the past will become bubbles. Now, in your heart, there is only the dedication to magic and culinary cultivation. Pursuing the peak of culinary skills will be your life's greatest goal. Jia Ji paused. Nian Bing repeated the words he had said before. His sluggish gaze became even more addicted. Jia Ji's eyes showed a trace of unwillingness. He continued, unless your magic has reached the level where it can destroy your enemies, the memories you have sealed will never be able to awaken. Sleep, child. Have a good sleep. As he spoke, Jia Ji pulled Nian Bing into his embrace. Nian Bing closed his eyes. His breathing quickly became even. Holding Nian Bing, Jia Ji sighed, I didn't expect that the first time I used the sealing hypnosis technique, which I exchanged with a meal, would be on a child. Nian Bing, I'm sorry. Grandpa has no choice. If you don't want to learn culinary skills from me, I'm afraid all my skills will be lost. I hope you can understand Grandpa's painstaking efforts. From now on, Grandpa will teach you wholeheartedly and make you the greatest chef. Perhaps, one day, your memories will awaken. At that time, no matter how much you hate me, I am willing to bear it. You won't be the old me. You won't be a ghost chef. You will be a magic chef, a chef who knows magic. You will surpass everything in the past and reach the true peak of culinary skills. Perhaps I am too selfish. But if your parents were still alive, they would definitely not blame me. Instead of living in hatred forever, how can it be compared to pursuing culinary skills happily? Jia Ji muttered to himself. He did not notice that when he said the last sentence, Nian Bing's right hand, which was hanging by his side, quietly disappeared. Picking up Nian Bing's body, he sent him back to his room and covered him with a blanket. Xiaji smiled, hope has finally come. I will never give up the gift that God has given me. Child, sleep well. From tomorrow onwards, you will learn the skills of a ghost chef. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Xiaji's dedication to culinary skills made him forget everything. For 10 years, there was no moment that could make him happier than now. The door closed. Xiaji left. Perhaps, he would not be able to sleep well tonight. The wooden house regained its tranquility. Everything fell into a thick darkness. Nian Bing, who was supposed to be asleep, suddenly sat up. His blue eyes revealed a faint light. That was not a dull look. He seemed to be thinking about something. Reaching into his chest, he took out 2 stones. The 2 stones, one blue and one red. The red one was a gemstone carved in the shape of a flame. The blue one was a diamond-shaped gemstone. The 2 gemstones each emitted a light that was the same color as the original. Although the red and blue lights were very faint, they seemed to repel each other. Mother, thank you. If it was not for the ice goddess stone protecting my soul, perhaps I would have lost my memory. Mother, can you tell me, what should Nianbing do now? Should I really do what Grandpa Xiaji said, and give up all hatred? No, I can't do it. Those people have caused you so much suffering, Nianbing gripped the red and blue gemstones tightly in his hands. The scorching fire element and the icy cold element invaded his body through his palms. However, Nianbing didn't feel any discomfort from the 2 extremes of ice and fire. He was deep in thought, deep in thought. On the Yangon continent, no matter which of the 5 empires, the magicians' ranks were the same. From low to high, they were junior magician, intermediate magician, senior magician, great magician, archmage, magister, and God's descent magician. He was now only a junior magician, and the reason why the Ice God Tower could become the guardian of the entire Ice Moon Empire was because of the existence of the most powerful magician, God's descent magician. Even his father, a magister, could not withstand a single blow from the Ice God's descent magician. Even if he hated them, what was the use? Nianbing's heart turned cold. To those who practiced magic, a divine bestowment master was an unreachable peak. It wasn't a realm that could be reached purely through cultivation. Not only did one need to be fated and intelligent, they also needed the support of countless high-grade crystals. After many years of hard work, they had to become one with heaven and earth. Only then would they be able to successfully achieve divine bestowment and activate the most powerful level 12 spell. In the whole continent, there was only one God's descent magician in the Ice God Tower. According to legend, there were 2 more, but no one was sure whether they existed or not. Therefore, the Ice Moon Empire had always had a transcendent position in the whole Yangon continent. With his little ability, how could he contend with a God's descent magician? That was undoubtedly courting death. Grandpa Chaji was right. Unless my magic had reached the level where it could destroy my enemies, what was the point of hatred? Perhaps I should really seal my memory of hatred. When father went to the Ice God Tower, he said that only by not being blinded by hatred could it be possible to save mother. I should do the same and temporarily put down my hatred. Perhaps that would be the best way to take revenge in the future. Thinking of this, Nianbing's heart suddenly became clear, and a faint smile appeared in her eyes. She said to herself, Grandpa Chaji, although you did not succeed in sealing the hatred in my heart, Nianbing sealed it herself. One day, when I can contend with a God's descent magician, then I will use the surname Rong that father gave me. Father, mother, will you really be happy because Nianbing has put down her hatred? Don't worry, one day, I will get justice for you. Her fists were tightly clenched, and the Ice Goddess Stone and the Fire God Stone were deeply in contact with her skin. Immersed in her decision, Nianbing did not notice that the water and fire elements around her body were carrying out a wonderful communication. Lying flat on the bed, she began the necessary daily meditation. Her father had once told her that there was no shortcut in the practice of magic. Only through continuous meditation, through continuous communication with the magic elements, could she gradually obtain a stronger magic power. Under the effect of the magic power, she would resonate with the magic elements of the same attribute as her, and through incantations, she would be able to release a stronger magic. In the past, Nianbing only practiced fire magic, but before he activated the scroll to move to that mountain, his mother tried her best to give him something, and that was the ice goddess stone in his hand. After having this stone, Nian Bing was surprised to find that a part of the fire magic in her body had turned into ice magic. Looking internally, the magic in her body had formed two distinct groups, with her body as the center, separated on both sides. It looked very strange. This was also the reason why she could release a low-level magic through the two gems at the critical moment. Today was the first time she practiced magic after receiving the two gems. Closing her eyes, Nian Bing called out to the magic elements in the air. A half-blue and half-red scene appeared in her body. After absorbing the fire magic elements, they would naturally fuse to the right side of her body, and after absorbing the ice magic elements, they would naturally drift to the left side of her body. With the center of Nian Bing's body as the dividing line, apart from his brain, the red and blue elements would fuse on their own sides, and would not invade each other. At this moment, Nian Bing was finally able to calm down and think about the current situation of his magic. The state of his body couldn't help but make him feel very strange. In the past, when Rongtian was teaching him magic, he had once told him that as a magician, the best choice was to practice one type of magic. Only in this way could one possibly reach the peak of magic. If he practiced several types of magic separately, it would inevitably cause his mental strength to be scattered, and after reaching a certain level, it would be very difficult to progress further. Moreover, among the known 7 types of magic, there were 2 opposites, which were ice and fire, and light and darkness. Ice and water came from the same source, and could be considered a type of magic. Ice magic itself was a mutated form of water magic. Ice and fire were complete opposites, and no one could possess these 2 extreme types of magic at the same time. Once they were practiced at the same time, it was very likely that ice and fire would clash and cause harm to one's body. Back then, when Nian Bing had just started learning magic, Rongtian had once let him choose, because his body could accept both fire and ice elements. After that, Nian Bing chose fire magic, which was easier to learn, and had been practicing it with Rongtian. However, his ice physique did not disappear. Rongtian thought that when Nian Bing's fire magic reached a certain level, his ice physique would be negligible, so he didn't pay too much attention to it. Even he didn't realize that every time Nian Bing meditated, his ice physique would quietly affect him. If Nian Bing had been practicing fire magic, perhaps his ice physique would have disappeared due to the huge amount of fire element when he entered the realm of intermediate magician. However, at this time, Nian Bing obtained the Stone of the Ice Goddess. As a top-notch magic gem, the Stone of the Ice Goddess contained the purest ice element aura. Finally, Nian Bing's ice physique was silently activated, forcing the original fire magic power to the other half of his body. Originally, Nian Bing's fire magic power wasn't very pure. It had always been affected by his ice physique. When the Stone of the Ice Goddess appeared, the fire magic power in Nian Bing's body just happened to separate the ice element that was affecting his growth. Therefore, whether it was ice or fire magic power, they were all extremely pure. Nian Bing started practicing magic when he was 5 years old. It had already been 5 years since then. The number of magicians on the Yangon continent was extremely small. The most fundamental reason was that magicians were too difficult to practice. If a warrior had 3 years of practice, they would have some achievements. At the very least, they would be able to reach the level of intermediate magician. As for a magician, it was impossible to reach the level of intermediate magician without 10 years of meditation. Even an intermediate magician might not be able to defeat a warrior who had only practiced for 3 years in a one-on-one battle. The chanting time was the biggest disadvantage. Therefore, there were very few people who chose to practice magic. And those who successfully communicated with the magic elements and became intermediate magicians were even fewer. However, the existence of magicians was obviously very necessary. Although they didn't have the advantage in a one-on-one battle, they were indispensable in a battle between armies. Especially when a high-level magician released a large area of destruction magic, it could often change the entire battle situation. Therefore, no matter how difficult it was for magicians to practice, there was always a reason for their existence. Nian Bing successfully reached the level of beginner magician last year. In Rong Tian's eyes, it was already very fast. However, he didn't know that Nian Bing's talent for magic was very outstanding. If it wasn't for the influence of his ice physique, his progress would have been even faster. And at this moment, under the effects of the stone of the ice goddess and the stone of the god of fire, the drawbacks that had existed for many years finally disappeared. Because he was only a beginner mage, whether it was the fire element or the water element, they were not very strong. So, for the time being, he could still reach a state of balance in his body. Although the previous drawbacks had disappeared, a new problem had arisen. Ice and fire restrained each other. If he continued to meditate like this, what kind of situation would occur? Would they be able to coexist peacefully? Nianbing didn't know the answer, and he didn't know what to do. Although it was difficult to cultivate magic, it was even more difficult to give up a type of magic power in one's body. Unless one had the help of a magician 3 grades higher than oneself, it was impossible to succeed. And at this time, where was he going to find a mage? Nianbing, who was lying flat on the bed, kept thinking about these questions. Although the feeling of being cold on the left and hot on the right was uncomfortable, it did not cause excessive discomfort. What should he do? Should he continue meditating like this? Although the ice and fire magic power was not much, it felt very condensed. Perhaps this was the effect of the 2 gemstones. Now there was no other way. In order to take revenge, he had to become stronger. Since he couldn't give up on cultivating magic, he could only continue and take one step at a time. Perhaps, in the future, when his magic became stronger, there would be a solution. Thinking of this, Nianbing no longer hesitated and finally began his first meditation after the separation of ice and fire. The ice and fire magic elements, with the help of the 2 gemstones, quickly condensed into his body. Very quickly, he entered a meditative state. Early in the morning, the sound of insects and birds filled the peach blossom forest. Zhaji, who had not slept all night, got up early. Little lazy worm, get up. Zhaji pushed open the door. Nianbing had just woken up from the meditative state not long ago and only felt that his whole body was refreshed. The unprecedented comfort made him moan and subconsciously stretch. Of course, there was also some strangeness in the comfort. The different temperatures on both sides of his body seemed to have become clearer. Seeing Zhaji, Nianbing smiled and said, "Master, you woke up so early." Originally, Zhaji was afraid that his hypnotism would not work, but when he heard Nianbing call him master, he immediately relaxed and smiled, saying, "Early? It's not early, quickly get up. From today onwards, Master will officially teach you culinary skills." Okay. Nian Bing saw that Zhaji did not suspect him and quickly got up. While Zhaji was not paying attention, he carefully put away the 2 gemstones, simply tidied up the room, and followed Zhaji out. "Master, where do we start learning?" Nianbing asked curiously. Because he had figured out the hatred, now he was much more lively than yesterday. The child's yearning for novel things was undoubtedly revealed. Zhaji smiled and said, "I have already thought about it yesterday. I have arranged a program for you to learn every day. At least, in the current situation, you only need to follow this program." Nianbing, do you know what the first thing to become a good chef is? Nianbing shook his head doubtfully, "I have never learned it before, how would I know?" Zhaji said seriously, "To become a good chef, you must first go through a process. The process of familiarizing yourself with the food. Only when you are completely familiar with the various tastes of food and know how to appreciate and taste, can you become a qualified chef. So, from today onwards, you have to taste every dish I make to exercise your sense of taste and smell." Nianbing was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted. "Master, you don't mean that I'm just going to eat every day, do you? Can I learn culinary skills like this?" Zhaji smiled and said, "Culinary skills are an art. Eating is also an art. Do you think eating is so easy? Not only do you have to eat, but you also have to eat the essence of it. You have to tell me what you eat and what you eat." Nianbing smiled and clapped his hands, "Okay. Isn't that easy? Then when do we start eating?" "Master, I am already hungry. Last night, because of the hypnosis, except for a bowl of porridge, he didn't eat anything else." "How could he not be hungry?" Zhaji said unhappily. "Is it easy?" "You will know in the future that eating is not easy. Eating needs to go through 2 processes. After completing these two processes, you can really start learning culinary skills. Nianbing asked curiously, what are the two processes? Zhao Ji smiled strangely and said, these two processes are the process of going from thin to fat, and from fat to thin. Although Nianbing was smart, he still didn't understand Zhao Ji's meaning. Looking at his puzzled eyes, Zhao Ji said, you don't need to understand now. As time goes on, you will understand the principles of these two stages. Okay, let's start the first meal. I have already prepared breakfast for you. It is in the kitchen, go ahead and eat. Breakfast was simple, a big bowl of porridge and a few side dishes. Nianbing was already hungry, and with Zhao Ji's culinary skills, he almost swallowed everything, using the fastest speed to finish the breakfast. Zhao Ji sat beside Nianbing, watching him eat happily, and asked with a smile, how is it? Nianbing said with satisfaction, it's delicious. Master, you are indeed a ghost chef. The food you make is simply unparalleled. Zhao Ji sighed and said, it's a pity that the tendons in my hand are already broken, and I can only make the simplest dishes. No, brat, you want to dismiss me with just a few words? Did you forget what I told you just now? What you need to tell me now is the feeling this breakfast gave you. Nianbing looked at Zhao Ji with an innocent expression, feeling? Isn't it just delicious? Is that not enough? Zhao Ji knocked Nianbing on the head, idiot, of course it's not enough. You only know how to eat, what's the difference between you and the average person? You must tell me what's good about it. Nianbing said, then why didn't you say it earlier? You didn't explain it clearly, how can you blame me? After breakfast, I will go out and move around. Zhao Ji said helplessly, I will forgive you this time, and I will not explain it to you. If you answer me like this again at noon, I will not give you dinner. You should also move around. Take that axe and go chop some wood. Nianbing looked in the direction that Zhao Ji was pointing and saw a huge axe that was almost as tall as he was stuck in the corner of the wall. The blade of the axe was more than a foot wide. Although it looked rusty, he could still feel its sharpness. He nodded and said, Master, I will go now. How much wood do we need to chop? Zhao Ji was stunned for a moment. He thought that Nianbing would complain when he saw the huge axe, but he did not expect him to agree. He asked subconsciously, don't you think this axe is too big? Nianbing said helplessly, even if it is big, we still have to chop it. Since you have me now, you can leave the rough work to me. Your hand is inconvenient, so you should rest more. Who knows, maybe the tendons in your hand will grow back in the future. As he said that, he walked towards the big axe. After hearing Nianbing's words, Zhao Ji felt a warmth that he had not felt for many years, and it spread in his chest. It was as if there was something blocking his chest, and his heart trembled slightly. The axe was indeed very heavy, and Nianbing dragged it with both hands, barely able to lift it. It was not convenient to chop wood with such a heavy axe. Zhao Ji said, Nianbing, you only need to chop a little bit of wood back, and it will be enough for us to live on. What I need you to do is to chop the wood with this axe. The thinner the wood, the better. As a chef, you must have a strong body. At the same time, knife skills also need to be practiced from the beginning. Do you understand? Nianbing nodded knowingly, smiled, and walked out with the big axe. Wait a minute. Zhao Ji realized that he had forgotten the most important thing, and could not help but break out in cold sweat. It was not easy for the heavens to give him such a good disciple. If he were to lose his life because of his carelessness, then even 100 deaths would not be enough to redeem him. Nianbing, who had just walked out of the room, turned around and looked at Zhao Ji who had chased after her. Master, is there anything else? Zhao Ji patted his chest and said, I am really old and muddle-headed. You just came here, but I forgot to introduce you to the situation here. This forest is called the Peach Blossom Forest because more than 70% of the trees that grow here are peach trees. Nianbing thought, isn't this nonsense? How can it be called the Peach Blossom Forest if there are no peach trees? So what? Zhao Ji said, most of the peach blossoms here are of a different species. Do you know why there are no people here? It is because these peach blossoms can secrete a kind of poison that spreads with the wind. I call it the peach blossom miasma. Its poison is very strong, and when humans and animals smell it, they will immediately twitch and die. Therefore, this is one of the forbidden areas of the Ice Moon Empire. Other than a few animals that are born with antibodies, there are no other creatures here. Humans will not come here. Therefore, you don't have to be afraid of being hunted down. Nianbing was stunned for a moment, and said, since the peach blossom miasma is so poisonous, why are you fine? Zhaji laughed and said, have you forgotten what teacher does? I am a chef, and no one is more sensitive than me when it comes to all kinds of things that can be eaten. Although the peach blossom miasma here is poisonous, it's not like there is no way to control it. There is something that can counter any highly poisonous thing. In this forest, there is a kind of 5-leaf grass. If you use it to make medicinal powder, your body will be resistant to the peach blossom miasma. Naturally, you will be fine. Here, eat it first. Keep eating it for 3 months, and your body will naturally produce antibodies. In the future, you won't have to be afraid. As he said this, Zhaji handed a small porcelain bottle to Nianbing. The medicinal powder made from 5-leaf grass had a bitter taste. After eating it, Nianbing almost spat it out. She swallowed it with great difficulty. Only then did she drag the big axe into the forest. Walking into the peach blossom forest, Nianbing observed her surroundings. The air here was very fresh, and there was a faint fragrance of peach blossoms. The air was very moist, and this should have something to do with the Tianqing River beside the peach blossom forest. There were very small gaps between the peach trees. Although she wasn't very tall, she still had to be careful when she walked so that she wouldn't be touched by the peach trees. The peach trees weren't very tall, and even the old ones were the same. The branches and leaves spread out in all directions. Chopping them for firewood was much easier than ordinary trees with tall trunks. However, now Nianbing was facing a problem. Even if the peach trees were very short, she still had to be able to lift the axe. With her young age, how could she wield an axe that even an adult would find difficult to lift? Looking at the peach trees in front of her, Nianbing felt a little troubled. After several attempts, other than tiring herself, the most she could do was lift the axe slightly off the ground. Strength had never been a magician's strong point. If I could condense an ice blade now, perhaps I could chop the branches off. Nianbing muttered to himself. However, although she already had ice magic, she had never practiced ice magic spells before. Without a suitable spell, even if she had magic, there was nothing she could do. Could it be that she could use fire magic to burn it? She had already memorized all the fire magic spells from level 1 to level 8. But that was useless, unless she wanted to burn the peach trees in front of her. The axe was indeed too heavy for a 10-year-old child. Sitting under the peach tree, Nianbing was thinking with a brain that far exceeded that of his peers. Break some branches back? No, in that case, she wouldn't be able to chop firewood. She could only chop some thick branches back. But if she couldn't even lift the axe, how could she chop it? Suddenly, an idea came to Nianbing's mind. Although she didn't know ice magic, there was a level 2 fire magic called Flaming Blade technique. Using the fire element to condense, it transformed into a flaming blade to attack the enemy. The main attack power of Flaming Blade was focused on the fire. If she chopped the trees, not only would the effect be bad, it would also easily cause a fire. If the peach trees caught fire, then it would be troublesome. However, if she changed the incantation of this flaming blade, she didn't know if it would work if she turned the fire into ice during the incantation. With her magic power, although using a level 2 spell was a little difficult, she could still give it a try. Anyway, she didn't lose anything. Nianbing jumped up from the ground, throwing the axe to the side. She took out her precious ice goddess stone from her bosom. Smiling slightly, she pinched it between her thumb and forefinger and raised it above her head. Concentrating, she chanted, "Ice element. I beg you, condense it into a sharp giant blade, cut open the shackles of the world." Her voice and intonation were completely in accordance with the method of Flaming Blade. She could clearly feel the surrounding ice element rapidly condensing towards her, continuously resonating with the ice magic power in the left side of her body. In midair, a nearly transparent ice blade about a foot long appeared. Nianbing was overjoyed. She knew that she had succeeded. She pointed at a thigh-thick branch in front of her. "Go." With a flash of light, the ice blade chopped that branch into pieces. After all, her magic power wasn't strong enough, so the might of the ice blade was very limited. But even so, Nian Bing was still very excited. She knew that she had found a shortcut. Perhaps middle and high-level magic had their own special incantation, but for low-level magic, the incantation method should be about the same. Under the attack of the ice blade, a 1/3 deep crack appeared on that branch. Nian Bing didn't use the ice blade to look at it again. She ran in front of that branch, grabbed it with both hands, and used the force of her falling body to pull with all her strength. After all, a branch with a gap wasn't made of metal. With a crack, it immediately snapped. Using the same method continuously, Nian Bing was surprised to find that the ice magic power she had not long ago was actually more than the fire magic power she had before. After using the ice blade 7 times in a row, the ice magic power was finally exhausted. On the ground, there were 7 more thick branches. The use of magic made her spirit somewhat sluggish. Leaning against a tree at the side, she began a short meditation. The stone of the ice goddess was worthy of being called the best ice gemstone. In just a short hour, it helped Nian Bing recover the little bit of ice magic power. From the process of consumption to recovery, in addition to last night's meditation, her magic power had a slight improvement. Chaji had just finished preparing lunch. Standing in front of the wooden house, he stretched his somewhat stiff body. He felt a little strange. Why had Nian Bing gone for so long and still hadn't returned? Could it be that he could really use that axe to chop firewood? That's impossible. I let him bring the axe, just to see how long it would take this child to come back. The longer it took, the longer it proved that he had been thinking about how to chop the tree for a long time. A person who was good at thinking, when cooking, would have a better understanding of dishes. This was also a simple test that Chaji gave Nian Bing. But he had been gone for more than 2 hours. The sun had long been hanging high in the sky. This made Chaji somewhat anxious. Just as Chaji was about to go out to look for Nian Bing, a clear voice sounded. "Master, I'm back. Look, is this firewood enough?" Nian Bing walked out of the peach blossom forest, sweating profusely. 7 or 8 peach tree branches were tied to the big axe by him using vines in the forest. The weight clearly gave him a lot of burden. When he spoke, he seemed to be panting. "You really chopped the firewood? Could it be that you can carry that axe?" Chaji asked in surprise. Nian Bing's small face turned red and said, "No, I used magic to chop these back. But my magic is relatively weak. After I finished chopping and recovered, I saw the sun rising in the sky. It was almost noon, so I came back first. I'll go in the afternoon." Chaji's heart moved. "What kind of magic did you use? Fire magic can chop firewood? Don't tell me you want to burn this place." "Of course not. I used an ice blade to chop it. You see, ice element. I beg you, condense it into a sharp giant blade and cut off the shackles of the world." In a flash of light, a nearly transparent ice blade appeared in front of him. "Ah. You can use 2 types of magic?" Chaji's eyes almost shone. He was not a magician, so naturally he didn't know that ice magic and fire magic couldn't be practiced at the same time. He only thought that he had picked up a treasure. "Ice, that's great. Ice can also be used in food. It seems that I have to change my teaching for you. If ice and fire are used properly, the dishes made will be. Okay, let's go eat first." The lunch was not sumptuous. There were only 2 dishes and ordinary rice. But, how could the dishes made by Chaji be bad? This meal, Nian Bing ate even more happily. Ever since he drifted around the continent with his father, this was the first time he ate so steadily. The satisfaction of his stomach made his small face look red. "How is it? How do you feel?" Seeing that Nian Bing had finished eating, Chaji hurriedly asked. "Delicious, really delicious," Nian Bing said from the bottom of his heart. Chaji looked at him dumbstruck. This sentence. Again? Wow, I forgot. Maybe it's because I used magic to chop firewood and my spiritual power was overused. Master, I will definitely remember this tonight. Chaji looked at Nian Bing speechlessly. He almost went berserk. He snorted and said, "I'll forgive you this time." Don't do it 3 times. Nianbing laughed and said, Master, don't be angry. Actually, I feel it this time. Although I don't know what these 2 dishes are, they are fresh and salty. Moreover, there is a fragrant aftertaste. They are crispy and very comfortable. Moreover, they are still warm in my stomach. Chaji said unhappily, that's it? You really made me waste half a day's effort. Do you know why they are so delicious? When ordinary people cook vegetables, they simply add oil first. After the oil is hot, they add spring onions and ginger to choke the pot. Then, they add the vegetables and stir-fry them. Finally, they add the seasoning. The reason why the vegetables I stir-fry are delicious is because of the ingredients. I use the freshest vegetables. They are just picked from the forest and immediately put into the pot. Secondly, I don't use oil, so you won't feel greasy. If ordinary people don't use oil, I'm afraid they can't stir-fry the vegetables. But I can use water instead. This is because I add some special things to the water. There are some drugs in it. After mixing, this water not only can prevent the vegetables from sticking to the pot, it can also make the vegetables more fragrant and sweet. At the same time, when stir-frying, the heat is very important. Often, just a moment's difference can make the taste completely different. You have to remember, no matter what food it is, if you want it to taste good, you have to bring out its original taste. Do you understand? Nianbing said with some confusion, Master, isn't it too early for you to tell me this? I should take it step by step. Chaji said, I just want you to know that delicious dishes naturally have their own reasons for being delicious. Alright, go sleep for a while. You can start chopping wood in the afternoon. There is a chopper under the left corner of the kitchen. That is what you need to use. In the future, you are not allowed to use magic to chop wood. Do you understand? That is a complete waste. Magic can only be used at the most crucial moment of cooking. Only then can it show its value. If only I knew magic, how good would that be? From that day onwards, Nianbing lived an orderly life. Every morning, she would wake up early and tidy up the bedroom and kitchen. Then, she would eat breakfast and listen to Chaji talk about some culinary knowledge. Chaji didn't seem to be in a hurry to teach her how to cook. Instead, he carefully explained to her all kinds of knowledge that a chef needed to know. The second thing was to chop wood. Chopping wood wasn't difficult. The difficult part was chopping wood. It was only under Chaji's guidance that Nianbing learned that one had to look at the grain patterns of the wood when chopping firewood. Different grain patterns would lead to different directions of chopping. It wasn't easy to split the firewood evenly. Lunch was the same as breakfast. Other than talking about her feelings towards Chaji's dishes, she would listen to Chaji's explanation. In the afternoon, she would chop wood. Chaji didn't ask her to chop a certain amount of wood. Instead, he asked her to chop wood as thin as possible. After dinner, after listening to Chaji's explanation, Nianbing returned to her room to meditate. Meditation was not only the best way to cultivate magic, but also the best way to rest. Time passed day by day. Nianbing finally experienced the process of going from thin to fat. Although she chopped wood every day, she didn't exercise much. In addition, Chaji made different kinds of delicious food for her. Every meal, she added some tonics like sealwort and ginseng from the forest. Nianbing's body was like a balloon. From her original thin and small body, she rapidly developed horizontally. Of course, her figure also grew a lot under the nourishment of nutrition. But compared to her weight, it was somewhat disproportionate. A year later, the originally handsome child had disappeared. No matter from where you looked, Nianbing's body was like a ball. When Nianbing asked Chaji if she was too fat, Chaji only told her that she would definitely lose weight in the future. Master, do I still chop wood today? My chop is already very thin. Nianbing ran to Chaji's room and said with some dissatisfaction. Chop, continue to chop. You still have a long way to go. Chaji didn't look at her and turned over on the bed. Since Nianbing came, he was a lot more relaxed. He didn't need to do all the rough work himself. Every day, he only needed to cook 3 meals for Nianbing. But master, when will I finish chopping? Chopping wood every day for a whole year, perhaps no one would be able to endure it. Finish? That's easy. Right now, you are indeed chopping thin enough. However, it is still not uniform enough. When you can chop all the firewood to the same thickness, then it will be over. Xiaji was not anxious at all. He smacked his lips twice and continued to sleep. Uniform, these two words reminded Nianbing of the magic power in her body. With the help of the ice goddess stone and the stone of god of fire, her magic had progressed very quickly in this year. Only now did she understand why her father could become a magic shooter at the age of 37. It was probably because of the stone of god of fire. However, the problem was also placed in front of her. At the beginning, she could only rely on the surface feeling that half of her body was cold and the other half was hot. But now, the temperature of the two sides of her body was obviously different. When the left side of her body was immersed in water, it could even create ice water, while the right side of her body was hot as if she had a high fever. One hot and one cold often made Nianbing feel dizzy. Especially when she used magic, causing the magic power on both sides to be uneven, this feeling became even more obvious. So, later on, when she used ice magic, she had to use a water magic of the same level to make the consumption of magic power be exactly the same. Only then would she not be affected. Nianbing didn't tell Xiaji about this situation. For the sake of revenge, he clearly knew that he would be in danger if he continued like this, but he still cultivated without hesitation. He believed that as long as his magic power could be maintained in an even state, there wouldn't be a problem. But was it really like this? Perhaps even a god-bestowed master wouldn't be able to give him an answer. After all, nowadays, no one would take the risk to cultivate two completely opposite types of magic. Helplessly walking to the courtyard, she pulled a small wooden stool and sat down. Her left hand grabbed the hatchet, and her right hand placed the firewood in front of her. When the hatchet was passed to her right hand, Nianbing's eyes changed, becoming abnormally focused. Her mind was completely focused on the firewood in front of her. The texture of the firewood was clearly scanned in her mind. She didn't move, only observed the firewood in silence. Xiaji had taught her that only in the most suitable situation could she achieve the best results. The most suitable situation was when she had completely grasped the firewood in front of her. With a flip of her hand, the hatchet moved. 8 consecutive hatchets, like moving clouds and flowing water, without the slightest bit of hesitation. The firewood was still standing there, without the slightest movement. The sharp hatchet reflected a metallic luster under the sunlight. Puff. Nianbing blew on the firewood, and the outer layer of bark fell to the sides. The entire firewood became an octagon with equal sides. The 8 cuts just now were just to peel off the bark and make the firewood in front of him into a regular shape. Only in this way could the firewood be evenly split. Nianbing did not need to hold the firewood with his left hand. He was very confident in his ability to chop the wood with one chop. Although gaining weight would affect his body's flexibility, it would be a great help to his stability and strength. His chubby face moved a little. The chopper in Nianbing's hand moved again. The chopper in his hand was like a breeze, directly sweeping towards one of the 8 sides of the firewood. A piece of wood was separated from the firewood by the chopper. Silent, it lay beside the bark. This time, Nianbing was very serious when he chopped the firewood. Every chop was carefully calculated. The threads of firewood appeared one by one, and they were very uniform. At the very least, it was difficult to tell the difference with the naked eye. How long would it take to chop a piece of firewood? Usually, Nianbing only needed to quickly chop 100 times. However, this piece of firewood today took him half a day. Unknowingly, Xiaji was already standing behind Nianbing. He didn't make a sound, and Nianbing, who was highly focused, didn't notice his arrival. All of his attention was focused on the firewood in front of him. Every slash he made was carefully thought out. Xiaji smiled, a smile of satisfaction. Chopping firewood was not only a good way to train one's strength, but also to train one's knife skills. Perhaps ordinary chefs would feel that the heavy chopper was not flexible enough. However, it was this kind of simple chopper that was difficult to control that had the highest requirements for the opponent. If one wanted to use a chopper to train one's knife skills, one's heart, eyes, and hands had to be as one. Compared to training one's hands, chopping silk with a chopper was more exquisite. When the last chop was done, it brought a cold light. A round of applause sounded behind him. Nianbing wiped the sweat off his head with his sleeve and turned to look at his master. "Teacher, I did it evenly this time, didn't I?" Zhaji nodded and said, "It's not bad. Back then, when I practiced this technique, it took me 3 years to reach the small success stage. The fact that you are able to produce even threads proves that you have reached the Hinayana realm." Nianbing said happily, "Does that mean I don't have to do it anymore?" Zhaji's expression changed as he said solemnly, "You're still far from it. Although the chopping was quite uniform, it was not completely uniform. Moreover, your firewood could be chopped even thinner. Besides, look at how much time it took. Only when you can chop a firewood with a diameter of 30 centimeters in 3 minutes will you be considered to have passed." Nianbing said dejectedly, "Then how long do I have to practice for?" "Master, you teach me the principles and methods of cooking every day, but you don't let me practice. When can I finish my apprenticeship?" Zhaji smiled faintly and said, "Child, you have to know that the most important thing is to have a good foundation. Without a good foundation, you will never be able to reach the highest level of cooking. Chopping firewood is indeed boring, but the training of your hands, eyes, and heart is something that can't be achieved by any other method. Once you've completed the task of chopping silk, you'll be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort when you move on to other studies." Speaking up to here, he looked at the hair like firewood with deep meaning. The method of observing firewood can also be used to observe the ingredients of cooking. All ingredients are the same as firewood, they have their own characteristics and texture. Nianbing's heart skipped a beat. He seemed to have understood something. In fact, he wasn't averse to the idea of chopping firewood. Ever since he started chopping firewood for 3 months, he was shocked to discover that his mental strength had grown at an alarming rate. His control over magic was much better than before. Even a normal beginner's spell could become magnificent in his hands. Spiritual force, magic power, and magic control complemented each other. The stronger the spiritual force, the faster the absorption of magic elements, and the more ingenious the control of magic. Who would have thought that the simple act of chopping firewood could bring about such great benefits? Zhaji looked at Nianbing, who was in a daze. He thought to himself, "Am I too harsh on this disciple of mine?" One had to know that his comprehension ability was much stronger than his own at that time. Just this method of chopping silk with a hatchet actually took him 5 years to achieve a small success. It was only when he finished his apprenticeship 10 years ago that he completely mastered it. Of course, that was also related to the fact that he was learning culinary arts at the same time. However, in terms of comprehension, he was much worse than this kid. In fact, he had already been teaching him real culinary arts. Every day, he would teach him theoretical knowledge. Every day, the meals would train his sense of smell and taste. Chopping silk with a hatchet was the best training. When all these were completed, the fusion would be carried out at a very fast speed. "Okay, go and push the cart out from behind the wooden house. We will set off now." Nianbing stared blankly and said, "Set off? Where are we going?" Ever since he came to the peach blossom forest, he had never left this place, nor did he see Zhaji leave. Zhaji said, "I haven't gone out for a long time. Although the vegetables we eat can be picked from the peach blossom forest, we still have to buy the necessary seasonings. There is not much rice left. You have been here for a year. Going out for a walk is good for you." "That's great, we can finally go out." Although Nianbing's thinking was not comparable to a child's, he was only 11 years old after all. He had been living a regular life here every day. He had long been tired of it. How could he not be excited to be able to go out for a walk? He threw the chopper to the side and ran to the back of the wooden house. In order not to be disturbed, Zhaji had built a wooden house in the middle of the peach blossom forest. Due to the peach blossom miasma, although the forest was not small, there were no poisonous snakes or ferocious beasts. Therefore, Zhaji did not even build a fence. For a person with broken tendons, it was not easy to build such a house. The so-called cart was a simple cart made completely of wood. Fortunately, the 2 wheels were round and it was not difficult to push it. In a year, although Nianbing had changed from a handsome boy to a cute little fatso, at the same time, his physical strength was much stronger than before. The tonics he ate were not in vain. Coupled with the training from chopping and chopping wood, he had a lot of strength. It was not difficult for him to push the wooden cart. "Master, if you are tired, you can sit on the cart and I will push you." Nian Bing was excited and could not help but show off his strength to Xiaji. Xiaji laughed and said, "I am not that old. You should save some strength. When we come back, I am afraid you will have to push a lot of things. At that time, don't complain to me. We only come out once a year. Think about it, how many things do we have to buy?" Nian Bing rolled his eyes and said, "Master, recently, my practice of magic has been a little rough, especially fire magic. It seems to be unstable. Once I'm too tired, sometimes I have problems controlling the fire magic in my body. If you're not afraid that I'll burn everything, it doesn't matter if you buy more things." Xiaji said in a bad mood, "Stinking brat, are you threatening me?" "No, how would I dare to threaten you?" Although Nian Bing said this, the smile in his eyes could not hide his true thoughts. Xiaji could not do anything to his disciple who knew magic. He snorted and said, "We will talk about it when the time comes." Although no one came to the peach blossom forest, Xiaji deliberately opened a path to the outside when he was chopping firewood. Later, when Nian Bing started chopping firewood, the work of opening the path was handed to him. He deliberately did it when he was chopping firewood so that it would not be difficult for them to leave the peach blossom forest. When they walked out of the peach blossom forest, the sun was already close to noon. Although the Ice Moon Empire was located in the north of the Yangon continent and the temperature was relatively low, under the direct sunlight, it still brought a slight heat. Nian Bing did not feel much. He had the stone of the ice goddess in his arms. However, Xiaji's body had never been good. At this time, he was already panting. "Kid, are you not tired? Let's rest for a while." Xiaji called out to Nian Bing. "Oh." Nian Bing pushed the cart under a big tree and supported Xiaji to sit in the shade. "Master, do you want me to cast a little magic to dispel the heat?" "Forget it." Xiaji waved his hand. "Your magic is too extreme. I can't stand it." He still clearly remembered that last time when Nian Bing wanted to cool the air in the room, he almost froze into a popsicle. In fact, even Nian Bing himself did not know that he had already entered the realm of an intermediate magician. Whether it was fire or ice, he could use magic from the first to the third rank. With 2 pieces of the best quality gemstones, the effect of cultivation was indeed much better than that of ordinary people. "Master, I'm a little hungry." Nian Bing patted his round belly. Xiaji glanced at him and said, "Bear with it for a while. When we reach Ice Snow City, there will naturally be something to eat." "Ice Snow City?" Nian Bing's eyes revealed a look of curiosity. "Yes, Ice Snow City. In the Ice Moon Empire, all the cities are named after ice. For example, the capital of the Ice Moon Empire is called Ice Moon City. And this Ice Snow City is the second largest city in the Ice Moon Empire. Do you see the road in front of you? Follow the road and walk towards the southwest. After about a few dozen miles, you will arrive." Just as Xiaji said this, the crisp sound of horse hooves rang out. The sound was not loud, but it gradually became clearer as it approached from afar. Looking towards the direction of the sound, they saw a group of horses moving towards the southwest. At the front of the group of horses were 4 knights. They were all riding tall and handsome horses. They were wearing the same silver light armor and looked very mighty. Each of them had a 1-meter-long broadsword hanging from their waist. Although they were moving forward, their eyes were constantly scanning both sides of the road, as if they were very vigilant. Behind the 4 knights was a carriage. The carriage looked very spacious and luxurious. It was pulled by 4 tall and handsome white horses. From the size of the carriage, it would not be crowded even if 7 or 8 people were to sit inside. Some patterns were embroidered on the cloth with silver thread. Although it was not a picture, it faintly emitted a dignified aura. The coachman seemed to be about the same age as Xiaji. He held the reins in his hand and leisurely controlled the 4 horses, allowing the carriage to move forward steadily. On both sides of the carriage, there were 2 knights wearing silver armor guarding it. Behind them, there was a small group of 10 knights. There was a total of 18 knights. Their neat attire made them very eye-catching. Although they were still some distance away from where Zhao Ji and Nian Bing were, they could still clearly recognize them. "Master, who are those people? They look very mighty," Nian Bing asked. Zhao Ji's eyes flashed as he said, "They look like the family members of some high-ranking officials. However, they don't seem to be from the Ice Moon Empire." Nian Bing asked doubtfully, "How do you know so much?" Zhao Ji snorted and said, "The older the ginger, the spicier it is. Take a look at the embroidery on their carriages. It is actually a type of artistic calligraphy written in the Aland language. From this, it can be seen that this group of cavalrymen came from the Aland Empire. Furthermore, these cavalrymen aren't ordinary mercenaries. They are soldiers who have gone through the trials of blood and fire, true soldiers who have been on the battlefield. Otherwise, how could they possibly exude such a dense killing intent? To be able to command so many real soldiers, if they are not high-ranking officials, what can they be? Therefore, I think that they should be the family members of some high-ranking officials in the Ottoman Empire. It is even possible that the high-ranking officials themselves are among them." Hearing this, Nian Bing could not help but reveal a trace of admiration in her eyes. To be able to judge so much just from the appearance, this master of hers was indeed worthy of the title of Shrewd Ginger. Right at this moment, the sound of hurried horse hooves suddenly sounded from the other side. Nian Bing could not help but look in the opposite direction. She saw a rider coming towards the group of horses at lightning speed. The entire group of horses stopped at almost the same time. However, they were not vigilant at all. Instead, the 4 knights at the front jumped down from their horses. The horse neighed angrily. Just as the rider was about to collide with the knights at the front of the group of horses, he suddenly reared up. The 2 front hooves of the horse were raised high up in the air before landing to the side. His charging momentum came to an abrupt halt. The level of horsemanship could only be described as a divine skill. The rider on the horse was also a knight. He was wearing the same silver armor as the 18 knights. The only difference was that he had a long white feather on his helmet. Zhao Ji exclaimed softly, "I know who they are. They seem to be members of the Ottoman Empire's elite cavalry regiment, the Silver Feather Knights. To be able to have them personally escort them, it seems that the people in the carriage are not ordinary." "Silver Feather Knights? What's that?" Nian Bing was like a student who was eager to learn. He kept asking questions that he was curious about. Zhao Ji did not show any impatience. He obviously wanted to let Nian Bing know more about the history of the various countries on the continent. He whispered, "The Silver Feather Knights are very famous in the entire Yangon continent. They are the best of the best in the Ottoman Empire. There is a saying that their silver armor shakes the world. According to their ranks, there are different colored feathers on their helmets. In terms of martial skills, the ranks of warriors from the lowest to the highest are warrior, advanced warrior, swordsman, great swordsman, pugilist, swordsman, and priest. In terms of rank, warriors and magicians are almost the same. However, you also know that in a one-on-one fight, it is very difficult for magicians to win against warriors. Of course, this is not absolute. As far as I know, once a magician reaches the rank of archmage, it is very difficult for warriors of the same rank to cause harm to magicians. Among warriors, priest is the same rank as God's descent master. It is very difficult to know how strong they are because priest's descent master is only a legend. At least there is still the one in the Ice God Tower who is a descent master. However, I have never heard of a priest's descent master. Perhaps it was only a few decades ago during the war. Now, they are all dead. In front of us, the warriors of the Silver Feather Knights are all at least swordsmen. Especially the one with the white feathers on his helmet. He should be a small captain. I am afraid that his strength is close to that of a great swordsman. Although they are light cavalry, their offensive power is not inferior to heavy cavalry in the slightest. Moreover, they are far superior in terms of speed and agility. Coupled with their coordinated battle formation, there are pitifully few knights on the continent who can contend against them. Nian Bing stuck out her tongue and said, "So strong. 10,000 swordsman-level warriors, isn't it comparable to 10,000 senior magicians?" Zhao Ji glared at him and said, "You are really ignorant. Don't tell others that you are my disciple." Nian Bing snorted and said, "Is it that honorable to be your disciple?" I don't think so. Of course I know what the strength of 10,000 magicians means in a real war. If they work together and cast magic at the same time, I am afraid that even the most powerful knights can't rush over. Magicians are not stupid enough to fight against knights. I am only talking about the comparison of strength. Xiaji snorted and said, "Stinking brat, are you playing dumb with me? It seems that you know a lot." Nianbing chuckled and said, "Of course. The wars between the empires are just the same. The warriors are fighting at the front, while the mages are attacking at the back. It's just a battle of attrition. What's the point?" Xiaji shook his head and said seriously, "No, you're wrong. War is also an art of iron and blood. If it's really as easy as you say, then those so-called famous generals don't need to stay in the game. However, this has nothing to do with us. You only need to learn your culinary skills in the future." The Silver Feather Knight dismounted and walked a few steps to the front of the carriage. He said respectfully, "Madam, Miss, we will reach Ice Snow City in a few dozen miles. I have already booked an inn there. Should we rest first or rush to Ice Snow City for lunch?" A somewhat lazy voice came from the carriage, "Captain Feng, the environment here is good. Let's rest first. After such a long journey, everyone should be tired." Captain Feng respectfully said, "Yes, madam." After that, he gave a look to the knights beside him. The knights immediately dismounted and walked to the side of the road. Their direction was towards Xiaji and Nianbing. Coincidentally, the place where Xiaji and the others were resting was an open space. A few large trees blocked the sunlight, and the uneven shadows of the trees gave a sense of coolness. These knights had obviously seen Xiaji and the girl. One of the knights strode over and said in a cold voice, "Please leave immediately." As he said that, he threw a few silver coins at Xiaji. On the Yangon continent, the currency of each country was used. The most expensive one was the purple gold coin. 1 purple gold coin was equal to 10 gold coins or 100 silver coins or 1,000 copper coins. A few silver coins were enough for an ordinary family to live for half a month. These knights could be considered to be quite generous. Xiaji was once a ghost chef. No matter where he was, he would receive extremely generous treatment. Seeing the few silver coins thrown at him, he did not even look at them. He snorted and said, "Do you think we are beggars? Both sides of the official road are not your homes." The knight took a step forward. His expression did not change, but an invisible aura exuded a faint pressure. He repeated his previous words, "Please leave immediately." "What right do you have to be so overbearing?" Nianbing angrily stood in front of her master. Although she knew that the other party had the strength of a swordmaster, she was not afraid. Looking at little Fatso in front of him, the knight could not help but frown. His hand pressed on the hilt of the sword at his waist, and repeated for the third time, "Please leave immediately." Obviously, if he was refused again, he would immediately attack. At this time, 2 people had already walked down from the carriage. 2 women. The heavenly voice sounded again, "Forget it, this is not our place. Why make things difficult for others when we are outside?" The beautiful voice attracted Nianbing's attention. When he saw the 2 beautiful figures, he could not help but be stunned. The woman in front looked to be about 27 or 28 years old. She wore a light blue dress embroidered with beautiful patterns with silver thread. Her eyebrows were arched and her nose was delicate. Her skin was smooth and creamy. Her long dark green hair flowed down her back like a waterfall and was tied with a silver ring. Her blue eyes were crystal clear and there was a faint smile on her face. She was also looking at him. Nianbing's eyes were completely lifeless. His originally steady hands were now slightly trembling. When Xiaji saw this woman, he could not help but secretly praise her. After roaming the continent for so many years, he had not seen many beauties like her. "Little pervert, who told you to look at my mother like that?" The little girl beside the beautiful woman suddenly jumped out. With her hands on her hips, she looked at Nianbing with dissatisfaction. She looked to be about 12 or 13 years old. She wore a white dress. Her eyebrows were 70% similar to the beautiful woman's. She was very childish. Although she was angry, it did not reduce her cuteness. Her short dark green hair was just past her ears. With her hands on her hips, she looked even more lovely. Mother, mother. Nian Bing's eyes were shining with hazy tears. He suddenly shouted, Mother! Mother! Zha Ji was unable to stop him. He quickly rushed toward the beautiful woman. The knight who was originally in front of them moved extremely quickly. He took a step forward and blocked Nian Bing's path of advancement. But at this time, other than the beautiful woman, there was nothing else in Nian Bing's eyes. His chubby body quickly moved to the side. His right hand subconsciously pulled out the long sword from the knight's waist. Using the sword as a knife, he quickly slashed 7 times at the knight. At the same time, he flicked the fingers of his left hand. 2 icicles suddenly shot out, aiming for the knight's eyes. As a swordsman, a knight of the Silver Feather Knight Regiment, he had to go through the test of blood and fire. But even so, how could he guard against a child whose height only reached his waist? The long sword that had accompanied him for many years seemed to come alive in Nian Bing's hands. Although there were no tricks, the 7 consecutive slashes were fast enough to solve the problem. In order to protect himself, the knight subconsciously leaned back, dodging the icicles and the long sword. The icicles were indeed dodged, but the 7 consecutive slashes of the long sword were not something that he could completely dodge. After a year of training, Nian Bing's wrist strength was close to that of an adult. The long sword immediately created a string of sparks on the silver armor on the knight's body. Although it did not really hurt the knight, it forced him into a difficult situation. Time was enough for Nian Bing. Bypassing the knight, he quickly rushed towards the beautiful woman. Tears flowed down his chubby little face, and his whole body emitted a sorrowful aura. For a knight, his sword was his life. To have his sword taken away was definitely a great humiliation. Moreover, the one who took away his sword was only a child. The originally calm knight roared angrily. With a big stride, he had already caught up with Nian Bing. A light blue light condensed in his right hand, and he directly hit Nian Bing's head. Careful! Zha Ji cried out in alarm. At this moment, Nian Bing's eyes and heart only had the beautiful woman. Any sound in his ears was naturally filtered out. His hand was still holding the knight's sword, and he was still running forward quickly. He did not know that the angry palm that was enough to kill him several times over represented the god of death waving at him from behind. He's only a child. A leisurely sigh sounded. A figure flashed, and a slender and beautiful hand emitting a silver luster blocked the god of death's call. The knight's figure staggered, and his face flushed red. He stumbled a few steps to the side before stabilizing his body. The one who had suddenly saved Nian Bing was the beautiful woman. Her figure suddenly disappeared from Nian Bing's eyes, causing him to pause for a moment. When he discovered that the beautiful woman was right beside him, he immediately threw away the long sword in his hand and cried out sorrowfully, Mother! Like a swallow returning to its nest, he threw himself into the embrace of the beautiful woman. Of course, if a swallow was as fat as him, it probably would not be able to fly. The beautiful woman was a little stunned as she hugged Nian Bing's shoulder. For a moment, she could not help but be at a loss. Before she had married, she was famous for her fiery temper. After she had married, although she had restrained herself, people who knew her name would still avoid her. Other than her husband, if any other man dared to touch her, they would immediately be cut into pieces. But at this moment, when Nian Bing, who was filled with grief, rushed into her embrace, she could not help but feel a motherly instinct. Not only did she not resist, she even subconsciously pulled Nian Bing into her embrace. Child, don't cry. Tell Auntie, what happened to you? The beautiful woman asked softly. Mother, mother, don't leave me, don't leave me. Nian Bing's heart was filled with longing for his mother at this moment. He tightly grabbed the beautiful woman's skirt and burst into tears. The little girl who had gotten off the carriage with the beautiful woman saw that her mother was being taken away by someone else. She immediately ran over and pushed Nian Bing with both hands. What are you doing? You're not allowed to hug my mother. The little girl's strength was astonishing. Even if Nian Bing was prepared, he could not compare to her strength. He staggered and fell to the side. But at this time, he was still holding on to the beautiful woman's skirt. The sound of silk tearing sounded. The beautiful woman cried out in alarm. Nian Bing had pulled down a piece of her skirt from both sides. Her pink skin was faintly discernible. Her beautiful face immediately flushed red. She hurriedly grabbed onto her skirt to prevent the spring scenery from leaking out. The knights who came with her hurriedly turned around, secretly praying in their hearts. I didn't see anything, I didn't see anything. If the Marquis knew, I'm afraid he would at least dig out his eyes. Xianxia, what are you doing? The beautiful woman covered her delicate body and angrily reprimanded her daughter beside her. Xianxia felt wronged and said, Mother, why did he call you mother? You're only my mother. The beautiful woman somewhat dotingly looked at her daughter and helplessly shook her head. A silver light appeared, and the torn skirt actually stuck together in that strange light. Although it looked a little awkward, at least it was restored to its original state. Nianbing fell like this, but on the contrary, he woke up a little. At this time, Chaji also ran over and helped him up from the ground. Nianbing, what happened to you? His eyes revealed a look of worry. Now, Chaji was most afraid that the memory seal he placed on Nianbing would be broken. Nianbing stood up and let Chaji pat the dust off his body. His eyes were still foolishly looking at the beautiful woman. He muttered, You're not my mother. My mother's hair is blue. The beautiful woman at this time had already fixed her skirt. She gently walked in front of Nianbing and said, Little friend, could it be that auntie and your mother look very similar? Nianbing nodded vigorously. The beautiful woman looked at his chubby little face and could not help but reveal a trace of tender love in her eyes. Then what about your mother? Nianbing was already awake. He lowered his head and gently shook it, saying, I don't know. I only have master. Hearing this, Chaji immediately heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly said, Madam, I'm sorry. My disciple's parents are both dead. Perhaps he misses his mother too much. If he has offended you, please forgive him. The beautiful woman smiled and said, It's okay. This child is really cute. Xianxia came over from the side and pouted unhappily. He's not as cute as me. He's so fat that he's like a ball. He's so ugly. In all fairness, although Nianbing was a little chubby, he was still young. In addition to his originally handsome face, he really could not be considered ugly. Although Xianxia said that, in her heart, she was thinking that this little fatso was very fun to play with. Nianbing's brain was already working. He ignored Xianxia's attack and said to the beautiful woman, Auntie, you really look like my mother. I. His eyes turned red again as he said that. The beautiful woman comforted him, Child, don't cry. If you are willing, Auntie will be your mother, okay? Her motherly nature made her say it subconsciously. Once she said it, she realized that she was a little rash. After all, she was not familiar with the old man and the young man in front of her. However, with her status, how could she take back her words? Nianbing looked at Xianxia, who had an unfriendly expression, and suddenly shook his head, No need. Thank you, Auntie, but you are not my mother. I don't need pity. His eyes revealed a trace of determination. At this moment, his short and chubby child body seemed to have grown a little taller. The beautiful woman was secretly surprised. This child had such a temperament at such a young age. When he grew up, he would definitely not be a fish in a pond. Her heart skipped a beat. She took out a jade tablet and stuffed it into Nianbing's hand. She smiled and said, It's okay. It is fate that we met. This jade tablet is Auntie's keepsake. Auntie's name is on it. In the future, if you encounter any trouble in the Ottoman Empire, show it to me. It will be of some use. Mother, how can you give the Tianhua tablet to him? I asked you for it so many times, but you didn't give it to me. Xianxia glared at Nianbing. If it was not for his mother, he would have snatched it away. The jade tablet was warm in his hand. It was as if there was a gentle current flowing from his palm into his body, making his body feel very comfortable. Nianbing's eyes revealed a grateful light. He did not refuse, Thank you, Auntie. Auntie, you are really a good person. Chaji was afraid that Nianbing would look at the beautiful woman in front of him and unintentionally break the hypnosis seal. He pulled him to the beautiful woman and said, Madam, we still have to hurry, so we will leave first. Thank you for your concern for this child. After saying that, he pulled Nianbing to a big tree at the side and pushed the wooden cart along the main road towards Ice Snow City. Looking at their backs, Captain Feng walked to the beautiful woman and whispered, "Madam, giving the Tianhua tablet to such an ordinary person seems a little inappropriate. I'm afraid that Lord Ju will." The beautiful woman snorted and said, "What do you know? Have you ever seen an ordinary teenager who can instantly cast low-level magic? I have a premonition that in the future, this child will definitely make a name for himself on the continent. You have to have a long-term vision. Captain Feng, I suggest that you take good care of your subordinates. Eat something and get ready to go. Chen Chen, let's go back to the carriage to rest." As she spoke, she pulled her daughter's hand and disappeared behind the curtain of the carriage. Captain Feng was rebuffed, but he was not dissatisfied at all. His eyes fell on the subordinate who had lost his sword. He walked up to him and said indifferently, "Hand over your feather." The knight's body trembled, and he said with some fear, "Captain, Captain Feng's eyes grew colder. He repeated, "Hand over your feather." "I don't want to say it a third time." The knight seemed to have lost all his strength. He carefully took out a 30-centimeter long green feather from his breastplate and handed it to Captain Feng. Captain Feng said coldly, "You have lost the qualification to be a silver feather knight because your sword was taken away by a child. I announce that from now on, you will be demoted to an apprentice knight. Take back your green feather. You will be punished when we return to the regiment. Do you accept?" The knight lowered his head and looked at the faint mark on his silver armor. "Yes, Captain." Captain Feng's sharp eyes swept over the other knights. He said in a deep voice, "You should all know what you do. Protecting the dignity of a knight is more important than protecting your own life. From now on, everyone will be 120% alert. If the same thing happens again, the punishment will be even more severe." The conversation with the beautiful woman made Nian Bing's heart filled with strong thoughts of his mother. He was quieter than usual. Jia Ji was worried that he would remember something. While walking, he told him some interesting things about his past. After all, Nian Bing was a child. After a while, he recovered from the sadness in Jia Ji's story and showed his lively side again. "Master, that ant gave me a jade pendant just now." Before leaving, in order to push the cart, he put the jade pendant into his pocket. There was an inexplicable aura on the jade pendant. It felt warm, which was one of the reasons why he calmed down so quickly. While speaking, Nian Bing used one hand to push the cart and the other hand to take out the jade pendant. The jade pendant was not big. It was rectangular, and its long sides were about the same length as Nian Bing's little finger. It was milky white and warm to the touch. There was a vivid phoenix carved on the front. There was a small red gem inlaid in the phoenix's eyes, which added a finishing touch to the whole jade pendant. There was a small hole on the top of the jade pendant. The hole was small and uniform, and it seemed that only a silk thread could pass through. The whole jade pendant was covered with a layer of faint white mist. If it was not carefully examined under the sunlight, it would be difficult to see. Jia Ji's gaze also fell on Nian Bing's hand. Previously, in order to leave those people as soon as possible, he did not notice what the beautiful woman gave Nian Bing. At this time, when he saw the jade pendant, he could not help but be surprised. The former ghost chef was a person who had seen the world. Nian Bing did not know the mystery of it, but how could he not see it? The moon in the sea has tears, the sun in the field is warm, the smoke rises from the jade. The dense treasure aura is so obvious. This is obviously the famous Hetian Baoyu. That woman is too extravagant. Nian Bing was stunned, and said, "Master, is Hetian Baoyu very precious?" Jia Ji took the jade pendant from Nian Bing's hand, looked at it carefully, and praised, "Of course it is precious. Moreover, this is not ordinary Hetian Baoyu. It is the rarest mutton fat jade. I used to have a friend who was in the jade business. He once told me that mutton fat jade is the best of the jade. It has a bright inner light, congealed body, firm and delicate, thick and gentle. Wearing it can nourish one's spirit, expel evil spirits and diseases, and is beneficial to people. It is beautiful beyond compare. Look at this jade pendant, doesn't it have these characteristics? Moreover, with such exquisite carvings on it, it is indeed a treasure. Wearing it can calm one's mind. And, it is indeed a good thing. A peaceful mind is very important for a chef. As he said, he turned the jade pendant around to look at the back. There were 3 ancient characters carved on the back, Yu Ruyan. This should be the name of the woman just now. She really lives up to her name. However, she seems to be too generous. Nianbing smiled, that auntie is really a good person. When I learn how to cook in the future, I will definitely cook the best food for her to taste. Zhao Ji thought for a moment, then handed the jade pendant back to Nianbing, and said, let's go. When we reach Ice Snow City, I will buy you a red rope to tie around your neck. Wear it close to your skin, and its function will gradually be revealed. The 2 of them continued to move forward. They had not walked far when the sound of hurried and orderly horse hooves came from behind. When they turned around, they saw that it was Yu Ruyan's horse team. However, this time, the horse team did not stop and quickly rushed past them. When Nianbing looked at the carriage, she saw that the curtain of the carriage was slightly raised. Chen gave her a provocative stare. When Nianbing wanted to stare back, the horse team had already run 100 meters away. Zhao Ji saw the dissatisfied look on Nianbing's face and laughed, what? You like the little girl? Although there is a great disparity between their statuses, you might not have a chance in the future. Let's talk about it when you grow up. Nianbing snorted and said, who would fancy her? She's so unruly and unruly. I hate her. Zhao Ji smiled but did not say anything. Meeting on the road can be considered fate. Perhaps, when you travel to the Ottoman Empire in the future, you will really meet her. It's getting late, let's hurry. It seems that no matter what, we will have to stay in the city for the night. Ice Snow City, the 2nd largest city in the Ice Moon Empire. Looking from afar, the city walls were dozens of meters tall and wide. Although it was not imposing, the entire city stood there, giving people a very stable feeling. The Azure River flowed from the west of Ice Snow City, and the entire city was built along the river. Although it was not as famous as the capital of the Ice Moon Empire, Ice Snow City, which was next to the Ice God Tower, it was definitely one of the economic centers of the Ice Moon Empire. Many large companies used Ice Snow City as their base. The entire city had a population of millions, and after decades of peace, it was unprecedentedly prosperous. Nianbing and Zhao Ji entered through the north gate of Ice Snow City. Ordinary people like them did not look conspicuous, and the dozens of soldiers at the gate did not even bother to question them. They easily entered the city. As soon as they entered the city, they immediately felt a different feeling. The peach blossom forest was like an otherworldly peach garden, and Ice Snow City was bustling with activity. The main road was paved with bluestones, and on both sides of the road, there were all kinds of shops, and the sound of shouting could be heard. Although Nianbing had been here more than a year ago, she was used to living a peaceful life, and was not used to entering the city. Master, what are we going to buy now? Nianbing asked. Zhao Ji smiled and said, this time, we are going to buy a lot of things. We need to buy a few more bags of rice, so we don't always have to come out. Also, we need some good seasonings. Oh, right, we also need to buy you a good knife. After a few days, you should officially start learning how to cook. A chef's knife is the same as a warrior's knife. They are both the most important things. Only a good knife can fully display your cooking skills. It would be best if you could buy a good knife with a magic gem. This way, you can better use magic to cut ingredients. I don't know about other chefs, but to me, the most important kitchen tool is a knife. Hearing that Zhao Ji was going to buy her a knife, Nianbing immediately became excited. That's great, master. I can finally stop using a chopper. You must buy me a good one. But, do you have the money? Zhao Ji snorted and said, get rid of the word do. Your master was also a ghost chef. Even if I had a few lifetimes of savings, I wouldn't be able to spend it all. Otherwise, why would I spend my remaining years in the peach blossom forest? I only chose that place because I like the peace and quiet. Nianbing chuckled and said, if that's the case, master must be a wealthy man. Then why do you use a kitchen knife? I don't see anything special about the one you usually use. Zhao Ji sighed and said, my own knife has long been sealed. Since I am no longer the ghost chef of the past, how can I let my treasured knife be covered in dust? If in the future your cooking skills can meet my requirements, perhaps I will pass it on to you. Let's go, don't keep thinking about the knife. Even if it is a good knife, you can't use it now. Let's go buy some rice first. At that moment, Xiaoji brought Nianbing into Ice Snow City with ease. After a while, the wooden cart that Nianbing was pushing was filled with things. Some necessary food, seasonings, and daily necessities. Xiaoji bought a pile of things. He even bought a few sets of ordinary clothes for himself and Nianbing to change into. Of course, he did not forget the red string that he promised Nianbing. Now, the jade pendant was worn around his neck. The warm jade stone was pressed against his chest. The faint warmth made Nianbing feel exceptionally comfortable. Pushing the cart that was getting heavier and heavier, Nianbing complained, "Master, I'm already hungry. Shouldn't we eat something first?" Xiaoji looked at his fat disciple and laughed, "You already have so much fat, it's okay to eat less. Alright, we've bought almost everything. Let's go, we'll find an inn to stay in and have a meal. At night, I'll take you out to see if there are any suitable knives." Nianbing let out a long breath and pointed to a small inn in front of them, "Master, let's go there. I really can't walk anymore." Xiaoji nodded, "Alright. I've stayed there before. Although the environment is average, it's still clean." The inn was called All Beings. An old man and a young girl pushed the cart to the entrance of the inn. A waiter immediately came out and smiled apologetically, "Two guests, would you like to stay? We have all the facilities here. We also provide hot water 24 hours a day. The price is reasonable." Xiaoji said impatiently, "Alright, stop talking nonsense. Let's move the cart to the courtyard first. We'll stay here." Walking into the inn, Xiaoji brought Nianbing to the counter, "Give us a standard room, the kind with 2 beds." The waiter behind the counter looked ordinary and seemed to be around 18 or 19 years old. He smiled and said, "The price for a day's stay is 1 silver coin. Please pay first." "Wait a moment, 2 rooms?" Nianbing said somewhat anxiously. Xiaoji asked curiously, "Why do you want 2 rooms?" Nianbing stuck out her tongue at him, "Master, usually when you stay next to me, your snoring often shocks me. If we're in the same room, I won't be able to sleep. I still have to push the cart back tomorrow. Please take pity on this fat body of mine that needs to rest." Xiaoji's old face turned red. He took out 2 silver coins and handed it to the waiter, "Then 2 rooms will do. Is my snoring really that loud?" The waiter took the silver coins and tried hard not to laugh. He arranged 2 rooms for the old man and the young girl. Xiaoji took the room key from the waiter. Nianbing said, "Aren't you hungry? Let's just casually eat something here." The inn's restaurant was not big. It was only about 100 square meters. There were more than 10 tables neatly arranged inside. Just as Xiaoji said, although it was not luxurious, it was still considered clean. It was not meal time, so the restaurant was very quiet. Xiaoji brought Nianbing to a table facing the street and sat down. From here, they could see the bustling scene on the street outside. "What would the 2 of you like to eat?" A waiter walked in front of them and asked lazily. Nianbing and Xiaoji were dressed like commoners. Naturally, they did not attract her attention. Xiaoji said, "For steamed buns, a bowl of porridge, and some salted vegetables will do." The waiter's eyes flashed with disdain. He did not even bother to remember. "Wait, it will be here in a moment." Watching the waiter leave, Nianbing cried out in surprise, "Master, you can't be. Didn't you just say how rich you are? Why are you so stingy now? How can eating steamed buns be nutritious enough?" Xiaoji said snappily, "Idiot, do you think I can get used to the food outside? After eating the food I cook, if you eat the food from this ordinary restaurant again, I guarantee you will vomit immediately." Nianbing said doubtfully, "Master, I know you are a ghost chef, but you don't have to belittle others like that. Even if it's not as good as yours, it won't be too bad. Otherwise, how could he become a chef?" Xiaoji smiled strangely, "You don't believe me? Fine, we'll have 2 vegetables. You'll know when you try it. If there is not a huge gap between ordinary chefs, how could I have won the 5 consecutive God of Cookery tournament?" Then, he called the waiter over and added 2 vegetables. Although the waiter's attitude was not very good, but the vegetables were easy to make. The steamed buns and porridge were also ready-made. Nianbing was already hungry. She immediately picked up a big chunk of vegetables and put it into her mouth. Wah, pay, pay, pay. Before she could chew, the vegetables were all spat out. What is this? It's disgusting. It tastes like raw oil. When frying, the oil must not have been heated. The heat was too light. It's not even cooked. The fragrance of the vegetables was not brought out at all. There was also so much salt and MSG. It's simply disgusting. Zhaji did not laugh at Nianbing. Instead, he nodded with satisfaction, and, not bad. Looks like you didn't learn from me for nothing this year. You basically pointed out the shortcomings of this dish. Seeing that you have some talent, Master will show you a thing or two today. Waiter. The waiter on the side heard that Nianbing's dishes were disgusting and was already impatient. He said snappily, "What? Our dishes here taste like this. If you want to eat something good, you can go to De Qingxian or Qingfengzhai in the city. They are delicious. I'm afraid you can't afford it." Zhaji coldly glanced at her and casually threw a gold coin. "Don't talk nonsense. Take us to the kitchen. We'll only use your ingredients. We'll make a dish ourselves. It's just a dish." Looking at the shiny gold coin in her hand, the waiter's eyes suddenly lit up. "Sir, this way please." 1 gold coin was enough to eat a table full of food. Even if he only made one dish, even if he used good ingredients, he would still make a lot of money. There was only a wall between the kitchen and the dining room. Although the kitchen could not be said to be simple, Zhaji could not help but frown when he saw the kitchen utensils that had obviously been used for a long time. There were only 2 chefs in the kitchen. Obviously, the food that Zhaji and Nianbing ate just now was made by them. The waiter went to one of the chefs and whispered a few words in his ear. The chef frowned and curiously looked at Zhaji. He impatiently said, "Whatever. The ingredients are all here. We're happy to be idle. Brother, let's go and rest for a while." After saying that, he left the kitchen with the other chef and went to the backyard to cool off. Zhaji's eyes fell on Nianbing. He lowered his head and asked in his ear, "Today I'll teach you how to make the first dish. How long can your flame technique last?" Nianbing thought for a moment and said, "If I only use the flame technique, 1 hour is not a problem." "Good, then let's start now. Take an iron pot and wash it clean." Nianbing agreed. Although he did not know what Zhaji was going to do, he immediately took an iron pot from the side and washed it clean. During this process, Zhaji had already walked to the place where the ingredients were placed. These ingredients had obviously been washed clean. He swept his eyes over them, took out some of them, and put them on the chopping board. Then he identified the various spices on the kitchen shore. Cut the vegetables. Except for the tomatoes, cut everything into strips. Yes, master. Nianbing casually picked up a kitchen knife. As soon as the knife was in his hand, his expression immediately became focused. A year of hard training was not in vain. The feeling of being one with the knife made his eyes, which were only 11 years old, suddenly become sharp. In his eyes, the various ingredients were not much different from firewood. The only difference was the size. Nianbing's chubby little hands brought the ingredients before him one by one. His knife flashed, and the waiter didn't even see how Nianbing did it. Regardless of whether it was potatoes, carrots, or onions, they were all cut into neat pieces. It only took a few blinks of an eye for Nianbing to complete the task easily. Zhaji smiled and handed an empty seasoning box to Nianbing. Seasoning is one of the most important parts of cooking. This dish does not have high requirements for the craftsmanship, so I'll leave it all to you. Chop the tomatoes, shrimp, and oysters into sauce. Put them all in this seasoning box. Oh. With a reply, Nianbing followed Zhaji's instructions and waved the knife. The fine sound of the knife falling on the chopping board was full of crisp rhythm. Zhaji was not idle. He used another seasoning box to put different spices into it and mixed them evenly. When Nianbing finished his work, he had also finished everything. He poured the seasoning mixture into the sauce mixed with tomatoes, shrimp, and oysters. He threw a pair of chopsticks to Nianbing. Mix it evenly. After everything was done, Zhaji smiled and said, Next, it's time to officially start. He took a small brush and threw it to Nian Bing. His eyes showed a focused gaze, and the speed of his speech suddenly sped up. 1/3 of the sauce is used as the base. Put the cut things on top. 1/3 of the sauce is brushed on top. Although it was Nian Bing's first time cooking, but under the influence of others, she was not unfamiliar with the work of these chefs. Although she was a little unfamiliar with it, but she finished everything very quickly. Xiaoji took a plate of cut fish and put it in the pot. Waiter, please go out first. He did not want the waiter to find out that Nian Bing knew magic. The waiter was stunned. But, Xiaoji impatiently said. Don't worry, we won't burn this kitchen. Because of Xiaoji's gold coin, the waiter did not dare to say anything and had to leave the kitchen. Only Nian Bing and Xiaoji were left in the kitchen. Xiaoji smiled. Brush the rest of the sauce. Heat the pot with fire. Passionate fire elements, I beg you, condense the light of the flame and bring warmth to the world. A red flame lit up from Nian Bing's right hand. She held the pot with her left hand and let the flame burn in the middle of the pot. Xiaoji smiled and said. The temperature of your magic flame is higher than that of ordinary flames. Moreover, the heat is more uniform, so we can eat faster. Remember clearly the steps I just taught you. This is the simplest dish, called 3-sauce steamed fish. Because the ingredients here are ordinary, I'm afraid the taste will be a little bad, but we can make do with it. Nian Bing maintained the flame while looking at Xiaoji. Master, aren't you afraid that the waiter will learn it? Xiaoji smiled and said. The seasonings are all made by me. I used a total of more than 10 kinds. Can she remember? Moreover, the amount of seasonings used is also very particular. Wanting to learn is not that easy. Stabilize your fire. At most, in half an incense stick's time, we can eat. The key to this dish is the sauce. The so-called 3 sauces are the sauce, seafood, and tomato sauce. Then add potatoes, carrots, and onions. 3 layers of the 3 sauces at the same time. Together with the freshness of the fish, it can reflect the essence of this dish. As for the specific mixing method of the 3 sauces, I will teach you in detail when we go back. As he said this, he took out a pot lid from the side and put it on top of the iron pot. Nian Bing used a low-level ice magic to protect his left hand so that it wouldn't be scalded by the hot pot. Under the heat of the flames, a fragrant aroma gradually wafted out of the iron pot and assailed his nose. Nian Bing couldn't help but swallow his saliva. After half an incense stick's time. So fragrant. What is this smell? Yes. It's too fragrant. I have never smelled such a fragrant dish. Could it be that the old man made it? The 2 chefs who went out to cool off ran back. As soon as they entered, they saw Nian Bing holding the iron pot with both hands. The fragrance was coming from it. Xiaoji glanced at the 2 chefs and said indifferently, there's no need to taste the dish. Just looking at the person is enough. The 2 chefs didn't seem to hear Xiaoji's words. Their eyes fell on the iron pot. Just like Nian Bing, they swallowed their saliva. One of the chefs said, Hey, what are you making? It's so fragrant. Nian Bing was about to answer, but Xiaoji stopped her. He looked at Nian Bing and said, Remember, you have to look at the person you are cooking with. Not everyone has the right to eat. Chefs have the dignity of chefs. The food we make can only be eaten by people who are worthy of it. Let's go. Whether the braised fish with 3 sauces was delicious or not, it could be seen from the way Nian Bing ate. He cleaned at least 80% of the whole pot. Adding 2 steamed buns, he ate happily. When he finished, his clothes were stained with the sauce. Other than the fish bones, there was only some residual sauce left in the pot. The waiter next to him opened his eyes wide. Master, I admire you more and more. It's so delicious. I really don't know what I'll do without you in the future. Nian Bing patted her protruding belly with satisfaction and moaned comfortably. Xiaoji smiled and said, Don't worry. You'll know what to do soon. If you want to eat good food for the rest of your life, it's useless to rely on others. You can only rely on yourself. Nian Bing faintly felt that something was wrong, but she was familiar with Xiaoji. She knew that even if she asked her master, he wouldn't tell her. It seemed that her life after going back would not be easy. Looking at his dirty precious apprentice, Xiaji said angrily, "Do you want to go back to sleep now, or go to the weapon shop with me to find a suitable knife for you?" Nian Bing's eyes lit up. "Of course, I'll go. Master, let's go now." Xiaji pretended to be deep and said, "Before the meal, someone said that she was too tired to walk. Why are you so energetic now?" Nian Bing smiled and said, "Master, I know you're the best. Isn't this motivation? The sooner I get my own precious knife, the more familiar I can be with the knife." Xiaji stood up. "Then go back and change your clothes. You'll embarrass me if you go out like this." Yes, I'll go now." Nian Bing showed a speed that was completely disproportionate to her body and quickly ran to the backyard of the inn to get her clothes. When Xiaji and Nian Bing appeared on the street of Ice Snow City, the sky was gradually getting dark. A cloud in the distance under the reflection of the sun brought the most beautiful sunset before the curtain fell, leaving the residual brilliance on the street. After walking for a while, Nian Bing pointed to a big shop not far in front of them and said, "Master, that's a weapon shop, right? Let's go in and take a look." The sword-shaped sign at the door of the weapon shop was very eye-catching. On it were the words "Treasure Shop." Although it was already evening, there was still an endless stream of customers, showing that the business was booming. Xiaji casually pinched the fat on Nian Bing's face. "Idiot, if you buy a kitchen knife in a place like this, it'll be strange if you don't get beaten up." Nian Bing rubbed her chubby little face. "How would I know? Didn't you say that you want to go to a weapon shop?" Xiaji identified the direction. "Follow me. A weapon shop is a weapon shop, but not here." As he spoke, he pulled Nian Bing into a small alley. He seemed to be very familiar with this place. He led Nian Bing through the streets and alleys. After walking for about the time it took to eat a meal, when the sky was already dark, Xiaji finally stopped and pointed in front. "It's here." "What is this?" "Master, are you sure you're not mistaken?" Nian Bing rubbed his eyes to make sure that he hadn't misjudged Xiaji. It was no wonder that Nian Bing was so surprised. In front of her were two doors. To be precise, they were two somewhat dilapidated wooden doors. There was only one handle left on the door, and the paint on the lintel had long peeled off. Next to the door was a sign, and one could vaguely make out the crooked words written on it, "Smuggled Ironware Shop." Just based on the name, it was unlikely that anyone would patronize the shop. Not to mention that this shop was in the middle of nowhere. It was likely that not many people would pass by in a day. The dilapidated appearance made Nian Bing want to turn around and leave. Looking at the sign in front of him, Xiaji's face revealed a trace of a knowing smile. "Old friend, I've come to see you again. I haven't seen you for a year, I wonder if you've died." Nian Bing said in surprise, "Master, you know the owner of this shop?" Xiaji said, "Of course I know him. Otherwise, why would I bring you here?" "Nian Bing, you have to remember, no matter what you do, don't be fooled by the appearance of the other party. Although the shop front is not good, but other than me, who would know that in this so-called smuggled ironware shop, there is a master blacksmith, the world's #1 master blacksmith." "The world's #1 master blacksmith?" "Master, you're not joking, right? If he really is the world's #1 master blacksmith, why would he live in a place like this?" Xiaji smiled, "Why wouldn't he? If the ghost chef can live in the peach blossom forest where birds don't lay eggs, why can't a master blacksmith live in a dilapidated courtyard? Let's go in first." As he spoke, he pulled Nian Bing to the door. He didn't even knock before he kicked the dilapidated wooden door. With a muffled bang, although the wooden door looked dilapidated, it was not damaged by Xiaji's kick. It slowly opened inwards, revealing a dark little courtyard. "Little broken blade, are you dead?" Xiaji shouted loudly. An old voice came from the depths of the courtyard. "I was wondering who could be so rude. So it's you, the old ghost, here again." A figure staggered out of the courtyard, holding a dim oil lamp in his hand. Even without looking at his appearance, he gave off a feeling that he had one foot in the grave. Nian Bing thought to herself, is this the so-called #1 blacksmith in the world? Did master make a mistake? Xiaji pulled Nian Bing into the courtyard. Under the dim light of the oil lamp, Nian Bing could vaguely see that it was an old man. He was wearing a black robe, and his figure was somewhat stooped. His hair was snow white, and his face was full of wrinkles. He looked to be at least 10 years older than Chaji. "Old ghost, why did you bring someone here? Who is this little fatso?" The old man in black looked at Nian Bing and said with some dissatisfaction. "Little broken blade, this is my new disciple. I think you should also find a child to pass on your legacy. Don't tell me you really want to bring everything underground?" The old man in black snorted and said, "What do you know? Everything depends on fate. Do you think you can accept a disciple just because you want to? Look at this disciple of yours, he looks like he's very suitable for you." Hearing this, although Nian Bing was dissatisfied, it was after all a conversation between the elders. It was not good for him to interrupt. He looked around with all his might and found that this small courtyard was almost empty. There was not even a weapon rack in sight. There was only something that looked like a big furnace in the corner. Jiaji laughed and said, "You old man, I haven't seen you for a few years, but you still have that strange appearance. Alright, don't talk so much. You also know that I came here to find you for something." The old man in black said, "Then come in." Saying this, he led Jiaji to the back room. Just as he entered the room, Nian Bing suddenly felt his whole body go cold. The ice goddess stone inexplicably became restless. His mind seemed to be a little dizzy. The two kinds of magic in his body fluctuated unstably. Startled, he thought to himself that this must be because he didn't use the equivalent ice magic to balance the magic in his body after using the flame technique. But at this time, it was not suitable to use ice magic. Moreover, the magic was somewhat chaotic because of the two kinds of magic. He also didn't know how much ice magic he should use to balance the two kinds of magic. Relying on his own thoughts, he forcibly controlled the two kinds of magic and tried to separate them as much as possible. At this time, the Tianyuanhua plate that Yurian gave him emitted a warm stream of air and entered Nian Bing's body. It made him feel a lot more comfortable. The feeling of the two extremes of cold and heat immediately decreased a lot. The old man in black used an oil lamp to light the lamp on the table. The room suddenly lit up. This was the outer room. In the center of the room was a tall counter. Behind the counter, there seemed to be a door. The old man in black walked behind the counter. Rubbing his fingers together, he said, "Take out the money. Take as much as you want." Jiaji unhappily said, "Little broken knife, I haven't seen you for so many years, but you still love money." The old man in black snorted and said, "Friends are friends, business is business. Since you can't make the 8 delicacies now, then you can only use money to exchange. In front of business, everyone is equal." Jiaji walked in front of the counter. Sticking close to the old man in black, he said, "Don't pretend with me. Get a good knife for my precious disciple. When he finishes his apprenticeship, won't you be able to eat the 8 delicacies again?" The old man in black's eyes lit up, but it quickly dimmed. "You say it nicely. When your precious disciple finishes his apprenticeship, I'm afraid my old life will have already ascended to heaven." Jiaji laughed and said, "That's not necessarily true. When I saw you a few years ago, you were already like this. Now, you're still like this. In my opinion, you can live for another 10 or 20 years without any problem." The old man in black sighed and said, "I know my own body. In my life, I've committed too many crimes. If your disciple finishes his apprenticeship within 10 years, perhaps I can still eat." Jiaji laughed and said, "If you die, then die. Even I don't know if I can live for more than 10 years. Don't talk nonsense. Quickly get a knife for my disciple. How much do you want?" The old man in black looked at Nian Bing and said, "No." Jiaji frowned and said, "Little broken knife, you won't not give me face, right?" The old man in black snorted and said, "It's not that I'm not giving you face, do you understand? Whether it's a kitchen knife or a killing knife, it must be suitable for the user. Your fat disciple hasn't grown up yet. Whether it's his body or the hand holding the knife, there's a great possibility that there will be great changes in the future. Making a knife for him now is meaningless. When he grows up, it won't be suitable." When Yan Bing heard that the old man in black wasn't willing to make one for him, he immediately became anxious. "Then why don't you make one for me according to Sir's appearance? I'll definitely be able to use it." The old man in black glanced at him, like teacher, like disciple. Do you think the knife I make is the same as those mediocre people? If the knife isn't suitable for the user, what's the use of it? Your knife is like underwear. Only when it's completely suitable can it be used to its fullest potential. If you buy a pair of underwear that doesn't fit, you might feel comfortable wearing it for a few days. That's not because of how good the underwear is, but because you've adapted to it. There's a world of difference between adapting to fit and directly fitting. Wait until you're 18 years old and your body's shape is fixed. I hope I'm not dead by then. Jia Ji's eyes revealed a pondering light. It seems that I was careless. Old friend, let's talk about it later. How about letting me take a look at your armory? Do you have any good works recently? The old man in black said somewhat helplessly, I'm already old. Although my skills have become more exquisite with my experience, my physical strength is no longer enough. I don't have the energy to gather good materials and forge anything good. Speaking of which, the work I'm most proud of in my life is that Xingyang that I gave you with fire magic. Unfortunately, in this life, I've only made that one knife that I'm satisfied with. Since you want to take a look, then follow me. It doesn't matter if I randomly pick one for your fat disciple to use first. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the room behind the counter. Nian Bing and Jia Ji walked around the counter and followed the old man in black into the room. As soon as they entered, Nian Bing's head once again felt dizzy. This time, the fluctuations from the stone of the ice goddess were even more intense. The cold air was somewhat unbearable even for someone like her who cultivated ice magic. She subconsciously touched the gem in her bosom. Jia Ji exclaimed in admiration, what a dense murderous aura. As expected of the continent's #1 godly blacksmith master. The old man in black walked towards the cabinet at the side and opened the door, saying, these are the 7 knives I've left behind. You can choose from them. I'll give you 100 for each one. Inside the cabinet hung 7 knives without scabbards. Each of them had a different style. Under the illumination of the oil lamp, a cold light shone in all directions. A faint cold air swept over. The 7 knives' edges faintly flickered with a faint blue luster. The style was simple and unadorned. At a glance, one couldn't find a single flaw. The moment the door opened, Nian Bing's gaze instinctively landed on the saber on the leftmost side. He stared at it without blinking. That saber was the most inconspicuous among the 7 sabers, and it was also the shortest. Under the illumination of the oil lamp, only it didn't reflect any light. The knife's body was dim. It was about 1 foot and 2 inches long. The handle was 5 inches long and was completely black. The knife's body was extremely streamlined. The blade was straight and the tip was slightly tilted. The blade was 2 inches wide, and the back of the knife looked very thick. The reason why Nian Bing was attracted to it was entirely because of its aura. It was a feeling that came from the bottom of her heart. It was as if this knife was originally supposed to be hers. The cold air from the stone of the ice goddess became even more intense, as if it was summoning something. Nian Bing's eyes were lifeless as she walked step by step towards the cabinet. Jia Ji was just about to pull her back when he was stopped by the old man in black. After all, this is his knife. Let him choose for himself. And, it seems like this kid's knife skills are not bad. He has already made his decision. Just as he said this, he suddenly discovered that Nian Bing was reaching for the leftmost knife in the cabinet. He couldn't help but let out a soft cry of surprise. Jia Ji was very clear that among these 7 knives, there were bound to be good ones and bad ones. Under the circumstances where the price was the same, the choice was naturally extremely important. Seeing that his fat disciple had actually chosen the most inconspicuous knife, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. He turned his head to look at the old man in black. In his mind, this old friend of his would definitely have a gloating expression on his face. However, when he saw the expression on the old man's face, he couldn't help but stare blankly. At this moment, the old man in black was staring at Nian Bing's hand with his eyes wide open. His lips were trembling as if he wanted to say something, but he couldn't say anything. Nian Bing wasn't tall. She pinched the tip of the knife in front of her and lifted it up, picking up the inconspicuous knife. When the knife was in her hand, she immediately felt a cold current, making her body and mind very comfortable. But the magic fluctuation in her body seemed to have become more intense. Holding the threaded handle and looking carefully, she saw that there was a diamond-shaped hole in the handle. When the handle was in her hand, Nian immediately clearly felt that the ice magic in her body seemed to be completely connected with this knife. The knife had become an extension of her left arm. The ice magic didn't need to be activated and naturally flowed into the knife. The entire knife suddenly emitted a layer of faint blue light. "Master, I'll take this." Nian casually waved the knife, bringing out a light blue light. The temperature of the entire room seemed to have dropped by a few degrees. Jia Ji saw the light emitted from the knife's body and then thought about the expression on the old man's face. He couldn't help but laugh and said, "You fat kid, seems to have hit the jackpot. Little broken knife, I'll take this." The old man looked at Nian with surprise. Suddenly, his body flashed forward. His speed was like lightning. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Nian. He stretched out his hand to grab the knife in her hand. Nian was startled. Almost instinctively, she turned the knife in her left hand and pointed it at the old man. A cold aura was emitted. Unfortunately, her left hand was not the right hand that had been trained for a long time. She only felt that the knife in her hand was lighter and fell into the old man's hand. Nian was stunned. "Senior, what are you doing?" Jia Ji walked to Nian side and pressed her shoulder. "Little broken knife, you can't be reluctant to part with it, right? What kind of knife is this?" The old man gently stroked the knife's body and helplessly sighed. "To be honest, I didn't think that your fat disciple would choose this knife. This is the worst knife among the 7. Jia Ji frowned. "How can it be bad when the knife emits a strange light? If you don't want to part with it, then forget it. I won't force you." The old man unhappily said, "Do you think I don't want to part with it? I, God Cast Hua Tian, have never gone back on my words. Since I said that I will let you choose, then whatever you choose is what you choose. This knife is indeed the worst among the 7. Moreover, it is the only one that was not cast by me. The reason why it emits a light is because of your disciple. If I didn't see wrongly, your disciple should have cultivated ice magic. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the knife to emit a light. Old ghost. I didn't think that you would actually cultivate a magician's successor." Jia Ji laughed and said, "It's just fate. If it's bad, then it's bad. Anyway, Nian is still young. We can change it in the future." The old man said, "I haven't finished my words. Although this knife is the worst among the 7, it can also be said to be the best. Because even I can't figure out how sharp it is. At that time, I bought this cold knife from a down-and-out scholar for only 1 gold coin. The knife's body is made of a special kind of mineral and is very tough. The most peculiar thing about it is its cold nature. If it is stimulated by ice magic or cold do qi, it will emit a light like before. But do you know why I said that it is the worst? Because this knife has no soul." "No soul?" Nian and Jia Ji said in unison. Both of their eyes were filled with doubt. The old man in black Hua Tian said, "That's right, this knife has no soul." "Little fatso, how old do you think I am this year?" Nian was originally waiting for the old man in black to explain, but when she heard him change the topic, she subconsciously said, "You? You should be a bit older than my master." Hua Tian laughed loudly. "Little fatso, you are quite honest. If it was someone else, they would probably say that I am older than your master by more than 10 years. But in fact, I am younger than your master by 3 years. I have been cultivating do qi since I was young. According to normal circumstances, I should age much slower than ordinary people. But now, I look older than my actual age by 20 years. Why is that? Because when I was forging, I used my blood essence as the soul and fused it into the weapon. This art of seizing the heavens caused my essence to be greatly damaged, turning me into this. But this cold knife does not have a knife soul guided by blood essence. No matter how good the material is, a knife without a soul cannot reach the realm of supreme quality. So, although its material is the best, its quality is the worst." Jia Ji said, "With your forging skills, you can just reforge this knife and give it a soul. Wouldn't it become a supreme quality knife?" Hua Tian said with a bitter smile, "If you can think of it, how can I not? But I have tried many times. Even with the ninely heavenly fire, I can't melt this knife. How do you want me to reforge it? With my knowledge of metals, I can't even tell where it came from, so I can only keep it. If it doesn't have a soul, then so be it. In any case, you are only using it as a kitchen knife. This knife is sharp enough to cut iron like mud. Naturally, cutting vegetables is not a problem. But be careful not to cut the chopping board. As he said that, he handed the knife back to Nian Bing. Nian Bing took the knife and the feeling of it becoming one with her body appeared again. Senior, is there no way to give it a knife soul? Hua Tian said, it's not that there is no way. If you can find a gem with spirituality and embed it in the hole on the handle, it's not impossible to use the stone as the soul. Perhaps the effect will be even better. It's just that if the gem is not of the highest quality, it will be a burden to embed. Nian Bing's heart moved. Wasn't the ice goddess stone a rhombus? The size seemed to be similar to the hole on the handle. After hesitating for a moment, she took out the ice goddess stone and said, Senior, do you think this will work? As soon as the ice goddess stone appeared, the whole room suddenly lit up with a light blue brilliance. The cold knife emitted a light tinkling sound, as if it was alive, slightly trembling in Nian Bing's hand. Although the ice goddess stone usually emitted a brilliance, it was definitely not as bright as today. The stone and the knife reflected each other's brilliance, as if they were calling out to each other. This is. Hua Tian's face revealed an excited expression. He snatched the ice goddess stone from Nian Bing's hand and felt the intense chill it emitted. He couldn't help but cry out in surprise, what an excellent ice stone. Little fatso, where did you get this? Nian Bing glanced at Cha Ji and said, it seems to have been there before. I don't know where it came from. Cha Ji looked at her with some surprise and said, so it was on you? Why haven't I heard you mention it before? Nian Bing said, Master, I only know that using this gem to cultivate magic is faster. You didn't ask me, so naturally I didn't say anything. Senior, can this be embedded? Hua Tian slowly closed his eyes, feeling the surging spirituality of the ice goddess stone. His voice trembled a little, yes, of course it can. The mutual call between them has already proved everything. Heavens! Are you really going to help me? With such a good material, I can finally refine a heaven-seizing blade. To think that I, Hua Tian, have devoted my whole life to forging, finally waiting for this day. You all follow me. With a flash, Hua Tian quickly rushed out from the inner room. Cha Ji glanced at Nian Bing. Nian Bing's gaze was also somewhat blank as she looked at him. Cha Ji said, let's go. It seems that your luck is not bad. When they arrived at the courtyard, the furnace that was originally in the corner had already been moved to the center of the courtyard. Hua Tian took out a bellows from who knows where and connected it to the bottom of the furnace. He poured a bag of powdery things into the furnace. Turning his head, he said to Nian Bing, Little fatso, come and help me with the bellows. Although the 9 Inferno sky fire can't melt the frost blade, it can soften its texture. That is the moment of embedding. 9 Infernos Do Qi, rise. Hua Tian's entire body emitted a scorching aura. Fortunately, Nian Bing was on the other side of the furnace, so she wouldn't be contaminated by the heat from his body. A faint red light appeared around his body. With a point of his hand, a red light suddenly shot into the furnace. The furnace's fire suddenly soared, but it wasn't an ordinary red flame. The flame was white, illuminating the entire courtyard. Pull the bellows. Hua Tian shouted loudly. His left hand pinched the tip of the frost blade and extended the hilt above the furnace's fire. His right hand faced the furnace's fire from afar, and waves of scorching 9 Infernos Do Qi were continuously injected. It was the first time that Nian Bing had seen something like Do Qi. Her interest was immediately piqued. She pulled the bellows hard while watching Hua Tian display his might. She didn't know what this furnace was made of. Although the temperature of the flames in the furnace was obviously very high, she couldn't feel much heat from the outside. She only saw that the flames gradually turned from white to blue. The hilt of the frost blade was still in its original color and didn't change. Fine beads of sweat began to appear on Hua Tian's forehead. The red airflow around his body also gradually turned blue. The furnace's fire became more and more blue. When the doqi around Hua Tian's body completely turned blue, the flames had already turned dark green. It looked extremely strange. In the dark green flames, the frost blade's hilt finally began to change. It was slightly red. The flames passed through the hole at the end of the hilt. Under Hua Tian's deliberate manipulation, the hole was heated the most evenly. With blood as the guide, 9 infernos sky fire. Hua Tian fiercely spat out a mouthful of blood into the furnace's fire. The dark green flames suddenly converged, and then, the dark green instantly turned into a bright red. The flames rose up again, and at this moment, the entire frost blade's hilt completely turned the same red as the flames. With a flick of Hua Tian's wrist, the ice goddess stone shot out like a bolt of lightning and accurately appeared in the hole. The softened hilt emitted an ear-piercing sound as water vapor filled the air. The fire in the furnace instantly dimmed as a layer of blue light floated above it. Dense Qi soared into the sky. Hua Tian's hand pinched the tip of the blade. His body suddenly flashed to Nianbing's side. The 9 infernos doqi on his body had already converged. His left hand fiercely grabbed Nianbing from the ground. Nianbing only felt a strong force pass through her body. Her wrist was hot, as if something was flowing out. At the side, Cha Ji clearly saw that Hua Tian had used his fingernail to cut open the veins on Nianbing's wrist. A stream of blood directly spurted onto the inlay of the ice goddess stone and the frost blade. The blood was quickly absorbed by the hilt, and the ice goddess stone was perfectly inlaid on the hilt. The red color disappeared, and the frost blade's original black color turned into a cyan blue color. The autumn flower was like water, and cold air radiated in all directions. The blade's light soared into the sky, straight into the 9 heavens. In an instant, the sky lit up. Although it was only for a short moment, it already represented the appearance of this peerless treasure blade. Ice Snow City's Martial Arts Guild branch. An old man dressed in luxurious clothes stood on the roof of the guild with a long sword hanging from his waist. His body was as stable as a rock, and his eyes were like cold stars as he looked into the distance, as if he was thinking about something. At this moment, he was surprised to find that not far away, a cyan light soared into the sky. In the cyan light, there seemed to be a faint red line mixed in. That sharp cold aura was so clear that he couldn't help but be shocked. When he looked again, he had already lost track of that cyan light. He sucked in a breath of cold air, the birth of a divine weapon, the appearance of blood. Could it be that the continent is going to be chaotic again? The green sharkskin sheath on his waist buzzed for a moment before returning to normal. The old man in luxurious clothes patted it. "Old friend, you seem to be afraid. What kind of divine weapon is this? It can actually make you feel fear. You and I are one. With my swordsman's ability, how could I be afraid of a divine weapon? Even if it is a divine weapon, it still depends on who is using it." Ice God Tower. In the center of a 6-pointed blue star with a diameter of more than 10 meters, a blue light rose. A woman with snow-white hair suddenly opened her eyes. Although her hair was as white as snow, her beautiful face was like a 16-year-old beauty. Her pair of blue eyes were filled with a cold aura. She was wearing a white robe with golden edges, showing her noble status. With a wave of her right hand, a transparent crystal ball appeared in her palm. "This is the sound of the goddess." Could it be that the tower-suppressing stone didn't fall in the Azure River? In the name of the ice goddess, receive the goddess's aura. A white light suddenly burst out, and a layer of fog appeared on top of the crystal ball. Suddenly, a cyan light lit up in the middle of the fog. With a light ding sound, the woman's hand shook, and the crystal ball unexpectedly broke into pieces and fell in front of her. What a sharp aura, it is indeed the ice goddess's stone. "Humph, someone come." Her voice wasn't loud, but it seemed to have a kind of soul-shaking fluctuation. The huge door opened, and 2 women wearing white robes came in from outside. They looked to be 60 or 70 years old, and their faces were densely covered with wrinkles. They looked very old. "Great Ice Goddess Priestess, what orders do you have?" The white-haired woman's figure floated up, and she indifferently said, "I feel the location of the ice goddess's stone. Immediately send 12 ice goddess priestesses in the tower, and you 2 personally lead them to Ice Snow City. You must retrieve the ice goddess's stone. The dignity of the goddess cannot be blasphemed by anyone." "Yes, great ice goddess priestess." The two old women bowed and left the room. The ice goddess priestess's eyes emitted a cold light, and a layer of blue fog rose from her body. Ling why do you have to do this? Could it be that love is so important to you? With your aptitude, if you are willing to let go of everything and accept my teaching, in less than 20 years, the position of God's teacher will belong to you. Why do you have to do this? With a long sigh, the aura around her fluctuated, and a layer of 1-foot thick ice condensed on the walls of the room. In the smuggled weapons shop, Hua Tian sat on the ground, gasping for breath. His face was deathly pale, and he was obviously very tired. However, his pair of turbid old eyes were filled with excitement and joy. Looking at the duke condensed from the white fog on the short knife in his hand, he said with a trembling voice, "Success, success. Autumn water white dew, what a peerless divine blade. I didn't expect this ice stone's spirituality to be so much stronger than I imagined. I have finally created a peerless divine blade, and finally caught up to the divine weapon masters in history." Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Nianbing covered her wrist, and muttered, "Gentle water, please use your gentle smile to heal the wound." Healing technique. A faint blue light touched the wound on her wrist, and the wound instantly healed. Although the scar was still there, the bleeding had stopped. Water and ice came from the same source, so a level 1 healing technique was not difficult for Nianbing. Hua Tian stood up from the ground, trembling. Looking at the blade in his hand, his gaze fell on Nianbing. "Little fatso, I will use your blood to consecrate this blade. From now on, only you will be able to display its full power. You must treat this blade well. To be honest, I am not willing to give it to you. To let such a divine blade become a kitchen knife, it is truly a pearl covered in dust." Jia Ji laughed, "Fool your head. That gem is still my disciple's. Without the ice stone, you wouldn't be able to refine such a good blade no matter how capable you are. Don't waste your breath. 100 purple coins, right? Here you go." As he spoke, he took out a money pouch and threw it to Hua Tian. Hua Tian snorted, and threw the money pouch back to Jia Ji. "How can such a precious blade be tainted by the stench of money? This time, you guys are lucky. However, I suggest that your disciple use a cloth to wrap the hilt, and don't let the gem be exposed. As the saying goes, an ordinary man is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. If it is stolen, then all my hard work will be wasted." Jia Ji walked in front of Hua Tian and handed over the cold blade to Nianbing. "Then I won't thank you. However, shouldn't you give us a scabbard?" Hua Tian reluctantly looked at the blade and turned back into the house. After a while, he took out a rusty blade sheath and threw it to Nianbing. "This blade sheath is made of cold iron. After my special processing, it is compatible with the cold blade. When the blade enters the scabbard, it won't touch the body of the scabbard and can even cover the chill of the blade itself. This time I really suffered a big loss." Nianbing put the cold blade back into the scabbard. Sure enough, the blue radiance disappeared, and even the chill disappeared. Only the ice goddess stone on the hilt still emitted a faint blue light. Looking at the blade in her hand, Nianbing respectfully bowed to Hua Tian. "Senior, thank you for giving me this blade. Senior, this blade is inlaid with a gem, so it is different from before. Please give it a name." Hua Tian's eyes revealed a hazy light, "Autumn water white dew, freezing the world. Let's call it Morning Dew Blade." Jia Ji praised, "Morning Dew, what a good name." Nianbing held the Morning Dew tightly and secretly called out in her heart, "Mother, you gave me the ice goddess stone inlaid on this blade. Will you blame me? I still remember your sigh of unwillingness when you left. This blade also uses the ice goddess stone as its soul, so let's call it Sigh of the Ice Goddess. Sigh of the Ice Goddess, Morning Dew Blade." A peerless divine blade appeared just like that. Hua Tian looked at Jia Ji and said, "I'm tired. You guys go." Just now, the blade light soared into the sky. I'm afraid it has already been noticed by the martial artists. Be careful when you go back. Kitchen knife, what a pity. It's actually a kitchen knife. Damn it. Cursing out the dissatisfaction in his heart, Hua Tian staggered back to his little black house. Jia Ji held Nianbing's small hand and said, "Little broken blade is right. Let's go quickly. It's best if we don't get noticed by others. You're really lucky." While doing this, he tore a piece of cloth from his clothes and wrapped it around the hilt of his saber, covering the brilliance of the stone of ice snow goddess. He then put the saber into Nianbing's arms and pulled her away in a hurry. Most of the people in Ice Snow City had already fallen asleep. The streets were somewhat deserted. As they walked, Nianbing asked Jia Ji in a low voice, "Master, is that Senior Hua Tian a martial artist?" Jia Ji smiled faintly and said, "You can say so, but you can also say no." Although he practiced Do Chi, he didn't know any martial skills. With the level of his 9-lead Do Chi, he should have already surpassed the great swordmaster level among martial artists. He might even have entered the realm of martial combat master. However, he doesn't know any martial arts techniques. His 9 abandonment Do Chi is completely for the sake of refining weapons. As you can see, as a fire attribute Do Chi of the highest quality, what else is more suitable for refining weapons? Master, can't we use Do Chi to cook? Do Chi can also have various attributes. Nianbing asked the question in her heart. Jia Ji shook his head and said, "That won't do. Do Chi is too tyrannical and focuses on explosiveness. On the other hand, magic can be used as one pleases. Don't say any more. Let's go back to the inn first. Tomorrow morning, we will return to the Peach Blossom Forest. Before we return, you must not let the Morning Dew saber leave its sheath. If someone covets it, we won't be able to keep this treasure." When they returned to the inn, it was already late at night. Jia Ji had walked for a whole day and was already tired. After sending Nianbing back to her room, he went to the next room to rest. Although Nianbing was also tired, she had just obtained a new treasure. With a youthful temperament, she didn't feel sleepy at all. She took out the Morning Dew saber from her bosom and played with it repeatedly. If it wasn't for Jia Ji's reminder, she would definitely have pulled the saber out of its sheath and looked at the blue light again. The sound of snoring next door was faintly discernible. Clearly, Jia Ji had already fallen asleep. Nianbing stuck out her tongue and muttered to herself, "Luckily I got 2 rooms. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. The power of master snoring is really great." Hugging the sigh of the snow goddess, Nianbing slowly closed her eyes and began her daily routine, meditation. After a while, she had already entered a meditative state. Under the guidance of her spiritual force, the fire and ice elements slowly condensed in Nianbing's body. She was really tired today. Add to that the excitement of obtaining the Morning Dew saber, she had forgotten that the ice and fire elements were currently in an unbalanced state. She didn't have much control over them, so the magic elements naturally condensed in her body. As usual, the stone of the snow goddess and the stone of the god of fire increased the speed at which Nianbing condensed the magic elements. It didn't take long for her to completely recover the magic she had used up during the day. However, at this moment, the ice and fire elements were in a delicate state. For more than a year, Nianbing had been continuously cultivating with the help of the 2 highest quality gems, causing her magic to accumulate to a certain extent. The accumulation of quantity would inevitably lead to a qualitative change. If it was an ordinary magician, continuing to cultivate, their magic would be able to break through the bottleneck and reach a higher realm. However, Nianbing was different. She had 2 completely opposite elements of magic. Although she had reached the bottleneck at this moment, a special change had occurred. After the ice and fire elements had filled half of her body, in order to obtain more space, they began the process of pouring into each other. The ice magic followed the meridians and attacked from left to right, while the fire magic followed the meridians and attacked from right to left. As the 2 types of magic attacked each other, an obvious change occurred in Nianbing's body. With the center of her body as the dividing line, the left half of her body turned completely blue, while the right half of her body turned completely red. For a moment, the red and blue radiance constantly fluctuated, the struggle becoming more and more intense. From extreme cold to extreme heat, the intense stimulation caused Nianbing, who was originally meditating, to wake up from her meditation. When her mind was clear, Nianbing immediately discovered that something was wrong with her body. At this moment, whether it was the ice magic or the fire magic, both had reached an unprecedented state of berserk. The 2 types of magic were pouring into each other, neither giving way to the other. The stone of the ice goddess and the stone of the fire goddess emitted a faint light at the same time, injecting the magic contained within their own bodies into Nianbing's body, as if they wanted to assist the magic of the same origin to suppress the other. Ice and fire alternated, the piercing pain Nianbing's body unceasingly convulsed. However, at this moment, the situation was already out of her control. Even if she wanted to cry out in pain, she couldn't even open her mouth. She could only watch helplessly as her body turned blue and red, constantly changing under the mutual attack of the magic. As the two types of magic became more and more berserk, the left side of Nianbing's body was already covered with a layer of frost, while the right side of her body was burning hot. The clothes on her body were already emitting a faint burnt smell. Under the impact of these two types of magic, Nianbing's consciousness gradually became somewhat blurred. She thought of her father, thought of her mother, thought of everything that had happened at the Ice God Tower. Mom, Dad, am I going to die? Am I going to die? No, Bing'er doesn't want to die. Dad, didn't you once say that ice and fire are not completely opposite? Why do I feel so sad? You are fire, Mom is ice, both of you can combine, so why can't my magic? Dad, Mom, teach Bing'er, what should I do now? A person's physique, according to the situation at birth, as well as the inheritance from their parents, had different attributes. Depending on the attribute, it was suitable to cultivate that attribute of magic or do-qi. If a person with fire attribute wanted to cultivate ice attribute magic or do-qi, it was almost impossible. Even if they forced themselves to cultivate, there wouldn't be any good results, and it would be difficult to achieve small success in their lifetime. The reason why Nianbing could have two types of magic at the same time was because of the stimulation from the stone of the ice goddess and stone of the fire god given to her by her parents at the Ice God Tower. However, it was also inseparable from her own attributes. Generally speaking, if the attributes of the husband and wife were different, the child would only inherit one of the attributes. But Nianbing's parents, their own attributes were very strong, and could be said to be two extremes. Therefore, when Nianbing was born, she had two attributes at the same time. Such a person with dual attributes was 1 in 10,000. If the attributes were not opposite, and she cultivated magic and became a dual attribute magician, she would be famous in the continent. However, Nianbing's dual attributes were the two opposite ones. Ice and fire were the enemies of each other. For the past year, without any guidance, Nianbing had accidentally cultivated two opposite types of magic at the same time. Because she had always maintained a state of balance, and her magic was not strong, there was no trouble. However, after a year of cultivation, with the help of the two best quality gems, her magic had reached the state of being bottled. Finally, because of the imbalance of magic during the day, it led to the current situation of ice and fire attacking each other. With ice and fire wreaking havoc in the body, an ordinary person would have already died from the rupture of their meridians. Even if Nianbing herself had two opposite attributes, under this kind of situation, she still entered a state of imminent danger. If something went wrong, she would either set herself on fire, or her whole body would be extinguished by ice. The red and blue lights were still alternately shining, and Nianbing's body's spasms were becoming more and more intense. The intense pain stimulated the meridians in her body, and blood was gradually seeping out of her pores. The stone of the ice goddess and the stone of the fire god seemed to have entered a state of frenzy along with Nianbing's body. The ice and fire elements were crazily attacking Nianbing's body at several times the usual speed, and the frenzy of the two types of magic became more and more intense. Seeing that Nianbing's life was about to end under the mutual attack of the two types of magic, suddenly, a warm green light spread out from her chest, simultaneously merging with the ice and fire magic. At this time, Nianbing's body was no longer half blue and half red. In the process of the two types of magic pouring into each other, they had already flowed throughout her body and were in a state of fusion. Under the fusion of that soft green aura, Nianbing cried out. The ice and fire elements in her body actually began to slowly rotate under the influence of that green energy. Although they were still attacking each other, it was not as frenzied as before. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Nianbing hurriedly operated her spiritual power in an attempt to control the two types of magic that were conflicting with each other. However, she shockingly discovered that all the magic elements in her body began to fuse with the green light vortex. Although the speed of the fusion was very slow, it could not be stopped. The green light only appeared for an instant before disappearing. After the magic in Nianbing's body entered this strange state, the pain caused by the cold and heat had already disappeared. The rotating ice and fire elements had reached a miraculous state of fusion. In the slow rotation, the ice and fire elements seemed to have completely separated, yet also seemed to have completely fused together. The battle between them became weaker and weaker. The red and blue vortex slowly rotated. The vortex looked very beautiful, with one circle of blue and one circle of red. The magic power condensed as it rotated. The stone of the ice goddess and the stone of the fire god were still transmitting magic elements at several times the usual speed. The magic power that was originally scattered in her limbs and bones was gradually gathered by the vortex. The vortex was not big, and as the two types of magic powers gathered, the blue and red light gradually became sparkling and translucent. Rong Tian smiled as he stroked his son's hair and said, "Ice can extinguish fire. However, when fire reaches a certain level, it can also extinguish ice. They are mutually exclusive. Among the four types of common magic elements, only water and fire have the closest relationship. Ice is the same. They are both filled with vitality. There was once a senior magician who said that when fire and water reach a subtle level, they can be converted into each other. Nothing in the world is absolute. As long as the strength of the elements does not change, there is only a fine line between fire and water elements." This saying once had a great impact in the magic world. There were few who agreed with it, and many who disagreed. Originally, I was the one who disagreed with it. However, after I married your mother, I discovered that the saying of the fusion of fire and water is not impossible. However, as a fire element magician, my understanding of ice is really too little. It is impossible for me to convert fire into ice. Sigh, if your mother had not been captured, perhaps we would have been able to discover the true origin of ice and fire by researching together for a while. The young Nianbing asked curiously, "Father, what is the fusion of fire and water? How did you discover it?" Rong Tian coughed awkwardly to hide the redness on his face. He said perfunctorily, "You are still young. Father will tell you when you grow up." Water and fire were the two most closely related magic elements. Could it be that his current situation was the fusion of fire and water that his father was talking about? Ice and water came from the same source. Could it be that ice and fire also came from the same source? Ling Nianbing was not used to the huge change in his body. However, he vaguely understood that he had to maintain this situation. He had to let the two magic elements continue to circulate in their current state. Only then would he not be destroyed by their mutual attacks. For the first time in a year, Nianbing's body returned to the normal temperature of a human. He was no longer half cold and half hot. The warm and peaceful feeling allowed him to enter a meditative state again. He relaxed his consciousness in comfort. The sweetness came after the bitterness. He did not know that from this moment onwards, he had become the first magician in the entire continent who had the same source of ice and fire. Although he had only entered the initial stage of the same source of ice and fire, the uniqueness of the magic he used in the future was far from what a normal magician could compare to. In the morning, when the first ray of sunlight shone into the room through the window, Nianbing woke up from his meditative state. The two magic elements that were originally clearly separated in his body had disappeared. What replaced them was a fist-sized vortex of red and blue. The two different magic elements complemented each other and slowly rotated. Neither of them invaded the other. The sparkling blue and sparkling red looked so gorgeous. Nianbing could clearly feel that his perception of the magic elements seemed to be much stronger than before. He touched the jade pendant hanging in front of his chest and murmured, "Auntie, thank you. If it wasn't for this heavenly pendant that helped me stabilize my magic in time, I'm afraid Nianbing will repay your kindness one day." At the time of crisis, that green light had come from the heavenly pendant. Blue sky, warm jade, rising smoke. This jade pendant carved from white jade was much more effective than he had imagined. A light flashed in his eyes. He raised the hand holding the morning dew dagger and softly chanted, "Ice element. I beg you, condense into a sharp giant blade and cut open the world's fetters and shackles." Blue light shone from the stone of the ice goddess. Clearly visible ice elements condensed and took shape. A blue solid ice blade appeared in front of him. The vortex in his body was still rotating unceasingly. The use of the ice blade technique did not affect it at all. He could not even feel the decrease in his ice magic. The vortex was still rotating in a balanced state. Nianbing's heartbeat quickened. He subconsciously took out the stone of fire and chanted again, "Fire element. I beg you, condense into a sharp giant blade and cut open the world's fetters and shackles." Flames replaced the blue ice blade. In the flickering light, a solid flame blade appeared in front of him. It was also in his right hand, but there was no difference between ice and fire. Nianbing's heart trembled. The ingenious combination of ice and fire allowed him to truly possess the ability to use two types of magic that countered each other. With a flash of light, under the urging of his spiritual force, the ice blade and flame blade collided in the air. With a whoosh, water vapor rose. The 2-second-tier magic disappeared at the same time. Success! That's great! I can finally use two types of magic. Nianbing excitedly jumped off the bed. The origin of ice and fire gave him a special ability. There was a knock on the door. Zhaji's voice came from outside. "What are you yelling for so early in the morning? Open the door." Nianbing hurriedly put away the stone of fire and went to open the door. As soon as Zhaji saw him, he immediately covered his nose. "Wah, it stinks to death. Brat, did you take a dump in the room?" Nianbing stared blankly for a moment. He lowered his head to look at himself. Only then did he discover that his body had unknowingly become sticky. Even his clothes were stained with a paste-like substance. He felt extremely uncomfortable. Zhaji sized up Nianbing from head to toe. He couldn't help but feel a little surprised. After not seeing him for a night, Nianbing's body seemed to have grown a little taller. The biggest change was his eyes. The originally childish gaze actually became a lot deeper. It felt like an adult's. Especially the lustrous luster in the depths of his eyes, it gave people a kind of special feeling. "Nianbing, what happened last night?" Zhaji asked in surprise. Nianbing scratched his head and said, "Master, my magic seems to have broken through and reached another level. I also don't know why I'm sweating so much." Of course, he didn't know that this was because the collision of ice and fire was too violent. It completely forced out the impurities in his body, causing him to undergo a rebirth process. That was why his body had these changes. Zhaji frowned and said, "I don't understand magic, but it's always a good thing to have improved. Quickly go and wash up. We're going back to the peach blossom forest. Don't wear these clothes. I don't think they'll come out even if I wash them." Nianbing agreed, and turned around to wash up in the bathroom in the room. Looking at his chubby figure, Zhaji revealed a thoughtful expression. He sighed and said, "Let's leave everything to fate." Pushing the wooden cart, Nianbing followed beside Zhaji. The two slowly walked out of the city. Today's weather was very clear. There were no clouds in the blue sky for thousands of miles. The cool morning air constantly blew, making it especially comfortable. Seeing that they were about to reach the north gate, the sound of horse hooves suddenly sounded from outside the gate. The Ice Moon Empire soldiers who were guarding the city lined up neatly on both sides. Some of them chased away the people who were preparing to enter and leave the city. 3 carriages quickly drove into the city. The carriages were completely white. On both sides of the carriages were embroidered a huge 6-pointed star with silver silk thread. In the middle of the 6-pointed star was a fine ice flower. Seeing such a symbol, the commoners in Ice Snow City couldn't help but be in awe. Some even respectfully saluted the carriages. Of course, this didn't include Zhaji and Nianbing. Nianbing couldn't be more familiar with the symbol of the ice flower. He had long clenched his fists. His eyes were filled with intense hatred. It was them. They were the ones who took away his happiness. The carriages quickly drove past. Zhaji coughed and said, "Let's go." Nianbing's expression relaxed. He secretly told himself that his current ability was still lacking. Patience. He must be patient. Although the journey from Ice Snow City to the Peach Blossom Forest wasn't far, they had to walk. They didn't return to the wooden house until noon. After dealing with the things he bought, Zhaji let Nianbing go back to his room to rest. tomorrow, he would continue to learn his cooking skills. Nian Bing had just entered the realm of the same origin of ice and fire. He also wanted to consolidate his magic power. After eating the delicious lunch made by Jia Ji, he directly went back to his room to rest. Time passed day by day. Nian Bing gradually grew up under Jia Ji's guidance. On the second day after returning from Ice Snow City, he understood why Jia Ji told him that if he wanted to learn how to cook well, he had to go through the process of going from thin to fat, and then from fat to thin. From thin to fat, naturally, he had to taste Jia Ji's food every day and distinguish the taste. With a large amount of nutrition, he naturally became a little fatso. The process of going from fat to thin was relatively more painful. Jia Ji's method was very simple. He let Nian Bing be responsible for cooking every day. He would eat the food he made. He only gave some theoretical pointers and let Nian Bing figure out the rest by himself. In this way, Nian Bing lost weight and turned back to the delicate and handsome young man. What kind of food a novice made? Perhaps anyone could imagine. After tasting the delicious food, it was rare to eat the food he made. It was impossible for him not to lose weight. In these 2 years, Nian Bing had built a solid foundation. From the 3rd year onwards, he entered the process of formally learning how to cook. Jia Ji was very strict with him. Every day's practice would always make Nian Bing exhausted. The meditation at night was his best rest. Not only could it help his body recover from fatigue, but in the process of learning how to cook and meditating, his spiritual power's speed of improvement was not slower than his magic power. The more time he spent learning, the more Nian Bing realized the magic of cooking. The various cooking methods in Jia Ji's mind were as unfathomable as the sea. Nian Bing seemed to have forgotten his hatred and devoted himself to learning how to cook. Under Jia Ji's guidance, his comprehension gradually showed. He would often come up with new ideas and discuss with Jia Ji. In the 5th year, Nian Bing was no longer learning from Jia Ji. Instead, he gradually combined magic and cooking together with Jia Ji. In this way, not only did it improve his cooking skills, it was also the best way to practice his magic control. All kinds of delicacies made by magic appeared in Nian Bing's hands again and again. The skills of the ghost chef were imparted to him. Master, what do you want to eat for lunch today? Your health hasn't been very good recently. I'll go catch 2 fish for you to make a meal. The bright flame fish soup I researched a few days ago will definitely whet your appetite. Nian Bing finished his compulsory lesson of chopping firewood and came to Jia Ji's room to ask. Jia Ji was sitting on a recliner in the room. The wrinkles on his face were much deeper than a few years ago. Nian Bing, come in and sit down. Master has something to say to you. Nian Bing was stunned for a moment. He strode into the room and pulled a chair to sit beside Jia Ji. Master, what's wrong with you today? My chopping skills have reached great success. Don't you want to see it? It's time to cook. Your stomach isn't good. If you don't eat on time, your stomach will act up again. Jia Ji looked at Nian Bing's concerned gaze and smiled. It's been 8 years. You've been with me for 8 years. In 8 years, you've grown from a child to a handsome young man. Master doesn't have much to teach you. With your current skills, you've completely surpassed your master. Silly boy, master has been lying to you. Chopping with a chopping knife, as long as the thread is as uniform as hair, you've already reached great success. There's no need to reach the level of hanging but not falling. Your knife skills have already far surpassed the level of master when he was at his peak. I didn't expect that my theoretical idea would actually be achieved by you. Miraculous skills are nothing more than this. I have nothing more to teach you. So, you should go. His 18-year-old disciple looked exceptionally handsome. Although he was wearing plain clothes, it still couldn't hide his handsome appearance. Tall stature, broad shoulders, long blonde hair, he was almost perfect. Nian Bing looked at Jia Ji blankly. Master, you're saying that I can leave? When he first started to learn cooking from Jia Ji, there wasn't a moment when he didn't want to learn Jia Ji's skills and leave this place. However, people have feelings. After 8 years together, although Jia Ji was extremely strict with him, he and Jia Ji had already developed a strong relationship. When he heard Jia Ji telling him to leave, an indescribable sense of loss rose in his heart. Looking at his master, who was much older than 8 years ago, he said, "Master, you're already so old. If I leave, who will take care of you?" Xiaji smiled. "Silly boy, before you came, wasn't I also alone? Don't worry, I'm a ghost chef. I won't starve to death. Your cooking skills are just like mine in the past. You've already reached the level of a bottle. If you continue to stay here, you won't be able to improve. Only by walking and seeing more can you have a deeper understanding. It won't be a waste of my teaching." Nianbing's eyes flashed. "Master, I can't bear to leave you." Xiaji held Nianbing's slender hand and sighed. "Silly girl, do you want to stay here with me forever? Even if you stay with me, there will be a day when I will die. In the beginning, I took you as my disciple out of selfishness. I only wanted to pass on my skills. Not only did you not blame me, you also wholeheartedly followed me to learn cooking. After so many years, it's been hard on you." Nianbing's body trembled. "Master, you already know?" Chaji smiled. "When you took out that ice stone and saw the intense hatred in your eyes when you saw the Ice God Tower's carriage, I already knew that my hypnosis technique didn't work at all. Did you know? At that time I was a little scared. At that time you were only a 10-year-old child, but you had such a deep scheming heart. This was something I never thought of. I really didn't know whether I should be happy to have such a smart and steady disciple, or afraid of your scheming heart. However, all of this isn't important now. I believe that you are a good child. In your heart, there must be a story about your parents. Master, I will tell you everything." Nianbing's voice trembled. Looking at Xiaji's kind face, he suddenly had an ominous premonition. Xiaji shook his head. "No, keep it in your heart. I think that your parents should be related to the Ice God Tower. That's why you showed such deep hatred when you saw that carriage. Child, there is nothing wrong with hatred. However, as I said when I tried to hypnotize you, before you have enough power, this hatred must be hidden in your heart. Revenge is a dish best served cold." Nianbing nodded firmly. "Master, I promise you that before I have enough power, I will not try to go to the Ice God Tower to take revenge." Xiaji smiled. "That's good. Nianbing, my master once said to me, 10 years to practice cooking, 10 years to comprehend cooking. These words, I have remembered them for my whole life. When I came to this peach blossom forest, I added another 8 words, life alone, defeat and death. 10 years of cooking practice, 10 years of cooking comprehension, a lonely life, 1 defeat and death." Nianbing repeated Xiaji's words, "Master, I understand. Don't worry, I will definitely take back the title of ghost chef for you." Xiaji gently shook his head, saying, "No need. The ghost chef is me, not you. You learned my skills, but you can't be satisfied with the status quo. Only by constantly improving can you reach the peak of cooking. Chef is a very common profession on the continent. You need to work hard to cultivate magic, and this profession is your best cover. I don't hate that woman, and you don't need to look for her. The past is the past. If it wasn't for her, perhaps I wouldn't be able to comprehend the mystery of combining magic and cooking, and I wouldn't have such a good disciple like you." As he spoke, his wrinkled hand took out a long cloth bag from the side, and handed it to Nianbing. "This is my old partner, I'll leave it to you. Take it out and let me see." Nianbing opened the cloth bag, and when the wrapped cloth disappeared little by little, a knife appeared in front of her. Kitchen knives generally don't have a scabbard, but this one does, just like her morning dew. The blade is about the same length as the morning dew, but the blade is much wider, at 4 inches, and the back is extremely thick, at half an inch. When she held it in her hand, the weight is as great as 3 morning dew knives. The scabbard is vermilion red, with an ancient pattern on it. Nianbing held the hilt that fits her hand, and slowly pulled out the knife. A faint scorching aura came from the dark red blade, and Nianbing's hand trembled. The stone of fire in her arms let out a low roar, and the magic of ice and fire in her body rotated faster because of the stone of fire's agitation. When the whole knife was pulled out of the scabbard, the originally uncoordinated wide blade and thick back actually showed an unusual beauty. The whole knife was flowing with a dark red luster, and the edges of the blade were sharp, like a shark's fin, with beautiful streamlined lines running through the entire blade. Holding it in her hand, the feeling of raging fire made Ling Yanbing's blood boil. This is a treasured saber that I got after I became famous. It's my old partner, like a brother, and has always been by my side. Do you still remember Hua Tian? Apart from your morning dew, this is also his proudest work. This sword wasn't made of metal. To be more precise, it was carved out of metal. Its basic material is the horn of a fire dragon. Fire dragon horn? Master, is there really a fire dragon? Nianbing asked curiously as she looked at the beautiful streamlined pattern on the Xinjiang saber. I can't answer your question. I can only say that it exists in legends. Even if there were very few of them. Back then, I found the fire dragon horn in a valley. Due to the heat from the horn, I knew that it must be a treasure. Thus, I found Hua Tian and let him take a look. At that time, he told me that he wanted this horn and that I could ask for as much as I wanted. Your master is so shrewd. I said to him, I can give you the horn, but you have to make the saber that you are most proud of in your life, to be my kitchen knife. Hua Tian agreed, and that was how the righteous young saber appeared. He was indeed a good friend, directly using the fire dragon horn to carve this treasured saber. Because it was carved, there weren't any cracks on the saber. Furthermore, it has the aura of a fire dragon, and is of the fire attribute. At that time, if I hadn't been too careless and didn't use the Xinjiang saber during the competition with that girl, even if she had magic in her kitchen, she wouldn't have been able to beat me. The title of ghost chef is not just a rumor. Speaking to this point, Zhaji coughed a few times, but the pride in his eyes did not diminish. Master, you should rest for a while. Don't talk anymore. Nianbing patted Zhaji's back with concern. Zhaji smiled, I'm fine. I'm just too happy. My disciple is about to graduate. In the end, I didn't bring my skills to the grave. Nianbing, what are your plans after leaving this place? Nianbing stared blankly, saying, Master, I've never thought about this question. Zhaji said, then you should listen to my advice. After leaving here, you should go to Ice Snow City. I don't know if that old fellow Hua Tian is dead yet. Go pay him a visit on my behalf. As the continent's #1 blacksmith, he has a lot of treasures. It's definitely not just the ones you saw that day. Who knows, you might even be able to get some benefits. Nianbing's eyes suddenly reddened. She held Zhaji's hand tightly, Master, I don't want to go. I really don't want to go. Zhaji's eyes flashed with a strange light, silly child, didn't I say that you can't always be under my protection? What needs to go will eventually go. Ice Snow Cities de Qingxian and Qingfengzhai are famous restaurants in the Ice Moon Empire. That will be your first stop. You can choose any one of them. Find a way to enter the kitchen and observe the skills of the chefs there. Perhaps it will be beneficial for you. However, you must remember that once you reveal your cooking skills, you must leave. Otherwise, with your current ability, you will be easily noticed by others. If you are discovered by the country's officials, there will be a lot of trouble. Nianbing nodded with tears in her eyes, Master, I will remember. I will definitely learn from you and travel to every corner of the continent to learn how to cook all kinds of dishes. I will definitely not let you down. Zhaji wiped away Nianbing's tears and kindly said, Silly child, what are you crying for? Just remember this is enough. On the left side of the kitchen stove, the wall is hollow. There are some of my savings inside. You can take a portion of it with you. It should be enough for your travel expenses. Although money is not a good thing, without it, everything will be difficult. There's no harm in taking more. As for everything else, you will have to rely on yourself to figure it out. Oh, by the way, I feel that it is not enough for you to just cultivate your magic power. If there is a chance, you should find a high-level magic master to guide you. You must learn to be flexible when you encounter difficulties. As long as they have something to teach you, there is no harm in taking them as your master. Live and learn, this is what every senior chef must do. Nianbing nodded. Looking at Zhaji's face that was faintly red, the uneasiness in her heart grew stronger. Zhaji smiled. His smile was very calm, Child, your perception is much stronger than your master's. Although it is only 8 years, you have learned much more than I did in 10 years. 8 years of cooking, 8 years of cooking comprehension, but I don't want you to be alone for the rest of your life. If there is a suitable girl in the future, don't let her go. Go after her. Happiness is something that you have to fight for. Nianbing knew nothing about the matters between men and women. Master, let's talk about this later. Zhao Ji said seriously, no, you must promise me this. This is something that you have to do. I don't want the tragedy that happened to me to happen to you. Having a stable family will only be good for you. When you continue to study cooking in the future, it will also make your heart more stable. Oh, by the way, didn't you say that you want to make fish soup for me? Go now. Master is really a little hungry. These few years, I have been eating your cooking. Even my own cooking is a little tasteless. Nianbing nodded vigorously, and said, Master, don't worry. I will definitely make the most delicious fish soup for you to taste. Zhao Ji smiled slightly, waved at her, and said, Go, go. Master is waiting for you. Nianbing agreed. She gathered her emotions, stood up, and ran out quickly. Looking at Nianbing's back, Zhao Ji's eyes shone with gratification. Child, I didn't misjudge you. Although you are a little scheming, you are still a person who is loyal to your heart. With such a disciple, what else do I have to miss? His hand trembled as he picked up the Xingyang saber. He sighed softly, and quickly wrote on the ground. Although the handwriting was crooked, it was still recognizable. Nianbing ran quickly to the river. In order to let his master eat the fish soup he made quickly, he directly went into the water to catch fish. After living in the river for so many years, he had already become a good swimmer. After a while, he caught 2 fat black carps and returned to the shore. Looking at the lively fish in his hands, he ignored the water stains on his body and said to himself, Today's fish is so fresh. Master, I will definitely make a good fish soup that you will be satisfied with. As he said, Nianbing ran back to the peach blossom forest excitedly. After a few strides, he had already arrived in front of the wooden house. Master, master, look, I caught 2 big fish. I am afraid that you will be full just by eating fish today. Master, when Nianbing returned to Zhao Ji's room, he was suddenly stunned. His whole body was stiff and motionless as if it was frozen. Zhao Ji was still lying there, lying in that comfortable recliner. However, his eyes were already closed. His serene appearance made him look like he was sleeping. However, Nianbing clearly knew that this was not Zhao Ji's sleeping posture. Moreover, his master's snoring had not stopped for a single day. But now, moss. Foo. The fish fell to the ground, jumping and struggling, trying to find a way to survive. However, how could a fish continue to survive without water? Nianbing flew to the front of the recliner and tightly grasped Zhao Ji's hand. His own hand was trembling, and so was his heart. Zhao Ji's hand was already a little cold, and his chest was not moving up and down. Nianbing's trembling fingers were placed under Zhao Ji's nose. He was looking forward to it, hoping. However, everything was so cruel, and all his hopes turned into bubbles. Zhao Ji had already passed away. He had passed away with a satisfied smile. Tears poured down uncontrollably. Nianbing was in extreme pain. He could not cry out loud. His body kept shaking, and scenes of the past kept flashing in his mind. Zhao Ji had saved him, brought him to the peach blossom forest, and taught him everything he knew. All these years, Zhao Ji had been like a father to him, taking care of him in every possible way. 8 years, why was it only a short 8 years? Master. Nianbing was still waiting for you to see me reach the peak of culinary skills. How could you just pass away like this? Don't you want to see Nianbing become the best chef? Master, why did you have to die? Why? Nianbing's heart was bleeding. In his life, other than that time in the Ice God Tower, this was the saddest moment for him. He lowered his head, and his tears fell on the ground. He saw the Xingyang saber. A faint stream of heat flowed along the blade. That was his master's favorite. On the ground, a few lines of crooked words appeared. Nianbing, I'm afraid I won't be able to wait for the fish soup you made. In fact, my heart died when the tendons in my hands were broken. As a chef, not being able to make a dish that you clearly know is more painful than death. The reason why I'm struggling to live is because I don't want my skills to go with me. Nianbing, I'm selfish. I'm sorry, but I'm leaving behind my skills. I believe that you will continue to pass down what you've learned, carry forward your culinary skills, and become the greatest chef. Master didn't want to leave so soon either, but my body couldn't take it any longer. Every time, I told myself that I had to persevere until the moment when I could surpass me. God has been kind to me. He has allowed me to persevere until this day. Nianbing, do you know? When I saw that your culinary skills were far better than mine, I was so excited. I was even more excited than if I could cook with my own hands again. Don't be sad. It's meaningless. Put all your emotions into the cultivation of culinary skills and magic. Finally, I want to remind you that revenge is necessary, but you must act according to your ability. Be careful, be careful. I'm going now. When you come back and see me, take what you should take. Don't touch my body. I like this recliner. Burn this place down. To be able to be reduced to ashes by your fire magic, Master's death can be considered worthy. When he wrote the last few words, they were already very blurry. If Nianbing wasn't very familiar with Chaji's handwriting, she might not have been able to recognize it. Especially the last word, Chaji only wrote half of it. Master, are you really going to leave like this? Nianbing's tears had already soaked Chaji's chest. He carefully combed Chaji's hair, stood up, took a few steps back, and knelt on the ground with a plop. He kowtowed 9 times to Chaji. Master, I know that you don't want to see a weak Nianbing. Don't worry, I will be strong. From the moment I left the Ice God Tower, I told myself that I must be strong. Tears can only flow from the eyes of my enemies. However, I still cried today. Master, don't worry. As long as Nianbing is still alive, I will definitely fulfill your last wish and carry forward the path of culinary skills. This is my promise to you. Standing up and sheathing the Xingyang saber, Nianbing resolutely wiped away the tears on her face. She took one last deep look at Chaji's face and resolutely walked out of the room. The wind was gentle and the clouds were light. The sunlight shone on the peach blossom forest, causing the uneven shadows of the trees to appear on the ground. The gentle breeze brought along the fragrance of the peach blossoms. Nianbing took a deep breath, suppressing the sadness in her heart. Following Chaji's instructions, she took out some purple coins from the empty wall in the kitchen and wrapped them into a simple cloth bag. One step, she walked forward. When Nianbing took the 17th step, she suddenly turned around. Master. This disciple has left. When the day comes that I have learned something, I will definitely come back to pay respects to your departed soul. Fire. Burn, scorching flame. In my name, I order you, surging flame, follow my guidance and turn everything into ashes. Sea of fire, prairie fire. The Xingyang saber was unsheathed, and a red light suddenly shone. The red light could clearly be seen condensing on Nianbing's body. The scorching aura dyed Nianbing's body like a flaming war god. The Xingyang saber pointed forward, and the surging flame suddenly expanded. In an instant, it engulfed the 2 wooden huts except for the kitchen. Looking at the raging fire in front of her, Nianbing seemed to see her master's smiling face again. Her vision was a blur, but she forced herself not to let her tears fall. She secretly swore in her heart, from today onwards, she would become stronger. Only a strong person could live longer, and could better fulfill her master's and her master's wishes. Sea of fire, prairie fire, a 4th rank large area fire spell. Although it was also a 4th rank spell, because it covered a large area, it required a high-level mage to use it. The scorching flame quickly turned the wooden hut that Nianbing had lived in for 8 years into ashes. At the same time, her master, Ghost Chef Chaji, also fell into the yellow soil. Everything disappeared. Nianbing's eyes were filled with hot tears, and she embarked on the journey that Chaji had arranged for her. He did not know what awaited him in front of him, but he was very clear, no matter what difficulties and obstacles, they would not be able to stop him from moving forward. The peach blossom forest regained its peace, and the ruins of the wooden hut emitted green smoke in spirals. Just 2 hours after Nianbing left, the original ashes suddenly moved, and the sound of wood breaking rang out. With the sound of branches, a wooden board flipped up from below. A staggering figure seemed to crawl out from the ground, covered in dust. Good boy, you are really ruthless. If not for my quick movements, I would have really become ashes. The person who suddenly crawled out from the ruins was actually the previously dead Chaji. Brushing off the dust on his body, he appeared to be in high spirits, and did not look sick at all. Looking at the direction that Nianbing left in, Chaji laughed. Silly boy, master has no choice but to lie to you one more time. If not to let you think that I am already dead, how can you wholeheartedly pursue the peak of culinary arts? Damn, this turtle breathing technique is really harmful. Fortunately, I have practiced it for a long time, and have been in seclusion for a long time. Sigh, it burned so cleanly, looks like I have no choice but to leave. Should I go look for her? Go, since I have no more worries, I will do what I have always wanted to do. As long as I can see her one more time, even if I die, I am willing. Nianbing, go in peace. Maybe one day, we master and disciple will meet again, haha, ha 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 ha. Nianbing walked on the main road, and his heart was still immersed in the grief of Chaji's death. He was completely unaware that he had been played by master once again. The Xingyan blade and morning dew blade were in his arms, and the cold and hot air constantly stimulated his body. Due to the continuous circulation of the ice attribute magic in his body, although the sun was high up in the sky, he did not feel the slightest bit of heat. Ice Snow City, master wants me to go to Ice Snow City, then let's go there first. Without pushing the cart or following Chaji's footsteps, Nianbing walked very quickly. He suddenly wanted to leave this place, to leave this sad place. But, at the same time, he also knew that one day, he would return. At that time, the one who would return would be Nianbing, who was filled with hatred. Great ice element. Please lend me your anger, and send us to the lost shore. Snowstorm. There was no one on the main road. Nianbing chanted a large-scale ice attribute magic, and the surrounding air suddenly became cold. Under the effect of the blue magic, through the stone of the ice goddess, a huge magic effect burst forth. Wind and snow came together, turning the area covered by the magic into a sea of ice and snow. With a slight smile, Nianbing's body moved. He moved very quickly, and the morning dew blade had unknowingly jumped into his hand. A faint blue light enveloped his body, and he moved along with the snowstorm. Although he did not fly high, his speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already disappeared at the end of the main road. Ice God Tower. Is it the presence of the stone of the ice goddess again? After so many years, it has finally appeared again. This time, I will not let you escape from my grasp. No matter who has the stone of the ice goddess, they have already violated the dignity of the ice goddess. There can only be one result, and that is death. The great priest of the ice goddess, quietly left the ice god tower and embarked on the journey to find the stone of the ice goddess alone. After using a snowstorm, Nianbing greatly reduced the time needed to move forward. When his feet touched the ground, his sorrowful mood had already been soothed by the ice-cold magic. In the distance, the tall ice city wall was already in sight. Although he had come here every year to buy some things, other than the first time he came here to visit the divine smith master Hua Tian, he and Jia Ji had only moved around the north gate. After buying the necessary things, they would immediately return to the peach blossom forest. However, it was different this time. There was no way back for him. Nianbing took a deep breath and walked towards Ice Snow City with determination. Entering the city was as easy as before. Soon, he entered the city. The scenery on both sides was still the same. Only a few shops had changed owners. Master had told him to find Senior Hua Tian first. Since that was the case, he would go there first. He had just obtained the righteous young saber. It was of the fire attribute. Maybe he could embed the stone of fire god on it. If that was the case, he would have two peerless divine blades. When he cooked in the future, it would be easier to use them. While thinking, Nianbing walked in the direction of the Aquafire ironware shop based on his memory. The last time he came, he had to walk through the streets and alleys in the dark. This time, Nianbing was in a difficult situation. He searched for an entire morning, but he still couldn't find the exact location. Suddenly, he had an idea. He remembered that he saw a very big weapon shop the last time he came here. It seemed to be called Treasure Pavilion. As long as he could find that place, he might be able to find a fake ironware shop. Perhaps no one would recognize the fake ironware shop, but there would definitely be people who would know the name of the big weapon shop, Treasure Pavilion. Having reached this point in his train of thought, he immediately sprang into action. Just as he had expected, after asking a few people, he finally found the exact location. When he arrived at the Treasured Instrument Pavilion, his memory of the location suddenly became clear. He sped up, turning around and around until he found his destination. The door was still so dilapidated. Compared to 7 years ago, it hadn't changed at all. The sign was still there, but there seemed to be more dust on it. Nianbing thought of Hua Tian's appearance and couldn't help but smile. He went up to the door and knocked a few times. He said loudly, "Senior Hua Tian, are you there?" There was no sound from inside the door. Nianbing waited for a while before calling again. Just when he thought there was no one in the room, the dilapidated door suddenly opened. A pretty face peeked out from behind the door. Are you looking for my master?" Nianbing could swear that this was the most beautiful voice he had ever heard in his life. It was a girl who seemed to be about the same age as him. Because her body was peeking out, her pink hair was hanging down. Her big blue eyes revealed 3 parts surprise and 7 parts shyness. Looking at him, she seemed to be a little scared. After all, Nianbing had been practicing magic for many years, and her mental strength was strong to a certain extent. She coughed to cover up her embarrassment and said, "Miss, hello, I'm here to look for Senior Hua Tian, is he here?" The young girl sized up Nianbing a few times, and asked with some doubt, "Who are you? Why are you looking for him?" Hearing the young girl's question, Nianbing couldn't help but think of her master, and sighed, "I'm here on my master's dying wish, to pay a visit to Senior Hua Tian." The young girl still didn't believe Nianbing, and asked, "Who is your master?" Nianbing frowned, and said, "A disciple shouldn't mention her master's name. My master used to have a nickname, called Ghost Chef." Hearing the 2 words Ghost Chef, the young girl was startled, opened the door, and walked out. Nianbing was finally able to see her appearance clearly. She was wearing a blue shirt and pants, except for her head, her entire body was wrapped in clothes. The collar was high, protecting her neck, and her exquisite figure was curvaceous. A pair of beautiful blue eyes were staring at her without blinking. The blue of her eyes was different from her own. Hers was the deep blue of the sea, while hers was the clear blue of the sky, without any impurities. Nianbing was surprised to find that the young girl was extremely tall. Even with her height that was much higher than the average person, she was only half a head taller than her. Her pair of slender thighs were covered in long pants, giving people a soul-stirring sense of beauty. The young girl saw that Nianbing was sizing her up, and the shyness on her face became more prominent. She probed, Are you Senior Zha's disciple? You just said dying wish, could it be that Senior Zha has already?" Nianbing nodded sadly, and said, "My master just passed away." "Miss, is Senior Hua Tian here?" The young girl looked at Nianbing with some doubt, and said, "The Senior Hua Tian you mentioned is my master, but I heard from my master that Senior Zha only had 1 disciple, Fatso." "But, you're not fat. Moreover, my master said that Senior Zha's body is very healthy. How could he die so easily?" Nianbing looked at the girl's serious expression, and the sadness caused by Zha Ji's death actually faded a little. She laughed and said, "Everyone has their own ups and downs. Who can say for sure how long they will live? What, do you think I'm a liar? The last time Senior Hua Tian saw me, I was only 11 years old. That was 7 years ago. I was fat back then, but that doesn't mean I'll be fat when I grow up. I'm that fatso you're talking about." A cold light flashed in the girl's eyes. She insisted, "Unless you take out something that can prove your identity, I won't let you see my master." Nianbing said helplessly, "I remember that the last time I came back, Senior Hua Tian didn't seem to have accepted a disciple. Since you want proof, then take a look at this." As he said that, he reached into his bosom and took out the morning dew dagger that Hua Tian had made. When the girl saw the morning dew dagger, her eyes immediately lit up. She took the dagger and gently stroked the seemingly rusty scabbard. Feeling the chill from the scabbard, she muttered, That's right, that's right. This is it, this is it. Morning Dew Dagger. Her hand moved to the gemstone on the hilt. When she touched the diamond-shaped gemstone that emitted a cold aura, she was already somewhat convinced. Nianbing looked at the treasured blade in the girl's hand and said, I call it the Sigh of the Ice Snow Goddess. The girl was stunned and said, what a beautiful name, but it sounds a little sad. Why do you call it that? Nianbing smiled and said, I can't tell you this. It's my own secret. Beautiful miss, you can now bring me to see Senior Hua Tian. The girl nodded and walked inside with the Morning Dew Dagger in her hand. Follow me. Nianbing followed the girl into the courtyard of the shop. It was still as empty as the last time. The furnace was placed in the center of the courtyard and there were some other things beside it that seemed to be combustion-supporting materials. The girl brought Nianbing into the room inside. This time, it was daytime, so Nianbing could clearly see the dilapidated appearance of the two single-story houses. It seemed as if they would collapse at any time. The girl walked to the door and suddenly stopped. She turned her head to look at Nianbing and said, please come in. After saying that, she pushed the door open and gestured for Nianbing to enter. Nianbing looked at the girl's clear blue eyes. He didn't know why, but a strong sense of trust rose in his heart. Without any doubt, he walked into the room. Ah! Nianbing cried out in surprise. Just as he entered the room, his footsteps stopped. There was only one window in the room. The sky shone through the window, bringing some brightness to the gloomy room. Nianbing saw a plaque on the counter. It was clearly a memorial tablet. On it was written, Benevolent Master Hua Tian's Memorial Tablet. Nianbing turned around abruptly and looked at the girl. Senior Hua Tian is dead? The girl's eyes were hazy. Yes. 2 years ago, Master abandoned me. Nianbing closed his eyes. The sadness in his heart was adjusted once again. He faced Hua Tian's memorial tablet again and walked forward. His hands hung by his sides as he respectfully bowed 3 times to the memorial tablet. Senior, I didn't expect that after parting that day, we would not meet again. May Senior's spirit in heaven rest in peace. My master has also gone to heaven. Perhaps, when you see him again, you can ask him to make some delicious food for you. The girl had been looking at Nianbing from behind. Seeing him so respectful to Hua Tian, she couldn't help but have a good impression of him. She walked to Nianbing's side and said, although master has passed away, his spirit is still there. He will always live in my heart. I will never forget the kindness of teaching me for 5 years. Unfortunately, master didn't even give me the chance to serve him for a few more days. Nianbing sighed deeply. Everyone will die one day. No one can control their own lifespan. Senior Hua Tian was like this. My master is also like this. I don't know when it will be my turn. The girl looked at Nianbing's deep eyes that didn't match his age. A faint red light flashed through her blue eyes. I still don't know your name. Nianbing woke up from his thoughts. Ah. That's my salute. My name is Nianbing. Miss, what about you? The girl murmured, Nianbing, Nianbing. This name sounds very memorable. My name is Feng Nu. Nianbing praised, you are indeed like a phoenix in the human world. Miss, you live up to your name. I really didn't expect that when I came here for the first time 7 years ago, Master and Senior Hua Tian were still teasing each other. But now, everything has changed. They are no longer here. Only you and I are left. It's not appropriate for a man and a woman to be in the same room. Since Senior Hua Tian has already passed away, I will also take my leave. Miss Feng Nu, we will meet again if fate wills it. Feng Nu watched as Nianbing took the Morning Dew Dagger from her hand and walked out. She suddenly called out, wait a moment. Nianbing looked back. Miss Feng Nu, is there anything else? Feng Nu's face revealed a faint blush. Fortunately, the light in the room wasn't enough, so it wasn't easy to notice. I just wanted to ask you. Is there a reason you came to find my master this time? Nianbing thought that since Feng Nu was Hua Tian's disciple, she might be able to help him. Thinking of this, he took out the righteous young saber and handed it over. Miss should have heard about this saber from Senior Hua Tian. Back then, this was Senior Hua Tian's proudest work. Feng Nu didn't need to look. She just put her hand on the handle of the saber. Her eyes immediately lit up, even brighter than when she was holding the morning dew dagger. Righteous Yang, is this the Righteous Yang saber? Nian Bing nodded and said, it is the Righteous Yang saber. Before Master died, he passed on his most beloved companion to me. I have always been carrying it with me. This time, I came to find Senior Hua Tian not only to see him, but also for this Righteous Yang saber. Although the Righteous Yang saber is good, it is still inferior to the morning dew dagger. And this difference is because it doesn't have a soul that truly belongs to it. Although the fire dragon horn is a rare treasure, it doesn't have the soul of the fire dragon. So, I want to attach a soul to this Righteous Yang saber. If that's the case, it will definitely become a treasured saber that isn't inferior to the morning dew dagger. Feng Nu looked at Nian Bing with burning eyes. You mean to say that you have a fire attribute gem that isn't inferior to the ice stone? Nian Bing smiled slightly. She reached into her clothes and took out the divine stone of fire. The flame-shaped gem emitted a faint red light. When it appeared, even the air in the room seemed to become restless. Feng Nu cried out in surprise. She took the divine stone of fire from Nian Bing's hands. Her body actually trembled slightly. Suddenly, a ball of fire rose from her body. Her originally pink hair instantly turned into a gorgeous red color. Even her blue eyes were dyed with a layer of faint red light. The scorching heat rushed towards her, forcing Nian Bing to raise the morning dew dagger in her hand. Her thumb flicked slightly, and the morning dew dagger was slightly unsheathed. A greenish-blue light flowed out, and a faint chill protected the front of Nian Bing, preventing her from being hurt by the scorching heat. The red light gradually disappeared, and Feng Nu returned to her normal state. A complicated light flashed across her eyes. What a good piece of top-grade fire stone. If it's embedded in the Righteous Yang saber, it can indeed greatly improve the quality of the saber. Although Master is no longer here, if you trust me, I'm willing to try to help you embed it in the Righteous Yang saber. Looking at Feng Nu's clear eyes, Nian Bing's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. He almost agreed without thinking. However, he immediately calmed down. The fire from before made him clearly feel that the beautiful girl in front of him wasn't as simple as she appeared to be. He hesitated for a moment, and said, Miss Feng Nu, I want to know how Senior Hua Tian died. Can you tell me? The divine stone of fire was left to him by his father. He definitely couldn't let anything happen to it because he was momentarily bewitched by her beauty. Back then, it was because of this stone that his father fell out with his family. He had to be careful. Feng Nu looked deeply at Nian Bing. I'm 17 this year. I was born in the Longmu Empire. My parents were only commoners. That year, a great plague broke out in my hometown and took their lives. From then on, I could only wander the streets. 5 years ago, I came to Ice Snow City as a beggar and met Master. Master said that I was born with the heavenly fire physique, so he took me in as his disciple and taught me everything he knew. 5 years ago, Master felt that his body couldn't hold on any longer. However, he wasn't willing to give in to fate, so he started to practice the sword. When the sword was completed, he threw his body into the fire and poured his soul into the sword, creating a peerless divine sword. However, he didn't even leave behind a corpse. Not even ashes were left behind. He didn't die because his soul had completely merged into the sword. This sword uses Master's 9 mythical heavenly fire as a guide and uses Master as the soul. Therefore, I named this sword the Parting Heaven Sword. You should have heard about its material from Senior Jia Ji. It's the same as the Righteous Yang saber. It's the fire dragon's horn from back then. As she spoke, Feng Nu returned the divine stone of fire and the Righteous Yang saber to Nian Bing and walked into the room. Nian Bing's heart trembled. When Feng Nu was describing how Hua Tian used his body to practice the sword, the deep sorrow in the depths of her eyes couldn't be faked. She couldn't help but believe her identity a little. After a while, Feng Nu walked out from the room. She held a long sword with both hands. The scabbard was similar to the Righteous Yang saber. It was also vermilion red and there was a lifelike 5-clawed fire dragon carved on it. The fire dragon held a white pearl in its mouth which emitted a gentle glow. It made the entire scabbard look exceptionally gorgeous. The hilt was ribbed and there was a piece of jade inlaid at the end. It was white jade. Nianbing was too familiar with this kind of jade. It was the same sheep-fat white jade as his heavenly flower tablet. Feng Nu looked at Nianbing and said, "This is the parting heaven sword that master left behind. The sword is 3 feet 7 inches long and 1.5 inches wide. The blade is 2 feet 8 inches long and the hilt is 9 inches long." With a light swoosh, the sound of a dragon's roar resounded throughout the room. The sword was unsheathed and a fiery red glow filled the air. A scorching aura was suddenly emitted. Feng Nu's wrist trembled slightly and the parting heaven sword immediately brought out a fiery red light screen. "Good sword," Nianbing blurted out. Looking at the red blade with a restrained aura, he could clearly feel that this was a good sword that was definitely not below the quality of morning dew. Feng Nu smiled and looked at the blade. Her eyes were filled with emotions. "Yes, it is a good sword. Although it doesn't have a top-grade gem embedded in it, unlike your morning dew which can be used as a magical staff, it still contains master spirit. As a long sword used by a martial artist, it is definitely the best of the best. I think that now there is no need for us to suspect each other of anything." Nianbing's face turned red and said, "Miss Feng Nu, I don't want to suspect you of anything. It's just that this fiery rock is the only thing that my father left behind for me. So, I have no choice but to be cautious." Feng Nu's eyes revealed a gentle glow. "I don't blame you. But now I have explained everything clearly to you. As a blacksmith, what could be more blissful than personally creating a peerless divine blade? Please allow me to help you perfect the Xianxia saber, alright? The carving will take a long time. In this period of time, you can take my blazing heaven sword. After the carving is done, you can bring the blazing heaven sword and the fiery rock here. I think, when it comes to the actual embedding, I still need your help." Nianbing shook his head and said, No need. Feng Nu, can I just call you that? I'll leave the Xianxia saber to you. I don't need to take the blazing heaven sword. My master and senior Hua Tian are good friends. I hope that we can become friends. I believe you." As he said, he turned the Xianxia saber around and handed the handle to Feng Nu. The Phoenix girl was slightly taken aback. She flipped her wrist and the parting heaven sword returned to its sheath. She took the Xianxia saber. When she held the thick handle of the saber, her slender fingers accidentally touched Nianbing's. Both of them were shocked. They had not had much contact with the opposite sex, so they could not help but blush. Feng Nu lowered her head and looked at the Xianxia saber. "Why do you believe me so quickly?" Nianbing smiled and said, "Because I believe in my intuition." Was it really intuition? Maybe a part of it was, but definitely not all of it. The reason why Nianbing made such a decision so quickly was because he had thought through something. When Feng Nu pulled out the blazing heaven sword, the strength of the douqi emitted from her body was not much weaker than that of Hua Tian. With such a strong douqi, it would be very easy for her to harm him in such a small space. When a magician fought with a warrior at a close distance, although he could instantly cast some low-level spells, he would definitely not be able to escape. Since she did not do so, it proved many things. This was where the trust came from. Feng Nu smiled, as if she was very happy that Nianbing trusted her. "Thank you. We are already friends, aren't we? The carving will take at least a month. After a month, you can come here again with the blazing stone. I hope that a new godly blade will appear in my hands. If you have something to do and need to leave, I will wait for you here after I finish carving. I will not leave for at least 1 or 2 years." Nianbing said, "I will also stay in Ice Snow City for a period of time. Then let's meet again in a month. I will take my leave first." Feng Nu looked at Nianbing and suddenly said, "Eat before you leave. I think you must have not eaten yet." Nianbing was stunned for a moment. A strange feeling rose in his heart. He nodded and said, "Indeed, I have not eaten yet." Jia Ji's death caused him to be heartbroken. Although he controlled his emotions well, he did not have the mood to eat for the entire day. Now that he heard Feng Nu ask, he felt that his stomach was empty. He was indeed a little hungry. "Then I will cook a meal for you as a way to thank you." Feng Nu's clear eyes lit up. "That's right. How could I forget? You are the successor of the ghost chef. The food you cook must be very delicious. It seems that I am in luck this time." Didn't you just call me by my name? You don't have to call me that again. Her excited appearance did not have the slightest bit of the calm aura from before. She was just like a little girl. When Yanbing followed Feng Nu to the kitchen of the fake goods ironware shop, he could only smile bitterly. As the saying goes, even the best cook cannot cook without rice. No matter how good a cook is, without ingredients, it would be a waste. In this small kitchen that was only 4 or 5 square meters, not to mention fresh vegetables and meat, even the only seasoning was salt. Other than rice, there was nothing else that could be eaten. Feng Nu, what do you eat every day? Why is there only rice? Yanbing asked doubtfully. Feng Nu lowered her head and said somewhat embarrassedly, I eat porridge every day. It was the same when Master was here. Master said that porridge is the best to digest. Sometimes, we will buy some vegetables, tear them up and cook them in the porridge. Master said that it is nutritious enough. I finished all the vegetables yesterday. I will go buy some now. What do you need? Only porridge? Yanbing looked at Feng Nu dumbfoundedly and said with a wry smile, your life is really simple. No need to buy anything. Let's go out first. The two walked back to the courtyard. Feng Nu looked at Yanbing and said embarrassedly, I wanted to ask you to stay for dinner, but I forgot that there was no food. Sorry. Yanbing smiled and shook his head. A trace of indescribable pity rose in his heart, it's okay. I have a way. If I can't even overcome this, I am not worthy to be the ghost chef's disciple. As he said that, his eyes looked around and looked up into the sky. Very quickly, he found his target on the wall. A blue light flashed in his eyes and his wrist pointed at the wall. 2 blue lights flashed and disappeared. Suddenly, the 2 pigeons playing on the wall were pierced by the blue light and fell to the ground in the courtyard. Feng Nu looked at Yanbing in shock, you also know martial arts? Why did you kill those 2 pigeons? They are so pitiful. Yanbing said, I don't know martial arts. That was only a low-level ice magic, the ice arrow technique. I can't kill people, but killing pigeons is not a big problem. Feng Nu, you have to know that in the eyes of a chef, anything that can be eaten is an ingredient. Since you don't have any ingredients here, I can only make some myself. Feng Nu looked at Yanbing with dissatisfaction, I didn't think that you were such a cruel person. Yanbing smiled and said, I am cruel? Then you don't have to eat them later. As he said that, he walked to the corner of the wall and picked up the 2 pigeons. After 8 years of cultivation, his mental strength has reached a very high level. The ice arrow he shot earlier directly shattered the 2 pigeons' heads and did not cause them much pain. Holding the 2 pigeons and walking past Feng Nu, Yanbing looked at her lifeless eyes and smiled, pigeons are very nutritious and have the effect of strengthening the body and kidney. Since you said that I am cruel, then don't watch how I deal with them. As he said that, he walked directly to the kitchen. No, I want to watch. Feng Nu stubbornly stared at Yanbing and followed him into the kitchen. Yanbing took a basin and poured some water. Returning to the courtyard, he quickly removed all the feathers on the pigeons and took out their internal organs and cleaned the pigeons. Looking at the bloody scene in front of her, Feng Nu frowned and reluctantly stayed by Yanbing's side to continue watching. Yanbing smiled and flipped his wrist to take out the morning dew dagger. Under the command of his mental strength, his magical power easily froze the blood and internal organs in the basin into ice. Flipping the basin upside down, ice came out of the basin. Yanbing held the 2 washed pigeons in one hand and softly chanted, scorching fire, burst forth the passion in your heart and explode between heaven and earth. Bursting flames magic. A solid fireball appeared in front of him. Yanbing's eyes flashed and the fireball with a diameter of 5 inches exploded. With a bang, the entire piece of blood ice disappeared. Other than a faint flow of water vapor, there was no trace left. Feng Nu stared blankly at Yanbing, you know 2 types of magic? Ice and fire, how is that possible? Yanbing smiled and said, there is nothing impossible in this world. As long as you dare to think and dare to do, your fantasy can become reality. When I was learning cooking from my master, I often used this method to destroy garbage. How is it? I didn't leave a trace on the ground, right? Ice and fire will turn into water vapor. When I froze the blood, I had already fused the internal organs of the pigeons with the ice. Under the bombardment of bursting flames, they will naturally disappear. Bursting Flames was a Tier 3 spell that required the strength of an intermediate magician to cast. Its explosive power was extremely strong. Taking the pigeons back to the kitchen, Nianbing grabbed one of the pigeons by its leg and lifted it up. Because of Nianbing's cruelty to the pigeons, Feng Nu's good impression of him had dropped a lot. She leaned against the kitchen door and watched what he was going to do. She was surprised to find that Nianbing seemed to have changed when he held the pigeons in his left hand. He stood there as steady as a boulder. His sharp eyes were completely focused on the pigeons, as if he was observing something. Suddenly, he moved. Feng Nu only saw a cyan blue brilliance floating out. The brilliance was so gorgeous. Nianbing's right hand was like a phantom, constantly flipping and flashing. One after another, almost identical strands of flesh were piled up on the chopping board below. Although she couldn't see the shadow of the blade, Feng Nu was surprised to find that under the flickering cyan blue brilliance, the pigeons in Nianbing's hand had gradually turned into skeletons. In just a few blinks of an eye, Nianbing had already changed to another pigeon. The cyan blue brilliance was still flickering. When the two skeletons appeared on the chopping board, there was an even pile of flesh beside them. Nianbing took out a white handkerchief from his bosom and wrapped it around the blade. Frost swirled on the morning dew dagger, leaving no trace behind. Nianbing smiled slightly and walked to the stove. He pointed with his left hand and a fireball hit the firewood. The flames started to burn. The pot on the stove was still clean. The two pigeon skeletons were directly thrown into the pot. He poured in some water from the side, but just as the water reached the skeletons, he stopped. He closed the lid of the pot and said with a smile, "The original soup melts the original food so that the nutrients can be completely absorbed." Feng Nu looked at Nianbing with a dumbstruck expression and muttered, "You really don't learn martial arts? Your blade is so fast." She was very clear that although she cultivated Do Qi, the speed of her wrist was definitely not as fast as Nianbing's. Nianbing smiled and said, "My blade technique can only cut vegetables and meat. Moreover, it's just a simple blade. It's not like you who cultivated Senior Hua Tian's 9 abandonment Do Qi. It's a pity that I want to focus on cultivating magic. Otherwise, I might ask you for some knowledge on Do Qi. You only have salt here, so I won't make pigeon stew. I'll make pigeon meat rice for you to eat." As he spoke, he took out a small square cloth pouch from his waist and opened it on the chopping board. Inside the cloth pouch were small pouches. Each pouch was covered with something of different sizes. The largest was a small knife and the smallest was a long needle. There were a total of 10 items, most of which were needle-shaped. Feng Nu curiously asked, "What are these things for? Why do they look like doctors? Could it be that you also know acupuncture?" Nianbing smiled slightly and said, "Needles are not only used for acupuncture, they are also good for cooking." As he spoke, he took out a basin from the side and scooped up some rice. After washing it with clear water, he placed it beside him. He pinched a grain of rice with his left hand and took out the second thinnest needle from the pouch with his right hand. When the needle entered his hand, the tip of the needle immediately turned red and emitted traces of heat. With a shake of his wrist, the burning red needle of fire magic directly pierced into the grain of rice that he pinched with his left hand. At the same time, with a flick of his left hand's little finger, a tendril of flesh passed through the hole at the end of the needle. Unexpectedly, like a thread, the needle came out from the other end of the rice, and the rice grain was actually pierced by the tendril of flesh. Following this, Nianbing's movements began to become faster. One grain of rice after another was continuously pierced by the needle, and unexpectedly, the tendril of flesh was cleverly pierced into a string. Miraculously, the astonishment in Feng Nu's eyes became more and more intense. How was this cooking? It was clearly like making a perfect piece of art. The complicated project was continuously performed by Nianbing. His hands were like illusions, extending and retracting without the slightest delay or mistake. However, even with his speed, when all the tendril of flesh completely pierced through the rice grain, half an hour had already passed. Looking at the rows of rice grains, Nianbing smiled. This kind of technique of passing rice through the tendril of flesh was completed by him using magic. Without the burning fire needle, it was impossible to pierce through each grain of rice so evenly. The rice grains were like a curtain of beads that were placed flat on the chopping board. Nianbing turned around and opened the lid of the pot. The soup made from the pigeon bones emitted a faint fragrance amidst the steaming steam. He took a ladle from the side and carefully picked up the 2 sets of pigeon bones from the pot. Looking at the milky white soup, he slightly hesitated for a moment before turning around and muttering a few words. A faint blue light enveloped the rice grains on the chopping board, and unexpectedly, the rice that was pierced by the tendril of flesh was frozen into a block. Taking out the morning dew dagger, he gently picked up the frozen rice and directly placed it into the pot. After sprinkling a thin layer of salt on the ice cubes, he closed the lid of the pot and returned the morning dew dagger to its sheath. Turning around, he said to Feng Nu, who had already fallen into a daze, "All right, it'll be ready to eat in about half an hour. Although the pigeon meat rice tastes good, it's a pity that it's a waste of time. I'll have to trouble you to wait a little longer." Feng Nu looked at Nianbing with a strange gaze. Are you cooking? If it were an ordinary chef, I'm afraid it wouldn't be finished in a day." Nianbing couldn't help but laugh. A day? If it took a day, the shredded pigeon meat would already be inedible. Just making it looks good doesn't have any practical significance. You can come to a conclusion after you've tasted it. The two walked out of the kitchen. Feng Nu's previous unhappiness had already vanished into thin air after seeing Nianbing's miraculous cooking skills. Moving 2 wooden stools, the two sat down in the courtyard. Nianbing seemed to be a little tired. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the tall ancient tree outside the courtyard wall. Piercing the rice with tendril of flesh required complete concentration. Doing so much at once was like controlling a huge magic spell. Even he himself couldn't explain why he would make such a complicated pigeon meat rice for Feng Nu. Although it sounded simple, the simpler the cooking, the more it showed the chef's skills. Feng Nu looked at Nianbing from the side. She didn't notice it before, but now she realized that this tall blonde youth was actually so handsome. Although the coarse clothes covered his elegance, the invisible noble temperament was not covered by clothes. Her heart seemed to have skipped a beat. Feng Nu knew that she would never forget Nianbing's focused expression when he was cooking. She asked softly, "Nianbing, where are you going after dinner?" Nianbing did not look at Feng Nu. He was gradually relaxing in the silence. "I will stay in Ice Snow City for a while. My master said that there are 2 restaurants here that have good skills. I want to go there and have a look. Maybe I can learn something." Feng Nu suddenly said, "You are talking about Deshang Pavilion and Qing Fengjai, right? The food there is shockingly expensive. I have only heard about it, but I have never been there. However, I believe that they will not be able to make your magical pigeon meat rice. How long are you going to stay here, and where are you going in the future?" When Nianbing heard Feng Nu's detailed question, he turned his head and looked at her. Feng Nu blushed slightly and quickly said, "I don't mean anything else. Since we are friends, I want to know where I can find you in the future." Nianbing smiled and said, "I will at least stay in Ice Snow City until you finish making the righteous young saber. As for the future, I will probably go to every corner of the continent. 8 years of cooking, 8 years of learning how to cook. The training is over. What I need now is the process of learning. Even I don't know if I can go to the entire continent in 8 years." Feng Nu seemed to have thought of something. Actually, being famous is not necessarily a good thing. Just like my master, the godly forging Hua Tian, he was so famous. Now, the generals of various countries are proud to have a weapon made by their master. But what happened in the end? Every empire wanted to restrict his master to their own country, forcing him to forge weapons for them. If it wasn't for his fame, his master wouldn't have been reduced to spending his last years in this place. Before master refined the parting heaven sword, he once told me that no matter what profession, if you want to pursue the peak, you must have a strong backing. Otherwise, it is impossible to do what you want to do. Powerful backing? Nianbing's heart was moved. She nodded in agreement and said, "Senior Hua Tian is right. If I can have a strong backing, I can better pursue what I want. No wonder I felt that your dochi was very strong. It seems that Senior Hua Tian must have spent a lot of effort on you." Feng Nu smiled and said, "Your magic isn't bad either." Ice and fire, I really don't know how you practice. Don't these two types of magic conflict? Nianbing did not want to talk about this problem. He stood up and said, maybe. Anyway, I'm only using low-level magic. It won't affect me much. The origin of ice and fire was one of his biggest secrets. Naturally, he would not let others know about it. Even if he already had a good impression of the girl in front of him. The two of them continued to chat about all sorts of things. Most of them revolved around the interesting things that happened when he was learning from his master. When Nianbing remembered that the pigeon meat rice was already cooked, the two of them felt that it was not enough. Wow, it's too delicious. It smells so good. When Feng Nu tasted the pigeon meat rice for the first time, her pair of beautiful eyes were filled with appetite. Nianbing was not familiar with women. But when he saw Feng Nu's crazy speed of eating, he could not help but be stunned. Nianbing, why aren't you eating? If you don't eat, I'm going to finish it. Why is your pigeon meat rice so delicious? I think you only added salt. As Feng Nu ate, she did not forget to call out to Nianbing. Nianbing smiled bitterly and said, I'll eat. The reason why the pigeon meat rice is delicious is because it combines the nutrition of the pigeon with the rice. There's pigeon meat inside and pigeon bone soup on the outside. The two corrode each other, causing the rice to be filled with the fragrance of the pigeon meat. Adding some salt to enhance the taste, of course it's delicious. As he said that, he also started to eat. If he did not eat, he really doubted that he would not be able to eat anymore. The whole pot of rice was finished in the two of them. In total, Nianbing only ate 30% of it. The remaining 70% went into Feng Nu's stomach. Feng Nu leaned against the back of the chair, slightly panting. Her lips looked more rosy and her charming face was slightly sweaty. Nianbing, this is too delicious. This is the first time I've eaten such delicious rice. No wonder Senior Zhao's name once shook the world. Nianbing smiled bitterly and said, my surprise is no less than yours. Feng Nu, could it be that all girls can eat so much? You have to know that the rice I cooked was for you to eat for dinner. This was already estimated based on my appetite. I never thought that we would actually finish it all. Feng Nu's charming face turned red. She glared at Nianbing and said with grievance, I eat porridge every day. Can't I eat a full meal? Who told you not to say that there was dinner for me here? Nianbing smiled and said, as long as you like it. If a chef's dish is eaten, this is the greatest encouragement to the chef. You are the first person other than master to eat my food. I have to go. It's getting late. If I don't go to my destination, I'm afraid I will have to sleep in an inn tonight. You ate so much, you should rest for a while. Nianbing. Feng Nu suddenly called him. Nianbing had just stood up, and his eyes revealed a questioning look. Can you come here to visit me often in the future? Master has left, and I am really lonely by myself. Most importantly, after eating your food, I'm afraid that I won't be able to endure just eating porridge in the future. Seeing the tears in Feng Nu's eyes, Nianbing's heart softened. He smiled and said, don't worry, I will come to visit you when I have nothing to do. I will cook for you. Feng Nu smiled happily, you have to keep your word. I will wait for you to come. Nianbing cried out in his heart that he had been tricked. It seemed that the power of beauty was indeed strong. No wonder Master had failed at that time. However, since he had already promised, he had to do it. After all, it was only a month or so. When the Xinjiang saber was ready, he would leave. In the future, it would be better to stay away from women. After finally leaving the shop, Nianbing let out a sigh of relief. He touched the things that belonged to him. Other than the Xinjiang saber that he had left for Feng Nu, he had brought everything else. Between Deshang Pavilion and Qingfeng Restaurant, which one should he choose? Let's see. Since Master had said that once he showed his culinary skills, he had to leave immediately. Then, he would start from the most basic. Deshang Pavilion and Qingfeng Restaurant were located in the most prosperous area in the center of Ice Snow City. The two restaurants stood across the street, and they had always been each other's biggest competitors. Deshang Pavilion's decoration was extremely gorgeous. Looking at the wide central street of Ice Snow City, it was the most prominent building on the left side of the street. It was 4 stories high, and it occupied an area of tens of thousands of square meters. The whole building was mainly dark red and gold, showing its luxury. The red carpet extended from the inner hall to the door. On both sides of the door, there was a 3-meter-tall stone lion. Above the 5-meter-wide door, there was a golden plaque with 3 big words, Deshang Pavilion. There was a couplet on both sides of the door. On the left was written, Jinhuayulu delicious delicacies, on the right was written, Silver precious sweet spring delicacies. At the entrance, there were 4 young and beautiful girls in red dresses who were responsible for receiving them. He led the group of luxuriously dressed guests into the hall. This was the favorite place for high-ranking officials and dignitaries. It seemed that this was the only place where they could show off their status. Opposite de Xianxia was the antique Qianfengjai. As the name implied, although it was not as luxurious as de Xianxia, it was much more elegant. The 3-story building was decorated in cyan, and every place showed its uniqueness and elegance. The horizontal board at the entrance was written with the words Qianfengjai written in cyan. At first glance, it was obvious that it was written by a famous artist. The pillars on both sides also had a couplet. On the left side, it read, Chatting and laughing, Confucian tasting green tea, and on the right side, it read, Visiting literati tasting elegant tea. This was the place where literati came. The reason why it could resist de Xianxia was because it was the gathering place of the Magicians' Association. As one of the noblest professions, the Magicians' Association had a transcendent status in any country. The Magicians' Association was even more respected by the royal family of each empire. Although each empire's Magicians' Association did not communicate with each other, they each had a significant influence in their own country. Nianbing stood in the middle of the street. Looking at de Xianxia on the left and Qianfengjai on the right, he couldn't help but feel a little conflicted. Which one should he go to? From his own point of view, he preferred the elegant style of Qianfengjai. However, the couplet on the door had already been written, Chatting and laughing, Confucian tasting elegant tea, visiting literati. Although he couldn't be considered a Confucian, he had only learned to write from his father when he was young. Let alone a Confucian, he couldn't even be considered a Confucian. It seemed that the only way was to go to de Xianxia. Thinking of this, he turned and walked towards de Xianxia on the left side of the street. The 8 young ladies at the entrance of de Xianxia were receiving guests. When Nianbing walked in front of them, the young ladies were immediately attracted by his handsome face. 16 beautiful gazes were cast on him, causing Nianbing to feel a little uncomfortable. One of the young ladies saw Nianbing's awkward appearance and couldn't help but laugh, saying, Where did this country bumpkin come from? He looks pretty good. Another young lady also opened her mouth, but her words were much more sarcastic. Yes. He looks really good, there must be many people with that kind of hobby who would like him. It's a pity that this isn't a brothel. Those who could dine at de Xianxia were all high officials and dignitaries. They all wore luxurious clothes. The young ladies at the entrance had already learned to observe people's body language. With one look at Nianbing's youthful appearance and his attire, they knew that he wasn't a dignitary. Naturally, they opened their mouths to make fun of him. Nianbing's heart was slightly angry, but he didn't come here to fight. Suppressing the anger in his heart, he said, May I ask if de Xianxia is hiring a chef? I can make side dishes. The so-called side dishes were to cut the vegetables and match them with the necessary ingredients. Then, they would be given to the chef and the chef would cook the dishes. The first young lady laughed, So you're actually a chef? I wonder which culinary school you graduated from. Culinary school? This was the first time Nianbing heard of this term. Even chefs had schools now? According to his master, they should all be apprentices. The young lady looked at him with disdain and said, You don't even know about a culinary school and you still want to enter de Xianxia? I think you'd better hurry up and leave. This isn't a place where just anyone can enter. Just as Nianbing was at a loss for what to do, a person walked out of the Great Accomplishment Pavilion. This person was tall and seemed to be in his 40s. He had a fierce look on his face and gave off a savage vibe. He wore a purple satin robe and held a fan in his right hand. He knocked on his left palm. The fan was very large and was about 1 foot and 5 inches long. From the way he knocked on it, it was obvious that the fan was quite heavy and definitely not made of wood. As soon as he walked out, he saw Nianbing. He walked over and asked, "What's the matter?" The 8 young ladies who were originally smiling immediately stood in their positions when they saw this middle-aged man. The smile on their faces disappeared. The young lady who spoke to Nianbing said, "Third shopkeeper, this person wants to work here, but he doesn't even know about a culinary school. I'm just telling him to leave." The middle-aged man glanced at Nianbing and said impatiently, "Quickly scram, scram. Don't be an eyesore to the master. A pauper like you doesn't even deserve to clean my shoes." Nianbing's eyes flashed coldly. Just as she was about to explode, she heard a clear voice behind her, "Yo, third shopkeeper Liao is starting to show off again. I don't know when this lazy dog Liao started wearing shoes." Nianbing turned around and saw a young lady riding a tall horse not far behind her. The horse was very tall, just like the war horses of the Silver Feather Cavalry. It was snow white without a single strand of mixed hair. The young lady on the horse was wearing a red shirt and pants. Her figure was slender and fit, and there was a heroic spirit between her eyebrows. A red scabbard sword hung at her waist. Although she wasn't as beautiful as Feng Nu, she gave people a lively sense of beauty. Her long brown hair flowed down her back, and her red shirt and white horse made for a beautiful scene on Central Street. Hearing the young lady's mockery, third shopkeeper Liao was furious. He stood in place and said hatefully, "Xuejing, don't think I won't dare to do anything to you just because your father is backing you up." Xuejing jumped down from the horse and walked to Nianbing's side. She looked at third shopkeeper Liao and smiled, "Is that so? Then come at me. I'd like to see what you can do to me. I wonder who was the one who fell flat on his face last time. De Xianxia, humph, I spit on you." Third shopkeeper Liao was obviously very wary of the young lady Xuejing. Although his ugly face was red with anger, he didn't dare to do anything. Looking around, he suddenly found a target to vent his anger on. He slapped Nianbing's shoulder with the fan in his hand, "Little bastard, why aren't you scramming?" Nianbing's heart was already filled with hatred. Seeing the wind caused by third shopkeeper Liao's fan, he knew very well that if he were to be hit, his shoulder blade would probably shatter. However, the scheming third shopkeeper Liao didn't flare up at this time. With a cry of pain, he staggered behind the young lady in red. The young lady shook her wrist and a red streak of doqi shot out. With a bang, third shopkeeper Liao staggered back a few steps and almost fell to the ground. Xuejing snorted disdainfully, "Mangy dog wants to bite again. If I don't teach you a lesson today, my name isn't Xuejing. Miss Shui, for my sake, let it go." A loud voice suddenly rang out, and another person walked out from the Great Accomplishment Pavilion. This person looked to be in his 50s, and he was short and fat. He wore a golden robe with golden flowers embroidered on it. His face was full of fat, and his small eyes shone with a bright light as they opened and closed. "Boss, Xuejing is causing trouble in front of our door. Again. You have to teach her a lesson." Third shopkeeper Liao anxiously asked Fatso for help. Fatso frowned and slapped the shopkeeper, causing him to stagger. He said coldly, "Scram, haven't you embarrassed yourself enough?" Third shopkeeper Liao's expression changed slightly, but he didn't dare to say anything else. He returned to De Xianxian dejectedly. As soon as he left, Fatso's face was full of smiles. The fat on his face trembled as he smiled, "Miss Shui, our De Xianxian and your Breeze sect have always minded our own business. Let's just be friendly and make money." Xuejing sneered, "So it's head shopkeeper Liao. Fine, even if you hit a dog, you have to show some respect to its master. I'll let it go this time. Make sure third shopkeeper Liao remembers this. If he sees you bullying people again, humph." Just as she was about to turn and leave, she saw Nianbing behind her. Seeing the panic on his face, Xuejing said unhappily, "Look at how big you are. You really are a piece of trash. Men these days." Nianbing originally had a good impression of Xuejing. However, when he heard her domineering words, his impression of her immediately dropped. Just as he was about to say something, Xuejing continued, "You're looking for a job, right? Come with me. Our Cool Breeze sect is lacking someone to chop firewood." With that said, she went over to lead her white horse and walked towards the side door of the Cool Breeze sect. chop firewood? No way, after chopping firewood for so many years, why would he still chop firewood? Nianbing couldn't help but smile bitterly. Although he was tired of chopping firewood, if he wanted to enter the breeze sect without showing his cooking skills, he was afraid that this was the only way. Helplessly, he followed Shuijing into the cool breeze cell through the side door. As soon as they entered the side door, Nianbing immediately smelled a faint fragrance. It was the smell of plants, and the air seemed to be much fresher. Looking around, other than a stone path, the surroundings were green. In the green, there was a small lake. The lake wasn't big, only 300 or 400 square meters. Above it was a winding corridor, and 4 pavilions sat in a crisscrossing position. It was a unique place with a strong sense of elegance. Hey, what are you looking at? Let's go quickly. Shuijing impatiently said to Nianbing. Only now did she see Nianbing's appearance clearly. She thought to herself, he is handsome, but he doesn't have any skills. The heavens have given him this kind of appearance, it's really a waste. 2 black-clothed servants came over. One of them took the reins from Shuijing's hands and respectfully said, "Young miss, you're back. Great magician Long Ling has been waiting for you for a long time. Big sister Ling is here? That's great, I was just about to find her. Where is she?" Shuijing's face revealed an excited glow. The servant said, "Great magician Long Ling is at the Embracing Moon Pavilion." "Alright, I'll go now." "Oh, that's right, I saved this person from the streets. Have him chop firewood in the firewood room, I remember there's a lack of people there." "Yes, young miss." Shuijing quickly ran off, passing through the corridor and disappearing in the blink of an eye. One of the servants led her horse away, while the other servant said to Nianbing, "Come with me." Nianbing agreed and followed the black-cloaked servant through the small stone building, heading into the depths of the clear wind house. The further in he went, the more he was infected by the elegant atmosphere. Every layout showed the owner's ingenuity. The arrangement of the pavilions gave people a kind of simple and elegant beauty. The servant led Nianbing out of the front yard and to the side of the house. He walked to the door of the innermost room and respectfully said, "Chief Steward, are you here?" A clear voice sounded, "Come in." The servant gave Nianbing a look and let him in. The interior of the room was very clean. There were 2 suites, one inside and one outside. He couldn't see what was inside, but the one outside was filled with a scholarly atmosphere. There were a few calligraphy pieces hanging on the wall, and all kinds of stationery were placed on the wide carved wooden table. Behind the table sat a man who looked to be in his 30s. He was wearing a white robe, and his head was lowered as he wrote something. Although only the side of his face could be seen, Nianbing was surprised to find that although this person's appearance was ordinary, he had a special aura. There was a noble aura in his simple elegance. "Chief Steward, the Clear Wind House's Chief Steward," the servant said to the middle-aged man. "Chief Steward, the young miss brought this person in and said that she wanted him to help out in the firewood room, so I brought him here for you to register." The man in white raised his head and Nianbing looked at him. When their eyes met, Nianbing saw the word wisdom in his bright eyes. She thought to herself that this person was definitely not easy to deal with. The man in white was slightly surprised when he saw Nianbing's handsome appearance and tall figure. He asked, "What's your name? Where are you from? What do you know?" Nianbing said, "My name is Nianbing. My ancestral home is in the Huarong Empire. I learned how to cook for a while." The man in white smiled slightly and said, "Then have you gone to a cooking school?" Cooking school again. If there was a chance, she really wanted to go and see what the school taught. Shaking her head, Nianbing said honestly, "I haven't." The man in white said, "Xianxia, take him to get a set of clothes. As the young miss said, let him work in the firewood room first. If he does well, we can consider training him to be a low-level chef." Xianxia respectfully said, "Yes, Chief Steward. Come with me." After Nianbing changed into the green clothes that Xianxia found for her, she was brought to a small courtyard in the backyard. There was a lot of wood in the small courtyard. Some of it had already been chopped and was neatly piled together. There was even a shed above the pile of wood to prevent the wood from getting wet. As soon as Xianxia entered the small courtyard, he shouted, Uncle Li, I brought you a new person." A loud voice rang out, "A new person has come." that's good, my old bones can finally relax a little. The person who came with the voice was also wearing green clothes. He was an old man in his 50s. There weren't many wrinkles on his face. He was tall and carried an axe in his hand. His appearance was ordinary and he had a smile on his face. He looked very easy to get along with at first glance. Uncle Li's gaze fell on Nian Bing. He looked him up and down a few times, and, your body seems to be in good shape. I just don't know if you can take any hardships. All the firewood used in the entire Clear Wind restaurant was chopped by me. Kid, if you can't finish your work, you'll have to work overtime. Nian Bing smiled and said, hello Uncle Li, I came from a poor background. There's no problem with working. Don't worry. Uncle Li smiled and said, that's good. Xiaoxi, you can go back. Leave him to me. Now that we have a new person, I won't have to find others to help me in the future. With the two of us working together, we should be able to provide for the kitchen. Come, I'll take you to your room first. After Xiaoxi left, Nian Bing followed Uncle Li to a room in the corner of the small courtyard. There were 3 rooms here. Uncle Li said, originally, chopping firewood was supposed to be done by 3 people, but ever since the Xianxia opened, they took away a portion of our business. So I'm the only one taking care of it. When I'm too busy, I'll find others to help. You can stay in the room on the right. The room in the middle is a little dirty and not easy to clean. Even a chopper had his own room. This Clear Wind restaurant was really doing well. Nian Bing thought as he walked to the room on the right. He put down his bag and immediately walked out. Uncle Li was waiting for him at the door. Kid, have you chopped firewood before? Nian Bing nodded. When it came to chopping firewood, he could be considered a veteran. Uncle Li smiled and said, don't worry, I won't bully a new person. In the future, we'll split the work equally. Our Clear Wind restaurant is also very particular about chopping firewood. The wood will be delivered to us, so we have to split it evenly. Look, just like that. As he spoke, he pointed to the pile of wood on the side. I'll finish today's work. You can watch from the side. From tomorrow onwards, you'll have to help me share the burden. Oh, right, what's your name? Who recruited you? Nian Bing briefly recounted everything that happened on the street. After listening to his narration, Uncle Li smiled and said, although Miss has a bad temper, she has a very good heart. Don't worry, although we're only choppers, we're treated well. Food and lodging are taken care of, and we even have an income of 1 gold coin every month. It can be said that we're the happiest choppers. Moreover, our time can be considered free. As long as we finish chopping the firewood we need every day, we can move freely. We can even go out the back door and walk around. Nian Bing listened to Uncle Li's introduction of Clear Wind Restaurant while observing the surrounding scenery. With Uncle Li's introduction, he gradually had a general impression of this place. Clear Wind Restaurant's area was not smaller than Great Accomplishment Pavilion, but because of the various elegant scenery, the number of guests that could be accommodated was much less than Great Accomplishment Pavilion. Not far from the firewood room was the kitchen. Every day, there would be people from the kitchen who would come here to collect firewood. Only when it was time to eat could they see the chefs. According to Uncle Li, the food in Clear Wind Restaurant was very good. Although the food that the servants ate was cooked by the low-level chefs, there were still vegetables and meat. It was very good. Uncle Li, let me chop. You rest for a while. Nian Bing took the axe from Uncle Li's hand and took a piece of wood. He tried to slow down as much as possible. After a few times, 8 pieces of firewood of the same size appeared. Uncle Li praised, sure enough, you have done it before. Nian Bing, seeing how skilled you are, you should have chopped for a long time. Miss really found me a good helper this time. With Nian Bing's help, he was happy to be idle and talk more. Nian Bing smiled bitterly and said, counting, I have chopped firewood for 8 years. Uncle Li, I just heard little Four and the others say to Miss that there is a great magician called Long Ling who came to find her. A great magician is very powerful, right? Uncle Li nodded sincerely and said, of course she is very powerful. She is not just a little powerful. Our Ice Moon Empire's Magicians Union set up in Ice Snow City in order to give up the position of the Ice God Tower. I heard that Miss Long Ling is the daughter of the Union's president. She has reached the realm of great magician at such a young age. She is our Miss Best Friend. The news that the Ice Moon Empire's Magicians Union set up in Ice Snow City was very useful to Nianbing. Although he didn't know what level his magic had reached, he should be close to the realm of great magician. What he lacked the most now was ice magic books. Magic incantations were very important. No matter how high his magic power was, without an incantation, it would be useless. Although he guessed some ice magic incantations based on the fire magic incantations, the incantations above level 3 all had their own characteristics. Having ice magic power without an incantation was not a comfortable feeling. If he could go to the Magicians Union and look at the magic books, it would be very helpful to him. With the help of Nianbing, it didn't take too long for today's firewood chopping task to be completed. When Uncle Li was chopping firewood earlier, Nianbing had carefully observed his chopping speed. Therefore, when he chopped firewood, he only maintained the same speed as him. Although the firewood was evenly chopped, he didn't pursue perfection like when he was in the peach blossom forest. When he chopped half of the firewood, 2 people in white chef's clothes came and took away part of the firewood. Uncle Li laughed and said, "It's different with you around. You are really a diligent young man. Your chopping speed is about the same as mine. It's not early anymore. It's almost time for dinner." Nianbing said, "Uncle Li, I won't be eating here today. I just arrived at Ice Snow City and want to go out for a walk. I also want to buy some daily necessities." Uncle Li was a straightforward person. He didn't ask much. He told Nianbing where the back door was and let him go. After leaving the breeze house, Nianbing's eyes flashed. Since he already knew that the Ice Moon Empire's Magicians Union was here, he should go and have a look. At least, he should ask what conditions he needed to be able to read the information there. Thinking of this, he walked along the main road. He randomly asked a person and found the location of the Magicians Union. The Sorcerers' Guild was in the southern part of the city, while the Breeze sect was in the center of the city. Nianbing identified the general direction and slowly walked. At this time, the sky was gradually darkening, and evening was coming. Because he couldn't use magic, his speed was no different from ordinary people. After walking for a full hour, he saw a tall building not far away. It was a building that looked like a steeple, and its height was even higher than the Desheng Pavilion. The steeple of the building looked very special, and on the side facing the street, there was a huge golden hexagram symbol. Needless to say, this was the place he was looking for. Thinking of this, Nianbing quickened his pace and walked in the direction of the Sorcerers' Guild. At this time, the sound of a horse's hooves suddenly came from behind. Judging from the sound, the horse's speed wasn't fast, but it was very rhythmic. The crisp sound of hooves on the ground was like music. When he was young, Nianbing once heard his father say that only the best horses had a fixed rhythm when they galloped. Curiously looking back, he saw a girl riding a tall red horse coming in his direction. The girl on the horse was wearing a blue magic robe without any embroidery. Her long purple hair was neatly combed behind her back. She was very beautiful. Nianbing secretly compared her with Feng Nu. He was surprised to find that this girl who looked a little weak was not inferior to Feng Nu. Her big black eyes were looking in the direction of the Sorcerers' Guild, and she revealed a gentle smile. Many passers-by on both sides seemed to know her, and they smiled and made way for her. Although the girl's horse was not fast, it was still faster than Nianbing's walking. She arrived at the Sorcerers' Guild before him. She jumped off the horse, and a man wearing a yellow magic robe came out from the guild. He helped her hold the horse and said kindly, "Ling you're finally back. Why were you gone for so long?" Ling smiled gently and said, "Xiaojing asked me to stay for dinner. Senior brother, you know that I have always liked the food at the Breeze sect, so I came back a little late." "Have you eaten?" The man smiled and said, "I've already eaten. Let's go in." When Nianbing heard the 2 words Ling her heart suddenly moved. Could it be that this young girl was the great magician Long Ling that Miss Xiaojing had an appointment with? Looking at her appearance, her temperament was completely different from Xiaojing's. Their names should be changed. Since she was the daughter of the president of the Magic Guild, it should be easier to get an answer from her. Thinking of this, he quickly stepped forward. Taking advantage of the fact that Long Ling had not yet entered the union, he ran in front of them and asked, "Excuse me, is this the headquarters of the Magicians' Union?" Long Ling looked at Nianbing curiously. Seeing him in such a hurry, she couldn't help but smile. The man glanced at Nianbing and proudly said, "That's right, this is the Magicians' Union. What do you want?" Nianbing said, "I want to ask, what are the conditions to be able to read the magic books in the Union?" The man frowned and said, "That can only be read by people in the Union. Moreover, it has to be based on your own rank. You can't skip ranks to read the information in the Union. Could it be that you are a magician?" Nianbing quickly nodded and said, "Yes, I am an ice magician. I don't know if I can enter the Union to read it." He was already familiar with fire magic as a rank 8 magician. Rank 8 magician needed to be an experienced mage to use it. What he needed the most right now was ice magic spells, so he naturally said that he was an ice magician. When the man heard Nianbing say that he was an ice magician, the expression on his face eased a bit. "Then have you ever joined a union in another country? If you have, we don't welcome you here. Otherwise, you can come to the union to take a test. According to your test results, the union will give you a corresponding mark. However, looking at your appearance, even if you are a magician, your level shouldn't be too high." Although the man's words were a bit harsh, but what he said was indeed the truth. Being a magician was a very expensive profession, especially in the early stages. If one didn't have the help of good gems, it would be very difficult to feel the existence of magic elements. And the price of gems, no matter which country in the Yangon continent, was always high. It was simply not something that ordinary people could afford. Moreover, practicing magic required the guidance of a teacher. If there was no teacher, it would be very difficult to achieve anything. Therefore, it was no wonder that this man had some doubts. Nianbing didn't care whether she joined a union or not. As long as she could learn the magic spells she needed, it was enough. She quickly said, "I haven't joined any union yet. Can I trouble you to take me in for a test? If possible, I am very willing to join the Ice Moon Empire's Magicians' Union." The man glanced at Long Ling, who was beside him. Long Ling was also looking at him. "Senior brother, please help him. Looking at his appearance, he should be from another country. Now that there are fewer and fewer people in the union, we also need to recruit more fresh blood. Several elders in the union are here. If he has good potential, perhaps we can increase our strength." The man nodded and said, "But it's already a bit late today. I think, let's talk about it tomorrow. Young man, come back tomorrow morning." Nianbing thought that she still had to stay in the Breeze sect tomorrow. She should also explore the specialty dishes of the Breeze sect, so she didn't have much time. She couldn't help but say to the man, "Respected great magician, can you make an exception? I have some things to do during the day tomorrow, but I happen to have some free time now." Although the man was Long Ling's senior brother, he was only an earth element adept mage due to his limited aptitude. He hadn't reached the realm of a great mage yet. When he heard Nianbing call him a great mage, his mood immediately improved. He thought to himself, "My junior sister likes to help others. If I help this kid this time, my junior sister might have a better impression of me." When he thought of that, a faint smile appeared on his face. He said, "Seeing as you're not from here, I'll make an exception. Come with us." Long Ling smiled and said, "Senior brother, I know you are the best." Being praised by his beloved junior sister, the man's mood immediately improved. He smiled at Long Ling and led the horse inside. Nianbing gave a grateful look to Long Ling and hurriedly followed the two into the Magician's Guild. The huge building outside the Magician's Guild was only the surface. After passing through the gate, there was an open space like a field. The surrounding buildings were closely connected with each other. The area was so large that even the Great Accomplishment Pavilion and the Breeze sect couldn't compare to it. It was worthy of being the Ice Moon Empire's Magician's Guild. After the man handed Long Ling's horse to a servant, he and Long Ling led Nianbing into a building on the left. As they walked, he asked Nianbing, "What's your name? What realm have you reached in ice magic?" Nianbing hurriedly replied, "My name is Nianbing. I have always been practicing by myself. I don't know what realm I have reached." "I haven't asked for your name yet, great magician." The man said indifferently, "My name is Shurjiu." This is a testing area. According to the guild's regulations, any magician's test must be carried out by an elder of the archmage rank. You wait here for a moment. I will go and see if the elders have entered meditation. If they have already started meditating, they cannot be disturbed. You can only come back tomorrow. After saying that, he said something to Long Ling and turned around to walk through a side door. Long Ling smiled faintly and said, although senior brother's temper is a bit eccentric, he has a very good heart. If my words have offended you, I still have to ask for your forgiveness. While saying that, she continued to lead him inside. Listening to Long Ling's soft and gentle words, Nian Bing's heart was particularly comfortable. She felt that she was much easier to get along with than Xuejing. She smiled and said, "Great magician, you don't have to be polite. This time I have really troubled you. Although I have always been practicing magic, I have always been unable to grasp the essentials. Therefore, this time I wanted to learn some things in the guild. If there is an opportunity, I would like to ask for your guidance." Long Ling smiled faintly and said, "I don't dare to give you guidance. You also don't have to call me great magician. I still haven't taken the advancement test. This is my father's request. He said that anyone under his tutelage who hasn't reached the realm of great magician is not allowed to take the test and wear a symbol to avoid losing face for him. My father is very powerful. If you pass the test, I can introduce you to him. In the future, you can just call me by my name. My name is Long Ling. Everyone calls me Ling. Speaking of which, I am the same as you. We are both ice magicians. Why don't you have a magic robe? If you don't wear a magic robe, how can it represent your identity as a magician?" Nian Bing pretended to have a bitter look and said, "Since I was young, I wanted to become a magician. But my family was too poor, so I could only find opportunities to learn by myself. Previously, I accidentally met a magician. He said that I have an ice attribute physique, so he taught me a meditation method. I practiced according to his method. Later on, I really did have magic power. But that magician only taught me meditation and didn't teach me incantations. Therefore, until now, I only know some of the lowest level ice magic." At this time, they had already passed through 2 doors and came to a hall. Because the building had a pointed roof, the hall was very tall. The area was about 200 square meters. There were all kinds of murals on the walls. On the murals, there were all kinds of pictures. Most of them were magicians wearing magic robes and some magic items. In the center of the hall, there was a circle with a diameter of 5 meters. There was a 6-pointed star in the center of the circle. The 6 points of the 6-pointed star were white, blue, red, green, yellow, and gold. These 6 colors symbolized the 6 most mainstream types of magic. Long Ling heard Nian Bing's words. Her eyes immediately showed sympathy. She comforted him and said, "It doesn't matter. As a magician, relying on meditation to cultivate magic power is the most important. Magic power is the foundation of all magic. As long as your magic power is strong enough, coupled with incantations, you will naturally be able to use higher level magic. As for the magic robe, you don't have to worry. After passing the test, we will naturally give you one here. However, you must be at least an intermediate magician to be able to join our guild. Otherwise, you can only continue to cultivate on your own." Nian Bing nodded. In his heart, he thought that he was at least an advanced magician. Even if he didn't have any advanced ice spells, he still knew 1 or 2 4th-level ice spells. Passing the test shouldn't be a big problem. "Miss Ling, I really have to thank you. If I didn't meet you and your senior, I really wouldn't know how to enter the Magician's Guild." Long Ling smiled and said, "There is nothing to thank. Even if you didn't meet us, after entering the guild, as long as you show your identity as a magician, there will naturally be people to receive you. Later on, you have to work hard. During the test, no one can help you. Everything depends on your own strength." Nian Bing firmly nodded and said, "I will definitely pass the test." Just at this moment, the sound of footsteps was heard. Nian Bing and Long Ling both looked behind them and saw Shizhou walking in with an old man wearing a blue magician's robe. That old man had snow-white hair and looked to be at least 60 or 70 years old. There was a symbol embroidered on the left side of his chest. Nianbing couldn't be more familiar with this symbol. It was the same symbol as her father's sorcerer symbol. Very clearly, he was either a water or ice sorcerer. Xianxia took the lead and walked to Nianbing's side, saying, "Your luck is really not bad. Today, Teacher Li Hua hasn't entered meditation yet. He is a water sorcerer. Why haven't you hurriedly saluted him?" In the field of magicians, status was extremely important. As long as there was a difference in level, one must bow and salute. Nianbing had long heard her father mention this point. Towards the strong, he had absolute respect. She hurriedly bowed to the old man and said, "Greetings, respected sorcerer." The old man didn't seem to like to talk much. He only made a sound of N, indicating that he agreed. Xianxia respectfully said to the old sorcerer, "Teacher Li Hua, can we begin now?" The old man looked up and down at Nianbing and extended his hand to Nianbing, saying, "Stimulate your magic and use your strongest power to transfer it to me. I must first know what level your magic has reached." Nianbing agreed. He reached out his right hand and grabbed the old magician's withered hand. He carefully controlled the ice magic in his body to separate from the vortex of ice and fire, and attacked the old magician. She didn't want others to know that she had two types of magic at the same time, so when she attacked with her ice magic, she tried to restrain her fire magic as much as possible to avoid being detected by the other party. Under the influence of her mental strength, the ice magic was transmitted through her arm and rushed to the sorcerer. When Nianbing's magic moved to her arm, because her magic was always rotating, it had a very strong suction force on the magic elements in the air. Naturally, it attracted the ice elements in the air to attack Li Hua. Blue light was emitted from Nianbing's body. Just the release of magic light was enough to prove that she had at least the strength of an intermediate sorcerer. Li Hua's half-closed eyes suddenly opened and looked at Nianbing with some surprise. Feeling the magic from his hand continuously rushing to him, the surprise in his eyes became more and more intense. He clearly discovered that the young man in front of him, who looked about the same age as Long Longer, was transmitting an exceptionally pure magical power without a trace of impurities. What was even more precious was that his magical power was very condensed. After it was transmitted into his body, his own water magical power actually had a very difficult time dispelling the condensed icy aura. Moreover, when the ice magical power was transmitted, it was actually slightly rotating, like an endless river. With his own strength as a magic shooter, it was somewhat strenuous to resist this peculiar ice magical power. "Okay." Li Hua suddenly opened his mouth and his right hand shook slightly. Nianbing only felt a gentle airflow like a wave, pushing her hand away from Li Hua's hand. Li Hua frowned slightly and looked at her, saying, "Tell me, who is your teacher?" Nianbing lowered her head and said, "Honorable sorcerer, I don't have a teacher. I only learned to meditate from an unknown sorcerer. After that, I have been relying on myself to practice. Do you think I can pass the test?" Li Hua's eyes showed a strange light, and said, "Whether you can pass the test or not depends on your performance. Now, you can use the magic you are most proud of, which is the highest level magic, to attack me. You have to remember that magic control is a very important part of magic. If you can only release magic but can't control it effectively, then you can't be a qualified sorcerer." Besides her father, this was the first time that Nianbing had been instructed by another sorcerer. She nodded quickly. She didn't dare to use the Stone of Ice Goddess, so she just raised her hand and chanted loudly, "Great Ice Goddess, please lend me your anger and send us to the lost shore." Hearing her spell, Li Hua didn't show any expression, but Long Ling and Xianxia were surprised. Long Ling whispered to Xianxia, "Senior, this should be the spell of Blizzard. Blizzard is a grade 4 ice spell that covers a large area. I've only mastered it not long ago. Since he can use this spell, his magic power shouldn't be below mine. It seems that we were right to let him in for the test." Xianxia's expression was a little ugly. He snorted and said, "That depends on whether or not he can really use this magic. Who knows, maybe he's just trying to force himself to chant the incantation. What's the use of just looking good?" Under the effect of the spell, the temperature in the air suddenly dropped sharply. Clear blue light spots constantly condensed on Nianbing's body. Although he didn't use the Sigh of the Ice Goddess, which could be used as a magic wand, he had been practicing with the Stone of Ice Goddess for many years. He had long been connected with the Stone of Ice goddess. Although he didn't use it directly, the effect was only a little less. The blue light spots floated around Nianbing's body. The light flashed one after another, and the blue light spots began to spin around Nianbing's body quickly. Blizzard was the level 4 ice magic that Nianbing was best at. Because when the blizzard was spinning, it was secretly connected to the magic power of ice and fire in his body. In the process of using it, he could save some magic power. Snowflakes appeared one after another. Li Hua's face also became serious. Feeling the surrounding temperature, he took out a small magic wand that was only 8 inches long. In a low voice, he chanted a few words. Suddenly, a watery ripple appeared in front of him. This was not a simple water wall spell, but an advanced version of it. It had reached the level 5 single-target defensive water magic, water mirror spell. Not only could it have a very good defensive effect, but it could also, to a certain extent, counterattack the opponent's magic. The blizzard was finally formed. It spun quickly around Nianbing's body. The spinning speed was getting faster and faster. Gradually, his figure could not be seen. Nianbing's eyes shone with blue light. The blizzard condensed into a small tornado that flew close to the ground and flew towards Li Hua. Seeing this, Xianxia, who was at the side, said disdainfully, "Junior sister, what did I say? The snowstorm is only so small. Can it be called a snowstorm?" Long Ling's eyes showed a strange expression. "No, senior brother, you're wrong. Father once said that the blizzard spell can not only attack a large area and allow the ice magician to fly for a short period of time. If the magician's magic power reaches a certain level and he has good control of his magic, then it can be used as a single-target attack spell. Using the blizzard spell as a single-target attack, then its true power can be displayed. Father told me that when I can reach such a level, then I can continue to advance in the direction of an archmage." Looking at the blizzard that had condensed into such a large area, Li Hua's expression changed several times. He waved the magic wand in his hand and chanted a few words. 2 more water mirror spells blocked in front of him. Seeing that the blizzard that Nianbing had condensed was about to reach Li Hua, it suddenly stopped in its tracks. Just as the other 3 magicians present were in a state of shock, the blizzard suddenly rose into the air. The entire whirlpool was horizontal, like a huge whip. From top to bottom, it lashed towards Li Hua's position. After all, Li Hua had been immersed in magic for many years. In the face of chaos, he was not flustered. He took a step forward and pointed the magic wand in his hand upwards. He forcibly raised the 3 water mirror spells in front of him above his head and welcomed the attack of the blizzard. Nianbing's blizzard spell, which had the same source of ice and fire, was like a sharp blade. The mirrors could reflect light and even energy. However, when faced with a sharp blade, they could only meet force with force. The ear-piercing sound of friction rang out continuously. The first water mirror was quickly destroyed by the rapid rotation of the blizzard, followed by the second. When the blizzard reached Li Hua's final line of defense, it did not weaken. Other than the thinning of the snowflakes, its attack power did not decrease in the slightest. The hurricane filled the entire hall, forcing Xianxia and Long Ling to retreat to the edge of the hall and release their own defensive spells. At this moment, Nianbing had already raised her magic to the limit. Li Hua's eyes shone brightly. His body suddenly became distorted. When the last water mirror was destroyed by Nianbing's powerful blizzard, his body suddenly burrowed directly into the blizzard. Under everyone's shocked gasps, blue waves suddenly flashed. Nianbing's entire body shook. She was pulled back a few steps and almost fell to the ground. The blizzard also disappeared in silence amidst the waves. In the entire hall, other than the extremely low temperature, everything else returned to normal. Li Hua's body appeared not too far away from Nianbing. He seemed to be deep in thought as he said, "A tier 4 spell can actually force me to use a tier 7 spell, Water Melting Sky. Kid, your control over magic is almost on par with mine. It's a pity that your magic is only at the level of a grand mage." Long Ling, who was at the side, said in surprise, "Uncle Li Hua, you're saying that he's a grand mage?" Li Hua nodded and said, "Other than you, this is the first time I've seen such a talented child. It's not easy for such a young age to cultivate magic to such a level. His level of magic is about the same as yours, but his control of magic is much better than yours. It's obvious that his spiritual power is very strong. It's almost at the level of a sorcerer. You can give him the title of a grand mage. The reason why your father didn't let you take the test is because your control of magic is not enough. In the future, you have to work harder in this area and strive to become a grand mage as soon as possible. Child, how old are you? The last sentence was asked by Nianbing. His tone was much gentler. Nianbing had used a lot of ice magic, but his spiritual power was strong, and he had the support of the same source of ice and fire, so he didn't feel much discomfort. He respectfully said, "Honorable sorcerer, I'm 18 years old this year." Li Hua's eyes flashed. 18 years old. That means you're 1 year younger than Ling Er. It seems that I can only describe you as a genius. Ling Er also barely entered the realm of a grand mage after she was 19 years old, but you're even younger. An 18-year-old grand mage, ha 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 ha. It seems that our Ice Moon Mage Guild will have another new talent. Come again tomorrow. I think the president will be very happy to see a genius like you. Although Nianbing wanted to read the books on ice magic spells tonight, he also knew that he couldn't be too hasty at this time. He respectfully saluted Li Hua and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you." To the side, Xianxia's expression changed, and his eyes flickered with light. He had never thought that this youth in plain clothes would actually have the strength of a grand magus, and was even stronger than Long Ling Er, who had always been called a genius. The jealousy in his heart made his face ashen, and he couldn't say anything. At this time, Nianbing turned to Xianxia and Long Ling and said, "Thank you for your help. I'll come again tomorrow." After saying that, he smiled at the two of them and turned to walk outside. Long Ling looked at Nianbing's figure from behind, and a strange feeling suddenly rose in her heart. Ever since she was young, she had always been the princess of the Magicians' Guild and was hailed as a magical genius. She had never thought that a plainly dressed youth would actually be stronger than her in terms of magical cultivation. She didn't feel jealous because of this. Instead, she was very curious about Nianbing. She was curious about how he cultivated to this level. Long Ling could be said to have grown up in magic gems. Her father, in order to let her understand the true essence of magic faster, began to teach her magic when she was 5 years old. Although she was only 19 years old now, she already had 14 years of magic cultivation. In addition to her extremely high perception, she had her current achievements. Ling Er, are you very surprised? You have to understand that there is always someone better than you. Li Hua looked at Long Ling and said with deep meaning in his eyes. Long Ling nodded and said, "That snowstorm he used just now was really powerful. I've only heard of it from my father before, but I never thought that a snowstorm used for short-distance flying could have such a strong attack power. Uncle Li Hua, your magic seems to have reached its peak again. Just now, I didn't even see you chant an incantation and you used a 7th level spell. I don't know when Ling Er will reach this level." Li Hua smiled bitterly and said, "Are you mocking me? Not to mention me, even your father can't use a 7th level spell without chanting an incantation. I was too careless and only used a low-level spell to defend myself. By the time I reacted, it was too late to chant an incantation, so I could only use a 7th level scroll. Sigh, that scroll of mine took a lot of time and your father's help to complete. If I were to sell it, it would be worth at least 100 purple coins. It's a situation where there is demand but no supply. I'll go find your father now and tell him about this." Xianxia said with some dissatisfaction, "Teacher Li Hua, is it that important? Maybe that boy also used a scroll just now?" Li Hua said indifferently, "If I can't even tell if he used a scroll or not, then I can't call myself a sorcerer. Magic can be activated with a scroll, but magic control can't be faked. If I give you a snowstorm scroll, can you control it like he did just now? Not only can he gather the snowstorm so densely, but he can also control it to suddenly change its direction. Although it's not very skillful, but even an ice sorcerer can only control it so well. His control over magic is so strong that it's much better than any of the great magicians on the continent. I really don't know how he trained at such a young age." After saying this, he looked at Xianxia with deep meaning in his eyes, then turned and left. Li Hua left, and Long Ling woke up from her previous surprise. She muttered, "Uncle Li Hua hasn't smiled for a long time. During the test just now, he actually smiled. Sergio said unhappily, I think Teacher Li Hua is a little. Forget it, let's not care about him. Junior sister, let's go. How about I accompany you for supper? Long Ling shook her head and said, no, senior brother. Today, I realized that in the practice of magic, I'm still so far behind. I don't have any advantage among my peers. I want to seize the opportunity to practice and strive to catch up with Nian Bing as soon as possible. You should practice more too. See you tomorrow. I don't know what father will do when he sees Nian Bing tomorrow. After saying this, she bid farewell to Sergio and fluttered away. Sergio looked at Long Ling's disappearing silhouette with infatuation, but in his heart, he was secretly thinking of a countermeasure. He was nearly 10 years older than Long Ling and had practically watched Long Ling grow up. Since young, his heart had long been attached to his junior sister. Nian Bing's appearance had greatly increased the sense of crisis in his heart. Nian Bing's age was about the same as Long Ling's, and his appearance was much more handsome than his own. In addition to his impressive magical abilities, other than his background, he was not inferior to him in any other aspect. His junior sister was so beautiful. If he were to enter the guild, he was afraid that it would not be easy for him to woo his junior sister. It seemed that he had to think of a way to deal with this. After leaving the Magician's Guild, Nian Bing was in a good mood. He knew that the evaluation of a sorcerer was definitely not wrong. He did not expect that he had actually unintentionally reached the level of a great magician. Moreover, he possessed 2 types of magic at the same time. If he were to cast 2 Tier 4 spells, he would be much more powerful than an ordinary great magician. Although he was excited, he would definitely not be arrogant. Although there was only one level of difference between a great magician and a sorcerer, this one level was an extremely difficult gap to cross. Nian Bing remembered very clearly that his father had once said that he had reached the level of a great magician when he was 24 years old. However, he had always been practicing diligently until he was 35 years old, when he entered the realm of a sorcerer with the help of the Divine Stone of Fire. That was already quite fast. Even the youngest sorcerer on the continent was not that fast. From a great magician to a sorcerer, unless one had extremely good luck, it would be very difficult to advance to that high level of a magician without dozens of years of hard work. A great magician and a sorcerer could also be said to be a gap within a magician. Once crossed, one could enter the forest of powerful magicians and no longer need to fear warriors of the same level. The most powerful great magician could only cast Tier 5 large-scale spells, while the most powerful sorcerer could cast Tier 8 spells. From Tier 5 to Tier 8, that was a qualitative improvement. Nian Bing was not in a hurry to return to the Cool Breeze cell. He bought a black full-length robe and a skull mask that a child played with. As he walked, a faint cold light shone in his eyes. When he was about to return to the Cool Breeze cell, he walked to a dark corner and put on the black robe. He reached into his robe and held the Divine Stone of Fire in his right hand. He stood in a corner and looked in the direction of the Cool Breeze cell and the entrance of the Great Accomplishment Pavilion from afar. This was the best time for the restaurant to have guests. There was an endless stream of customers at the entrance of the Great Accomplishment Pavilion. Although there were fewer people at the Cool Breeze restaurant, it was obvious that they were either elegant people or ordinary magicians. Nian Bing stood there without moving. He was very patient and could wait. His gaze was always on the entrance of the Great Accomplishment Pavilion, waiting for the person he was waiting for. The ice and fire energy in his body circulated naturally, constantly replenishing the ice element that he had consumed. His left hand reached into his robe and grasped the hilt of the Morning Dew dagger. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I will kill them. At this moment, his heart was filled with murderous intent. Finally, after waiting for more than an hour, the target finally appeared. Shopkeeper Liao San, whom Shui Jing called a mangy dog, walked out of the door. He was still holding his large iron fan. With a wave of his hand, the fan opened up and gently patted his chest, causing the night breeze to blow into his face. When the girls at the door saw him come out, they immediately stood up straight and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Liao San walked in front of a girl and suddenly raised his hand to pinch her pink face. He scolded, "Are you a fucking zombie? Who would come if you keep welcoming guests like this? Smile, do you hear me?" The girl's body trembled. She hurriedly said, yes, yes, third shopkeeper, I know I was wrong. Liao San laughed lecherously. It's good that you know you were wrong. After work tonight, come to my room and I'll teach you a lesson. You'll know what to do in the future. The girl's eyes flashed with a terrifying light. No. Third shopkeeper, I know I was wrong. Please spare me. Her knees went soft and she almost knelt on the ground. Liao San grabbed her by the collar and angrily said, damn it, you're courting death. Serving me is a blessing you've cultivated for several lifetimes. Since you don't want to, then die for me. He waved the fan in his hand and was about to hit the girl in front of him. Liao San waved his fan but suddenly felt his hand tighten. Fuck, who dares to stop me? While cursing, he turned around and saw a middle-aged man holding the fan appear behind him. This man had a clean face and a handsome face, but his eyes were filled with a sinister aura. Seeing this person's appearance, Liao San immediately softened and quickly said with an apologetic smile, second brother, so it looks like you. This little girl didn't even give me face. I was just about to teach her a lesson. The middle-aged man snorted. I think the one who should be taught a lesson is you. When will you change your bad temper? Rabbits don't eat grass near their burrows. If you want to play with women, go find them in the brothels. If you continue to cause trouble in the pavilion, I'll tell Big Brother and have him put you in solitary confinement. Don't you know that the boss hates people who affect his business? We three brothers may be shopkeepers, but if you anger the boss, no one can protect you. Also, Big Brother told me to warn you not to provoke that Shuijing girl from Clear Wind Pavilion. Clear Wind Pavilion has the backing of the Magicians' Union. Even the boss doesn't dare to touch them, let alone you. If one day you anger them and they find a high-level magician to kill you, you'll die in vain. Liao San was dissatisfied with the middle-aged man's reprimand, but he didn't dare to say anything. Second brother, there aren't many things happening in the pavilion today. I'll go out for a walk. I'll be more careful in the future. The middle-aged man nodded. Go. Don't be too ostentatious. Come back early and I'll put in a good word for you to Big Brother. Liao San chuckled, the fat on his face piled up. It was uglier than crying. Then I'll go. If it's a brothel, then so be it. With that, he continued to pat his fat chest with the large fan in his hand and walked down the street to the south. When Liao San moved, Nian Bing, who had been waiting for him, also moved. She held the morning dew dagger in her hand and followed Liao San like an ordinary passerby. The moment Nian Bing left with Liao San, the head shopkeeper she had seen in the morning hurried out of Great Accomplishment Pavilion. The second shopkeeper was at the door greeting guests. When he saw him, he hurriedly asked, Big Brother, why are you in such a hurry? Did something happen in the pavilion? The fat on the head shopkeeper's face trembled. He shook his head and said, nothing happened in the pavilion. However, the boss just told me that an extremely distinguished guest will be coming to our place tomorrow. He told me to suspend the business tomorrow. After the guest leaves tonight, you and Liao San have to keep an eye on the servants and make sure they clean up the place. You can't be careless. The second shopkeeper was stunned. Big Brother, what kind of guest could be so distinguished? The last time Prince Dongming came here, the boss didn't close the business. Our business is big. If we close the business for a day, our income will decrease a lot. The shopkeeper impatiently said, all right, don't ask any more. You'll know who came tomorrow. Do as I say. Don't be careless. Where's Liao San? The second shopkeeper hesitated. Liao San, he saw that there was nothing wrong in the pavilion and said he wanted to go out for a walk. I let him go. The head shopkeeper snorted. He must have gone to the brothel again. I don't know when he'll change his bad habits. Go and drag him back here. If we don't receive the distinguished guest tomorrow, none of us will have a good time. The second shopkeeper nodded and hurriedly chased in the direction the third shopkeeper left. As Liao San walked, he hummed a tune with 4 notes out of 5. He was thinking about which brothel he should go to find a girl today. After being taught a lesson by Shuijing this morning, he was full of anger. How could he feel comfortable without finding a place to vent? After turning a corner, he entered a narrow alley. He was very familiar with the layout of this area. As long as he passed through here, he would find the best brothel. Stop. You've reached the end. A cold voice came from behind. Liao San felt the hair on his neck stand up. He quickly turned around and blocked his face with his fan. What he saw was a man in black. Under the moonlight, he could see that the man was very tall, with broad shoulders and a broad back. He wore a white skull mask on his head. Liao San was startled when he saw the man. Damn it. Which bastard is pretending to be mysterious? I'll chop you to death. Chop me to death? I think you'll be the one to die first. The man in black raised his right hand. A fiery red light suddenly lit up. A fireball appeared in his palm. The fireball grew bigger and bigger. In just a few blinks of an eye, it became the size of a human head. The skull mask on the man's face looked even more strange under the fiery red light. Liao San stepped back in shock. He tried to act tough. You're a magician. It's the people of the Breeze sect who asked you to deal with me, isn't it? The man in black coldly said, No. It's the heavens who want to deal with you. You don't need to know who I am. Your life is coming to an end. Go to hell and ask. The fireball suddenly lit up. With a whooshing sound, the fireball rushed toward Liao San. Liao San was a man who had seen the world. His body lit up with a yellow light. He aimed at the fireball and waved his fan forward. Although magicians were respected, as long as they weren't super magicians, warriors wouldn't be at a disadvantage in a one-on-one fight. Therefore, Liao San wasn't afraid. He believed that with his fighting power, it would be easy to break the fireball. He would then chop the magician into pieces. Just as the fireball was about to be hit by Liao San's fan, it suddenly changed its direction and flew up, drawing a beautiful arc in the air. Liao San's fan, which was full of dou qi, suddenly hit the wall on the side. His dou qi was indeed powerful, and in the midst of the smoke, the wall on the side of the street was suddenly hit with a big hole. Liao San was furious. The moment he hit the wall, his fighting power poured out crazily. At this moment, his fighting power defense was at its weakest. The blue light was so beautiful. But at this moment, it was like a ghost from hell. The light was so faint that it looked like a thread of blue light in the night. Before Liao San could withdraw his fan, the blue light had already pierced through his forehead and disappeared. Liao San's whole body froze and began to spasm violently. At this moment, the fireball that was flying up came from behind and hit Liao San's back. Liao San was turned into a burning man. But because his life was already ended by the blue light, he didn't even have time to scream. His tall and strong body fell to the ground. The dark alley was lit up by the fire. The man in black with the skull mask said in a hoarse voice, Those who helped me, I will repay tenfold. Those who made me enemies, I will destroy them. He was Nian Bing. He clearly remembered the humiliation this morning. When he left the Ice God Tower, he swore that as long as he was strong enough, he would never be humiliated again. Today was the first time he killed someone, but he didn't feel a trace of fear. It was as if Liao San's death had nothing to do with him, as if he was just crushing an ant. Because he killed Liao San, Nian Bing felt an indescribable joy in his heart. The darkness in his heart was fully released. His body even emitted a trace of evil aura. Suddenly, a cold and sharp aura came from behind. Although it didn't reach him, Nian Bing felt a faint pain in his back. Without any hesitation, his right hand pulled out the morning dew dagger. The blue light spread out behind him. At this moment, in his heart, everything was as light as firewood. With a soft sound, Nian Bing groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood flowed down the edge of his mask. He staggered back a dozen steps before he could stand firm. The second shopkeeper of the Great Accomplishment Pavilion appeared in his previous position, holding a broken longsword in his hand. At this moment, he could clearly feel an icy chill flowing through the broken blade towards him. His entire body couldn't help but shiver. When the fireball was about to hit Liao San's head, the second manager was already behind Nian Bing. However, it was too late for him to save Liao San. In order not to disturb Nian Bing, he didn't make a sound. When the fireball exploded, he secretly activated his fighting aura, pulled out the flexible sword coiled around his waist, and stabbed Nian Bing from behind. However, he would never have thought that his opponent, who was clearly a magician, would be able to turn around in time and even break the sword in his hand. Although that greenish-blue light flashed and disappeared, he could clearly feel that it was definitely a peerless blade. Slowly putting down his raised hand, the second manager emitted the same yellow light as Liao San and walked towards Nianbing step by step. The same fighting aura, but it was much stronger than Liao San's. As he walked, he stared at the skull mask on Nianbing's face and said coldly, "Who are you? Why did you try to kill my third brother? Tell me, did Clear Wind Sect send you here? Bree Sect? Do you think they can order me around?" Although she was in a passive situation, Nianbing didn't panic. She stood firm and stared at the second manager through the hole in her mask. "Not Bree Sect? Then who are you? Why did you try to kill my third brother? You don't have to tell me, but I'll make you beg for death." The second manager's voice was even colder. Nianbing calmly said, "I'm an assassin. You can call me the demon killer. I've already killed today, so I don't want to do it again. See you next time." The red flame soared into the sky without any warning, and like a huge plane, it blasted towards the second shopkeeper. The second manager was very familiar with Liao San's ability. Although Liao San wasn't as strong as himself, his fighting aura wasn't much weaker. Just now, Liao San was killed in front of this mysterious person who called himself the demon killer. When he saw the flame wall coming towards him, he didn't dare to be careless. He quickly threw away the broken sword in his hand and gathered all his fighting aura to attack the flame wall. There was no sound, only sparks. The second manager's fighting aura kept echoing in the narrow alley. He was surprised to find that the flame wall didn't have the slightest power. However, when the sparks disappeared, the demon killer who was not far from him was gone. The fire on Liao San's body was still burning. A trace of fear rose in the second manager's heart. The mysterious demon killer was putting a lot of pressure on him. He was afraid that the demon killer was hiding in the dark and using his strange magic to attack him. Nianbing staggered to a corner of the street and stopped. She gasped for breath and used an ordinary healing spell on herself. Only then did she feel a little better. The second manager's fighting aura didn't disperse. If the Morning Dew dagger hadn't broken his sword in time, Nianbing would have been pierced through the heart. Even so, the fighting aura that entered her body when the sword was broken had shaken her internal organs. After all, he wasn't a warrior. As a magician, his weakest point was his body. The flame wall was a 5th level spell. Nianbing could use it, but it would take her a while to chant the spell. The spell he used to escape wasn't a real flame wall. Since he could condense a snowstorm, he could also use his strong mental strength to expand an ordinary 1st level fireball to the size of a flame wall. Nianbing didn't know that the meridians in his body had become much tougher than those of ordinary people under the constant training of the magic of ice and fire. That was why he was able to withstand the combat energy from the sword. If he had been an ordinary mage, he definitely wouldn't have been able to escape even if he didn't die. After panting for a while, the pain in his internal organs lessened a little. The healing technique was gradually taking effect. The Masha Envoy, this name that he had come up with on the spur of the moment, was deeply imprinted in his mind. He secretly swore that one day, the Masha Envoy would descend upon the transcendental ice god tower and bring death to those who had once harmed his parents. While thinking, he quickly took off his clothes and wrapped the mask in them. Then he slowly walked to the back door of the Bree shop. When Nianbing returned to the Bree shop, it was already late at night. She carefully opened the back door and quietly walked to the woodshed. From the back door to the woodshed, she had to pass through the back garden. Uncle Lee had told her that the back garden was the exclusive place of the owner of the Breeze shop. Without permission, no one was allowed to enter. The wall of the back garden was about 2 meters tall, and there were openings in the shape of plum blossoms on it. The green wall blended in with the surrounding environment, and with Nianbing's height, he was able to see the situation inside through the openings in the shape of plum blossoms. He walked along the small path, and from the corner of his eye, he accidentally saw a red shadow flash past the openings in the shape of plum blossoms. Out of curiosity, he subconsciously moved closer to the openings to look at the back garden. It was a graceful figure, a graceful figure. A long sword that was shining with a red light was flying up and down, bringing with it a red light. The condensed douqi emitted a strong fluctuation, blowing the surrounding flowers and trees, causing them to rustle. The person performing the sword was Xiujing. She seemed to like the color red very much. Although she had changed into a long dress, it was still the same flame-like color. Her body looked so vigorous, and her movements were as smooth as flowing water. Nianbing was a little confused. It was so late. Why was she still practicing the sword here instead of going back to sleep? Forget it. Who cares? I'd better go back quickly and use a few more healing techniques on my body. I'll think about it after I've healed. Thinking of this, he quietly turned around. Just as he was about to leave, he accidentally stepped on the edge of a clump of flowers and plants, making a very soft sound. Who is it? Nianbing thought to himself. He hurriedly threw the black robe and mask in his hands into the flowers and plants as fast as he could. Just as he finished this action, a red cloud jumped over the wall of the garden and floated in front of him. In the direction of the red light, Xiujing's long sword was already resting on Nianbing's neck. The fighting aura flowing around her made him not dare to make the slightest move. Xiujing clearly remembered Nianbing's handsome face. She frowned and said, "It's you. Didn't I ask you to go to the woodshed to help? It's so late. Why aren't you resting? What are you doing out here?" Nianbing pretended to be in fear and trepidation and said, "Hello, Mississippi. I'm new here today. I wanted to go out to buy some daily necessities, but the things in Ice Snow City were too expensive, so I couldn't buy them. I just arrived here, and I'm not familiar with the roads. I went in the wrong direction, so I came back late. It's so late. Aren't you still awake?" Xiujing was obviously in a bad mood. She snorted and put the red sword back into the sheath. "It's good that it's like this. If I find out that you've done something bad to Qing Fengzhai, be careful of your head." I wouldn't dare. It's all thanks to Miss that I have food to eat. I will strictly abide by my duty. Miss, if there's nothing else, I'll go back first." He thought that he had passed. It seemed that he could only come back later to get the black robe and mask. After bowing slightly to Xiujing, he hurriedly walked in the direction of the woodshed. "Wait a minute." Xiujing suddenly called out to Nianbing. Nianbing's body stiffened. He thought to himself, could it be that she saw what I threw in the flowers? It can't be. It's so dark, and she's not a night owl. He turned around and said, "Miss, do you have any other orders?" Xiujing looked at Nianbing from head to toe. Suddenly, in a flash, she appeared in front of Nianbing without any preparation. She grabbed his clothes and jumped up. Nianbing had felt the feeling of riding the clouds when he used Blizzard, but it was the first time that he was passively grabbed by someone. His right hand subconsciously touched the morning dew dagger, while his left hand prepared a magic spell. If Xiujing wanted to do something bad to him, he would be able to react at the fastest speed. Xiujing tapped lightly on the garden wall and floated into the garden with Nianbing. Wrapped in red fighting energy, they arrived at the eaves of an octagonal pavilion in the garden after a few leaps. She put Nianbing to the side and whispered, "Sit down and don't move." In fact, even if she didn't say anything, Nianbing didn't dare to move. This pavilion was 4 to 5 meters high. If he fell, it would be terrible. He didn't understand why Xiujing brought him up, but he couldn't ask it this time. He could only carefully use healing spells on himself. If there were any changes, he would be better able to deal with it. Xiujing rested her elbows on her bent knees. Her beautiful eyes stared at the round moon in the sky, a blurred light flashing through them. Nianbing could tell that she had something on her mind. One of them was preoccupied with his own thoughts, while the other was secretly healing his wounds. Neither of them made a sound. An hour passed, and Nianbing could already feel that his internal organs were no longer as painful as before. He secretly heaved a sigh of relief, and quietly grabbed the divine stone of fire in his hand. Fire-type magic had always been the best choice for attacking. At this moment, he couldn't help but recall the scene of him insta-killing Liao San. He knew that with his strength, even in a head-on confrontation, he could easily deal with Liao San. However, it definitely wasn't as easy as it was back then. Liao San actually had Duqi, and he didn't look weak either. He should have the strength of a sword master. The reason why he was able to kill Liao San so easily was because he had cleverly used two types of magic, the Tier 3 bursting fireball as a guide, and the Frost Star Needle, which he had researched using Ice Blade as a foundation and the culinary arts fine needle piercing rice. That was how he was able to kill Liao San in one fell swoop. Although the Ice Blade technique was only a rank 2 ice magic, when it was compressed into the shape of a needle, its power was not to be underestimated. As long as the opponent's Duki wasn't too strong, it could be used to penetrate the opponent's defense. Why aren't you saying anything? Nian Bing was just thinking about the mysteries of magic when Xue Jing's voice suddenly rang in his ears. He jumped in fright and instinctively dodged to the side. His foot slipped, and he immediately slid down the pavilion with a cry of surprise. In the situation where he lost his balance, Nian Bing couldn't help but grab at Xue Jing's skirt. Nian Bing was startled by Xue Jing, and a sudden slide also startled Xue Jing. She only felt her body become heavy, and under the pull, she fell down the pavilion with Nian Bing. The two fell down the pavilion at the same time. Xue Jing, after all, had practiced martial arts since she was a child, so her reaction was very fast. She flipped her body in the air and grabbed Nian Bing's waist with one hand, while her other hand slapped downwards, using the recoil of Duki to send herself and Nian Bing back to the pavilion. Silence, absolute silence. Nian Bing and Xue Jing looked at each other, and the two maintained a strange posture. Xue Jing had her arms around Nian Bing's waist, while Nian Bing had one hand around Xue Jing's neck and the other hand holding onto her skirt. Half of Xue Jing's snow-white thigh was exposed to the air because of her skirt. Nian Bing's hand that was holding onto her neck kept feeling the smoothness of her thigh. His heartbeat sped up, and for a moment, his mind was blank. He, who had always been quick-witted, was at a loss. Bastard. Xue Jing suddenly let go of her hand and slapped Nian Bing's face, which almost made him fall down the pavilion again. Xue Jing hooked her foot and pulled Nian Bing to her side. She slapped away his hand that was holding onto her skirt and looked at him angrily. Nian Bing was stunned by Xue Jing's slap. He covered his face with his hand, not knowing what to do. Xue Jing's eyes gradually changed. A thin layer of mist gradually thickened, and tears swirled around her eyes. Suddenly, as if she had been wronged, she burst into tears, and tears kept falling down her face. Miss, I didn't do it on purpose. Nian Bing tried to sound her out. A beautiful woman was crying in front of him. He really didn't know what to do now. Xue Jing suddenly raised her head and looked at Nian Bing angrily. I told you not to move. Who told you to move? Nian Bing smiled bitterly and said, I was scared by you. Do you think I wanted to move? At this time, the previous erotic scene was still replaying in front of his eyes. He had already forgotten his own identity. Xue Jing stared at Nian Bing with her big eyes. Isn't that your fault? Who told you to not speak for an hour? Nian Bing said in surprise, didn't you tell me to sit and not move? You were the one who caught me. Xue Jing knew that she was in the wrong. She wiped the tears on her face with her sleeve and snorted. Everyone else is a hero saving a beauty. Today, I came here to save a good-for-nothing. You've grown such a big body for nothing. Nian Bing smiled bitterly. If she was a good-for-nothing, then so be it. He couldn't tell Xue Jing that he was actually a magician. He still hadn't seen the culinary skills of the Breeze restaurant. Everything still needed time. Touching his face, he found that the left side of his face had already swollen into a palm-shaped mark. He only knew the lowest level of healing magic. Even if he used it every day, he probably wouldn't be able to see anyone for at least 3 days. The first time he killed someone, he was almost killed. When he finally ran back, he was inexplicably slapped. When he was unlucky, even cold water would be stuck in his teeth. Xue Jing returned to her previous posture. Her expression gradually calmed down. Looking at the moon in the sky, she said, Where are you from? Me? Nian Bing said, I'm from the Huarong Empire. This was the first time he had mentioned his hometown. Even when he was learning how to cook, Cha Ji had never asked him this question. Huarong Empire? That's the Huarong Empire called the Fire Empire. It's also the country furthest from our Ice Moon Empire. Why did you come all the way here? Nian Bing sighed softly. Who would be willing to leave their home? Isn't it all because fate forced me to? When I was 10 years old, I came to the Ice Moon Empire with my father. Now, I'm the only one left. Xiujing turned to look at Nianbing. It looks like you're also sad? Nianbing's heart shook, and he immediately woke up from his memories. He secretly scolded himself. Why did his vigilance become so low? It seemed that the power of a beautiful woman was not small. Miss, why do you use two? Xiujing glared at him and said, didn't you call me you for a long time just now? Why are you calling me miss now? Nianbing helplessly said, I lost my composure just now. I should have called you miss. Xiujing impatiently waved her hand and said, forget it, I'm very annoyed today. I just want to find someone to chat with. Don't call me miss, just call me Xiujing. I originally wanted to have a good chat with Ling but she doesn't understand that aspect. Instead, it made me even more confused. Oh, right, what's your name again? My name is Nianbing. Then tell me, what kind of woman is most liked by men? After Xiujing gathered her courage to ask this question, her beautiful face immediately flushed red. Nianbing secretly thought that this Qing Fengzhai's young miss was probably in love. Miss, oh, no, Xiujing, I'm not too sure about this. However, a girl as beautiful as Miss would definitely be liked by all men. When Xiujing heard this, her beautiful eyes once again filled with tears. You're talking nonsense, then why doesn't he like me? All day long, he puts on a cool appearance, and when people talk to him, he ignores them. She was not the person involved, how would she know the situation? Nianbing bitterly smiled and said, Miss, I'm afraid you'll have to ask him about this. Perhaps, although he doesn't say it, he likes you in his heart. Xiujing forcefully shook off the tears in her eyes and said with some surprise, is what you said true? Nianbing hesitated and said, it should be. Since you like him, just get closer. Where there's a will, there's a way. Xiujing hit Nianbing and said, but I'm a girl. How can a girl take the initiative in this kind of thing? Nianbing, you just said that beautiful girl like me would definitely be liked by all men. Then, do you like someone like me? Cough, cough. Nianbing almost choked to death on her own saliva. Miss, don't joke around. Our identities are different. Xiujing insisted, I don't care. Let's not look at status now. If we were friends, would you like me? From the bottom of Nianbing's heart, he preferred girls with gentle temperaments like Long Ling or Feng Nu Xiujing. This kind of shrewish beauty was not very attractive to him. But at this time, looking at the tears in Xiujing's eyes, he really could not bear to say no, so he nodded gently and said awkwardly, yes. Humph, you seem to be forcing yourself. However, you must remember what you said today. If I ask you to do anything in the future, you must not refuse. Do you hear me? Nianbing agreed with a wry smile. At this time, what else could he do if he did not agree? Xiujing turned around and faced Mingyu again. She murmured, he's really handsome. However, in terms of appearance, he doesn't seem to be as beautiful as you. But, he's already a great swordsman close to a martial fighter. The way he holds the sword is very beautiful. That feeling of power, even if you flatter a horse, you can't compare. I like people with heroic spirit like him the most. No, I must find a chance to test his feelings. Otherwise, I won't be satisfied no matter what. That night, Nianbing sat in the pavilion with Xiujing until dawn. Only then did Xiujing take him out of the garden and let him leave. It was fine not to sleep for a night, but this was the first time in many years that Nianbing did not meditate at night. When he returned to his room, he did not sleep. He desperately used healing magic on himself, hoping to remove the palm print on his face so that he could go to the Magician's Guild to read the magic incantation. However, things did not go as he wished. The effect of his primary healing magic was limited. Although the palm print was lighter, it was still there. In desperation, Nianbing quietly went out before dawn. He found a pharmacy that was open around the clock and bought some white gauze. He folded it into a thick pile and stuck it on his left face with tape. Although it was not good looking, it was much better than having a red palm print on his face. Uncle Li walked out of his room with a yawn. He breathed in the fresh air and stretched his body. He turned his head to look at the door on the other side and said to himself, I wonder if Nianbing came back last night. Young people are always so playful. Uncle Li, I did come back a little late last night. I'm sorry. Nianbing pushed the door open. He had just come back and put away the black robe and mask. He did not even have time to sit down. Uncle Li looked at the gauze on his face and could not help but ask in surprise, "What happened to you? Are you hurt?" Nianbing smiled bitterly and said, "I was walking on the road yesterday and accidentally tripped over something. As a result, I broke my face. I had to put some medicine on it. The doctor said it would take 3 or 4 days to recover." Uncle Li laughed and said, You are really stupid. It would be bad if you leave a scar on your face. Be careful in the future. Let's go and have breakfast." Nianbing was indeed hungry. The last meal was at Feng News at noon yesterday. Under Uncle Li's lead, the two walked in the direction of the kitchen. In the distance, they could see 2 rows of long wooden tables in front of the kitchen door. There were about 30 to 40 people in white chef uniforms sitting there eating and drinking. Nianbing said, "The people in the kitchen wake up so early." Uncle Li said, "Of course they wake up early. Every morning is the busiest. They have to prepare the materials needed for the day. The materials used by our cool breeze fasten are all of the best quality. There are 3 to 4 people in charge of selecting the materials. Let's go and see what we are eating today." Breakfast was steamed buns and porridge. Most of the chefs knew Uncle Li. Under Uncle Li's introduction, Nianbing greeted them one by one. When Uncle Li brought him to the last wooden table, Nianbing found that there was only one person eating at this table. The other chefs consciously went to other tables and ate by themselves. "Nianbing, this is the head chef of our cool breeze fasten. He is known as the king of cooks, Ming Yuan, Master Ming. Hurry up and meet him." "Head chef, his name is Nianbing. He is new to help me. He is quite diligent. I will have to trouble you to take care of him in the future." Uncle Li introduced Nianbing eagerly. Ming Yuan had a medium build. He was neither fat nor thin. When he heard Uncle Li's introduction, he raised his head to look at Nianbing. He was about 40 years old. Although his appearance was ordinary, his eyes gave Nianbing a sense of familiarity. He had seen the same gaze in Chaji's eyes. However, compared to Chaji, he was much worse. Chaji had once told Nianbing that a capable chef's gaze was different from that of an ordinary chef. This was because he focused on cooking all year round. He told Nianbing that although Nianbing had learned all of his cooking skills, there was still a gap in terms of heat control and perception. And perception needed the support of perception. Ming Yuan's expression was very cold. Nianbing nodded slightly and continued to eat his breakfast. Uncle Li led Nianbing to a table nearby. The two of them also began to eat. The steamed buns were filled with meat, but the taste was very different. However, when one was hungry, as long as there was something to fill one's stomach, it was enough. Just as Nianbing was full and was about to go back to work with Uncle Li, the person he didn't want to see appeared again. That fiery red figure slowly walked over. "Uncle Ming, what did you eat for breakfast? Do you have a share for me?" The appearance of Shiwajing made all the kitchen staff stop what they were doing and stand up to salute her. Only Ming Yuan remained in his seat. He looked at Shiwajing with some affection and said, "You little girl, didn't you already send your breakfast over? Why did you come here to ask for it? Do you need something from me?" At this moment, a faint smile appeared on his cold face. Shiwajing didn't sleep the whole night, but her spirit didn't show any signs of fatigue. "Can't I look for you if I don't need anything? Can't your niece miss you?" Ming Yuan laughed and said, "Miss me? I think you're missing the snacks I made, right? Tell me, do you want to eat nest, candy rolls, or golden incense rings today? Uncle has nothing to do in the morning, so I'll make them for you when I'm free." Nianbing's heart skipped a beat when he heard the terms nest, candy rolls, and golden incense rings. He had heard of 2 of the 3 pastries before. Candy rolls and golden incense rings were famous snacks, but there were very few people who could control the heat and make them well. But, what was nest? Since Ming Yuan was called the king of wonderful cooks, he must be good at clever cooking methods. If there was a chance, she must ask this nest's cooking method. Xiaojing thought for a moment and said, Uncle Ming, then I want to eat golden incense rings. You also know that people love to eat this. Why don't you teach me how to make it? Ming Yuan pretended to be frightened and said, You? Forget it. Unless your father agrees to burn down the kitchen of the Cool Breeze restaurant, I'll teach you. Otherwise, Uncle still wants to live for a few more years and give you a few more tasty meals. But, little girl, even though golden incense rings are crispy and fragrant, they're still too oily. It's not very good for the skin. Xiaojing giggled and said, I don't eat it every day. It's fine to eat it once in a while. Ming Yuan stood up and said, All right then, come with me. Uncle will make it for you now. Anyway, the ingredients are ready-made. Xiaojing smiled and whispered a few words into Ming Yuan's ear. After hearing that, Ming Yuan frowned and his gaze fell on Yan Bing, who was not far away. He thought for a moment and said, Little girl, you only know how to make trouble for me. But, I'll say this, I'll only make it once. How much he can learn is his own problem. Xiaojing said happily, I knew Uncle is the best. Ming Yuan said unhappily, Don't be the one who's been bewitched by that pretty boy. You little girl. I really can't help it. After saying that, he walked towards the kitchen. Yan Bing noticed that when Ming Yuan left, he glanced at her. His gaze seemed to contain a warning. Could it be that what Xiaojing whispered in his ear just now had something to do with her? Just as she was thinking, she suddenly heard Xiaojing call out, Yan Bing, come over here and help Uncle Ming. When she said that, all the chef's eyes fell on Yan Bing. All kinds of strange expressions appeared one after another. Needless to say, many of them had already misunderstood. One had to know that the wonderful chef Wang Ming Yuan had always been famous for keeping his dishes to himself. He never allowed others to watch him cook. Xiaojing's call obviously meant that she wanted Yan Bing to learn how to make golden incense rings from him. Yan Bing stood up and pointed at her own nose. Miss, you called me? I'm just a firewood cutter. Xiaojing glared at her and said angrily, I told you to come over, so come over. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Hurry up. Yan Bing was helpless. She could only walk to Xiaojing's side and ask in a low voice, What are you doing? Xiaojing smiled slightly and said, Consider it as repayment for the slap on your face. Let me tell you, I don't know how many people want to learn Uncle Ming's unique skills. This is a rare opportunity. You have to work hard. As long as you can learn a little, you'll have the capital to eat in the future. If you practice well, I'll ask Uncle Ming to transfer you from the woodshed to the kitchen. Yan Bing looked at Xiaojing with a strange gaze. This girl with a fierce temper seemed to have her cute side. Xiaojing's charming face blushed slightly. She pushed Yan Bing, Hurry up and go. Don't get the wrong idea. Last night, you accompanied me for half a day and got slapped by me. I'm just compensating you. What's more, I might need you to do me a favor in the future. As the two talked, they entered the kitchen. Qingfeng Fasting lived up to its reputation as a famous restaurant. Just this kitchen alone was over 1,000 square meters. Although it was very big and there were all kinds of ingredients, it was not messy at all. It was obvious that it had been carefully tidied up. All kinds of kitchen utensils were neatly arranged. Xiaojing pulled Yan Bing to the innermost part of the kitchen. As they walked, she said, Uncle Ming doesn't usually cook. Only important guests get to taste the dishes he personally makes. Of course, I'm an exception. The area where Ming Yuan cooked was covered by a curtain. Clearly, he did not want anyone to see his appearance while he cooked. Yan Bing shook her head inwardly. These famous chefs were all so stingy. How could they promote their culinary skills? Xiaojing and Yan Bing lifted the curtain and entered Ming Yuan's personal cooking space, which was about 20 square meters in size. Ming Yuan glanced at them and said to Yan Bing coldly, I'll only do it once. I'll be quick. You have to watch carefully. How much you can learn will depend on your luck. As soon as he finished speaking, his hands immediately began to move. Ming Yuan's left hand grabbed a clean and empty basin from the side. His right hand scooped up about a caddy of noodles into the basin with a ladle. At the same time, his left hand scooped up half a ladle of water from the other side and slowly poured it into the bowl of noodles. His two hands were performing different actions, but there was not the slightest bit of confusion. Nianbing knew that this was the famous technique of interplay in the culinary world. It allowed one to do two things at the same time, but at the same time, focus on what one was cooking. Ming Yuan's right hand took out some white powder from 3 white seasoning boxes and added it into the flour. He said calmly, warm water to dissolve salt, alkali, and a little bit of alum. This is the foundation. As soon as he finished speaking, the work in his hands was done. With a shake of his hands, the tools in his hands returned to their original positions. His 2 hands inserted into the basin at the same time and quickly stirred. In just a few blinks of an eye, the previously scattered flour and seasonings had now become a dough. Nianbing was very clear in her heart that what was put in was secondary. The most important thing was the amount. The kneading technique was also very particular. One's wrist must be strong. Moreover, the kneading direction and order were different, so the finished product would be different. Although the cooking of the golden fragrance ring had just begun, Nianbing had already seen many things. She nodded in her heart. An expert, as expected of an expert. It seemed that her trip to the Qingfeng restaurant was not in vain. Ming Yuan's hands moved faster and faster. The dough constantly changed into various shapes in his hands. Sometimes it was long, and sometimes it was flat. There was no time for him to stop. If it were an ordinary chef, when making the golden fragrance ring, the dough would have to be kneaded for an hour and a half before continuing the process. The reason why Ming Yuan kept kneading the dough was that he wanted to save the process of kneading the dough. This required an extremely high level of skill and familiarity with the mixture of several seasonings to be able to do. With this point alone, Ming Yuan had already proved that he did not get the title of wonderful chef for nothing. Finally, after about a quarter of an hour of kneading, the dough was placed on the chopping board in an oval shape. Ming Yuan looked very calm, as if the 10 minutes of intense kneading did not affect him at all. He glanced at Nianbing and said, "Look carefully. The next step is the key." As he spoke, he lit the stove with a flint, put a clean iron pot over the fire, and poured half of the oil into it. A thick rolling pin about 1.5 meters long was held in his hand. With just a few simple movements, the dough on the chopping board had been turned into flat pieces. After that, his movements were very fast. Obviously, Ming Yuan did not want Nianbing to learn too much from him. A small knife specially used for making noodles was held in his hand. The knife flashed continuously, and the flat pieces had become uniform strips about 2 inches wide. He put the strips of dough on the chopping board. Ming Yuan pressed one end of the dough with one hand and held the other end of the dough with the other hand. He rolled the dough into flat pieces about 2 inches thick. With the knife, he cut the dough into 1.5 inch wide pieces. Every 2 pieces were stacked together, and he made a cut in the middle with the knife. Nianbing saw very clearly that the 2 sides were not cut through. At this time, the oil was already 50% hot. Ming Yuan waved his right hand, and the half-finished golden incense rings slid lightly into the pot. A pair of chopsticks jumped into his left hand from who knows where. The chopstick supported the center of the oiled dough, and suddenly a round ring, like a bracelet, continuously turned under the effect of the chopsticks. His other hand was not idle, and one golden incense ring after another was put into the pot. Xianxia hurriedly took the plate, and the golden incense rings came out of the pot one after another. Suddenly, the fragrance overflowed, and people began to eat. When the 10th golden incense ring of the same size came out of the pot, Ming Yuan stopped. He covered the stove to extinguish the fire, and said to Xianxia, "Silence, try it. See if your Uncle Ming's craftsmanship has deteriorated." Xianxia giggled and said, "Uncle Ming's craftsmanship is the best. How can it deteriorate?" Nianbing, you." When the first golden incense ring came out of the pot, Nianbing had already forgotten everything, and was completely immersed in Ming Yuan's skillful cooking. At this time, he was holding a pair of chopsticks, and picked up a golden incense ring to take a bite. He nodded approvingly, and said to himself, "Fragrant, crisp, and crisp. It breaks with the slightest touch, as expected of good craftsmanship." Ming Yuan saw that Nianbing had overstepped her boundaries and actually ate the golden incense ring first. Just as he was about to flare up, he heard Nianbing continue, "The delicate hands are kneaded into jade, the green oil is fried to a tender yellow color, the night of spring sleep is light, and the beauty is wrapped in gold." Good, it is indeed a top-grade golden incense ring. Xiaojing said unhappily. Nian Bing, what are you doing? Who told you to eat my breakfast? Nian Bing was startled, and only then did she come to her senses. She hurriedly stuffed the golden incense ring into her mouth, and put the chopsticks aside. She said vaguely, I'm sorry, Mississippi. The chef's craftsmanship is really too exquisite, so, As she spoke, she hurriedly swallowed the golden incense ring into her stomach, and her expression became a little more awkward. Ming Yuan looked at Nian Bing in shock, and said in a low voice, Who are you? How do you know the formula to make the golden incense ring? Nian Bing was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, I only heard it from a person who set up a stall on the side of the road. I felt that it was very appropriate for the golden incense ring, so I memorized it. I've embarrassed myself in front of you. Ming Yuan snorted, Why don't you look at who you're speaking to when you're lying? If everyone knew the formula to make the golden incense ring, I wouldn't be able to survive. Xiaojing looked at Nian Bing in shock, and just as she was about to say something, she heard hurried footsteps outside. Miss, chef, not good, something has happened. Xiaojing lifted the curtain and saw a servant from the Breeze restaurant running over in a hurry, sweating profusely. She couldn't help but frown and ask, Why are you in such a hurry? What happened? Tell me slowly. The servant panted and said, Miss, the news just came. I don't know why, but the city lord suddenly closed all 4 gates of Ice Snow City, and no one is allowed to enter or leave. Also, Daqing Pavilion suddenly closed for business today. I also heard that their 3rd shopkeeper suddenly died last night. Died? The mangy dog Liao San died? What is going on? Nian Bing walked out with Ming Yuan at this time. Ming Yuan said calmly, Silence, don't worry. Let's go find your father and see if he knows about the situation. Xiaojing nodded eagerly and walked out with Ming Yuan. Before Ming Yuan left, he turned his head and looked at Nian Bing, I'll find you later. You should go back to the woodshed first. Nian Bing heaved a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, I was planning to stay here for a while longer. It seems like I can't hide my culinary skills anymore. It's a pity that I don't know what special skills the chefs at Dasheng Pavilion have. Forget it. If she couldn't hide it, she would go to Feng Nu's place. After the Xingyang saber was embedded, she would quietly leave Ice Snow City. Ice Snow City was closed today, and Daqing Pavilion was closed for business. Why? Liao San's death shouldn't be enough to close the city. Daqing Pavilion. The dazzling hall seemed a little dignified today. The entire hall was clean and tidy. There were dozens of tables, but only one table in the center was occupied. There were more than 10 people in total, but only one person was sitting. The rest were standing respectfully behind him. It was a woman with long white hair. She sat there like a statue carved out of ice jade. Her white robe with golden edges set off her cold and noble temperament. Her beautiful face made it impossible for anyone to have the slightest blasphemy towards her. Her body seemed to be surrounded by a layer of frost. Her eyes were closed, and her entire body was so cold that no one could approach her. Among the dozen or so people standing behind the woman, except for a magician wearing a green magician's robe, everyone else seemed to be trembling with fear. The magician's green robe had a golden hexagram pattern on the chest, and in the center of the hexagram was embroidered a rising vortex. It looked extremely luxurious. Why isn't the president of the Martial Arts Guild here? The woman in white finally spoke. The hall seemed to have become colder. A middle-aged man in a luxurious robe quickly stepped forward and respectfully said, reporting to the goddess priestess, the president of the Martial Arts Guild is out on business. He rarely stays in Ice Snow City, so he is not here. The person sitting in the hall of Daqing Pavilion was the only goddess priestess on the continent who had the title of God Summoner. She was the symbol of the Ice Moon Empire and the strongest person in the magic world. Only she could close the 2nd largest city of the Ice Moon Empire with a single sentence. The goddess priestess said faintly, You are all leaders in Ice Snow City. I will give you 3 days to investigate every corner of Ice Snow City and find the stone of Ice Snow Goddess. If the person who has it is very powerful, as long as you force him to use the magic power of the God Stone, I will personally take care of everything. The middle-aged man who spoke before said with some difficulty, Goddess Priestess, you also know that Ice Snow City is very big. Isn't 3 days a little too short? The goddess priestess slowly opened her eyes. A cold blue light shot out and shone on the middle-aged man. He suddenly quivered and wanted to take a few steps back to stabilize himself. Marquis Noah, if you feel that the position of the Lord of Ice Snow City is not suitable for you, I can help you adjust it at any time. When Marquis Noah heard this, his face suddenly changed. He hurriedly said, "No, goddess priestess, I didn't mean that. How can we dare to disobey your orders? However, without any clues, I can't guarantee that I will be able to find it." The goddess priestess coldly snorted and said, "Last night, on the way here, I clearly felt the energy of the stone of ice snow goddess. It must be an ice snow city. If this matter is not done well, I will hold you responsible first." Marquis Noah had a bitter look on his face. Looking for a stone in such a big city was undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. Moreover, they only had 3 days. If the city was sealed for 3 days, it would certainly have a great impact on Ice Snow City. There would be problems with the operation of the entire city. But at this time, he had no other choice. It was useless to reason with the goddess priestess. He helplessly nodded and said, "I will do my best." "Goddess priestess, there is something I don't know if I should say." A humble voice came from behind. The one who spoke was the second shopkeeper of Deshang Pavilion. He and the head shopkeeper had been standing at the back. When he suddenly spoke, it immediately attracted the attention of the people in front of him. One of them, an old man wearing a golden robe, said in a deep voice, "Impudent. You have no right to speak in front of the goddess priestess." The second shopkeeper's eyes revealed a look of fear. He hurriedly said, "Yes, owner. No matter. If it is related to the stone of ice snow goddess, let him speak." The gaze of the goddess priestess fell on the second shopkeeper. The second shopkeeper only felt his whole body turn cold. It was as if he was naked in front of everyone, without any secrets. Yes, goddess priestess, it is like this. Last night, my third brother, who is also the third shopkeeper of Deshang Pavilion, was suddenly killed. The person who killed him was a magician. What kind of magic did he die under? The words of the goddess priestess were very concise. The second shopkeeper was stunned for a moment. He said, "I don't know much about magic. It seems to be a big fireball." The boss of Deshang Pavilion said angrily, "Is there something wrong with your head? Didn't the goddess priestess just say that it has to be related to the stone of ice snow goddess? Get out, don't waste the goddess priestess time." The second shopkeeper hurriedly said, "No, boss, let me finish. Although my third brother died under the fireball, it is very strange. When the fireball bombarded his body, his whole body fell into a sea of fire and was burned black. But his head was not black. Instead, it was covered with a layer of frost. It is still there now. Perhaps. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the goddess priestess. She said coldly, "Bring the body up for me to see." "Yes, goddess priestess." The shopkeeper of Deshang Pavilion hurriedly complied. After a while, Liao San's body was brought up. Under the burning of the fireball, the body had long been burned into a charred state. A foul smell assailed the nostrils, causing everyone present to cover their noses. A layer of faint white light enveloped the body of the goddess priestess. Without looking at her posture, her slender body was already in front of the body. Like spring onions, her jade-like hands reached out from her robe and pressed down. Her mental power instantly enveloped the charred body through the ice element. Others may not have felt anything, but as the president of the Ice Moon Empire's Magic Union, Wind Archmage Long Ji was greatly surprised. Although with his position, this was not the first time he had seen the goddess priestess, a god-sent master and the state teacher of the Ice Moon Empire, use magic for the first time. But seeing her so easily use spiritual detection magic without chanting an incantation, as expected of the #1 magician of the continent. The goddess priestess slowly raised her head, a cold light flashing in her eyes. Her gaze fell on the second shopkeeper. "Speak. Tell me in detail what happened last night." The second shopkeeper agreed and hurriedly described the situation last night in detail in fear and trepidation. He did not dare to omit anything. Under the invisible pressure of the goddess priestess, he did not even dare to conceal the fact that Liao San went to visit a prostitute. When he said that the black-clothed man called himself the demon killer, the faces of everyone present could not help but turn ugly. On the continent of Yangon, the most hated profession was not prostitutes, nor was it thieves or robbers. It was assassins. Especially for magicians who were not good at close combat, they hated assassins the most. This was because even a high-level magician would have a hard time surviving an assassin's sneak attack if they were unprepared. However, this was the first time they had heard of the existence of a magician among assassins. Moreover, it was obvious that this magician was not ordinary. After listening to the second manager's narration, the ice goddess priestess slowly nodded. Demon killer? It seems that there was more than one person there at the time. You're quite smart to be able to see some clues from Liao San's death. That's right, the real cause of his death wasn't the explosion of flames. Before the explosion, his head was already injured by ice magic and his brain was baptized by ice. He was already dead before the explosion of flames reached his body. Look, although his head is a bit charred due to the ice, it's still intact. Using my spiritual force, I discovered that his wound is very small, only the size of a pinhole. He should have been killed by a needle-shaped attack. Moreover, there's clearly the aura of the ice goddess stone on his head. Clearly, this magic was emitted by the ice goddess stone. That's right. The magician who killed him is extremely strong in magic control. To be able to condense ice into a needle shape and pierce through the hardest part of a person's skull, he should at least have the strength of a sorcerer. The fire magician you saw was clearly just a cover. Only with the cooperation of two magic killers could the scene at that time be formed. Long Ji, immediately gather all the ice sorcerers in the city here. Whoever has the aura of the ice goddess stone is the murderer. Long Ji hesitated for a moment before saying, Goddess priestess, I think that the magicians under me shouldn't be assassins. You also know that magicians have a very high status on the continent. With Liao San's identity, I'm afraid that there's no need for a sorcerer to make a move. For two magicians to form an assassin team, there's clearly something fishy about it. I hope you can investigate thoroughly. The goddess priestess clearly had a good impression of Long Ji. She wasn't as rude as when she rebuked the Marquis. She said indifferently, although what you said is reasonable, as the saying goes, one may know a person for a long time without understanding his true nature. Bring them all here. After my investigation, everything will naturally be cleared up. It seems that the ice goddess stone has been obtained for a long time. The number of ice sorcerers is very limited. It seems that the person hiding in the dark is not simple. Do as I say and try to solve everything in the shortest time possible. At the same time, send the other magicians under you to guard the 4 gates of Ice Snow City. Do you understand? Long Ji nodded respectfully and said, I'll go now. After he finished speaking, his body flashed with a green light. When everyone came back to their senses, his body had already disappeared. A strange light flashed in the eyes of the priestess of the snow goddess. She thought to herself, Long Ji is indeed worthy of being called the most outstanding magic genius on the continent. He's only in his 50s, but his wind magic has already reached the point of perfection. With my guidance, perhaps within 20 years, there will be another God's Descent Master in the Ice Moon Empire, a wind magic God's Descent Master. However, did he need to do that? The dignity of the Ice God Tower was inviolable. Nianbing is chopping firewood in the woodshed. He has just answered all kinds of questions from Uncle Li, and it is not easy for him to dodge them. The wonderful chef Wang Mingyuan gave him quite a shock. His skill is definitely not something that can be achieved through practice. He is indeed worthy of being the head chef of the Qingfeng Pavilion. However, compared to what he imagined, Wang Mingyuan is still a little lacking. This is because he can also make the same golden fragrance ring. At most, his speed is a little slower than Wang Mingyuan. Although he has already noticed something, Xuejing does not seem to have noticed. This time, she brought me to learn the golden fragrance ring technique from Wang Mingyuan. Perhaps it is to compensate for the red hand on my face. At that thought, Nianbing couldn't help but smile bitterly as he touched his bandaged face. Even though the swelling of the palm print was gradually subsiding, it would take at least 2 more days for it to heal. That slap really wasn't light. However, Xuejing's healthy and beautiful body is indeed very attractive, but her skin feels Shaking his head hard, Nian Bing secretly scolded himself. Why am I thinking about these messy things? I haven't gotten my revenge yet. The most important thing now is to gradually improve my strength, and not to put my thoughts in this aspect. It seems that I can't go to Feng Nu's side for the time being. If she sees the palm print on my face, I don't know what she will think. The same goes for the Magician's Guild. I'll think about it in a few days. He is at a loss. It is because of Xue Jing's slap that he quietly stayed in the woodshed for 3 days and avoided a fatal disaster. 3 days have passed. Nian Bing is just like an ordinary servant, chopping firewood every day. Other than chopping firewood, he would go back to his room to cultivate his ice and fire magic in silence. During cultivation, the ice goddess stone only absorbs the ice element in the air, and does not release ice magic. Therefore, no matter how powerful the ice goddess priest is, it is impossible for them to discover his location. Nian Bing has been waiting for Ming Yuan to come find him, but Ming Yuan never appeared. Even during meals every day, he did not eat with the chefs. Because he saw the process of Ming Yuan making the golden fragrance ring with Xue Jing's help that day, the other chefs were somewhat alienated from him. Apart from Uncle Li, no one in the kitchen would take the initiative to talk to him. Nian Bing is also happy to have the peace and quiet, so naturally he will not take the initiative to greet them. 3 days have passed, and the slap mark on his face finally disappeared. Nian Bing finished his work in the morning. After informing Uncle Li, he quietly sneaked out from the back door of Qingfeng Pavilion. At this time, the north gate of Ice Snow City is completely under martial law under the guard of thousands of soldiers. The Castellan, the president of the Magician's Guild, and the important people in Ice Snow City are all secretly relieved. The god of plague in their hearts is finally leaving. How can they not be happy? After 3 days of strict search, the person the ice goddess priest is looking for is not found. The 2 ice elemental sorcerers in the Magician's Guild also passed her spiritual detection. For the normal operation of Ice Snow City, the ice goddess priest has to temporarily give up everything. Lord Marquis. This time, I have to thank you for your help. The person with the ice goddess stone has probably left Ice Snow City. I will continue to investigate. If you find anything, immediately report to the Ice God Tower. Archmage Longji, please cooperate with the investigation. If an unfamiliar ice elemental sorcerer appears, you must find out the origin, understand? The Marquis and Longji both agreed. Under their escort, the ice goddess priest walked out of Ice Snow City. The wide sleeves of the white robe gently waved, and the light between heaven and earth completely darkened. Snowflakes floated in the air. The ice goddess priest actually stepped on a palm-sized snowflake and floated away. Her amazing skill made people gasp in amazement. Seeing the ice goddess priest leave, the Marquis couldn't help but let out a big sigh of relief. He looked at Longji and couldn't help but bitterly smile. Old Long, I'll treat you at noon. Let's go to Qingfeng Pavilion for a meal. I know you like the bland food there. These past few days, I've been so nervous. I'm afraid I didn't serve the ice goddess priest well. Longji smiled and said, I should be the one treating Lord Marquis. These past few days, I've also been like this. Even my magic training time has been reduced a lot. I think Qingfeng Pavilion's green bamboo wine should be able to help us calm down. I've already told Big Brother Xue that this time, he'll take out 30 years of green bamboo wine for us to taste. Big Brother Xue, you won't be stingy, right? As he said that, Longji looked at a white-clothed middle-aged man not far behind him. The white-clothed middle-aged man looked to be around 40 years old. His appearance was very elegant, just like a scholar. The golden-clothed boss of Great Accomplishment Pavilion was beside him. At this time, when he heard that the Marquis and the president of the Magician's Guild had both chosen Qingfeng Pavilion, his face became somewhat gloomy. The white-clothed middle-aged man helplessly smiled and said, You guys just can't forgive me. Drink, drink, drink. In any case, there won't be any left after drinking. Brother Jin Hao, do you want to taste it together? The boss of Great Accomplishment Pavilion indifferently said, Many thanks, Brother Shuiyu. However, Great Accomplishment Pavilion still has a lot of things waiting for me to deal with. Liao San also just passed away, so I won't go. I'll come another day to apologize. Shuiyu smiled faintly, It's not good to force you. Lord Marquis, Old Long, let's go. There have been too many things these days. Even our Qingfeng Pavilion's business has been greatly affected because of the lockdown. At Shuiyu's reminder, the Marquis slapped his forehead and said in realization, look at my memory. Come, immediately pass on my order to lift the seal on the city. Let's go, I want to drink more today. These 2 days have really tired me out. I'm old and my body can't take it anymore. Old Shui, you have to let the wonderful Chef King personally cook today. His bamboo dishes are the most suitable for my current taste. Nian Bing made several turns and arrived at the entrance of the shop. She held some vegetables and meat in her left hand and lightly knocked on the door a few times. Feng Nu, are you there? Footsteps sounded and the door opened. Feng Nu poked her head out of the door. When she saw Nian Bing, she couldn't help but smile and hurriedly opened the door. Come in, great chef. You finally remembered me today? Nian Bing bitterly smiled. I wanted to come a few days ago, but there were too many things to do and I didn't have time. I'm really sorry, but I'll definitely make a good meal for you today. Feng Nu blinked her bright eyes and smiled. I was just joking with you. You took it seriously. If you have something to do, go ahead and do it. I don't care what I eat. Actually, I don't want to eat the food you cook. If I eat too much and become picky, what should I do when you leave? After saying the last word, she realized that her words were wrong. Her pretty face couldn't help but slightly blush. She hurriedly turned around and walked inside with Nian Bing. Looking at Feng Nu's perfect back, Nian Bing secretly nodded. In terms of appearance and figure, Xue Jing and Long Ling were inferior to Feng Nu. Especially Feng Nu's noble and elegant temperament, which made people have a good impression of her. Coupled with her gentleness, Nian Bing would definitely be lying to himself if he said that he wasn't moved by such a perfect woman. However, he now only regarded Feng Nu as a friend and put all his thoughts on improving his cooking and magic. Before the matter of the Ice God Tower was completed, he really didn't want to think about other things and distract himself. Arriving at the courtyard, Nian Bing looked up at the sky and smiled. I'm going to the kitchen to cook first. I'll be done in a while. Feng Nu looked back and smiled. Don't be in such a hurry. Take a rest first. Oh, right, don't make such troublesome things today. I'm really sorry. You're a guest, so I should cook for you. But I'm really too stupid. Besides cooking porridge, I don't know how to do anything else. Nian Bing looked at Feng Nu's smile and couldn't help but be a little infatuated. He muttered, Feng Nu, you're really beautiful. Ah. Sorry, I'm going to cook first. Saying this, he took the things and hurried to the kitchen. Looking at Nian Bing walking into the kitchen, Feng Nu's eyes revealed a strange light. The gentleness disappeared and was replaced by a trace of coldness. She seemed to be thinking about something and muttered to herself, forget it. It's enough for me to get the parting heaven sword. Why should I be greedy for his stone of fire? Since he cooked for me, I'll let him have it. I think the elders won't blame me. This person called Nian Bing is really strange. He actually has so many treasures on him. If it was Big Sister, I'm afraid he wouldn't have anything left. Forget it. Who cares about him? I'll get the Xingyang saber and return the favor to that old man Hua Tian. Saying this, the coldness in Feng Nu's eyes gradually disappeared. She looked at the kitchen again and revealed a trace of confusion. This time, the speed of cooking was much faster. The reason why Nian Bing had chosen the extremely complicated pigeon meat rice last time was because he didn't have enough ingredients. This time, he had brought fresh vegetables and meat, so it was naturally much easier to handle. In just half an hour, the entire shop was filled with a delicious aroma. The standard 4 dishes and 1 soup were all different in color. Judging from the color and aroma, it was already the best. Nian Bing placed the dishes on the table in the courtyard and wiped the sweat on his forehead. He smiled and shouted into the room, Feng Nu, it's time to eat. Come quickly. It smells so good. I finally don't have to eat porridge again. The light fragrance rushed into his face. Feng Nu rushed to the table at an extremely fast speed. Nian Bing only saw a blur in front of his eyes, and the chopsticks were already in her hands. Feng Nu pulled a stool from the side and followed Nian Bing, but her eyes never left the table. Wow, are you cooking? Why do all the things you make look like handicrafts? I can't bear to eat them. Although she said this, the chopsticks in her hands had already reached out and directly picked up a plate of sparkling red and yellow dishes. Nianbing smiled and said, if no one eats the food made by a chef, then he is a failure. I don't want that. It's good that you eat all of them. I know you have a big appetite, so I specially made more today. There will always be some left over from these 4 dishes. You just need to heat it up at night, and it will be enough. The taste shouldn't change too much. Feng Nu picked up a golden object with her chopsticks and put it into her mouth. While chewing, she clearly felt that the meat was extremely tender and smooth, and the fragrance of the gravy was overflowing. After chewing twice, her lips and teeth were already filled with the fragrance. The salty and fresh part of the meat couldn't help but arouse her appetite. Nianbing handed over a bowl of rice and said with a smile, this dish is a little salty, so it's suitable for eating rice. Feng Nu looked at Nianbing and praised, it's great. I said that the taste would be picky because of you. It seems that it's about to become a reality. Why don't you eat it? What was this thing that I just ate? It's so tender. Is it fish? But there's no fishy smell. Nianbing smiled and said, I came here after eating. We have to open for business at noon, so I ate breakfast a little later. I'm not hungry. I'll go back in time for lunch later, so I won't eat here. What you just ate was not fish. It's a very ordinary dish called red gold frog. The red ones are round little chili peppers, and what you just ate was frog meat. The frog meat is very tender, and it's fresh and sweet. It's one of the best meats. As long as the fishy smell is removed, it will be very delicious. Hurry up and eat more. Even without Nianbing's reminder, Feng Nu would definitely not eat less. While continuously eating, she chatted with Nianbing with a clear voice. Her skill was so high that Ling Nianbing was greatly impressed. Nianbing, you just said that you have a place. Do you know someone in Ice Snow City? Feng Nu said while eating. Nianbing shook her head and said, no, I just found a job. You should know that place. It's Qingfengzhai in the city. It's not far from here. Qingfengzhai? The food there is so expensive. I haven't eaten there, but I heard that it's very good. With your skills, you must be the best chef there. Although I haven't eaten there, I'm sure that the food made by the chefs in Qingfengzhai is definitely not as good as yours. Nianbing smiled and said, you guessed wrong. I don't cook there. Other than my master, you're the first person to eat my food. In Qingfengzhai, I'm just a woodcutter. With a pft, Feng Nu spat out all the rice in her mouth and coughed loudly. This gave Nianbing a fright. Nianbing hurriedly scooped a bowl of soup for her. While patting her supple back, he sent the soup into her red lips. In his hurry, he couldn't care less about how intimate he looked at this moment. After a bowl of hot soup entered her stomach, Feng Nu finally recovered. She gasped for breath and said angrily, are you trying to choke me to death? Even if you're joking, you shouldn't joke like this. Nianbing patted her back and smiled bitterly, who's joking with you? I'm just a woodcutter in Qingfengzhai. Your mental endurance is too weak. Calm down first. Feng Nu looked at Nianbing in surprise, are you really chopping wood there? Do you have a fever? As she said that, she stretched out her slender little hand and touched Nianbing's forehead. The warm little hand brought a trace of fragrance. Her soft and smooth skin made Nianbing's heart skip a beat. He grabbed her hand and said, I'm fine. I chose to chop wood there because I didn't want to expose my cooking skills. The head chef of Qingfengzhai, the great chef Wang Mingyuan, has superb skills. I only went there to see what special skills he had. Why did I have to expose myself? If they knew my true cooking skills, I'm afraid it would be difficult for them to leave. Feng Nu's voice suddenly became much softer. She lowered her head and said, you, let go of me first. How can you do this? Nianbing was shocked. Only then did he realize that because his right hand was holding Feng Nu's hand, his left hand had stopped patting her back and was now hugging her waist. Feng Nu's elastic body was completely in his arms. Such an intimate scene stunned him. He hurriedly let go of his hand and helped Feng Nu to sit up. No matter how smart he was, When faced with such an awkward situation, he didn't know what to say for a moment. He was tongue-tied for a long time before he stuffed the chopsticks into Feng Nu's hand. He coughed twice and looked at the big tree outside the courtyard wall. Feng Nu's eating speed was not as fast as before. Although she was still eating, her mood was very complicated. Strange feelings kept rising in her heart. Although she knew she shouldn't be like this, she couldn't help but steal a few glances at Nian Bing. For this meal, she obviously didn't eat as much as the pigeon meat rice last time. She only ate half of it before she put down her chopsticks. Nian Bing was just about to help her clean up when he was stopped by Feng Nu. Feng Nu glanced at him and said calmly, "Let me do it. You sit for a while. I'll be done in a while." Nian Bing stood up. His mood was also complicated. He nodded and said, "Feng Nu, then I'll leave first. I'll come back to see you in 2 days." Feng Nu was a little disappointed and said, "You're leaving so soon?" Looking at her somewhat bitter eyes, Nian Bing couldn't take it anymore. He thought to himself, if this continues, I'm afraid I'll really be trapped. It's better to leave quickly. Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate and nodded, "I still have a lot of things to do when I go back. I can't take someone's salary for nothing. The matter of the righteous young saber is not urgent. Don't tire yourself out. Just take your time." Feng Nu nodded and put the leftovers in the kitchen. She personally sent Nian Bing to the door and said with a smile, "If you don't have anything to do, you can come back. Thank you for lunch." Nian Bing's mind had recovered a little at this time. He smiled and said, "What are you thanking me for? I should be thanking you. Go back, you're a girl. Close the door. Goodbye." After saying this, he finally left the shop in embarrassment. He immersed his mind in the same source of ice and fire. Magic. Only then did his mind calm down. Feng Nu watched as Nian Bing gradually walked away. She couldn't help but laugh, this silly boy. The dignified successor of the ghost chef actually went to chop firewood for others. Only he could think of such a thing. But, he's so silly that he's cute. If I bring him back, I don't know what the elders will think. His culinary skills are really superb. After leaving the shop, Nian Bing did not directly return to the Breeze house. He had already passed the agreed time of 3 days. He didn't know if the people of the Magician Guild would still recognize him. No matter what, he had to go there first. As long as he could read in their reference room, relying on his memory, once would be enough. He would not go there again in the future. At most a month, he would leave Ice Snow City and go to the next stop. Because of his hatred for the Ice God Tower, he did not want to do anything for the Ice Moon Empire, even if it was just the Magician Guild of the Ice Moon Empire. The trauma he had suffered when he was young had caused Nian Bing to have a cold nature. Everything he did was centered on himself. Apart from improving his abilities for revenge and pursuing the peak of culinary skills, he didn't want to do anything else. The ban on Ice Snow City was finally lifted. The streets were obviously lively. The people who did not dare to go out because of the lockdown for the past few days were now buying things they needed in various shops in the city. Especially the shops that sold daily necessities, at this time, were as busy as a marketplace. Feeling the lively scene in the streets, Nian Bing's mood could not help but improve. He identified the direction of the Magician Guild and strode towards it. Although the weather was hot, because he was carrying the morning dew dagger inlaid with the ice goddess stone, Nian Bing did not feel stuffy. Along the way, he looked around and felt free and at ease. Ice Snow City was indeed very big. Although Nian Bing walked very fast, it still took more than 2 hours to reach the entrance of the Magician Guild again. The pointed building made the Magician Guild very conspicuous. Because it was daytime, there were 2 guards wearing magic robes standing at the entrance of the Magician Guild. The 2 of them were about 16 or 17 years old. From the inconspicuous small logo on their magic robes, they were only magic apprentices and at most had the strength of a beginner mage. Striding forward, Nian Bing walked to the entrance of the Magician Guild and said to the 2 beginner mages guarding the door, "Hello, I'm looking for Magic Shooter Leon." The beginner mage on the left glanced at Nian Bing and asked doubtfully, "You're looking for Magic Shooter Leon? What's the matter?" Nian Bing said, "It's like this. 3 days ago, I came to the Magician Guild to take the magic test. At that time it was too late, so magic shooter Leon told me to come find him the next day. But the next day, the entire Ice Snow City was in lockdown, so I couldn't come. Today, the lockdown was over, so I came immediately. I'm really sorry to have made magic shooter Leon wait for so long. The two young beginner mages showed surprise in their eyes. The one on the right said, You're the great mage who was younger than Sister Longling? Nianbing was stunned and said, You know me too? That day, magic shooter Leon did say that I already have the strength of a great mage. The beginner mage on the left looked at Nianbing strangely and said, These 2 days, the president asked us to look for you in the city, but we couldn't find you. You're finally here. Come in with me. Nianbing's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself that even if his magic strength wasn't weak, there was no need for the president of the Magician Guild to personally order him to look for him. There was something fishy about this, so it was better to be careful. While thinking, he followed the beginner mage into the Magician Guild for the second time. As he walked, he secretly thought about how to deal with all kinds of situations. The beginner mage brought Nianbing to a room in the Magician Guild and poured him a glass of water. Wait here for a moment. I'll go and inform magic shooter Leon. This room was very large and seemed to be specially used to receive guests. There were murals on the walls that were similar to the previous test hall. Even the table in front of him had a hexagram pattern. Not long after, the sound of footsteps could be heard again. Water sorcerer Li Hua walked in from outside. As soon as he entered, Nianbing immediately felt a strong pressure enveloping him. He turned his head and saw that Li Hua was looking at him with a strange gaze. He was standing there looking at him. Greetings, Archmage Liqi. Nianbing quickly stood up and bowed respectfully to Liqi. Hello, Leon said calmly. I've been waiting for you for 3 days. The lockdown is only for the outside. For the people in the city, it isn't too strong. It shouldn't affect your movements. Nianbing said calmly, I just came to Ice City not long ago. The sudden lockdown made me a little scared, so I waited until the lockdown was over before coming here. I'm sorry. Leon frowned. Scared? As a mage with strong spiritual power, I'm afraid it's not easy for such negative emotions to appear. Nianbing's face turned slightly red. I came from a small place and have never seen such a big scene. It's so embarrassing. Leon kept his eyes on Nianbing. His spiritual power shrouded Nianbing's body, but no matter how he looked, he couldn't find a trace of weakness on Nianbing's body. He smiled faintly and said, In that case, come with me. From now on, you are a member of the Ice Moon Empire's Magic Guild. Let's go. The ceremony is ready. He turned and walked out. Nianbing hurriedly caught up with Li Hua and walked behind him. The dark character condensed his ice and fire power. If anything happened, even though the other party was a magic shooter, if he used 2 extreme spells at the same time to launch a sneak attack, he would definitely be able to confuse him for a while. Then, he would have a chance to escape. As he walked, he found it strange that the magic shooter here was trying to test him. Could it be that the fact that he killed Liao San had been exposed? Liao San was just a shopkeeper of Xianxia. There was no need for a magic shooter like him to show up. With doubts in her heart, Nianbing followed Leon into the main hall of the Magic Guild. The hall was unusually spacious. It was more than twice the size of the testing hall. In the hall, there were a few people standing there and talking. Magicians, from low to high, had different emblems on their chests. Beginner magicians only had a small emblems on their chests, such as a small green whirlwind for wind magicians, and a red flame for fire magicians. Because the color of a magician's robe was different according to the magic they used, these small emblems were very difficult to distinguish. At the intermediate level, there would be a silver border around the small emblems. At the advanced level, there would be another border. At the advanced level, there would be a total of 3 borders around the emblems. At the advanced level of Magic Shooter, the emblems would be bigger and turn golden. No matter which element a magician belonged to, their emblems were all golden. This was the standard for all magicians in the 5 empires on the continent. Archmages were almost the limit of magicians. The emblems on their chests would return to their original color, but there would be an additional 6-pointed star, just like Long Ji, the president of the Ice Moon Empire's Magic Guild. There were a total of 5 magicians chatting in the hall. 2 of them looked about the same age as Leon and were actually magic shooters. The other 3 also had the emblems of great magicians. They were obviously the elites of the Magic Guild. Seeing Leon and Yanbing walk in, they couldn't help but look at them. One of the fire magicians with the emblems of magic shooters on his chest smiled and said, "Leon, is this the newcomer you tested the other day? I can't tell from the surface." The first thing Yanbing did when he saw so many high-level mages was to carefully hide his ice and fire magic, especially the aura of his fire magic. With so many high-level mages around, he would most likely be attacked mercilessly if he made any sudden movements, let alone escape. Hearing the fire sorcerer's words, she hurried forward and said respectfully, "Yanbing greets the seniors." The fire sorcerer who had spoken earlier seemed to be very straightforward. He laughed and said, "Don't call me senior. It's said that there is no seniority in learning. The one who reaches the top is respected. At your age, I seem to have just entered the realm of intermediate magician. At that time, it was already very fast. Welcome to our Ice Moon Empire's Magicians Guild." At this time, the 3 great magicians had retreated to the side because of their low status. In front of a sorcerer, a great magician could only be subservient. The other sorcerer had a golden ice flower insignia on his chest. Obviously, he was an ice sorcerer. He was not as easy to talk to as the fire sorcerer. He snorted coldly and exuded a gloomy aura. Li Hua walked to the 2 sorcerers and turned to Yanbing. According to the rules of the guild, when a new member joins the guild, there must be at least 1 elder in the realm of a sorcerer to hold the ceremony. If the new member is only an intermediate magician or below, then a great magician can also hold the ceremony. Your strength has reached the realm of a great magician, so today I invited the other 2 elders of the guild to hold the ceremony for you. Unfortunately, the president is out on business. Otherwise, it would be more appropriate for him to hold the ceremony for you. Please come forward and stand in the center of the hexagram." Li Hua pointed to the ground. Yanbing agreed and walked to the center of the 3 sorcerers. Standing in the center of the hexagram, Li Hua's face revealed a faint smile. "I, Li Hua, am a water sorcerer. As an elder of the Ice Moon Empire's Guild of Magicians, I hold this ceremony. Great Elemental God, under your witness, Yanbing will become a great magician of the guild. She will take pride in the honor and glory of the guild and dedicate her life to the guild. Yanbing, let me ask you, are you willing to sacrifice everything for the guild?" "I'm willing." Yanbing replied without the slightest hesitation. What everything referred to was too vague, but the binding force was extremely strong. Wasn't joining the Magicians Guild equivalent to entering a huge cage? Although Yanbing agreed verbally, she added 2 more words in her heart. When put together, it was, "I'm not willing, my ass." Li Hua smiled and nodded to a Grand Magician. The Grand Magician's magic robe was very strange. It was silver. He stepped forward and murmured a few words. A silver light flashed and a light blue magic robe appeared in his hand. That was the magic robe that symbolized the identity of an ice magician. Although ice and water were of the same origin, the color of the ice magician's magic robe was lighter than that of the water magician's. Seeing the appearance of the magic robe, Yanbing thought to herself, is this the so-called space magic? In the world of magic, the 4 elements of water, fire, earth, and wind were the foundation, and then special magic such as ice and thunder were derived. Space magic, light magic, and dark magic were very rare. Usually, the most common magic on the continent was space magic. As for light and dark magic, according to legend, these 2 magics seem to have been lost. However, when she was young, Rongtian once told Yanbing that these 2 magic were actually not lost, but only some people with special bodies could master them. In terms of energy, light and dark magic were not much stronger than other magic, but they had their own special characteristics and were much more difficult to deal with. If she had the chance in the future, she would have to consult the Grand Magician of the Space Magician. It would be great if she could also use space magic. It was said that this kind of space magician could use a special space magic to store their own things, and it was very convenient to take them. If she could use that kind of magic, she would not have to carry so many things with her. She could even buy more spices to keep with her. Of course, Li Hua did not know that Nian Bing was thinking about using space magic to store spices. He took the magic robe from the space magician and walked to Nian Bing. He said, "The elemental god will bless you, child. Wear this magic robe and you will become a member of the Union. We are all your family and friends." Looking at Li Hua's sincere eyes, Nian Bing could not help but feel a little confused. However, she was not confused for too long. She took the magic robe from Li Hua and put it on herself. The size was just right. Obviously, it was made according to her figure. The light blue magic robe felt very good to the touch. It was obviously made of special materials. The whole magic robe exuded a faint magic aura. Although it was not strong, it was good for her to absorb ice elements. There was a moon symbol embroidered with silver silk on the inside of the robe. At the bottom of the moon was a white ice flower. This was the symbol of the Ice Moon Empire. Looking at the 3 circles of silver around the ice flower on her chest, Nian Bing secretly called out in her heart. "Dad, Mom, do you see? Your son is now a grand magician, a dual-element grand magician. Just you wait. It won't be too long. I will definitely go to the Ice God Tower again." Li Hua looked at Nian Bing wearing the magic robe of an ice grand magician and could not help but praise her in her heart. Nian Bing, who was already handsome, looked even more handsome in the luxurious magic robe. Her eyes were bright and she gave people a good impression. She smiled and said, "Sure enough, people need clothes. Put on the magic robe. You are a real Ice Moon Empire magician." Nian Bing respectfully saluted the 3 sorcerers. "Thank you for your help, sorcerers." Li Hua nodded to the space magician again. With a flash of silver light, a delicate magic staff and a silver badge appeared. The badge also had the symbol of the Ice Moon Empire on it. In the center of the silver ice flower was a transparent gem, which emitted faint magical waves. The magic staff was only a foot long. The body of the staff was blue, and at the head of the staff was a milky white gem, which emitted a faint frosty mist. Although it was far inferior to the ice goddess stone, it was still a rare gem. Li Hua first handed the hexagonal badge to Nian Bing. "This is the symbol of our Ice Moon Empire magicians. With your status as an Ice Grand Magician, you are equivalent to a Chiliarch in the army. With this badge, you can dispatch any soldier under 1,000 to fight for you in any military camp in the 9 major cities of the Ice Moon Empire. At the same time, with this badge, you can also receive a salary from any branch of the Union. The salary varies according to your rank. With your current rank, you can receive 20 purple gold coins per month. The badge has a special mark left behind by our Union, so it cannot be faked. Therefore, you must keep it well. If you lose it, immediately report it to the headquarters. We will cancel the effect of this badge according to the mark on the badge. 20 purple gold coins, that was 200 gold coins. In addition to the power that the badge brought, it was definitely a treasure. It seemed that under the lifelong obligation, there was also lifelong power. No wonder father had said that. Joining the Magicians' Union was the dream of ordinary magicians. With this badge, it would be much more convenient for her to travel the continent in the future. After thanking Li Hua, she carefully put the badge into her bosom. At this time, Li Hua took the magic staff and said with a smile, "This magic staff is called Icicle. Originally, with your cultivation, the Union should not have given you such a precious magic staff. However, I have discussed with the President. The President saw that you are the youngest archmage and have a bright future, so he gave you this magic staff in advance, which is supposed to be a reward for ice magicians of the sorcerer level. With it, you can increase the tempo of your incantation by 1/3. At the same time, when you condense your magic power, the ice element will be more obedient to your command. You have to keep it well. This is already a magic item of the gold tier." "Gold class?" Magician Li Hua, what is the meaning of gold class? Nian Bing asked the doubts in her heart. She did not know how the grades of magic items were differentiated. Li Hua smiled slightly and said, "It seems that although you have been in contact with magic for a long time, you do not really understand magic. Among all the magic items, gold class is already quite high. Magic items are divided into 6 classes: divine class, subdivine class, dark gold class, silver class, and bronze class. Although gold class is only the 4th class, you must know that a single gold staff is worth more than 1,000 purple gold coins on the market. Dark gold class magic items are extremely rare. The highest grade, divine class, and subdivine class, are very difficult to obtain. Even the president only has a subdivine class staff. As for the real divine class, it is said that only the ice goddess priestess of the ice god tower has one, but I do not know what it is exactly. It does not seem to be a staff. Nianbing looked at the icicle staff in her hand and thought, if that is the case, then what is the level of my morning dew dagger when used as a staff? She was afraid that it would be at least a dark gold class treasure. After all, the stone of the ice goddess was obviously much stronger than the icicle stone on the staff. Thank you, magic shooters and president, for your cultivation. I will work hard to practice and strive to become a more powerful magician as soon as possible. Nianbing's heart had already flown to the library of the Magic Guild. Now that he had obtained all that he needed, all he had to do was memorize the ice magic incantations that he needed. Li Hua smiled slightly and said, I have given you what you should, and the ceremony has been completed. Now, I will tell you some of the rules of the Magic Guild, so that you will not make mistakes in the future. You must remember the most important ones. First of all, as a magician of the Ice Moon Empire's Magic Guild, you must unconditionally obey the orders of the Magic Guild at all times. Once the Magic Guild is in danger, you will become a member of the Magic Legion. As for your specific position, it depends on your magic level at that time. This is something that you must abide by. Otherwise, not only will your magic level be revoked, but you will also be severely punished by the Magic Guild. Nianbing nodded. Since she had obtained so many rights, it was inevitable that she would have obligations. Li Hua continued, second, when the Ice Moon Empire is in danger, as the Magic Guild of the Ice Moon Empire, we have the obligation to help the Ice Moon Empire fight against foreign enemies. Under such circumstances, you must unconditionally accept conscription and become a magician of the Magic Legion of the Empire. Of course, under such circumstances, the Empire will pay you extra, and the amount will be very high. If you make a contribution, you will also be rewarded. After hearing this, Nianbing was very confused. Since it was the Magic Guild of the Ice Moon Empire, shouldn't the interests of the Empire be its first priority? Why was it that in the rules, the first rule was to unconditionally obey the orders of the Magic Union? Understanding it from this point of view, it felt very strange. Could it be that the Magic Union would go against the Empire when their own interests were threatened? Li Hua continued, third, after becoming a magician of the Magic Guild, if the Magic Guild needs you to hold any position, you must obey the orders of the Magic Guild. Of course, in your current situation, the Magic Guild can't arrange any position for you. The most important thing for you now is to work hard to improve your magic cultivation and strive to reach the realm of Magic Shooter as soon as possible. Once you become a Magic Shooter, you will have a great say in the Magic Guild, and will be awarded the honor of being an elder of the Magic Guild. Nianbing gathered her thoughts and nodded. She said, I will definitely obey the orders of the Magic Guild. Is there anything else? Li Hua said indifferently, these 3 rules are the most important. As for the other small rules, they don't matter. When you reach the realm of Magic Shooter, the Magic Guild will naturally give you more rights. Of course, you will also know more about the affairs of the Magic Guild. Now it seems that on the whole continent, the 5 great empires have their own magic guilds. Because of the existence of the Ice God Tower, our Ice Moon Empire has always been regarded as the most powerful one among the 5 great empires. However, they don't know that our Magic Guild and the symbol of the Empire, the Ice God Tower, are not in the same field of magicians. Although there are hundreds of ice magicians in the Ice God Tower, they only obey the orders of the priests of the Ice Moon Empire. If we don't count them among the 5 great empires, the Magic Guild of the Ice Moon Empire is the weakest. In the Magic Guild, there is a total of 1 magician, 8 elders of the Magic Shooter level, and a total of 39 great magicians including you. The rest of the low-level magicians are just over 1,000. Our overall strength is much weaker than that of the Ice God Tower. The other 4 great empires have at least 2 magicians, especially the Huarong Empire, which has 3 fire magicians. It is said that the oldest fire magician, Prince Rong of the Huarong Empire, is extremely close to the level of a divine magician. Therefore, in order to prevent our Ice Moon Empire's Magic Guild from falling, you must work harder in your cultivation. The more powerful you are, the more advantageous it is for the Magic Guild, and even for the Empire. Do you understand? When Yanbing heard the name Prince Rong, the muscles on his face couldn't help but twitch. How could he not know that the Huarong Empire's Magic Guild was very powerful? That was his hometown. Back then, if Prince Rong hadn't sent a large number of magicians to hunt them down, he and his father wouldn't have had to flee the entire continent like stray dogs. In the end, his father made the decision to go to the Ice God Tower to rescue his mother, but his father was also trapped. The Huarong Empire, Prince Rong, these were the deepest pain in Yanbing's heart. Yanbing, what are you thinking? Are you okay? Li Hua called out with some dissatisfaction. Yanbing came back to his senses and hurriedly said, I'm sorry, I was thinking that if the Ice Moon Empire's Magic Guild could one day reach the level of the Huarong Empire's Magic Guild, I'm afraid our status in the Ice Moon Empire would be no worse than that of the Ice God Tower. Li Hua sighed and said, this is just a wish. It's easier said than done. It takes a lot of time to cultivate an outstanding magician, and the number of true geniuses is pitifully small. Now, the number of people who are willing to cultivate magic is getting fewer and fewer. Compared to magic, martial arts are much easier to learn. Aside from the large-scale destruction and long-range attacks, martial arts are not inferior to magic in any way. I really wonder if this ancient cultivation method of magic will still exist on the continent after a few hundred years. The ice sorcerer at the side frowned slightly and said in a low voice, Li Hua, you talk too much. Since the ceremony is over, let's end it here. Li Hua came back to his senses and hurriedly said, oh, right, I'm really old and muddle-headed. Yanbing, the ceremony is completely over. The two of you can go meditate. Yanbing, I heard from Shurjiu and Linger that you want to learn more ice magic spells. Come with me, I'll take you to the Library of the Union. There are things you need there. Hearing this, Yanbing couldn't help but be overjoyed. This was what he wanted most. He hurriedly agreed and followed Li Hua out of the hall where the ceremony was held. When he passed by the ice sorcerer, a weak voice suddenly sounded in his ear, boy, when everything is over, come to my room to find me. I live in the westernmost room of the Union's dormitory. Remember, you must come, understand? Yanbing's heart moved. At this time, of course, he couldn't answer. He just silently nodded behind Li Hua and followed him out. It was the first time he had seen the ice sorcerer. Why did he want to see him alone? Was there a purpose? Forget it. Now that he was a member of the Ice Moon Empire's Magicians' Union, he believed that the ice sorcerer wouldn't dare to mess around. First, he would go to the library to learn something useful to him. Under the guidance of Li Hua, Yanbing followed him around the tall building where the ceremony hall was located. They walked to the back of the Magicians' Union. It was really big, and the back was a different world. One after another, tall buildings were closely connected. Although the buildings looked very grand, for some reason, they gave people a feeling of oppression. As they walked, Li Hua said to Yanbing, I'll arrange a dormitory for you later. You can live here. This is a right that only magicians above the level of great magician have. Yanbing's heart sank and said, Sorcerer Li Hua, can I still go outside? Li Hua smiled and said, of course you can. In the Union, unless there is a special order, no one will restrict your freedom. You can go in and out freely, and you can also travel outside. The room I'm referring to is a permanent room arranged for you. You can live here whenever you come back. However, I suggest that you should practice more and improve your magic power as soon as possible. I'm looking forward to seeing when you can break through the realm of sorcerer. Come, we've arrived at the library. He led Yanbing into a small building that looked inconspicuous. The small building was very clean. From the outside, it seemed that there were 4 floors. However, each floor was not very high, so it didn't look conspicuous from the outside. Li Hua smiled and said, this is the place. This library has a total of 4 floors. Many of the materials here are already unique on the continent. Therefore, you can read here, but you can't take any materials away, especially the 3rd and 4th floors. Oh, right, you can't enter the 4th floor. Let me give you an introduction. In the library, according to the magician's level, the materials stored here are different on each floor. For example, the first floor is more suitable for beginner and intermediate magicians. The second floor is suitable for senior magicians and great magicians. The third floor requires the strength of a sorcerer to enter. As for the highest floor, although it is the smallest, it records many lost high-level magic. Only those who have reached the realm of Archmage can enter and read it. At the same time, they also need the approval of the president. Although the president has never seen you, he has a very deep impression of you. He specifically told me that because your control of magic is close to the realm of sorcerer, you can go to the third floor to read magic books. That way, you can learn more things. Even if you go out to practice in the future, your strength won't be affected by the lack of spells. Well, you can read here by yourself. After a while, the president will be back. At that time, he should want to talk to you. If there is anything you don't understand from reading here, you can also ask me or the previous ice sorcerer, Warren. His level of magic is more profound than mine. He is the fourth elder of the Union. Nianbing looked at the rows of bookshelves on both sides. She couldn't help but feel an impulse. For a magician, this was definitely a treasure trove. The books here were of course not as simple as magic spells. Just the records of magic and the notes left by past magicians were precious enough. Teacher Li Hua, thank you so much. Can I call you that? Li Hua smiled and said, of course you can. Watching you young people gradually grow up, I really feel that I am getting older and older. Now, I only hope that when I die, I can see our Ice Moon Empire's Magicians Union become even more powerful. And all of this depends on you young people. If you have the chance, you can interact more with Ling Er. She's the same as you, a great ice magician. Although she's a bit weaker than you in terms of magic power and control, she's very smart. She often has her own unique views on magic. If you can interact more often, it'll be a good thing for anyone. Nianbing nodded and said, I know. Thank you, Teacher Li Hua. Li Hua sighed and said, you know that the city has been sealed these few days, but I'm afraid you don't know the reason. I can see that you are an honest and good child. When the president comes back, he will interrogate you. You just need to answer truthfully. Nianbing's heart skipped a beat. He asked, what's going on, Master Lizzie? I am really curious. Why would the city be sealed? This shouldn't be good for Ice Snow City. Just the fact that the merchants who came from afar can't enter the city is a big problem. Li Hua sighed and said, that can't be helped. Who told him to have so much power? Nianbing asked, then what happened? Can you tell me? Li Hua glanced at Nianbing and said, well, it's not a big secret anyway. A few days ago, the city was sealed because a big figure came to Ice Snow City. She came to investigate the whereabouts of an item. That item is said to be very precious. It is a magic item. I'm afraid it is close to the level of a divine weapon. I heard from the president that it is called something like the Stone of Ice Snow Goddess. Even if Nianbing's mind was stable, when she suddenly heard the words Stone of Ice Snow Goddess, she couldn't help but be shocked. Her expression changed greatly. Fortunately, at this time, he was behind Li Hua. Li Hua couldn't see his expression. Nianbing's heart beat obviously faster. She asked tentatively, Stone of Ice Snow Goddess? Then the person who came should be from the Ice God Tower. That stone must be something from the Ice God Tower, right? Li Hua turned around and looked at Nianbing. At this time, Nianbing had regained her composure. From her face, other than pretending to be surprised, nothing could be seen. Yes, it is something from the Ice God Tower. The reason why it is precious is because the person who came this time is the symbol of our Ice Moon Empire, the state preceptor, the Ice Goddess Priestess. Nianbing was shocked. When he was 10 years old, he had seen the Ice Goddess Priestess once. He remembered very clearly that with the strength of a fire magic shooter, his father was like a child in front of the Ice Goddess Priestess. He didn't have the slightest ability to resist. If it wasn't for his mother risking her life to save him, his father would have died in the first attack of the Ice Goddess Priestess. At this time, when he heard the name that he hated the most in his heart trembled. He finally understood that the martial law in Ice Snow City was because of him. However, how did the Ice Goddess Priestess find out that the Stone of Ice Snow was in Ice Snow City? Could it be that when he used the morning dew dagger, he released the aura of the stone of ice snow goddess and lured her in? Yes, it must be like that. After figuring this out, Nian Bing's back couldn't help but be soaked in sweat. If he had accidentally used the morning dew dagger during the 3 days of lockdown, he was afraid that he would have fallen into the hands of the ice goddess priestess by now. It seemed that he still needed to keep a low profile. Before he mastered magic, he definitely couldn't let that woman discover his existence. Li Hua looked at Nian Bing, who was lost in thought, and smiled. Everything is already in the past. You don't have to think too much about it. I think that with the strength of the ice goddess priestess, as long as that thing really does exist, it wouldn't be difficult to take it back. Alright, you stay here and read the book while waiting for the president. I'll go back first. Nianbing, you have to remember that as a mage, you have to meditate all the time in order to better improve your strength. I've already activated the restrictions on the first 3 floors of the library. Don't ever try to enter the 4th floor. Otherwise, the magic traps there can easily take your life. After Li Hua left, Nianbing was the only one left in the huge library. Nianbing wasn't in a hurry to find what he needed. He stood in place and pondered, trying to clear his mind. The appearance of the ice goddess priestess had thrown his mind into chaos. He only wanted to do one thing now, and that was to leave Ice City immediately. Since the ice goddess priestess had already noticed this place, who knew when she would come again? When that time came, would he still be so lucky? Nianbing wasn't afraid. He wasn't afraid of the ice goddess priestess. Even if he had to fight the ice goddess priestess head-on, he would still dare to make a move against her. However, he was a rational person. He knew that if he did that, he would only sacrifice himself in vain. Therefore, he told himself that he had to be calm. Only by being rational could he achieve his dreams. Leave this place? It seemed that this was his best choice. However, the Xingyang saber hadn't been completed yet. He couldn't leave yet. 1 month. There was still 1 month left. He hoped that nothing would happen in this 1 month. At this moment, Nianbing had already decided what he would do for the next month. He carefully kept the morning dew dagger. He had decided that before he left Ice City, he would never use this dagger again. At the same time, it was also the sigh of the ice goddess. After thinking through all this, Nianbing's mood improved a lot. Since the lockdown had ended, it meant that the ice goddess priestess had left. As long as he was careful, it wouldn't be difficult to deal with this 1 month. Thinking of this, a cold smile appeared on his face. On the 1st floor, he started to look for what he needed. When Nianbing started to learn magic, he was already wandering on the mainland with his father. Although his father's knowledge was profound, he was still young at that time. Other than some important things, he couldn't remember much. He knew that what he needed most now was theoretical knowledge. Only with a good foundation could he learn better and become stronger faster. Therefore, he didn't rush to the 3rd floor. Instead, he started from the 1st floor. First, he picked up a book called Detailed Explanation of Magic Theory. During the reading process, time always passed very quickly. There were many windows in the library, attracting the light from the outside. Nianbing leaned against the bookshelf, constantly reading the things that interested him. Although the 1st floor was filled with the most basic of magicians, but he seemed to have found a treasure. Some of the situations that he couldn't understand in the past were answered by the books one by one. When Cha-Ji first taught him culinary skills, he had taught him that no matter what he learned, the foundation was the most important part. This principle, in the process of learning culinary skills later, Nianbing had a very deep understanding of it. The sky outside gradually darkened, and the magic lamps in the library automatically lit up. They were powered by the lowest grade of magic stones. Nianbing didn't have any intention of leaving. With the help of the bright light, he began to read the 4th book that he read today. At this time, the library door suddenly opened. Although Nianbing was reading, he was very alert. He subconsciously raised his head to look at the door. The person who appeared was not the president of the Magicians Guild that he expected, but someone he knew, the great ice magician, Long Ling. She was also the only daughter of the president of the Magicians Guild. "It's you?" Nianbing looked at Long Ling with some surprise. He smiled slightly and greeted her. Long Ling looked at him with the same surprise and said, "Why are you here? With your magic cultivation, you don't need to read the books on the first floor." As she said that, she closed the door. She was also wearing a light blue ice magic robe. She gently looked at Nian Bing with a trace of a smile in her eyes. Although Nian Bing looked at her, because he had been reading the book, his eyes were still showing a look of concentration. Coupled with his handsome face, Long Ling suddenly felt a trace of strangeness in her heart. Nian Bing stood up, waved the book in his hand, and said with a smile, "There's no other way. I don't have a good foundation in magic, so it's good for me to learn more about the basics. I'm not good enough for spells." Long Ling walked to Nian Bing's side. The faint fragrance from her body made Ling Nian feel refreshed. Long Ling was not short either. She was only slightly shorter than Xuejing. She looked up at Nian Bing and said, "You are really eager to learn. I heard from Uncle Li that you haven't left since noon. It's already time for dinner. Let's go and have dinner with me." There were so many books here that they couldn't be finished in a day or two. "You still have time. Aren't you hungry?" At the mention of hunger, Nian Bing was indeed a little hungry. He had not eaten since lunch. He carefully put the book back and said, "Then let's go." "Miss Long Ling, is the president back?" he asked tentatively. Long Ling glanced at him and said, "Why are you always so polite? Now that you have joined the union, we will be a family in the future. Call me Ling Er." Miss, it sounds so awkward. If there is a chance, I want to ask you more about magic control. I feel that I have worked hard enough, but in terms of magic control, I am still far behind you." Nian Bing had a good impression of Long Ling. No matter what, her voice was always soft and gentle. It was very comfortable to listen to. "All right, Ling Er. Then you lead the way. This place is really big." The two left the library. Long Ling led Nian Bing to the north. As they walked, she said to Nian Bing, "Father came back a long time ago. But at noon, he drank too much wine with Lord Marquis and Uncle Shui. When he came back, he fell asleep. He slept for a long time before waking up. When he heard that you were already here, he asked me to call you. Wine is really a waste of time." "Nian Bing, do you know how to drink?" "Wine." Hearing this word, Nian Bing suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. Of course he knew how to drink. He even knew how to brew wine. As a chef, as long as it had to do with eating and drinking, the ghost chef had taught him everything. "I can drink a little. But, I don't usually drink." When they were in the peach blossom forest, it was always him who accompanied Cha Ji to drink. Cha Ji's alcohol tolerance was very good. So, under Cha Ji's pressure, his alcohol tolerance was also not bad. However, in order to maintain his good taste, Cha Ji usually only let him drink once every 1 or 2 months. So, Nian Bing was not addicted to alcohol. Long Ling smiled and said, "It's better to drink less. Wine is not a good thing. Drinking too much is easy to get into trouble." Together with Long Ling, Nian Bing felt very relaxed. The two chatted for a while and had already arrived at a building with a spire not far from the library. Long Ling brought Nian Bing directly to the 2nd floor. "We usually eat here. Father, other than me, only has one disciple, Jiao, whom you met last time. The other magicians usually eat in their own rooms. Eat first. After eating, I will bring you to a place to rest. In the future, if you want to stay or go out, it will be convenient." The two entered a room on the left side of the 2nd floor. As soon as they entered, Nian Bing saw Jiao. Jiao looked at Nian Bing and frowned slightly. There was a person sitting above him. He was wearing a green magician's robe and looked to be in his 40s or 50s. From the symbol on the chest of his magician's robe, it was easy to recognize that this person was the only magician in the Ice Moon Empire's Magicians' Union. At the same time, he was also the president of the union. Nian Bing looked at Long Ji. At the same time, Long Ji was also sizing him up. Looking at Nian Bing's handsome face and feeling his restrained aura, Long Ji couldn't help but secretly nod. He was good at judging people. Just from the surface, he could see that Nian Bing was much stronger than his disciple. Although he was younger than his daughter, his aura was clearly steady. Adding on the fact that he was the youngest grand magician, Longji couldn't help but have a good impression of him. Nianbing walked to the front of the table and respectfully bowed to Longji. Nianbing greets the president. Longji pointed to the seat beside him and said, "Please sit. Welcome to the Union." His tone was very calm, but it gave Nianbing a trace of invisible pressure. Nianbing's mind had already completely retracted from receiving the knowledge. Although he was polite on the surface, his heart was always vigilant. He walked to Longji's side and sat down, trying his best to remain calm. Long Ling didn't sit next to Xianxia. Instead, she sat next to Nianbing and said with a smile, "Father, I'm hungry. Let's eat." The round table was already filled with food and the aroma filled the air. Longji smiled and said, "Everyone is here. Come, Nianbing, you have to eat more. In the future, if you have nothing to do, you can eat with us." As he said that, he took the lead and picked up his chopsticks. Xianxia glanced at Nianbing, his eyes revealing a trace of sinister light. Although it was just a flash, Nianbing, who was always vigilant, still noticed it. Her heart moved, and she subconsciously looked at Long Ling beside her. As smart as she was, how could she not understand Xiao's meaning? Longji didn't eat much. His aura was always locked on Nianbing. Seeing him look at his daughter, he couldn't help but smile and say, "Nianbing, you and Ling are both ice magicians. In the future, if you have the chance, you can learn from each other and improve together. Where are you from? How long have you been practicing magic?" Nianbing thought in her heart that this was it. She hurriedly put down the chopsticks in her hand and respectfully said, "I am from the Huarong Empire, but I left with my parents when I was young. I have been practicing magic for about 10 years. However, I have never had a master to guide me. I have been practicing magic by myself. I have made a fool of myself." Longji smiled indifferently and said, "If you can reach your level by just fumbling around, then us old fellows should really retire. Sorcerer Leo rarely praises people, but he has praised you very much. Since you have already joined the guild, you don't have to be so restrained. From now on, we are all family. If you have any questions, you can ask any of the elders in the guild for guidance, or you can look for me directly." Nianbing looked at Longji, her mind racing. He was indeed the president of the Magician Guild. His sharpness was completely restrained. Compared to him, Xianxia was simply a small insect. "Thank you, President. I spent the whole afternoon in the library today. It is really a sea of magic. I think, just the knowledge there is enough for me to study for a long time. If there is anything I do not understand, I will definitely ask you for guidance." Longji pointed to the dishes on the table and said, "Don't just talk, eat more." Nianbing maintained vigilance in her heart. She could not taste the dishes at all. Longji only asked some inconspicuous questions, but Nianbing was very clear that as long as she answered slightly wrong, she would immediately be in big trouble. Xianxia and Long Ling cast their gazes on him from time to time. Long Ling's gaze was mostly curious, but Xianxia's gaze was a combination of jealousy and resentment. "Nianbing, where have you been these few days when the city was sealed?" Longji asked the crucial question. Nianbing thought to himself, "You've already gotten the news from Li Hua, yet you're still asking me. Clearly, you don't trust me. The city has been sealed off for the past few days. As you know, I came from a small place and haven't seen much of the world. I don't know what happened either. I have a friend who lives in the city. She owns a blacksmith shop, so I stayed there for a few days." "Blacksmith shop? I know most of the good blacksmith shops in the city. Which one is it?" Longji did not give in at all. Although his tone was flat, his sharpness was revealed. Nianbing smiled and said, "You definitely don't know where she is. It is a very small blacksmith shop. It is called the Smuggled Blacksmith Shop. Usually, there are very few customers. The competition in their industry is very fierce, and it is not easy to live there." "Smuggled Blacksmith Shop?" Hearing this name, Long Ling could not help but laugh. She laughed and said, "With such a name, how can his business be good? You should really persuade him to change." Nianbing agreed and said, "Yes. I also told her, but she is very stubborn. No matter what I said, she would not change. I can't do anything." I am not very familiar with her, so it is not good to say too much. Long Ji put down the chopsticks in his hand and said with a smile, all right, you guys eat. I drank a bit too much this afternoon. In addition, I am a bit tired from the past few days of sealing the city. I will go rest first. Ling Shurjiao, you guys take care of Nian Bing. The dormitory has already been arranged for her. You guys can take her there. Nian Bing, the union will not restrict your freedom, but I hope you can stay for a few more days and cultivate. Nian Bing quickly nodded in agreement. He stood up and watched Long Ji leave. He knew that he had temporarily passed, but Long Ji would definitely send people to check the smuggled blacksmith shop. With Feng Nu's intelligence, there should not be any flaws. Thinking of this, his heart relaxed a bit. He finally had the mood to eat. The taste of the dishes on the table was very ordinary, but for him who was hungry, it was enough. Shurjiao finally spoke for the first time. Nian Bing, what plans do you have for the future? Do you want to stay in the union and cultivate, or do you want to go out and gain experience? He emphasized the word experience. Nian Bing put a mouthful of food into her mouth and said vaguely, I haven't thought about it yet. However, I will definitely stay in the library for a few more days. Let's talk about the future. Shurjiao said with some disgust, you really have no manners. Don't you know that it is impolite to talk to people while eating? Nian Bing knew that he was deliberately attacking her, but she did not care. Swallowing the food in her mouth, she said, I am really sorry. I came from a small place and do not understand these etiquette at all. In the future, I will need Big Brother Shurjiao to teach me more. He put on a look of fear and trepidation, but in his heart, he was sneering. It was simply too easy to deal with a villain like Shurjiao. Long Ling said, Senior brother, don't blame Nian Bing. In the future, we will teach him more. Nian Bing, eat more. One look and I can tell that your daily life is very tough. In the strange atmosphere, the meal finally ended. Shurjiao would occasionally mock and ridicule Nian Bing, but Long Ling would constantly speak up for him, making Shurjiao even more jealous. On the other hand, Nian Bing acted as if nothing had happened and ate heartily, filling her stomach without any reservation. Big brother Shurjiao, Ling I am done eating. Look. Nian Bing looked at Shurjiao with an innocent expression. Long Ling stood up and said, let's go, I will bring you there. The food in the union is getting worse and worse. Nian Bing, I will bring you to the Clear Breeze restaurant to eat some other day. The food there is delicious. Shurjiao also stood up and looked at Long Ling with some infatuation. He said, Junior sister, you go back and rest. I will send Nian Bing there. Long Ling did not insist. She smiled and said, Senior brother, then I will have to trouble you. Nian Bing is new. If there is anything she does not understand, please teach her. Shurjiao looked deeply at Nian Bing and smiled at Long Ling. He said, don't worry, junior sister, I will. Nian Bing, let's go. Nian Bing bid farewell to Long Ling and followed Shurjiao out of the dining hall. Along the way, Shurjiao did not say a word. He brought Nian Bing to the magician's dormitory. The building that served as the dormitory was not big. Walking into the corridor, Nian Bing observed carefully. There were about 50 rooms here. Just as the sorcerer said, only people with the cultivation of Grand Magician and above could arrange a place to stay here. Shurjiao brought Nian Bing to an important place in the corridor. He took out a silver key and opened the door. Turning around, he looked at Nian Bing and said, it's here. Walking into the room, Nian Bing looked around. There were 2 rooms inside and outside. The outer room was about 20 square meters. There was a 3-seater sofa and 2 single-seater sofas side by side. The room was very refreshing. The floor was made of wood and when one walked in, it would make a light sound. At the entrance of the outer room was a washroom that was about 6 or 7 square meters. All the toiletries were available. The inner room was relatively smaller, about 10 square meters. The large bed looked very comfortable. The magic lamp in the room emitted a soft yellow light. This was indeed a comfortable place to live in. Shurjiao closed the door behind him and walked to the sofa to sit down. There is hot water here for 24 hours. You can wash up at any time. You can eat in the dining room outside. It's not the one just now. When you enter the door, there is a large dining room on the right. That is the public canteen. Of course, you can also ask the servants to send food to your room to eat. If you need anything, you can just press the magic button on the wall. As he spoke, he pointed to a red button on the wall. Nianbing thought, it was indeed worthy of being called the Magician's Guild. All the equipment was built with magic as the foundation. The treatment of a great magician like her was really not bad. Sergio pointed to the sofa at the side. Nianbing said, "Sit down. I have a few words to say to you." Nianbing of course knew what he wanted to say, but her face revealed a blank expression. She walked to the sofa next to Sergio and sat down. Sergio did not look at her and calmly said, "Nianbing, after joining the guild, your identity is different. However, you are still a newcomer. It's best if you put all your energy into practicing magic. Don't think about anything else. Especially don't get close to people you shouldn't get close to. I have already lived here for 20 years. I am more familiar with everything than you. You better listen to this advice to avoid problems in the future." Nianbing laughed in her heart, but her mouth said, "Big brother Sergio, what do you mean? I don't quite understand." "That's right, I still haven't thanked you for bringing me into the guild. If it wasn't for you and Miss Ling Er's help, I'm afraid it wouldn't have been so easy to join the guild." Sergio leaned on the back of the sofa and boasted shamelessly, "It's good that you know. In the guild, although I am not a sorcerer, I have a position close to a sorcerer. As for Ling Er, Master has high expectations for her. She will put most of her energy into practicing. In the future, if you don't have anything to do, don't go looking for her. Do you understand? Ling Er and I grew up together. In the future, she will definitely be my wife. I don't want other men to get too close to her." Seeing that Nianbing was a little stunned, Sergio finally couldn't help but speak the truth. Nianbing suddenly said, "So it's like this. Only a person like Big Brother Sergio can match up to Miss Ling Er. Little brother congratulates the both of you first." Sergio's eyes revealed a trace of joy. The previous unhappiness immediately disappeared with Nianbing's words. "You think so too?" Nianbing said sincerely, "Of course. When I first met Big Brother Sergio and Miss Ling Er, I knew that the both of you were a match made in heaven. Big brother, don't worry. I only treat Miss Ling Er as an ordinary friend. With my humble background, it's impossible for me to have any excessive thoughts." Hearing Nianbing's clarification, Sergio was immediately overjoyed. He smiled slightly and said, "Little brother, since you've already joined the guild, don't mention this identity anymore. With your character and looks, you'll definitely find a good partner in the future." With regards to Nianbing's tactfulness, he couldn't be more satisfied. He immediately changed his name from Nianbing to Little Brother. He was in a great mood. Nianbing smiled and said, "In the future, Little Brother will have to rely on Big Brother's help in the guild. You must give Little Brother more pointers. In the future, if Big Brother has any problems, just say the word. As long as Little Brother can do it, it's my duty to do it." Sergio stood up and said, "Good. In the future, if there's anything you don't understand in the guild, just ask me. It's getting late, so I won't disturb your rest. From now on, we're brothers. I'll take my leave first." Sergio handed the key in his hand to Nianbing. He also had his own little calculations. He knew that Nianbing's magic level was higher than his. Since he didn't have the heart to Long Ling, having such a brother would naturally be beneficial to his position in the Ice Moon Empire's Magicians Guild in the future. Nianbing stood up and sent Sergio to the door. She smiled and said, "Big brother, you should rest early too. Little brother won't send you off." Sergio suddenly smiled mysteriously and said in a low voice, "I heard from Teacher Li Hua that you are very interested in the information in the library. Let me tell you, in fact, the first 3 floors only have some ordinary magic information. Only the 4th floor has the secrets of our guild. It's just that there's a very powerful magic restriction there. Even the sorcerers in the guild can't enter it." Nianbing's heart moved and said, "Big brother, in that case, could it be that you have a way to go in?" Sergio said confidently, "Didn't I tell you just now? My position in the guild is special. I grew up with Master since I was young. I once entered the fourth floor with Ling Er and Master. After all, we are Master's disciples and will more or less receive some care. However, this is a secret. You can't tell anyone. If there's a chance in the future, maybe I can bring you in to take a look. It's just that the various records inside are abnormally difficult to understand. In fact, there's not much use in going in. The meditation method that Ling Er and I are using now is obtained from the information there. Our cultivation is much faster than the average person. In the future, we will be a family. If there are benefits, Big Brother will definitely not forget you. After saying this, Nianbing smiled mysteriously and turned to leave. After he left, Nianbing also smiled. Is he trying to bribe me? It seems that this Shurjiu also has the idea of forming a clique. This is good. I'm just afraid that he's too upright. In the future, as long as I tempt him, there won't be any secrets in the fourth floor of the library. I wonder what kind of special magic records there are. Thinking of this, Nianbing's heart couldn't help but burn. If she could learn more powerful magic, going to the Ice God Tower wouldn't just be a dream. Walking to the inner room, Nianbing carefully took out her morning dew dagger from her bosom and hid it under the mattress. Looking around, she took out her newly obtained icicle staff and walked out of the room. Let's go back to the cool breeze study first. After being out for so long, she hoped that Uncle Li wouldn't be suspicious. She also hoped that her luck wouldn't be so bad and that Ming Yuan wouldn't find trouble with her. Thinking that this was very likely to happen, Nianbing hurriedly left the Magician's Guild as quickly as possible. After confirming that no one was following her, she took off her magic robe and bought a square cloth from the street. She wrapped the magic robe and icicle staff in it and then used her fastest speed to return to the cool breeze study. Just as she entered the back door, she immediately saw a slender red figure. Her whole body suddenly stiffened. "Me, miss, why are you here?" The surprise this time was definitely not fake. Xiaojing turned around and looked at Nianbing with an unkind expression. "Hello. I heard from Uncle Li that you left at noon. Why are you only back now? Don't tell me that you went out to have fun." Nianbing smiled bitterly and said, "Miss, look at me. I'm just a poor boy. What can I do? Did you come to the backyard to practice your swordsmanship again today?" Xiaojing snorted and said, "I knew that you wouldn't dare to go out to have fun. Even if you want to have fun, you need to have the ability. You don't have that ability. I looked for you a few times today, but you weren't here. I came here specially to wait for you. I wanted to see when you would come back." "Forget it. You came back not too late. I'll forgive you this time. However, you have to be careful in the future." Nianbing pointed to the bag in his hand that contained the magic staff and magic robe and said, "Miss, I actually only went to buy some clothes. This is the first time I came to such a big city. I went out to buy some coarse clothes. My luck was good and I came across a sale. 2 copper coins each. It's worth a lot. Do you want to take a look?" Xiaojing said with some disgust, "What are you looking at?" "It's just a few tattered clothes." Nianbing sighed in relief. He secretly thought that his method of retreating after advancing was the right one. The reason why he explained the bag was because Xiaojing's gaze fell on it. Xiaojing saw that Nianbing was silent. The expression in her eyes softened a little and said, "Your face healed quite quickly. It seems that your skin is thick enough." Nianbing touched his face. If it wasn't for the rank 1 healing technique, he was afraid that it wouldn't have healed in a week. She hit him and said that he was thick-skinned. "Women, really," Xiaojing said, "Nianbing, I have something to ask you for help with. I don't know if you're willing." Nianbing was stunned and said, "Miss, I'm just an ordinary servant chopping firewood. How can I help you?" Xiaojing snorted and said, "Don't worry about that. You just have to say if you're willing or not." How could Nianbing say no? He didn't plan to leave the cool breeze study at this time, so he could only helplessly nod and say, "It's my honor to be able to help Mississippi." Xiaojing's eyes lit up. She was already beautiful, but now she looked even more lively. Her gaze seemed to say that it's good that you know. "Okay, then it's a deal. I need to borrow your face for a bit." Nianbing was shocked. "Miss, you," Xiaojing said with disdain, "look at you. You don't have the slightest bit of manliness. What are you afraid of? It's not like I'm going to eat you. At this point, her charming face suddenly blushed a little. She lowered her voice and continued, do you still remember what I told you in the pavilion last time? The reason why I want your help is related to that. Nianbing frowned and said, are you talking about that person you like? How can I help you with that? Xiaojing snorted and said, in any case, you've already agreed. If you do this well, I'll ask Uncle Mingyuan to teach you a few more tricks. You'll be able to survive better in the future. Nianbing sighed and said, Miss, you still have to tell me what you want me to do. Xiaojing walked to Nianbing's side and said in a low voice, I want you to be my boyfriend. Smelling the virgin fragrance on Xiaojing's body and hearing the soft and gentle words, Nianbing couldn't help but feel as if he was on cloud nine. He forced himself to control his emotions and said, Miss, I'm afraid that's not possible. You're the miss, and I'm just a servant. Xiaojing raised her hand and hit Nianbing's shoulder. She said in a slightly annoyed tone, listen to me, okay? You're really a toad lusting after a swan's meat. Do you really think that I want you to be my boyfriend? I just want you to help me test that guy and see if he's interested in me. Tomorrow night, I'll ask you to attend a banquet with me. Your appearance is not bad, so I said that I wanted to borrow your face. At that time, that person will also come. I'll act more intimate with you. If he has me in his heart, he'll definitely feel jealous. At that time. Nianbing's heart turned cold for no reason. Was a toad lusting after a swan's meat? Xiaojing, you're underestimating me, Nianbing. I might not even like a girl like you. I'll remember this sentence. One day, I'll repay you. The misfortune of her childhood made Nianbing inevitably extreme. She looked coldly at Xiaojing. At this time, she lowered her head, as if thinking about a beautiful future. Miss, although my appearance is not bad, my status is low. I'm afraid this is not appropriate. Nianbing deliberately emphasized the word low. Xiaojing did not hear the change in Nianbing's tone. She said impatiently, I have my own plans. Since I asked you to come with me, I naturally won't let you lose face. That would be embarrassing me. This kind of banquet of the upper class in Ice Snow City is not something that anyone can attend. Perhaps, you'll only see it once in your life. You should thank me, but you're still refusing. Tomorrow, I'll prepare a magic robe for you to disguise as a magician. I'll arrange the other things. You don't have to worry about it. Tomorrow, you don't have to work. I'll look for you in the morning and teach you some necessary etiquette. At the banquet, you don't have to do anything. You just need to follow me. Do you understand? Nianbing's heart became colder. She nodded and said, well, I'll do my best to satisfy you. Xiaojing smiled and said, don't worry. I'll definitely keep my word. As long as you do well, I'll naturally fulfill my promise when you come back. That's it. You should rest early. Tomorrow, you'll be more energetic. After saying that, the red figure floated up. After a few flashes in the air, she disappeared in the blink of an eye. Nianbing looked coldly at the direction where Xiaojing left. She said to herself, seeing that you once helped me out, I won't bicker with you. But this is the last time. No one can insult me without paying the price. Suddenly, she thought of something and patted her forehead. Ah! How could I forget about the appointment? It seems that I have to go back to the Magician's Union. It's time to keep the appointment. I don't know what kind of tricks that ice sorcerer will play. After retrieving all his belongings from the woodshed, Nianbing walked out from the back door. A breeze was blowing on the street. Breathing in the fresh and cold air, Nianbing felt a little better. Looking at the bustling crowd on the street and the lit lights, he suddenly felt a little lost. He had just entered society, and he had already encountered so many things. Although he had not made the wrong choice so far, should he still continue to stay in Ice City? Yes, he must stay. Even if the culinary skills of the Breeze restaurant did not interest him, the library of the Sorcerer Guild and the Xingyang saber that Feng Nu was currently making were all things that he needed. 1 month. Let's stay for 1 more month. Xiaojing, I might surprise you tomorrow night. I just want you to know that you should not underestimate anyone. Although I will not take revenge on you, I will at least teach you a lesson for your unruly temper. When Yanbing returned to the Sorcerer Guild, it was already late at night. Before entering the guild, he changed into his magic robe again. With the symbol of an archmage on his chest and his badge, the night guards would not stop him at all. Yanbing did not go directly to the ice sorcerer. Instead, he returned to his room first. Seeing that the morning dew dagger was still under the mattress, he found a place to hide the things that he had brought with him. When he opened the door again, he first looked around. The corridor was empty, and there was not a single person. He then walked out of the room, closed the door, and walked to the westernmost room. During the process of walking, Yanbing restrained his mental strength and controlled the vortex of ice and fire in his body to rotate quickly. With ice on the outside and fire on the inside, he concealed the aura of the fire element magic. This was his biggest secret. From the outside, there was nothing special about the westernmost room. It was the same as the room that he lived in. He raised his hand and knocked on the door a few times. "Hello, I am Yanbing." The door opened silently, and an old and deep voice came from inside. "Come in." As soon as she entered the room, Yanbing immediately felt a wave of coldness hit her in the face. She subconsciously raised the icicle staff in her hand and instantly cast a level 2 ice curtain spell in front of her. The room suddenly lit up. It was also a foyer, but it was much bigger than the one he had just been in. On the sofa, the ice magic shooter looked at him and nodded approvingly. He said, "Not bad, your reaction is quite fast. No wonder Li Hua admires you so much. However, as a magic shooter, this is not enough to defend yourself. If the other party is a martial arts master, in the case of a sudden sneak attack, you have no way to resist. This kind of low-level magic is useless." Yanbing was stunned for a moment before she nodded and said, "Thank you for your guidance, senior." The ice magic shooter pointed to the sofa beside him and said, "Sit down. I called you here because I have a few words to say to you. As for whether you can listen to me or not, it depends on you." Yanbing sat on the sofa and pretended to be defenseless. In front of a magic shooter, even if he was defenseless, there was no use. Moreover, he firmly believed that this ice magic shooter did not mean any harm to him, at least for now. With a flash of light, a transparent gem suddenly appeared in the ice magic shooter's hand. The gem shone with a colorful light. Before Yanbing could react, he clearly felt a strong magic power enveloping his body. Strangely, this magic power was not offensive. The light receded, and the translucent gem shimmering with rainbow-colored light returned to normal. The ice elemental archmage seemed to heave a sigh of relief, and calmly said, "My name is Bing Jing. You can call me Teacher Bing Jing from now on. Yanbing, since you're practicing ice magic, why did you come to the guild instead of going to the Ice God Tower? As a mage, I think you should know that the place that all ice mages yearn for the most is the Ice God Tower. Only there can you learn the most profound ice magic. I don't need to say more about this." Yanbing was shocked, but he tried to keep calm and said, "Frankly speaking, Teacher Bing Jing, I don't like places like the Ice God Tower. I feel that the restrictive nature of that place is too strong. I don't know why, but the Ice God Tower always gives me a very overbearing feeling. And I just want to practice magic peacefully. I don't want to get involved in any fights, and I don't want to become a tool of the Ice God Tower. So." Bing Jing suddenly stood up, his eyes flashing with cold light. "Yanbing, do you know who you are talking to? I'll be honest with you. I am one of the ice priests of the Ice God Tower. Now, I'll give you a chance to choose. Leave here and go north to join the Ice God Tower. With my introduction, I think you will be put in an important position in the Ice God Tower." Yanbing sneered in her heart. She also stood up, frowned, and said righteously, "I'm sorry, Teacher Bing Jing. Since I have joined the Union, I am a member of the Union. Although the Ice God Tower is good, it is not a place that I want to go. Please forgive me. If there is nothing else, I will leave first." Finished speaking, she turned and walked out. Bing Jing's whole body emitted cold light, and the temperature in the room dropped sharply. Wrapped in frost, he said coldly, "Aren't you afraid that I will kill you?" Yanbing turned around and looked at Bing Jing without backing down. "Teacher Bing Jing, I don't think you will do that. This is the Magician Union, not your Ice God Tower. I really don't understand. The Ice God Tower and the Magician Union are both pillars of the Ice Moon Empire. Why do you hate each other? No matter what, I will not join the Ice God Tower. Speaking of this, Nian Bing's eyes couldn't help but show a trace of resolute coldness. This was not an act. Although the hatred for the Ice God Tower had been buried in the deepest part of her heart, she would occasionally reveal it unintentionally. Bing Jing withdrew his cold aura and smiled. At this time, the inner door suddenly opened, and two people walked out. It was the president of the union, Long Ji, and the water archmage, Li Hua. Bing Jing said with a smile, "President, you can rest assured this time. This child is not the one the Ice God Tower is looking for. At the same time, he is not someone who will betray the union." Long Ji nodded with satisfaction. Looking at Nian Bing's puzzled face, he said, "Child, this time it is our fault. You have just joined the union, so we must test you. Now that everything has been proven, I hope you can understand. Don't worry, you are so loyal to the union, so the union will not treat you badly. Well, you can go now." Nian Bing blankly bowed to the three people and left the room. Long Ji turned his head to Li Hua and said, "What do you think?" Li Hua smiled and said, "What else can I think? I already told you that this child is not very scheming, and he is wholeheartedly interested in learning. In the future, he will become a powerful magician." Long Ji sighed softly and said, "From the looks of it, that is indeed the case. Either he is really inexperienced in the world, or he is too scheming. Even I can't see through his true thoughts." Bing Jing handed the glowing 7-colored gem to Long Ji and said, "President, I think you are thinking too much. Even if he is very scheming, it is not necessarily bad for us. As long as he is not the one the Ice God Tower is looking for, and is not the so-called Masha, it is enough. In the future, we just need to observe him more." "Oh, right, sure Jiao, that child seemed to have stayed in his room for a while. Then Yan Bing went out again and came back. I don't know what he went to do. I originally wanted to send someone to follow him, but I was afraid that he would find out. This time, he was gone for a full 2 hours." Long Ji said helplessly, "It doesn't matter what he went to do. I think he went back to the hotel to get his luggage. However, we did not wait for 2 hours in vain, did we? Although it was not completely proven, at least a part of it was proven. Actually, he spent the whole afternoon in the library reading all kinds of basic information. I already did not suspect him. When I came back from the cool breeze room, I looked at him through the window. He was really focused, and it was not something that could be faked. Sure, Jiao's nature is not bad, and his talent is not bad. It is just that he is a little too self-righteous. If my guess is not wrong, he must have found Nian Bing for Ling Er. To be honest, in the future, I would rather give Ling Er to this Nian Bing than let Ling Er marry him. No matter how scheming Nian Bing is, he is much better than little Jiao." Li Ji laughed and said, "We don't need to care about the matters of these little children. Let them develop. President, you are tired today. Let's go back and rest." When Nian Bing came out of Bing Jing's room, he immediately felt that his whole body was drenched in cold sweat. That 7-colored gem was obviously a magic item used for detection. Fortunately, he did not bring the morning dew dagger with him. His previous performance was all an act. Bing Jing could not deceive him. When he was in the Ice God Tower, Nian Bing had seen all 12 ice priests. The faces of those people were deeply imprinted in his mind. How could he forget? It was also thanks to this that they were able to escape the Magicians Guild's final test. Returning to his own room, he retrieved the morning dew dagger and put it in his pocket. He took off his magician's robe and placed it on the bed with the icicle staff. Only then did he leave the Magicians Guild. Perhaps, tonight would be his last night in the Breeze Cottage. Tomorrow, it would be a new beginning. A new beginning from the Magicians Guild. Early in the morning, when the sun rose from the east, Nianbing had already woken up from his meditation. He hadn't read the books on basic magic for nothing. After the night's practice, he had a much deeper understanding of magic. Even though he still didn't understand the principle of ice and fire being of the same origin, it was much easier for him to control magic. What he needed the most now wasn't to increase his magic power, but to fuse his mental strength with the magic power of ice and fire that he already had. Only then would he be able to unleash greater power. Nianbing firmly believed that once he completely fused his ice and fire powers, the magic power he would produce wouldn't be as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. A dual-element magician of ice and fire, he should be the #1 person on the continent. Why couldn't he create his own magic? Walking out of his room, Nianbing saw that Uncle Li was still asleep. Looking at the vast breeze cottage, Nianbing could not help but sigh. It seemed that there was nothing for him to pursue in terms of culinary skills. First-rate culinary skills and second-rate magic. That was the portrayal of his current situation. Perhaps, the Magician's Guild was more suitable for him. At least there, he could learn a lot of useful things. While thinking, Nianbing walked to the firewood pile, picked up the hatchet, and chopped down with lightning speed. Although each piece of firewood only needed to be chopped into 8 pieces, he was still very focused. This method of concentration was something he had long been used to. The amount of firewood gradually increased. Nianbing had always believed that when a person did something, he should finish what he started. Although he had already decided to leave, he still had to complete his last day's work. The hatchet in his hands seemed to be alive. There was almost no shadow of the hatchet. He only needed to use his left hand to continuously take the firewood from the side, and it would naturally split into 8 pieces. Uncle Li walked out of his room. When he saw Nianbing chopping firewood with his back facing him, he couldn't help but smile. He thought to himself, this young man is really diligent. He's working so early in the morning. When he walked to Nianbing's side and saw the hatchet's shadow, Uncle Li could not help but be stunned. What was originally a day's work, Nianbing had already completed 70% of it. Nianbing knew that Uncle Li had come to his side, but he did not stop. He was still chopping firewood. While chopping, he calmly said, Uncle Li, chopping firewood is not just a job. If you focus on it, you will naturally achieve unexpected results. Firewood is a dead thing, but people are alive, don't you think so? Uncle Li looked at Nianbing and was speechless. For the first time, he felt that the handsome young man in front of him was not simple. At least, he was more mysterious than he thought. This is the last piece. Uncle Li, I'll leave it for you as a souvenir. The hatchet suddenly became dexterous. The shadow of the hatchet swung gently, and the bark quietly peeled off. The sawdust splashed in the light of the hatchet. Under the effect of the carving technique, the hatchet seemed to come alive. The wood gradually took shape in Nianbing's hand. When the last flash of the hatchet flashed, it was no longer a piece of wood, but a person, a portrait. Uncle Li was surprised to find that the portrait turned out to be himself. One hand was holding the wood, and the other hand was raising the hatchet, ready to chop down. The sculpture was lifelike, as if it was a real person. Nianbing handed the hatchet and the sculpture to Uncle Li at the same time. He bowed slightly to him and said, Uncle Li, thank you for taking care of me these past few days. This is for you as a souvenir. I hope you still remember me. Uncle Li held the sculpture, which was still warm. Just as he was about to say something, he heard a clear voice not far away. Nianbing, are you up? Hurry up and come with me. Time is tight. Nianbing smiled and brushed the sawdust off his body. He said, Miss, I've been up for half a day. Let's go. He looked deeply at Uncle Li, and then he walked in the direction where Xianxia appeared. Xianxia was not wearing her favorite red dress today. She was wearing a white dress, which made her look much more charming. Let's go. Let's go to my place. She pulled Nianbing's sleeve without avoiding arousing suspicion and walked into the depths of the Qingfengzhai. Uncle Li looked at their backs as they left, and then looked at the sculpture in his hand. He sighed softly and said to himself, it seems that this work of chopping wood will have to be done by me in the future. Xianxia led Nianbing to a courtyard. As soon as they entered the courtyard, Nianbing immediately smelled a fresh scent. The courtyard was not big, about 300 or 400 square meters. There was a stone path that led to the deepest part of the courtyard. Looking around, the entire courtyard was covered in green, especially a huge tree. Its branches and leaves were like a large green umbrella, covering half of the courtyard. Looking along the stone path, there was a wooden house. It seemed to have 2 or 3 rooms. Although the structure was made of wood, it looked very sturdy. In the middle of the lawn in the courtyard, there was a small pond about 10 square meters. The pond water was so clear that one could see the bottom. A red goldfish the size of a palm was swimming in the pond. It was indescribably leisurely. Shiwejing turned to Nianbing somewhat proudly and said, "How is it? My place is not bad, right? I'm the only one living here. Other than Sister Ling and my family, you are the first outsider to come here. Let's go. I've prepared everything for you. I borrowed these things from Ling with great difficulty. You have to be careful. Don't break them and I won't be able to explain myself." Nianbing followed Shiwejing into the wooden house. The layout of the wooden house was much simpler than he had imagined. The elegance brought by the light pink color looked very fresh. Shiwejing took out a set of magic robes from the bed inside and handed it to Nianbing. The magic robes were red, and there was also the insignia of the Ice Moon Empire on the inside. There were 2 silver rings around the flame embroidery on the chest. It was 1 ring less than the one he had received yesterday. This should be the magic robes that symbolized a high-level magician. Nianbing couldn't help but find it funny. He was a great magician, but now he had to pretend to be a high-level magician. It felt a bit strange. Shiwejing handed the magic robes to Nianbing and said, "Try it on first and see if it fits. I think it should be fine. Attending the banquet as a high-level magician, plus your young age, there shouldn't be anyone who would look down on you. How is it? I'm very thoughtful, right?" Nianbing looked at Shiwejing and said with a smile, "Are you going to stay here and watch me change?" Shiwejing's charming face turned red and said, "Who wants to watch you? Just hurry up." Although she said this, she still walked out of the room. Nianbing took off his outer clothes and put on the red magic robes. The faint fire element aura made him feel very comfortable. It also fit him well. "Are you done?" Shiwejing impatiently shouted at the door. "I'm done." Nianbing tidied up his clothes and looked at the door. Shiwejing pushed the door and entered. When she saw Nianbing wearing a high-level fire element magic robes, she couldn't help but be completely stunned. Under the red magic robes, his long golden hair was like a flame. His blue eyes looked so deep. Especially that arrogant temperament, it made her heart beat faster. Nianbing was a bit uncomfortable under Shiwejing's scorching gaze. "Miss, is there anything wrong with me?" Shiwejing came back to her senses and secretly scolded herself. What's wrong with her? Isn't he just a bit good-looking? He's just an embroidered pillow. Shiwejing, oh Shiwejing, you must not be fooled by his appearance. This kind of man is not worth having a good impression of. She took a deep breath and walked in front of Nianbing to take a closer look. Then, she said, "Not bad, it fits you quite well. You look like a decent person even if you wear good clothes. Yes, you have to maintain this attitude. You have to be a little arrogant. When the time comes at the banquet, don't speak without my permission. Just follow me." Nianbing nodded and said, "Miss, the banquet will start at night. What should I do now?" Shiwejing said, "There are still many things to do. I'll teach you some banquet etiquette first." "Oh, by the way, do you know how to dance?" Nianbing thought, "Dance 5? Dance 6? He shook his head and said, "I don't know." Shiwejing said, "That's right. It'll take a long time to learn. I hope you can learn quickly so that you can use it at night. Let's start now. I'll teach you etiquette first." Half an hour later, Shiwejing's surprised voice came from the wooden house. "Nianbing, did you learn etiquette before? How come you know all these? You seem to be doing it better than me." "No, I don't know. What you did just now, I just learned it." Did he really not know how to do it? Of course not. As early as when he was young, he learned these things under the guidance of his father. His father said that these were indispensable in social situations. Now that he was learning from Shiwejing, he naturally recalled the scenes of his childhood and did it very naturally and smoothly. Shiwejing looked at Nianbing with some doubts and said, "Good. I didn't expect you to be so smart. You don't need to learn etiquette. Let's start learning dancing. If you can learn dancing so quickly, I'll treat you to something good at noon." Just then, a clear voice came from outside, "Jing, the clothes you wanted are ready." Xiujing was startled. Oh no, my father is here. Nianbing, hide first. Don't let my father see you. Nianbing was stunned, but your room is only so big. Where can I hide? The voice came from outside again. You little girl, you didn't even close the courtyard door. You're already so old, but you're still so careless. Let's see who dares to marry you in the future. This time, the voice was much closer to the wooden house. Xiujing looked around anxiously. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. She hurriedly pulled Nianbing to the bed and pushed him onto it. She didn't even have time to take off her shoes and hurriedly put down the curtains on both sides of the bed. When all this was done, the door outside just happened to open. Xiujing was a little flustered as she greeted, "Father, why did you come personally?" Lying on the soft bed and smelling the faint fragrance, Nianbing's heart couldn't help but flutter. She heard the clear voice say, "You little girl, you've been going crazy every day recently and I haven't seen you at all. Father misses you. Your mother passed away early. You're the only family I have. Can't a father see his daughter?" Xiujing's mood had already calmed down. She said coquettishly, "Father is the best. Then I'll be sure to spend more time with you. Oh, by the way, are you going to the banquet tonight?" "Me? Of course I'm not going. That's a banquet for you young people. You should learn from Ling Er. Look at how gentle and obedient she is. Who dares to approach someone as crazy as you? If you can't get married in the future, I won't be responsible." Xiujing said angrily, "Father, how can you say that about your own daughter? Your daughter is so beautiful. There are many people chasing after me. I just don't like them." The clear voice laughed mockingly and said, "Is that so? Why do I hear that those young masters in the city run away when they see you? They're all scared of you?" Xiujing snorted and said, "That's because they're too useless. Even if I'm going to marry in the future, I want to marry a man who can support the heavens. If they can't even beat me, they don't have the qualifications." The clear voice said helplessly, "But those young men I introduced to you last time were all not weak. Didn't you also not want them?" "Of course I can't. Those guys all have their eyes on the top of their heads. Furthermore, they're too ugly. They're all big and burly. How can they be worthy of me? Then I can't help it. You should find one yourself. As long as you're willing, I, as your father, will support you unconditionally. Is that fine?" Xiujing giggled and said, "Then you don't have to worry about it. In any case, I'm only 18 years old. There's no rush. You should be free these 2 days. You can go back first. I want to change my clothes and see if they fit." Lying on the bed and listening to the conversation between Xiujing and her father, Nianbing's heart was filled with indescribable envy. Once upon a time, he also had a father who cared about him as much as he did. But now, thinking of this, his body subconsciously moved, making an extremely soft sound. "Who's there?" "Jing why is there someone on your bed?" The clear voice suddenly became cold. Xiujing was obviously anxious. "Father, it's nothing. It's just a girl." "A girl? I want to see what this girl looks like." The curtains were lifted abruptly. Nianbing looked up and saw a handsome middle-aged man dressed in white standing by the bed. He was about 30 to 40 years old. Nianbing could tell from the man's cold gaze that he could tear Nianbing apart at any moment. Calmly sitting up from the bed, Nianbing stood up. He could understand the middle-aged man's feelings. Seeing a strange man on his daughter's bed, no one would be in a good mood. The middle-aged man turned to look at Xiujing and said coldly, "Is this the girl you were talking about?" He was very angry at first, but when he saw Nianbing's appearance, the anger in his heart subsided a little. The young man on the bed was handsome and didn't show a trace of panic when he suddenly saw him. In addition, he was wearing a fire magic robe, which symbolized that he was an advanced magician. All these were enough to prove that he was worthy of his daughter. After all, his daughter had grown up. Having friends of the opposite sex wasn't a big deal. Although he was lying on the bed, his clothes were neat and tidy. It was obvious that he was like this because of his sudden arrival. Xiujing looked at her father awkwardly. She turned to glare at Nianbing and said, "Father, he's just a friend of mine." You suddenly came just now. I was afraid that you would misunderstand, so, the middle-aged man laughed. Misunderstand? Would I, Shuiji, misunderstand my own daughter? If you do this, it will only make it more conspicuous. Silly girl, I didn't know when you met such a fire magician. Introduce him to father. Shuijing was just about to speak when Nianbing spoke up. Hello, I'm Nianbing. Actually, I'm not a fire magician. Miss borrowed these clothes. I'm just a woodcutter from the Breeze sect. Since Shuijing already looked down on him, why should he let her father misunderstand? Shuiji frowned and said, Woodcutter. Did I hear wrongly? I need an explanation from you. Although his voice was still calm, the aura emanating from his body allowed Nianbing to clearly recognize that the owner of the Cool Breeze restaurant definitely had a powerful martial skill. He was at least a great swordmaster. Compared to him, Shuijing was definitely not on the same level. Shuijing glared fiercely at Nianbing. You have no right to speak here. Get out. Nianbing didn't say anything. He also looked deeply at Shuijing, then strode out of the room. Shuijing turned to her father and said in a low voice, Father, you know that I've never had a boyfriend. Nianbing is a woodcutter who just came to our house not long ago. At tonight's banquet, all the other girlfriends had their male companions, but I didn't. Nianbing's looks are not bad, so I wanted him to pretend to be my boyfriend. I borrowed a magic robe from Ling Er, and now I'm teaching him etiquette. Nonsense, really nonsense. How can you think of such a method? Haven't you thought about it? Is this fair? He's here to work, not for you to play around with. Although Shuiji was reprimanding Shuijing, there was a smile on his face. He thought to himself, only my daughter can think of such a wicked idea. Shuijing saw that her father didn't seem to be angry. She immediately grabbed her father's arm and giggled, What's not fair? Working for me is much easier than chopping wood. Shuiji frowned, You can't say that. Everyone has their own right to survive. As a girl, you should be more careful. I think that young man is not bad, and he looks calm. Is he really just a woodcutter? Shuijing said, Of course it's true. He was recruited by me. That day, he wanted to go to the Great Accomplishment Pavilion, but he met that snob, Liao San. If I didn't save him, he would have been beaten up. Although he's not bad looking, I don't like this kind of embroidered pillow. Father, don't worry, nothing will happen. Shuiji smiled bitterly, If only you could make me feel at ease. Alright, I'm leaving. You can do as you see fit. Be careful. You're a girl after all, so you should pay attention to the rules. Otherwise, you'll be laughed at. If I stay here any longer, I'm afraid I'll have a heart attack. Shuijing stuck out her tongue and personally sent her father to the door. As soon as she stepped out, she saw Nianbing standing on the stone path, her eyes fixed on the big tree. No one knew what she was thinking. Shuiji walked to Nianbing's side and smiled, Young man, work hard at the Breeze sect. Although my daughter is a little mischievous, her character is still good. What happened just now was a misunderstanding. I've already understood. How about you do him a favor? Nianbing was slightly stunned. Shuiji was the owner of the Breeze sect, but he didn't use a demanding tone when speaking to her. It was more like he was pleading. Just this point alone was enough to show his gentlemanliness. She couldn't help but like him even more. She respectfully said, This is what I should do. Owner, you don't have to be so polite. Shuiji looked deeply at Nianbing. Suddenly, he flipped his wrist and grabbed Nianbing's shoulder. Nianbing didn't move. He only had time to see Shuiji's hand clearly. That white and strong hand had already grabbed his shoulder. There was no pain. Shuiji patted his shoulder and said, Alright, I'm leaving. You can continue learning from her. With that, he turned and strode out. Nianbing didn't notice that Shuiji's eyes were filled with doubt. After that test, he had clearly discovered that Nianbing didn't have a trace of battle qi in her body. Shuiji had always felt that this young man wasn't simple, but he couldn't tell why. Walking out of the courtyard, he didn't close the door behind him. After Shuiji left, Nianbing turned her gaze to Shuijing. She saw Shuijing patting her towering chest. You really scared me to death. Fortunately, father seems to have been seduced by your appearance. You idiot, who told you to speak just now? Would it have killed you to speak less? Hurry up and get back in here. Let's continue learning. Now we can be brazen. Nianbing returned to the room. This time, she didn't need to continue learning etiquette. She started learning how to dance. 2 hours later. When Nianbing stepped on Xiaojing's foot for the 14th time, she couldn't take it anymore. I'm going to strangle you to death. Why are you so stupid? I've taught you so many times, but you still can't get it. Nianbing dodged and said with grievance, I've always been stupid. Isn't it a little too late for you to realize that now? Miss, it's morning now. You should still be able to make it. Swap. Even the clothes are according to your size. Where do you want me to find someone now? Wait a moment, I'll be right back. After giving Nianbing a fierce stare, Xiaojing turned around and ran out of the room. Looking at her hurried back, Nianbing frowned slightly. If this girl had half of her father's self-restraint, she could be considered a beauty. What a pity. Not long after, Xiaojing came back with a strange smile on her face. There was a tinkling sound under her feet. This is good. You can step on me as much as you want. As long as you step on me, you're not allowed to rest. Keep practicing. Nianbing looked over and was surprised to find that Xiaojing had changed her shoes. A pair of iron shoes. She opened her eyes wide and said, Miss, you don't have to be so exaggerated. Don't you think it's heavy? Xiaojing snorted and said, Of course it's heavy. However, it's better than you stepping on me all the time. I've worn this pair of shoes for 5 years. They were specially made for practicing qigong. Each shoe weighs 15 kilograms. I'm now carrying 15 kilograms of weight to practice dancing with you. You better be serious, do you hear me? When Nianbing heard Xiaojing say that she was not allowed to rest if she did not practice well, she had already made up her mind to be serious. Although it felt good to hold a beauty in his arms, it was not easy for a magician like him to stand like this all the time. She nodded helplessly and continued to practice dancing. The two of them practiced until the afternoon. Nianbing barely grasped the steps of the dance. Although she could not be said to be graceful and free, she was able to go on stage. The two of them even had lunch in the room. Whether it was Nianbing or Xiaojing, who was wearing 15 kilograms of shoes, they were both sweating profusely. Xiaojing wiped the sweat on her forehead and sat on her bed. Finally, I barely passed. That's it. If we continue practicing, even if you can persist, I won't be able to. Nianbing, you should rest for a while and drink some water. Later, go take a shower and change into a clean set of underwear. Then we should prepare to leave. This time, I want to see if he has me in his heart. Nianbing looked at Xiaojing's persistent appearance and a strange feeling rose in her heart. At this time, Xiaojing seemed to be the most beautiful. She dared to pursue what she wanted. This was something that Ling Nianbing admired very much. Miss, if he is not jealous, what should we do? Xiaojing said unhappily, Shut your crow's mouth. This miss is beautiful and moving. How can he not be moved? If by any chance he is really a blockhead, I will hold you responsible. Nianbing said innocently, I'm not him. What does this have to do with me? Xiaojing waved her hand in annoyance and said, I'm just saying it casually. In any case, I will do my best and leave the rest to fate. If the gods do not tie our string of fate together, what can I do? Ling is better. Since she was young, she has her senior brother by her side to pamper her and protect her. I don't have to worry about this aspect. Right now, I am almost depressed to death. Nianbing, how good would it be if you were really a magician? Nianbing looked at Xiaojing. If I were really a magician, what good would it be? Xiaojing giggled and said, If that was the case, you could pursue me. No matter what, the identity of a magician is worthy of me. Even if you are only an intermediate magician, it doesn't matter. Frankly speaking, I have seen so many men, but you are the most beautiful one. Who knows, after you wear women's clothing, you will become a great beauty more beautiful than me and Ling Er. Nianbing heard this and had goosebumps all over her body. She bitterly smiled and said, Miss, using the word beautiful to describe a man is not appropriate. Let's go take a bath now. I really feel very uncomfortable. Xiujing's charming face turned red and said, "You said it clearly. What do you mean we are going to take a bath? Let's go." Fortunately, before learning to dance, I made you change out of the magician's robe. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if it got dirty. Do you know that this magician's robe is very expensive? Nianbing secretly said in her heart, "I know, so in your heart, I am not as good as a magician's robe. It seems that in this society, without strength, there is nothing. If I was just an ordinary civilian, I am afraid I would really be insulted by you. Unfortunately, I am not. Xiujing, remember every word you said. Who would like an unruly and willful young miss like you?" When night gradually fell, a luxurious carriage was traveling on the streets of Ice City. The carriage was pulled by 4 tall black horses. The body of the carriage was very large. It would not be a problem for more than a dozen people to sit inside. The driver was an old man. His posture was very strange. With a slight shake of his wrist, the reins in his hand would naturally be pulled on the back of the horse, guiding the direction of the horse. The speed was controlled very well. It was neither fast nor slow as it drove towards the west of Ice City. In the carriage, Xiujing looked at her silver dress with great discomfort. This dress was different from what she usually wore. It was specially made for banquets. Inside the dress, there were 3 or 4 different kinds of fasteners. It took 3 maidservants half an hour to complete the dress. Xiujing, who always liked simplicity, was simply suffering in this dress. "Nianbing, do you think my dress looks good?" Xiujing subconsciously asked Nianbing, who was sitting opposite her. Nianbing smiled and said sincerely, "It's very beautiful. Miss, your long brown hair and this silver dress look very noble. It's much better than your usual dress." Xiujing's eyes lit up and said, "Really? If it's really beautiful, then I won't have wasted my efforts. This dress is so tight. It's really uncomfortable. Fortunately, I'm not very fat. I really don't know how much pain those fat women have to suffer when they wear this dress. You're still the best. No matter what occasion you attend, this magician's robe is the most suitable dress." Nianbing smiled and said, "Anyway, I'm just pretending. Miss, if you feel uncomfortable, you can wear an ordinary dress. Don't you have confidence in your own beauty?" Xiujing snorted and said, "How can I not have confidence? However, today, isn't it to test that annoying guy? If it weren't for him, who would be willing to dress like this? In the social occasions of the upper class of Ice Snow City, I'm famous for being casual." "Oh, right, from now on, don't call me Mississippi. If you call me that at the banquet, it will be a big joke." Nianbing said indifferently, "Then what should I call you?" Xiujing thought for a moment and said, "Since you appear as my boyfriend, then you can call me Jing or like my father. It's a bargain for you. Also, you have to remember, when you talk to me at the banquet, don't be so respectful. You must be more intimate. This way, it will be more realistic and won't be discovered by others. Do you understand?" Nianbing smiled and said, "I understand. Jing it's like this." As he said that, he turned around and sat beside Xiujing. He hugged her slender waist with one hand. He let her lean in his arms. Xiujing was stunned for a moment. Then, she clearly smelled the masculine scent of a man on Nianbing's body. She raised her head and looked at Nianbing's handsome face. For a moment, she didn't realize how ambiguous their current position was. Nianbing hugged Xiujing and a faint cold light appeared in his eyes. "Since you want me to be your boyfriend, then I won't be polite." After a long while, Xiujing woke up. She struggled and said, "Let go of me first. The banquet hasn't started yet." Although she said that, her struggle was very light. Nianbing's warm embrace did bring her a great sense of comfort. Nianbing smiled and said, "Although the banquet hasn't started yet, I think it's better to cultivate the feeling with you first. If it's too stiff, as long as it's a discerning person, won't they be able to see through it at a glance? Since we're going to put on a show, we naturally have to make it more realistic." Xiujing was slightly stunned and looked at the handsome man again. "When did you become so smart? In my impression, you are supposed to be an idiot." Nianbing's blue eyes revealed a clear light. "That's only your feeling, not mine. I've never said that I'm silly." Isn't that right? Xu Jing suddenly felt a trace of uneasiness, but she couldn't explain why. She snorted and said, "You have to remember that you're only going to be my boyfriend for one night. If you have any improper thoughts, don't blame me for being rude." Nianbing smiled and said, "I don't dare to have improper thoughts. You're a young lady and I'm a servant. After tonight, our identities will return to nature and we'll each return to our own territory, right?" Jing. Xu Jing looked at Nianbing's strange expression and didn't know why, but she felt a little flustered. At this moment, the carriage stopped. They had arrived at their destination. Xu Jing slapped Nianbing's hand away and took out a box from under her seat and handed it to Nianbing. Nianbing asked doubtfully, "What is this?" Xu Jing said, "You can open it and see." The box was red in color, and it was quite heavy. Nianbing opened the box and immediately felt a wave of fire elemental energy rush towards him. It was actually a fire elemental magic staff. The body of the staff was dark red, and there were spiral patterns on it. There was a round red gem at the tip of the staff. The quality was not bad, and the fire elemental energy was very dense. It should be of the same grade as the icicle staff that he had just obtained. Xu Jing said, "This is also something I borrowed. It's called Mars staff. Be careful, fire element magicians always have their own staff." Nianbing picked up the staff and nodded. "It won't break. Even if you sell me, it won't be worth as much." Xu Jing stared blankly for a moment. She wanted to say something but didn't. The curtain of the carriage was lifted. Nianbing followed the etiquette and jumped off the carriage first. Then she extended her right hand to Xu Jing. Xu Jing also got off the carriage with his help. The old coachman drove the carriage to the side. "Miss, I'll wait for you at the door." Nianbing looked up and saw a magnificent palace-like building. Although she was only outside the door, she could still feel the magnificent aura of the building in the courtyard. This was a very large courtyard. There were no walls around the courtyard. Instead, she could see the iron fence inside. The fence was about 3 meters high and the top was very sharp. It was obviously used to prevent people from climbing. Outside the 5 meters high gate, there were 10 soldiers standing guard on both sides. They all held standard knight spears in their hands. Each of them stood there with an imposing aura. Obviously, they weren't simple guards. Nianbing remembered that Xu Jing had once told her that the owner of this house was the chief financial officer of Ice Snow City. His power was so great that he was second only to the city lord, the Marquis. He also had the title of Count. Today's banquet was held for his daughter's 18th birthday. The Count's daughter was very good friends with Long Ling and Xu Jing. Xu Jing held Nianbing's arm and said, "Be careful with your words. Remember everything I taught you. Do you understand?" Her hands were very cold. Even though there were 2 layers of clothes between them, Nianbing could still clearly feel it. Obviously, Xu Jing was a little nervous. At this time, Nianbing was very relaxed. The expression on her face was very natural. Together with Xu Jing, they slowly walked towards the gate. A housekeeper stood at the gate. He was receiving invitations from the guests who entered the courtyard. When he saw Xu Jing, he couldn't help but smile and say, "Miss Shui has come. Our family's young miss is waiting for you. Miss Longling should be here soon." This time, the 3 great beauties of Ice Snow City can finally gather together. Xu Jing smiled and said, "Uncle Li, you're making fun of Shui again. What 3 great beauties of Ice Snow City? That's just nonsense. If we really want to talk about it, Ling and Ro are the real beauties. What am I?" The housekeeper smiled and his eyes fell on Nianbing. Nianbing could clearly see that the housekeeper's eyes flashed a cold light. If her mind wasn't strong enough, she was afraid that just this gaze alone would be enough to scare her away. She nodded slightly to the housekeeper and said, "Hello, I'm fire magician Nianbing." The housekeeper smiled and said, "Mister, there's no need to be so polite. You've reached the realm of advanced magician at such a young age. You're really young and promising. Since you're Miss Shui's friend, you're naturally our distinguished guest. Please come in." He didn't ask any more questions. From Nianbing's calm eyes, he could already feel that Nianbing was really powerful. Xu Jing didn't feel anything strange. She held Nianbing's arm and finally entered the courtyard. This courtyard was very large. In front of the huge palace-like building, there was a huge magic fountain that could spray out a 10-meter-tall water column. Around the fountain, there were flowers of various colors. The entire courtyard was covered in green plants. Just the trees alone were more than 10. Clearly, the owner of this place had high requirements for the environment. Xiaojing seemed to be relieved and whispered to Nianbing, "We passed the first test." "You don't know, but the gatekeeper, Uncle Li, although he's only a housekeeper, he grew up with the Marquis. His martial arts skills are extremely high and he's deeply trusted by the Marquis. Every time there's a banquet like this, he's in charge of inspecting the guests. Until now, no one has been able to sneak in under his watch. My father once told me that this Uncle Li might have the strength of a martial fighter." Nianbing secretly thought that this kind of rich and powerful family was indeed different. Just a housekeeper had such powerful abilities. It seemed that she had to be more careful and not give herself away. While thinking, she subconsciously touched the morning dew dagger in her bosom. That was the thing she relied on the most. When they entered the door of the tall building, 2 servants immediately greeted them and led them inside. A somewhat strange voice suddenly sounded, "Isn't this Xiaojing? Ah. You've changed a lot today. I didn't expect you to be so beautiful in a formal dress." The one who spoke was a woman. She wasn't tall and was half a head shorter than Xiaojing. Although her appearance was passable, but with the passage of time, the corners of her eyes had already revealed crow's feet. She was wearing heavy clothes, which made Nianbing almost vomit. The beautiful woman walked in front of Xiaojing with what she thought was a beautiful pace. Xiaojing frowned impatiently, "So it's Madame Maya. I didn't expect you to come today." Madame Maya smiled and said, "Of course I have to come. Today is the birthday of the Count's daughter. How can I not come?" Xiaojing, quickly, let's talk inside. "Oh, who's this handsome magician? Why haven't I seen him before?" Xiaojing coldly snorted and said, "This is my boyfriend, senior fire magician Nianbing. He has just returned from his travels outside. Of course, you haven't seen him before." "I'm sorry, Madame Maya, we have to go in first. Roer is still waiting for me." With that, she pulled Nianbing and quickly walked inside, no longer paying attention to Madame Maya. Madame Maya's eyes fell on Nianbing's face and didn't move away. Her eyes revealed an intoxicated look, and her lips were trembling. Nianbing whispered something, but Nianbing didn't dare to listen. She immediately lowered her head and walked into the hall with Xiaojing. Such a disgusting old woman, it's better to stay away from her. Jing who was that person just now? It felt so strange. Nianbing couldn't help but ask Xiaojing. Strange? What's so strange about it? When she was young, she used to be a social butterfly. Later, she finally married a viscount. After marriage, she found out that the viscount's family had long declined. Their family's financial situation was not good. A few years later, the viscount fell ill and passed away. However, she did not have the slightest intention of restraining herself. She started her life as a social butterfly again. It has been like a day for decades. Can't you see that there is so much powder on her face? Don't you see the wrinkles on her face? I'm afraid her real age is over 50. It's disgusting to look at her." Nianbing smiled and leaned over to Xiaojing's ear and said, "I feel the same." Xiaojing couldn't help but feel a little itchy. She subconsciously shrank her neck. Just as she was about to question Nianbing, she remembered where she was now. She just glared at him and swallowed the words from her mouth. Nianbing didn't seem to notice. She smiled slightly, straightened her back, and looked around. The surrounding environment was indeed good. The entire hall was thousands of square meters. There were more than 100 guests who had already arrived. They were chatting in groups of 3 or 5. Looking at their clothes, it was obvious that they were either rich or noble. The entire hall was filled with the smell of cosmetics. "Nianbing, you go to the side alone for a while. You can also eat something. If someone speaks to you, you'd better not answer. Just look arrogant. I'm going to find Roer. After all, it's her birthday today." As she said that, Nianbing pointed to the empty sofa at the side. Then, she walked up the stairs at the side. Nianbing walked to the sofa and sat down. He casually picked up a drink and slowly drank it. This kind of social occasion wasn't what he liked. He just calmly observed these people. The Mars staff in his hand was placed on the table in front of him. He didn't pay much attention to this kind of metal equipment. At this moment, he suddenly heard the door guard shout, "Magician's Guild, Miss Long Ling and 9th Young Master sure have arrived. They're here." Although Nianbing had already guessed that they would come, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He hurriedly picked up the staff on the table and stood up. He walked to a relatively dark corner and stood still. Today, Long Ling didn't wear a magician's robe. Instead, she wore a purple dress. The dress matched her very well. It set off her elegant and gentle character. When she walked into the hall, it was as if there was an additional purple fairy. Long Ling's popularity was obviously much better than Xuejing's. When Xuejing came in just now, most people only gave her a few glances and continued talking. Only a few people took the initiative to greet her. Long Ling was different. When she entered, she became the center of attention. Almost everyone took the initiative to greet her. It felt like she was the owner of this place. With a slight smile, Nianbing's eyes revealed a faint light. He knew that in this kind of situation, Long Ling wouldn't be able to discover him. He was also happy to have some peace and quiet. Today, he wanted to see what kind of tricks this so-called upper-class aristocratic banquet had. Xianxia was still wearing his magician's robe. Although there wasn't any symbol of identity on it, no one present doubted his strength. Although Xianxia wasn't as handsome as Nianbing, he was still passable. For a moment, the two became the center of attention. At this moment, Nianbing discovered an anomaly like himself. Because only the two of them didn't go up to greet Long Ling and Xianxia, they easily discovered each other. It was a young man. His figure was similar to Nianbing's, except that he was more robust. He wore a fitted white shirt and pants that looked very straight on his body. Although his chiseled face couldn't be said to be very handsome, it emitted a strong masculine aura. A pair of black eyes and long black hair made him look somewhat cold. In his hand was a knife. The knife was very short. It felt like it wasn't much longer than her morning dew. The scabbard was also white. To be able to bring a knife here, it was obvious that this man's identity wasn't ordinary. Suddenly, a thought appeared in Nianbing's mind. This person couldn't be the cool guy that Xuejing liked, right? Very quickly, Nianbing confirmed his thoughts. In the hall, only this person could match Xuejing's description. Ling Nianbing felt something strange happen. That man actually walked towards her. Although he didn't walk very fast, the hall was only so big. In just a few steps, he was in front of Nianbing. "Hello, I'm Yan Feng." Nianbing was stunned. According to Xuejing's description, he should be very cold and wouldn't get close to humans or beasts. Why would he take the initiative to greet her? Although that was what she thought, she didn't act impolitely. She reached out her hand to shake his and said, "Hello, I'm Nianbing." Letting go of her hand, Yan Feng walked to Nianbing's side and stood there. He raised his little finger and very naturally brushed away a lock of black hair in front of his forehead and tucked it behind his ear. His overly black eyes were filled with an indescribable brilliance as he stared at Nianbing in silence. After a long time, his lips slightly rippled with a faint smile. "I don't think I've seen you before." Looking at the tall and cold Yan Feng, Nianbing suddenly had a strange feeling in her heart. Although she couldn't tell what this feeling was, she faintly felt that something was wrong. "I just came to Ice Snow City not long ago and just joined the Magician's Guild. That's why you haven't seen me before. It seems that you often participate in these kinds of social activities." Yan Feng's gaze still fell on Nianbing's face as he coldly said, "Not often, just occasionally. I hate those women who are like flies the most." Nianbing secretly said in her heart, "This guy must have a problem with his brain. Why is he pretending to be cool?" She smiled and nodded to Yan Feng, no longer talking to him. Yan Feng also didn't speak, his gaze falling on the scene. Long Ling struggled to break free from the crowd of people. She said something to Xianxia and also ran upstairs. Obviously, she should be meeting up with Xuejing and Miss Roer. Long Ling's departure caused the atmosphere in the hall to drop again. The nobles continued to talk about something. Xianxia also became one of them at this time. From his expression, it could be seen that the nobles must have praised him. With his temperament, under this kind of praise, he probably didn't even know his own name. Most of the nobles who came today were very young, of course, except for Madame Maya. The cold Yanfeng suddenly opened his mouth again. The count has appeared. Nianbing followed his gaze and saw an old man of about 50 years old walking down the stairs. The old man was wearing a luxurious robe. He wasn't tall and looked like a big meatball. As the fat on his body trembled, he walked down the stairs. The stairs were obviously very sturdy. Even with his weight, it still didn't make a sound. Nianbing thought, as expected of the chief financial officer of Ice Snow City, he must have stuffed a lot of delicious things into his stomach. The appearance of the count made the people who were chatting suddenly quiet down. Their eyes fell on the stairs. The count stopped halfway up the stairs. His fat face was full of smiles. "Welcome everyone to my humble home. Today is my daughter's 18th birthday, and also the day she becomes an adult. Everyone, feel free to eat, drink, and have fun. Treat this place as your own home. If there is anything that is not good enough, please feel free to continue. Everyone, let's continue. I think my daughter will be out soon." As soon as these words came out, it immediately attracted a chorus of praises. The fat on the count's face clumped even tighter. He seemed to be very satisfied with such a scene. He slowly walked down the stairs with a glass of wine in his hand. He walked together with the young nobles and chatted. Seeing this scene, Nianbing and Yanfeng's faces showed the same expression. Their brows were wrinkled and full of disdain. The extravagant life of the nobles was indeed not what they liked. "Brother Yan, how much do you know about this count?" Nianbing asked subconsciously. He was not familiar with this place. The only one who could answer his question now was Yanfeng. Yanfeng said coldly, "The earl's name is Luo Hao. Although he is not honest, he is quite capable. The finances of Ice Snow City are under his control. The taxes that he pays to the Ice Moon Empire every year are definitely not less than the taxes that Ice Snow City pays. What he is most proud of is that he has a good daughter. Although Luo Ro is only 18 years old this year, she became famous 10 years ago. When she was 8 years old, she participated in the triennial national exam of the Ice Moon Empire and obtained the first place. Furthermore, her score was much higher than the second place. She was known as a child prodigy. As she grew older, her intelligence became more and more apparent. It is said that the reason why the chief financial officer was able to handle all the finances in an orderly manner was inseparable from this wise girl. Among the three beauties of Ice Snow City, the youngest wise girl is the leader. Wise girl Luo Ro, Wich Long Ling, and crazy girl Xue Jing. When the three of them are together, even the Marquis of Ice Snow City will give them some leeway. Crazy girl? Haha, she really lives up to her name. With her temper, this title is completely appropriate. Hearing the three girls' nicknames, Nianbing couldn't help but laugh in her heart. Yanfeng's gaze fell on Nianbing. "What's wrong? Do you know Xue Jing?" Nianbing nodded and said, "Today I am her male companion, so of course I know her." "What does Brother Yan think of her?" Yanfeng's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. "I didn't expect you to be Xue Jing's male companion." "What can I think of her? I only know that her father, Xue Ji, is the brother of one of the three marshals of the Ice Moon Empire, blood-devouring soul-destroying Snow Soul. Snow Soul is the head of the three marshals of the empire. He is known for his iron and blood style. As long as he goes to war, no one will survive. Therefore, he is also known as the Iron and Blood Marshal. Xue Ji is much more low-key than his brother. He only opened a restaurant in Ice Snow City called Breeze Restaurant. However, with his brother's prestige, no one dares to offend him." After knowing the background of the Snow family, Nianbing could not help but take a deep breath. To be able to open such a large bar in the middle of Snow Castle, it was definitely not a simple family. Exclamations rang out at this moment. Everyone's eyes once again gathered on the stairs. They all shouted out two words at the same time, "Wise woman, wise woman, wise woman." On the stairs, the first to appear were Xue Jing and Long Ling. The two women, one in silver and one in purple, highlighted the two women's full and moving figures under the contrast of the tight-fitting dresses. When they stood together, Xianxia seemed to be fuller. Many years of martial arts training made her look healthy and lively. Although Long Ling was slightly slender, her gentle smile easily gave people a good impression. Most of the men present had their eyes fixed on the stairs. Of course, this did not include Nian Bing and Yan Feng. At this moment, a blue figure appeared between Long Ling and Xianxia. She had a head of long blue hair that was slightly curly, as if it had not been combed. A pair of big blue eyes emitted a faint light. Without looking at her appearance, Nian Bing was deeply attracted to this pair of eyes. Those eyes were full of wisdom, deep like a divine pool in a valley. Although clear, but bottomless. In terms of appearance, among all the women that Nian Bing had seen before, perhaps only Feng Nu could compare with her. However, this Miss Luo Ro looked much more delicate, and there seemed to be a trace of sickly beauty between her eyebrows. Nian Bing smiled. No wonder Brother Yan said that the Count values women. Seeing the wise woman in person, I really have some doubts whether she is the Count's biological daughter. Yan Feng looked at Nian Bing, and a rare faint smile appeared on his face. I don't know about that. However, you must not let the Count hear this, otherwise, he will be angry. The two of them looked at each other and smiled, invisibly closing the distance between them a little. At this moment, the Count had already arrived at the bottom of the stairs. The wise woman, Luo Ro, accompanied by Long Ling and Xianxia, slowly walked down. Luo Ro only stopped when she reached the stairs. She smiled and bowed to everyone present. Today is Luo Ro's birthday. Thank you for coming. Luo Ro is honored. Melodious birthday music sounded, and the entire hall was filled with a harmonious atmosphere. A cart was slowly pushed by two servants. On the cart, there was a huge cake with 7 layers. There were 18 blue candles lit on the cake. The lights in the hall dimmed, and only the candles were still bright. Other than Yan Bing and Yan Feng, all the guests present sang the birthday song. Luo Ro smiled gently, and put her hands together in front of her chest. She closed her eyes and made a wish. After a while, when she opened her eyes, there was a smile on her face. Silence. Ling let's blow together. The 3 girls opened their mouths at the same time, and the 18 candles were extinguished in the fragrance. The lights in the hall were lit again, and the birthday ceremony was over. Luo Ro took the table knife and made the first cut. She cut a small gap in the top layer of the cake. She raised the knife and dipped it in a layer of milky white cream. Luo Ro smiled. There are many guests present. Luo Ro's body is not very good. I wonder if I can ask a young master to come up and help me cut this cake. Luo Ro does not have a male partner today. I am willing to dance with this young master. As soon as she said this, it caused an uproar. All the young nobles who thought they were qualified raised their hands high, and they all fought to be first, hoping to get Luo Ro's approval. Nian Bing looked at Yan Feng. Brother Yan, are you not interested? Yan Feng said indifferently, not interested. If you are willing, I can lend you a hand. Nian Bing smiled, okay. Then I will have to trouble Brother Yan. Yan Feng's eyes showed a trace of surprise. You really want to go? Nian Bing smiled, why not? To be able to dance with the wise woman, it is not a waste for me to come here. Brother Yan, it seems like we have to hurry. Otherwise, Miss Luo Ro will be chosen. Yan Feng looked deeply at Nian Bing and nodded, okay, I will help you. Follow behind me. After he finished speaking, he walked towards the densest part of the crowd. A faint white doqi emitted from Yan Feng's body. All the nobles fell to the sides when they came in contact with this doqi. They wanted to be angry, but when they saw Yan Feng's cold face, they couldn't help but restrain themselves. Yan Feng's actions immediately attracted everyone's attention, including Xianxia. Other than Yan Feng himself and Nian Bing, everyone felt that Yan Feng was going to cut the cake for Luo Ro. In an instant, the voices weakened. It was as if no one was willing to fight with him. He didn't use his battle energy to force them back and naturally opened up a path. Xianxia's expression changed slightly. She came today mainly for Yan Feng. Now that she saw that Yan Feng was going to cut the cake for her best friend, her feelings immediately became complicated. Luo Ro saw Yan Feng walking towards her and couldn't help but smile. Young Master Yan, are you going to help me cut the cake? It is my honor. Yan Feng walked in front of the cake and glanced at Luo Ro and the other two girls. He nodded to the count beside him. No, it is not me. It is a friend of mine. I hope Miss Luo Ro can give him this opportunity. After he finished speaking, he leaned to the side. Only then did everyone notice the magician in a fiery red robe behind him. Long Ling and Xue Jing couldn't help but exclaim softly when they saw him appear. They revealed doubtful gazes. When Luo Ro saw Yan Bing's handsome appearance and extraordinary temperament, her beautiful eyes couldn't help but flash with a strange light. In an instant, Yan Bing became the focus of the entire banquet. Yan Bing walked to Yan Feng's side and calmly looked at the three girls in front of him. He smiled. Miss Luo Ro, may I be of service? No. Before Luo Ro could open her mouth, Xue Jing rushed to shout. After shouting these two words, she realized that she was too anxious. Feeling the doubtful gazes of the crowd, she couldn't help but say, I mean that his status is not enough. Yan Feng coldly said. Crazy Xue Jing, no wonder you are called crazy. Are you going to go crazy at Miss Luo Ro's birthday banquet? He is my friend. Just this point alone is enough for me to accept him. Hearing Yan Feng speak, Xue Jing couldn't say anything. She fiercely glared at Yan Bing and didn't say anything. Yan Bing didn't seem to notice Xue Jing's glare. He continued to look at Luo Ro, who had the same blue eyes as him. May I be of service? Although Luo Ro had the same doubts in her heart, she was worthy of her title as a wise woman. Under such circumstances, she smiled slightly and said, Jing Jing bowed just now. I apologize to you on her behalf. There is no distinction of status at Luo Ro's birthday banquet. Every guest who attends is Luo Ro's friend. Sir, please. As she spoke, she handed the table knife in her hand to Yan Bing. A simple sentence instantly dispelled the awkward atmosphere. Yan Bing walked to Luo Ro's side and nodded slightly. Ladies, please step back to prevent the cream from staining your clothes. Luo Ro glanced at Yan Bing and stepped back with Long Ling and Xue Jing. Yan Bing held the handle of the knife. Although it was a different knife, with his knife sense, he could clearly feel the presence of the table knife. Glancing at the plates on the dining cart, Yan Feng came to his side and handed the first plate to him. Yan Bing smiled. This first piece is naturally for today's birthday girl, Miss Wise Lady. There was a flash of light. Other than Yan Feng, who was beside Yan Bing, no one saw how he moved. A piece of cake was neatly placed on the plate. Even more strangely, the cream on the table knife was gone. The rest of the cake was cut neatly and the cream was not touched at all. Yan Bing passed the plate to Wise Lady behind him. This cake is my birthday gift to Miss Wise Lady. Even with Wise Lady's intelligence, she did not understand Yan Bing's meaning. Long Ling could not help but say, this is clearly Roer's cake. How can it be considered a gift from you? Yan Bing smiled and said, Miss Wise Lady, taste it and you will know. This is the only special piece of cake today. Luo Ro's gaze met with Yan Bing's. She was surprised to find that she could not see through this exceptionally handsome man in front of her. She took the spoon from the servant and cut a small piece of cake into her mouth. In the process of cutting, she found that the cake was a little hard. When the cake entered her mouth, Luo Ro could not help but exclaim, it's so cold. The originally fragrant and greasy cake now had a hint of sweetness to it. The ice-cold cream and cake melted in her mouth, and the sweet and refreshing aroma immediately filled her mouth and nose. Luo Ro's spirit was lifted, and her originally pale face had a hint of redness. Yan Bing smiled and said, how is it? Using ice magic into the cake seemed simple, but the control of the fire was extremely important. If too little ice magic was used, then the taste of the cake would be worse. If too much ice magic was used, then the cake would become a lump of ice and could not be eaten. Perhaps only a magician like Yan Bing, who was born as a chef, could control it so well. Luo Ro's eyes flashed. She nodded at Yan Bing and said, thank you, sir. Luo Ro is very satisfied with this gift. It's been a long time since I've eaten something that made me want to eat more. I wonder if young master can let my two sisters have the same taste? The nobles present naturally did not understand the meaning of their conversation. However, Luo Ro did not seem to be lying. For a moment, they could not help but look at Yan Bing with curiosity. Nian Bing smiled faintly and a trace of cold arrogance appeared on her face. I'm sorry, Miss Luo Ro. I said that only you can taste this special gift today. Nian Bing turned around and his knife flashed continuously. Piece after piece of cake fell onto an empty plate under the effect of the knife. After every 10 slashes, Nian Bing would wait for a while so that Yan Feng, who was beside him, could distribute the cake. There were many people present who were familiar with martial arts. They could all tell that Nian Bing was not using battle energy. He was only relying on his skillful knife skills and extraordinary wrist strength to achieve such an effect. The control of his strength was extremely mystical. Every piece of cake was completely undamaged and was exactly the same size. However, when the cake entered the mouths of the nobles, it still tasted the same. When Nian Bing took the last piece of cake into her hands, the 7 layers of cake had just been distributed. Everyone had a piece, no more and no less. In addition, every piece was the same size. This was clearly calculated. Luo Ro had already eaten half of the cake in her hands. Looking at Nian Bing, who had finished distributing the cake, she smiled and said, I didn't expect young master to finish distributing the cake so quickly. Nian Bing walked in front of Luo Ro with the cake in her hands and said with a smile, if it was someone else, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to dance with Mississippi at first glance. Distributing the cake was a very easy task. However, if it was an ordinary person, it would take a long time to distribute more than 100 pieces of cake. Taking advantage of this time, the ball would have already started. Luo Ro could use the excuse of waiting for the person to cut the cake as an excuse to refuse other people's invitation to dance. When the person who cut the cake was done, she could also find an excuse to refuse. Such scheming was indeed worthy of the title of wise woman. When Nian Bing said that she would ask someone to cut the cake for her, she had already seen through everything. Although this wise woman looked gentle and peaceful on the surface, she was actually very sharp. The arrogance in her heart could only be seen through by a wise person. Luo Ro knew that Nian Bing had seen through her plan. Half of the cake in her hands had already been eaten. At this time, the eyes of the 3 beauties of Ice City all fell on him. Luo Ro's eyes were filled with provocation, Long Ling's eyes were filled with curiosity and inquiry, and Xue Jing's eyes were the most obvious. There was also a hint of curiosity in her anger. Luo Ro said in a clear voice, after eating the cake, everyone is free to participate in the ball. Luo Ro will now keep her promise and dance the first song with this Mr. Magician. Music. Luo Ro extended her right hand towards Nian Bing as the melodious music started playing. Nian Bing smiled and took her small hand. Naturally, he hugged her slender waist, which seemed like it could break at any moment. He slid his feet and stepped onto the dance floor. The guests consciously scattered to the 2 sides, giving them the middle of the dance floor. Although Nian Bing's dancing skills were a little rusty, she gradually became more natural with the music. The fragrance on Luo Ro's body was very light, but it left a deep impression on Nian Bing. It was similar to the fragrance of orchids. Holding her soft little hand in his palm was indescribably comfortable. Their blue eyes stared deeply into each other's. In the eyes of outsiders, it was a gaze of deep affection. However, Nian Bing and Luo Ro knew that the other party was giving them a challenging look. Luo Ro's cherry lips trembled. In a voice that only Nian Bing could hear, she said, "Where did you come from? I can be sure that you are not from this city. Because there are very few blondes in the Ice Moon Empire." Nian Bing smiled and replied in the same low voice, "Indeed, I just came to Ice City not long ago. Miss, you naturally haven't seen me on various occasions. I have long heard of your reputation as a wise woman. Seeing you today, you really live up to your reputation. It is indeed my honor to be able to dance with you." Luo Ro's clear eyes showed a trace of dissatisfaction, as the saying goes, don't lie in front of a famous person. Why do you have to use such a jack of all trades? Can you tell me who you came with? Yan Feng has never casually interacted with others. Today, he also came by himself. I believe that you two have just met not long ago. To be able to get him to help you, it seems that you have quite the charisma. Nian Bing said without batting an eyelid, perhaps it is because I am fated with Brother Yin. It is not difficult for Miss Luo Ro to know where I come from. You just have to ask your good sister. Luo Ro's eyes showed surprise for the first time, as if she had thought of something, Could it be that you are the fake boyfriend that came with silence? Nianbing said indifferently, as expected of a good sister. You already know this, why do you need me to explain anything? Luo Ro's eyes showed that she was deep in thought. Nianbing continued to look at her with a burning gaze. Luo Ro knew that in her first confrontation with Nianbing, she had already lost. She had lost because of Nianbing's mysteriousness. Since she was young, this was the first time she had tasted defeat. She couldn't help but have a deeper understanding of this young man in front of her. The surrounding guests looked at the man and woman on the dance floor with envy and admiration. The man was tall and handsome, and the woman was stunningly beautiful. They were like a golden couple. Even Luo Ro's father, the old count, couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. He had hosted many social events, but this was the first time he had seen someone whose looks and figure were worthy of his precious daughter. The music came to an end. Nianbing's large hands led Luo Ro in two beautiful circles. Nianbing's right hand reached out and wrapped around her waist, causing her to lean back. At the same time, she took half a step forward, her face close to Luo Ro's. Her eyes revealed a faint smile, and she said in a normal voice, Miss Luo Ro's dance is beautiful. Compared to you, I am much more unfamiliar. With a slight force, Luo Ro straightened her back. She glanced at Nianbing, her eyes full of charm. Sir, you are too modest. Although you are unfamiliar with dancing, you have completely integrated into the music. With a little more time, Luo Ro will definitely not be able to match you. Alright, distinguished guests, please dance to your heart's content. After announcing the official start of the dance party, Luo Ro held Nianbing's hand and walked to the side of the dance floor. She couldn't hold back her curiosity and wanted to ask her good friend clearly. Xiaojing seemed to have forgotten about Nianbing. She stood beside Yanfeng and whispered, Aren't you going to dance? Yanfeng glanced at her coldly and said calmly, Sorry, I don't know how to dance. And I definitely won't dance with the woman who just humiliated my friend. Xiaojing was slightly angry, Your friend? How long have you known him? Could it be that in your heart, he is more important than me? Yanfeng glanced at Xiaojing impatiently, No, you are wrong. Not more important, but much more important. Hearing the first few words, Xiaojing's eyes revealed a trace of joy. But when she heard the last sentence, her healthy complexion immediately lost all color and she almost fainted. Alright, Yanfeng, remember this. Silence, come, I have something to ask you. At this moment, Luo Ro's voice sounded. Xiaojing turned around and saw Luo Ro holding Nianbing's hand and walking to the side of the dance floor. When she saw Nianbing, she immediately became angry. She thought to herself, damn Nianbing, you are dead today. While thinking, she didn't care about her previous ladylike demeanor and walked over with large strides. Sergio wanted to ask Long Ling to dance with him, but he was stopped by Luo Ro. Nianbing smiled, Big brother Sergio, hello. I didn't expect to see you here today. Long Ling frowned, I really didn't expect it. Nianbing, you are an ice magician. Why are you wearing a fire magician's robe today? Also, your level isn't right. These clothes are a bit familiar. Xiaojing, who had just walked over, only heard the last sentence. She snorted, Of course it's familiar. Didn't I borrow his clothes and magic staff from you? Luo Ro looked at Nianbing in confusion, but didn't say anything. But the dragon spirit opened his eyes wide and said, What? Jingjing, this is the split you were talking about. Xiaojing didn't want to give Nianbing any face in front of her sisters. She fiercely said, That's right, he is the one who chopped the firewood. I didn't expect him to play tricks. Nianbing smiled faintly, I didn't play any tricks. I helped your good friend cut the cake, isn't that fitting for this disguise? Don't forget, I am now your boyfriend. I know you want to ask why I have such skilled knife skills to cut the cake. It's actually very simple. After chopping firewood for so many years, I naturally became proficient. No matter what it is, it's all the same. He wasn't lying, so his eyes were very calm. Luo Ro, who had already confirmed something, couldn't help but doubt her own judgment when she saw this calm expression. Xiaojing said angrily, You did it on purpose, didn't you? Tell me, what did you say to Yanfeng just now? Nian Bing said faintly, I only said hello to Brother Yin. He isn't like what you described. He doesn't give people a comfortable feeling when interacting with him. Xu Jing could no longer suppress the anger in her heart. Get out of here. I'll deal with you when we get back. Nian Bing's change and Yan Feng's indifference completely enraged this crazy woman. Silence, Luo Ro said unhappily. After all, Nian Bing had just danced with her for the first time and had already become the most important guest. If she was driven out by Xu Jing, then there was no need for the banquet to continue. Nian Bing smiled faintly, I'm sorry, Miss Xu Jing, I didn't sell you as a slave. Everyone has their own pride, I hope you can watch your words. Moreover, you don't have the power to drive out a great magician, am I right? Ling. As he spoke, he turned his gaze toward Long Ling, who had already become dumbstruck due to shock. Xu Jing's voice became sharp. In her anger, she had already forgotten where she was. Great magician? Are you talking about yourself? Who do you think you are? Silence. Luo Ro and Long Ling shouted at the same time. Long Ling had already woken up and walked between Yan Bing and Xu Jing. She said in a low voice, silence, no matter what conflict you have between you, today is Rower's birthday. Don't be a downer. Moreover, Yan Bing is right. With his position in our union, you really don't have the power to drive him out. Xu Jing was stunned. Ling you really know him? Long Ling nodded. Silence, although I don't know what misunderstanding there is between you two, there is one thing I can be sure of. Do you remember the new great magician I told you about? It's Nian Bing. He is younger than me but has already reached the level of a great magician. He is deeply acknowledged by my father and several other magicians. Luo Ro nodded and held out her remaining cake. I can prove this with this cake that looks like ice cream. Xu Jing was stunned, completely stunned. She had never thought that Nian Bing, who had always been weak in her eyes, would actually be a genius magician. This sudden contrast was hard for her to accept, but she clearly knew that Long Ling and Luo Ro would never lie to her. Everything was true. Her gaze suddenly became cold. After staring at Nian Bing, her emotions became calm. Ro I'm sorry. I can't continue to attend your birthday party. I'll come another day to apologize. I'll leave first. After saying that, she walked out with calm steps and elegantly walked out. Luo Ro and Long Ling, who were familiar with her, knew that Xu Jing was on the verge of erupting like a volcano. They were afraid that this matter could not be settled peacefully. Nian Bing, what's going on? Sergio, who had been silent all this time, could not help but ask. Nian Bing smiled faintly and said, It's nothing. It's just a misunderstanding between me and Miss Xu Jing. Big brother Sergio, with such beautiful music, aren't you going to invite Miss Xu Jing for a dance? Sergio was stunned for a moment, but immediately reacted. Nian Bing responded with a grateful smile and extended his right hand in a gentlemanly manner. Long Ling had no reason to refuse Sergio. Although she still wanted to ask clearly, she had no choice but to slide onto the dance floor with Sergio. Nian Bing stood there calmly, watching the couples on the dance floor. His mood was very relaxed. This time, he could completely leave the cool breeze steady. Don't you think this is very cruel to silence? Luo Ro stood beside Nian Bing and said faintly. Cruel? I don't think so. Miss Luo Ro, you're known as a wise woman. In your opinion, with Xu Jing's nature, shouldn't she suffer some setbacks? Nian Bing turned to look at Luo Ro. Luo Ro frowned slightly. So you're saying that you're still helping her? Nian Bing said faintly, at least that's what I think. Xu Jing helped me before. Although I hid my identity as a magician from her, I don't have any ill intentions towards her. To be honest, if she was a man, I might really take revenge on her for all the insults she's given me these days. However, she's a woman after all. There's nothing to fight over with a woman. That's why I chose to reveal my identity today. Perhaps you think that I've hurt Xu Jing, but we can't even be considered friends. She's not sad, she's just angry. Do you think I'd care if another person hates me? You're a wise woman and Xu Jing is your friend. If you can guide her to change her current temper and way of speaking, perhaps she won't suffer so much in the future. Luo Ro's expression became a bit strange. Just who are you? I really don't understand why you're doing all this. Nian Bing smiled faintly and said, I'm just an ordinary magician. Didn't you already hear from Ling Er? I'm an ice magician who just joined the Magician's Guild. Luo Ro smiled. Nian Bing, that should be your name. You've already aroused my interest. Just like a mouse smelling a cat, Nian Bing couldn't help but shiver. Miss Luo Ro, if you want to investigate my background, then you can do whatever you want. I'm really sorry for disturbing your birthday party today, but to be able to meet a wise woman, I'm very happy. If there's a chance in the future, Nian Bing will definitely pay you a visit. I'll have to trouble you to tell Ling Er that I'm going back to the guild first. If she wants to find me, she can go to the library. Luo Ro said with a bit of disappointment, You're leaving now? Nian Bing smiled and said, Even if I don't leave, I'm afraid that Miss Luo Ro won't be willing to dance with me again. That's why I'm leaving. I don't like the feeling of being the target of public criticism. Luo Ro's expression changed. Then will you still return to the Clear Wind sect? She wanted to say, so what if I dance with you again, but when the words reached her mouth, she didn't say it. Nian Bing shook her head and said, At least not now. But when I return to the Clear Wind study, I won't be in my current identity. Luo Ro smiled and said, You won today, but you can't win forever. When I know everything about you, I will make you accept your loss. Nian Bing pretended to be terrified, I am already convinced. Miss, please don't make things difficult for me. Luo Ro snorted and said, Are you disdaining to fight with a little girl like me? Nian Bing smiled and said, I don't dare. It's just that I really don't have time to fight with Miss. If Miss has the ability to enter the Magician Guild's library, you can find me there. I won't leave the Magician Guild for at least a month. If that's the case, you've accepted my challenge. Good, let me send you out. After saying that, without waiting for Nian Bing to object, she took the initiative to take his hand and walked out with him. The night was cold and the air was especially fresh. Luo Ro held Nian Bing's hand and walked slowly out of the courtyard like a couple. With a beauty by his side, Nian Bing felt relaxed and comfortable, but there was no trace of desire in her heart. Nian Bing, how about we make a bet? Luo Ro said with a smile. Although she said it casually, Nian Bing could sense the hidden meaning behind her words. A bet? Sorry, I am not a gambler. Luo Ro said, You don't dare? Afraid of losing to me? Nian Bing smiled, It's better to provoke someone. When used on a wise woman, I'm afraid no one can escape. Why don't you tell me, how do we make this bet? Luo Ro said, Let's bet this month. If I can't figure out your true identity in a month, then I lose. If I can figure it out, then you lose. How about it? Nian Bing looked at Luo Ro and said, Don't you already know my true identity? I didn't hide anything. How about this, it's too difficult for you to figure out my identity, so difficult that it's almost impossible. Let's bet on my profession. As long as you can find out my true profession and provide me with evidence, you win. But what do we bet on? Luo Ro smiled and said, All right, we'll do as you say. That means you're not as simple as a magician. If I win, you have to promise me one thing. If you lose, I'll promise you one thing. Nian Bing was a little amused as she said, Isn't this condition a little too vague? If I win and ask you to marry me, would you agree? Luo Ro let go of Nian Bing's hand and laughed, There's nothing wrong with that. However, you have to be able to beat me first. I've never lost a bet before. I'll leave you here. I have to go back. There are many guests waiting for me. I'm sure we'll meet again. If you lose, you can't go back on your word. Looking at Luo Ro's back, Nian Bing smiled helplessly. He didn't expect that just after getting rid of Xuejing, he would provoke such a big trouble. The wise girl Luo Ro wasn't as easy to deal with as Xuejing. He really hoped that the month would end quickly so that he could leave this chaotic place. While thinking, Nian Bing walked out. The housekeeper at the door had disappeared. The soldiers were still guarding the door. He stretched his body and looked at the sky. He was really tired today. However, after returning to the Magician's Guild, he would read some books. He hadn't finished the last book of the day. When he thought of reading books, Nian Bing's interest suddenly rose. In the world of magic and books, his mind would become open and time would pass faster. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but quicken his pace. After walking out of the courtyard, he identified the direction and walked in the direction of the Magician's Guild. After walking for a short distance, the heavenly flower token on Nian Bing's chest suddenly emitted a warm current. Nian Bing's heart skipped a beat and he immediately stopped. The heavenly flower token was a treasure. It would often give him a warning when he was in danger. Back then, when he encountered the poisonous wasps in the peach blossom forest, it was thanks to the token's timely warning that he was able to prepare magic in time to get through the danger. Without much time to hesitate, a light blue light surrounded Nian Bing's body and condensed. He rhythmically chanted an incantation while looking at the empty street in the distance. The heavenly flower token's warning was completely correct. The air current that pierced through his skin with a powerful pressure suddenly descended from the left side of the roof and rushed towards Nian Bing's position. It was a familiar red light. When he felt the air current of this attack, Nian Bing immediately knew who it was. This time, his incantation was completed. Just as he was about to release the extremely high defensive grade 4 icicle shield, a white light suddenly lit up diagonally. The white light wasn't intense, but it was extremely fast. It arrived before the red light and blocked in front of Nian Bing. A light ding sound rang out. The sharp sound shook Nian Bing's eardrums and caused him to unconsciously retreat to the side of the wall. Two figures, one white and one silver, landed on the ground at the same time. The silver figure was naturally the crazy woman Xianxia that Nian Bing had imagined, but the white figure was unexpectedly Yan Feng. When Nian Bing had left earlier, Yan Feng had seemed to have gone to the washroom, so Nian Bing hadn't been able to say goodbye to him before leaving. Yan Feng raised the white dagger in its scabbard. "Crazy woman, you're acting crazy here again. As a martial arts practitioner, you actually sneak attacked a magician in the dark. You don't deserve to practice martial arts at all." Xianxia's eyes were filled with fury as she looked hatefully at Nian Bing. "I did sneak attack, what do you care? Who are you to him that you need to save him? Get out of my way, I'm going to kill him today." Nian Bing frowned slightly and said, "Xianxia, I don't think there's such a deep hatred between us." Xianxia's eyes suddenly turned red. "No? After what happened today, how do you expect me to raise my head in front of my sisters in the future? Let me ask you, since you're a magician, why did you come to the breeze sect to chop firewood? Why did you lie to me? Everything you did before was just an act, right? It was all to deceive me, wasn't it? What enmity do I have with you that I need you to scheme against me like this?" Nian Bing hadn't expected Xianxia to take this matter so seriously. She frowned slightly and said, "Xianxia, it's true that I'm a magician, but I went to the breeze sect to chop firewood completely willingly. I have my own motives. I never wanted to lie to you, and you never asked me if I knew magic. How can this be considered lying? Can you please calm down a little?" "Calm down? I can't calm down. Today, in front of so many guests, most of them saw that you came with me, but you ignored me and had the first dance with Roer. What's the meaning of this? Are you trying to show off to me? You despicable scoundrel, I'm going to kill you today." The red fighting spirit on the longsword in her hand shone brightly. It was obvious that she was about to attack again. Nian Bing suddenly felt that it was funny. He clearly realized that Xianxia's hatred towards him was mostly due to jealousy. When he thought of the word jealousy, even he didn't find it funny. Could it be that this unruly girl who had always looked down on him actually had feelings for him? Red light exploded. The longsword in Xianxia's hand was like a rainbow piercing through the sun. Nian Bing's aura was ferocious. It was obvious that Xianxia had used all of her strength. A white screen of light rose from below. Crisp sounds rang out one after another. Nian Bing only saw a blur in front of his eyes. Xianxia and Yan Feng were already 5 meters away from him. However, Xianxia's face was pale. The sword in her hand was only half broken. A dagger that emitted traces of cold air was placed on her slender neck. Murderous intent radiated from Yan Feng's eyes. He said coldly, "Crazy girl, I don't care if you're crazy or not. However, if you want to kill my friend, then don't blame me for being merciless. Others might be wary of your father, Shuiji, but I don't care. Brother Yan, please have mercy." Nian Bing hurriedly shouted. He walked in front of the two. As he got closer, he saw that Xue Jing's gaze was alternating between him and Yan Feng. It was as if she didn't know that there was a dagger on her neck that could take her life at any time. Tears rolled down her smooth skin. A sorrowful aura instantly filled the air. Suddenly, Nian Bing saw a strange expression in Xue Jing's eyes. It was despair amidst anger and sorrow. He knew that things weren't going well. His reaction was extremely fast. The moment he realized that things weren't going well, he immediately raised his hand to grab Yan Feng's dagger. Just as Nian Bing had predicted, Xue Jing closed her eyes and slammed into Yan Feng's dagger. Time was of the essence. Yan Feng didn't have time to react. At this critical moment, Nian Bing's hand reached out and grabbed Yan Feng's dagger. Meanwhile, Xue Jing slammed into the back of his hand. Fresh blood flowed down Yan Bing's hand and dyed Yan Feng's dagger red. The dagger seemed to have a mind of its own as it trembled slightly, as if it was very excited. Xue Jing felt that something was wrong. When she opened her eyes, she happened to see fresh blood dripping to the ground. She was stunned. Nian Bing sighed softly and looked at Xue Jing helplessly. Why did you do this? Can't you even handle such a small blow? Did you think about your family and friends when you slammed into the dagger? Xue Jing, even though you have the nickname of a madwoman, there's a limit to your madness. Life is a gift from the heavens. Everyone only has a few decades. Cherish your life. Yan Feng's left hand tapped repeatedly and sealed the blood vessels on Nian Bing's wrist. He said coldly, if she wants to die, then let her die. Why did you bother to save her? Nian Bing smiled slightly and said, Brother Yan, you're being too extreme. I've said before that life is precious. Furthermore, she was only blinded by anger. Miss Xue Jing helped me before, but I've been hiding the fact that I'm a sorcerer from her. This dagger, take it as me paying her back. Miss Xue Jing, from now on, I don't owe you anything. You don't owe me anything either. Please go back. Even though the blood had slowed down, it still dripped to the ground. The anger in Xue Jing's eyes disappeared when she saw the blood. Instead, it was replaced by a complicated look. She bit her lower lip and retreated step by step. She threw the broken sword on the ground and turned to run. In the dark night sky, 2 strings of sparkling tears floated. Nian Bing, how are you? My frost flame dagger is very sharp. I'm afraid it's already injured your muscles and bones. What should we do? You can't take out the dagger. I'll take you to a doctor immediately. Yan Feng's eyes no longer had the cold arrogance from before. Instead, they were filled with concern. Looking at his concerned gaze, Nian Bing suddenly felt that something was wrong. She hurriedly said, Thank you for your concern, Brother Yan. Don't worry, it's not as serious as you think. Your dagger is indeed very sharp. It even cut through the ice in my hand. As he said that, he slowly opened his hand. 2 pieces of red ice fell to the ground. Even though there was a lot of blood, the wound wasn't deep. Xue Jing's attack had only caused Yan Feng's frost flame dagger to cut through the ice and pierce Nian Bing's skin. The source of life. Zhan, please shine your light. Bestow the healing water with the seal of life on it to relieve my pain. Water healing technique. Blue specks of light condensed on Nian Bing's hand. The specks of light surged towards his palm like strands of silk, and the bleeding stopped immediately. Under the effect of the blue specks of light, the wound that wasn't very deep was healing at a visible rate. Nian Bing smiled with satisfaction and said, Sure enough, there's a house of golden books. I didn't read it for nothing yesterday. This level 2 water healing technique is much more useful than a level 1 healing technique. This level 2 spell was the one he saw in a water magic book in the Magician Guild yesterday. Ice magic was derived from water magic. Not only did it have the ability to control ice, it could also be considered a water magician. However, if one was only a water magician, they couldn't use ice magic. This was why ice magic had a higher status than the other 4 types of magic in the world of magic. Yan Feng praised, magic is truly a miraculous thing. Just this healing technique is something that martial arts can't achieve. Nian Bing smiled and said, Thank you for saving me, Brother Yan. Even though magic has its advantages, martial arts also has its own specialties. Yan Feng no longer had his cold demeanor. He smiled and said, "Don't mention it. Actually, I already saw that you were prepared. But as the saying goes, too much concern makes one confused. I couldn't help but make a move. That crazy woman actually wanted to kill someone over such a small matter." Nianbing felt that something was wrong. From Yanfeng's eyes, he already saw something. He forced a smile and said, "Brother Yan, I still have matters to attend to. I have to return to the Magician Guild first." Yan Feng said with some reluctance, "Brother Yan, we're already friends. Can I visit you at the Magician Guild in the future?" "Oh, right, you can also call me by my nickname. My nickname is Chrysanthemum, Yan Chrysanthemum." Nian Bing's whole body went cold, but he couldn't refuse Yan Feng who just saved him. He could only resist the urge to vomit and nodded, "Of course you can, Brother Yan. Then we'll meet again someday." After he finished speaking, he slightly nodded towards Yan Feng and turned towards the direction of the Magician Guild. As he walked, he thought to himself, "Xuejing, oh Xuejing, of all people you could like, you just had to like a piece of glass." Thinking to this point, Nian Bing couldn't help but feel his whole body go cold. It would be best if he didn't see this Brother Yan again in the future. As he walked towards the Magician Guild, Nian Bing's mind kept replaying Yan Feng's resentful gaze when he left. His whole body went cold. He lifted his magician's robe and realized that there was already a layer of goosebumps on his skin. No wonder that guy treated him differently when they first met. No wonder he didn't even look at a beauty like Xuejing. It turned out that he actually had that kind of disgusting hobby. Luckily he noticed it early from his gaze. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if he really got entangled. It was obvious that that guy's martial arts were very high. Unless he used the Sai of the Snow Goddess and the ice and fire magic, it would be very difficult to win against him. What's more, he didn't have any evil intentions. He simply couldn't make a move against him. Right now, he just hoped that he wouldn't come looking for him. Otherwise, if he was misunderstood by others, he really wouldn't be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Azure River. Slowly walking on the street, Nian Bing's heart was very relaxed. Xuejing's matter was finally settled. Although it might be hard for her to accept it, at least he blocked a knife for her. No matter how crazy she was, she wouldn't hate him. The sound of hurried horse hooves suddenly sounded. Nian Bing hurriedly moved to the side. The street he was walking on wasn't very wide. If he was hit, he would be in trouble. Two long neighs sounded and two horses stopped in front of Nian Bing. He was surprised to find that the owners of the horses were actually Long Ling and Shijiao. The two of them dismounted and Shijiao unhappily said, "I say brother, why didn't you even say goodbye before leaving?" Nian Bing bitterly smiled and said, "In that kind of situation, how could I not leave?" Long Ling's originally gentle gaze had a bit of coldness. "Nian Bing, I need you to explain the matter with silence." Nian Bing bitterly smiled and said, "Explain? It's very easy. You should also know that she asked me to pretend to be her boyfriend and come with her to attend the meeting. Before joining the Magician's Guild, I had just arrived at Ice Snow City and was unfamiliar with the place. When I passed by Qing Fengzhai and Xianxia, I wanted to find a job to settle down. Who knew that I would be troubled by the third shopkeeper of Xianxia? Xuejing just happened to pass by and punished the shopkeeper. She took me into Qing Fengzhai and let me chop firewood temporarily. Maybe it's because I'm not bad looking that she chose me to pretend to be her boyfriend." Long Ling was stunned and said, "It's that simple?" Nian Bing shrugged and said, "It's that simple. If you don't believe me, you can ask Xuejing." Long Ling frowned and said, "Letting a great magician chop firewood, what a joke. However, since silence helped you before, why did you embarrass her at the banquet today? Just because she asked you to pretend to be her boyfriend?" Nian Bing shook his head and said, "I told Luo Ro before that I only wanted to teach Xuejing a lesson. I can endure the humiliation she gave me, but I don't want her to go on like this forever. Such a self-righteous madwoman will one day suffer a bigger setback. Instead of that, I might as well provoke her a little. Besides, do you think my provocation to her is that strong? The one who really said that I'm a great magician is you, Ling Er." Long Ling was stunned for a moment. Thinking back carefully, Nian Bing really didn't do anything. He only cut the cake for Luo Ro and accompanied her to dance. But Xiujing, upon discovering Nian Bing's true identity, was furious and abruptly left the scene. Thinking of this, the light in Long Ling's eyes gradually softened. She lightly nodded and said, "If that's the case, then I really can't blame you. However, I want to know, have you ever treated Xiujing as a friend?" Nian Bing indifferently said, "Maybe, but I think I won't have many chances to meet her in the future. If Miss Ling Er is done with your questioning, I want to return to the guild. For a period of time, I think I won't leave the guild. If Miss Ling Er is still dissatisfied, you can come to the library to find me. Big brother Sergio, you guys ride the horses, I'll take my leave first." With that, he turned around and walked with firm steps towards the direction of the Magician's Guild. Long Ling stared blankly at Nian Bing's back and muttered, "Senior, do you think I'm biased towards Silence because she's my good friend?" Nian Bing comes from a humble background. I think Silence must have said something to him that provoked his self-esteem. However, I still think that Nian Bing is a good person. He doesn't seem to want to hurt others and is only protecting himself. Sergio saw that Nian Bing wasn't polite with his words towards Long Ling and was secretly happy. He agreed, "Yes. I think Nian Bing is quite pitiful. He must have suffered a lot when he was young. Xiujing, that girl is indeed too crazy. You can't just speak for her. If there's a chance in the future, you should persuade her more. You don't have to worry about Nian Bing. I don't think he's the type to hold grudges. Since it's already over, let's forget about it. It's getting late, let's go back. I'll take Nian Bing for a while." With that, he urged his mount and chased after Nian Bing. Nian Bing didn't reject Sergio's invitation. He didn't care about Xiujing and Long Ling at all. He only thought about magic and how to increase his strength. As for other things, especially when it came to women, he didn't give it much thought. Only the bet that wisdom girl Luo Ro made before he left piqued his interest. They didn't speak on the way back. When they returned to the Union, it was already late at night. Nian Bing changed into his great magician's robe and returned the fire magician's robe and the Mars staff to Long Ling. Then he went to the library alone. In the sea of magic books, Nian Bing forgot everything. He even forgot that he should greet Feng Nu first. He didn't know how much time had passed. Anyway, when the light outside the room dimmed, the magic lamp in the library would automatically light up. Nian Bing didn't read every book. He only read books related to the magic he practiced, as well as some basic knowledge of magic. These were what he needed the most. Especially a book that introduced the basic method of making magic scrolls. He studied it for the longest time. Every once in a while, someone would send food in. Nian Bing's mind was on the book. He didn't look at who sent it. Anyway, as long as he smelled the fragrance, he would read and eat. Time passed like this. So tired. I don't know how many days have passed. Nian Bing stretched and rubbed his aching waist. He slowly stood up. He finally finished reading all the things he needed on the first floor. Relying on his photographic memory, he firmly imprinted all the things he needed in his mind. After memorizing so many things and not resting, Nian Bing only felt that his head was groggy. Although he longed to sleep, he understood that in this kind of situation, he had to meditate. He couldn't relax at all. Magic practice was like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you will fall behind. If you don't communicate with the magic elements for a long time, your magic power will gradually decline. Thinking of this, he forced himself to sit cross-legged and began to sense the magic elements outside his body. Through the ice goddess stone and the fire god stone, he helped himself to recover his spirit. When Nian Bing woke up again, it was just daytime. The sunlight shone on his body through the library's window, bringing a burst of warmth. He knew that he didn't meditate for long this time. Through a deeper understanding of magic knowledge, he had a better understanding of his ice and fire magic. He faintly felt that the balance between his two magic powers was not stable. He still needed a deeper fusion to achieve the true ice and fire magic. However, he had no clue how to do it. After all, ice and fire were two extremes. Because they were rotating now, they didn't affect each other. Once he forcefully broke this balance, he was afraid that the first thing that couldn't bear it would be his own body. Not to mention a deeper fusion, whether or not he could keep his life would be a problem. It was because of this reason that although Nianbing knew that if he continued to practice, the vortex would get bigger and bigger, and the hidden danger would also increase, he really didn't dare to try. Now he only hoped that on the second, third and fourth floor of this library, or even that mysterious fourth floor, there would be theories that could guide him. Although the hope was very slim, but more or less there was still some hope. The sound of the door opening sounded. Nianbing subconsciously looked up and saw Long Ling walking in with a tray. Upon seeing Nianbing awake, Long Ling couldn't help but exclaim, "Nianbing, you finished meditating?" Nianbing smiled and said, "Have I been in here for a long time? Are you the one who's been sending me food all this time?" Long Ling said with some dissatisfaction, "You. Liking to read is a good thing, but you can't do it day and night like this. If it wasn't for father telling me not to disturb you, I wouldn't have let you continue reading. You just read for 3 days and 3 nights, and then meditated for 2 days and 2 nights. I have never seen such a studious person like you. No wonder at such a young age, your magic has reached the level of a great magician. Here, eat something first. You must be hungry after meditating for 2 days." Nianbing took the tray. There was a bowl of porridge, 2 steamed buns, and a small pile of salted vegetables. It was an ordinary thing, but at this time, seeing these food, he clearly felt that his heart was surrounded by a warm feeling. Long Ling was a good girl. He and she could barely be regarded as friends, but she actually treated him like this. This kind of kindness, he had to repay. "Why are you in a daze? Aren't you hungry?" Long Ling gently touched Nianbing. "Ah. Hungry, of course I'm hungry. I'll eat now." Long Ling finally saw the legendary wolfing down food. 2 steamed buns and a bowl of porridge were completely finished in less than 30 breaths. Nianbing was still somewhat unsatisfied as he poured all the salted vegetables into his mouth. After swallowing, he patted his stomach with satisfaction. "Eating so fast, aren't you afraid of choking?" Looking at Nianbing, who looked like he hadn't eaten for several lifetimes, Long Ling couldn't help but laugh. Nianbing handed the tray back to Long Ling and said, "Thank you. I've rested now. I think I should go to the second floor to read." "What? You still want to read? Don't you want to rest for a while?" Long Ling looked at Nianbing in surprise. Nianbing smiled faintly and said, "There's no need for that. There's still much more that I need to learn from the second and third levels. It wasn't easy to come to this treasury, I really don't want to leave." As he said that, he was about to go upstairs. Long Ling pulled Nianbing back and said, "Wait a minute. Did you know that Silence came to find you yesterday? Also, Yanfeng was here before." Nianbing frowned and said, "Why did they find me?" Long Ling said, "Yanfeng came when you were reading, which was the second day after you came back. He looked at you at the door for a while. Seeing that you were so focused, he quietly left. Before he left, he seemed to have said that your focused look was very attractive. He also said a few strange words. I didn't understand what he meant, but it was the first time I've seen that kind of expression." Nianbing smiled bitterly and said, "All right, there's no need to describe it." "Oh, right, Ling-er, who is this Yanfeng? It seems like no one in Ice Snow City dares to offend him. Even Luo Ro's father, the Count, doesn't dare." Long Ling said, "Him. His identity is very special. On the surface, he is the 7th son of the current Ice Moon Empire's king, which is the 7th prince. However, for some reason, he was chased out of Ice Moon City by the king. He was allowed to live in Ice Snow City and was specially given a mansion. Yanfeng doesn't seem to have any hobbies. Every day, other than practicing martial arts, he would occasionally go out for a walk. He rarely attends banquets. That day, he only attended the banquet because he had asked Ro-er for a favor. I feel that he seems to be very special to you. It's the first time I've seen him so concerned about someone." Nianbing sighed and said, "It's better not to have this kind of concern." "Then why did Shuijing come looking for me?" Long Ling said, "Silence seemed to have gotten into a fight with someone and was injured. She told me that a woman went to Clear Wind Cottage to look for you. She and that woman didn't get along and started fighting. In the end, that woman was very strong and injured her in just a few moves. Only when Uncle Snow came out and told the woman that you were no longer in Clearwind Cottage did she agree to leave. According to Silence, that woman's strength is actually not below Uncle Snow's. She seems to have the strength of a martial artist. Silence told me to tell you that that woman broke a lot of things in Clearwind Cottage, a total of 167 purple coins. She wants you to pay for it. Nian Bing's body trembled slightly. Ah. Could it be that she went looking for me? Damn it, how could I forget about her? Ling I'm going out for a bit. Thank you for telling me this. Needless to say, Nian Bing knew that Feng Nu was the one who had caused a ruckus at Clearwind Study. Feng Nu must have fought with Shuijing because he hadn't gone to Clearwind Study and hadn't been able to find him. He was really muddle-headed, forgetting everything as soon as he started reading. Walking out of the library, Nian Bing's heart was burning with anxiety. He didn't know why, but at this moment, his mind was filled with Feng Nu's graceful figure. He didn't care about shocking the world as he raised his icicle staff and chanted, "Great Ice Goddess! Lend me your anger, and send us to the lost shore." Blizzard. Blue light scattered from the icicle staff, and the surrounding air suddenly became much colder. The wind blew, and the snow fluttered. The fourth order. Blizzard gradually became more violent. Nian Bing's body and mind were completely immersed in the ice element. His body drifted with the snow, and in the midst of the blizzard, he flew high into the sky. Using a snowstorm to fly a short distance, the distance one could fly depended entirely on the level of the magician. The higher the level of the magician, the further they could fly. With Nian Bing's current magic power as a great magician and his effective control over magic, it wasn't difficult for him to fly from the magic guild to the blacksmith's shop with the least amount of magic power he could muster. From afar, Nian Bing could already see the smuggled ironware shop's courtyard. A ball of red light was twisting and turning in the courtyard, like a red flood dragon. Although he was still far away, he could faintly feel the enormous aura contained within. Nian Bing controlled the blizzard to slowly descend towards the courtyard. As the distance gradually closed, Nian Bing discovered that the person practicing the sword was Feng Nu. This was the first time he saw Feng Nu practicing martial arts. His heart stirred, and he faintly felt that the strength of Feng Nu's Do Qi was actually not inferior to that of the divine weapon master Hua Tian. The Do Qi permeated the entire courtyard, and the dark red light brought with it scorching hot air. Although it was still 20 meters from the ground, Nian Bing could already feel the increasing heat. The snowflakes that helped him fly were melting under the heat, and he was about to lose control of his body. After all, the blizzard had a certain influence on the weather. Feng Nu was practicing her sword when she suddenly felt the surrounding air become colder, and the air currents also became stronger. She subconsciously looked up and saw a blue figure in the sky descending towards her. She was already in a bad mood, and seeing this situation, she immediately shouted, "Who's there?" Her feet moved slightly, and she grasped the godly sword of parting heaven with both hands. She abruptly took a step forward, and with her legs on her waist, belt on her back on her arms, and arm on her wrists, a red flame Do Qi rose from below as if it was splitting the heavens and earth. In the midst of a sharp whistle, the red Do Qi was like an extension of the godly sword of parting heaven, and a red blade of light that was 1 meter wide slashed towards Nian Bing. Suddenly feeling the enormous pressure from below, Nian Bing couldn't help but jump in fright. With no time to explain, in such a dangerous situation, he subconsciously took out the morning dew dagger from his chest. No, it should be called the Sigh of the Ice Goddess now. The cloth wrapped around the hilt of the dagger turned into ice powder under the effect of the enormous ice element, and the blue light suddenly flourished. Nian Bing didn't have time to chant an incantation. He grabbed a pile of paper from his chest and threw it into the sky. Under the effect of the Sigh of the Ice Goddess, the dozen or so papers actually strangely turned into an enormous ice net, an ice net that was interspersed with more than 10 ice blades. In order to prevent the Sigh of the Ice Goddess from leaking too much of the aura of the Ice Goddess stone, Nian Bing had no choice but to deliberately use his magic power to set up a small barrier around the Ice Goddess stone when he used it to draw in the magic power attached to the papers. Although this could prevent the aura of the Ice Goddess stone from leaking out, the might of the ice net was also reduced by a lot because of this. Explode. The ice blades collided with the giant flaming blade one after another. With a loud bang, the giant flaming blade formed from Doqi suddenly weakened a bit under the continuous impact of the ice blades. However, the ice blades were after all only second-rank ice magic. How could their might compare to the sky-splitting Doqi slash that was released with Parting Heaven Godly Sword as the foundation? Although the radiance of the Doqi had weakened a bit, it still slashed towards Nianbing. The dozen or so ice blade spells gave Nianbing enough time. He didn't dare to use the Sigh of the Ice Goddess anymore. He took out the Ice Goddess stone from his chest and quickly chanted, "O mighty God of fire! Please allow me to borrow your left hand to let the flames descend upon the world, extinguishing all evil forces. Let the flames illuminate the earth, destroying all obstacles that obstruct the path ahead." Fire God's left hand. According to legend, the Fire God's left hand was the weakest part of the Fire God's body. Therefore, this fire magic that was similar to summoning fire elements was only at the 5th rank. If it was the Fire God's right hand, although there was only a difference of 1 word, the difference in level was as much as 4 levels. The 9th rank Fire God's right hand could easily destroy a large group of thousands of heavy cavalry. A huge flaming hand suddenly appeared in front of Nianbing at the same time the incantation ended. At the same time, the red Doqi slash had also arrived in front of Nianbing. The huge flaming hand met the Doqi slash head-on. Although the Fire God's left hand was the weakest part of the Fire God, it was still a part of the Fire God. Although a 5th rank single target spell wasn't the limit of a great magician, it was still close to the limit. Although the Fire God's left hand was extremely powerful, it was still deflected to the side by the Fire God's left hand. Under Nianbing's exquisite control, the Fire God's left hand opened its palm at the right time. It didn't use its magic to fight against the Doqi slash, but instead remained in front of Nianbing. "Feng Nu, don't do it, it's me," Nianbing anxiously shouted. Feng Nu's Doqi slash with the Fire God's left hand as the foundation was too terrifying. The Fire God's left hand had only touched it from the side, but it had already weakened by 1/3. If not for the Fire God stone, this 5th rank spell would have been destroyed long ago. Just as Long Ling had said, Feng Nu's strength had definitely reached the level of a pugilist. How old was she? A pugilist was a powerful warrior on the same level as a magic shooter. Feng Nu, who was below, was already regretting when she swung her sword. She was originally practicing her swordsmanship, and when she was in the mood to practice, she just happened to find an unidentified flying object falling towards her. She subconsciously slashed with her sword. Only after she swung her sword did she realize that she did not know if it was a friend or foe. However, she had already released her Doqi. Unless her martial arts had reached the level of perfection, how could she withdraw it? The change in the air made her extremely surprised. Although the Doqi had left the sword, it was still connected to her spirit. She could clearly feel that in just a few blinks of an eye, there were first dozens of ice blades in the air that blocked her attack, followed by a large flaming hand that dissolved her attack. It was obvious that the opponent was a magician. A magician with such fast reaction speed was definitely not simple. Even if she did not hear Nianbing shout, she would not have continued to attack. Under the protection of the Vulcan's left hand, Nianbing slowly descended. Due to the effect of the Stone of Fire God, using this level 5 magic did not bring too much of a burden to him. He landed in front of Feng Nu with a lingering fear and said with a bitter smile, "I haven't seen you for a few days. You don't have to welcome me like this. That could have killed me." When he landed on the ground, the huge Vulcan's left hand also disappeared. With a flash of red light, the Parting Heaven sword returned to its scabbard. Feng Nu flashed and was already in front of Nianbing. She looked at him carefully before she breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Who asked you to suddenly fall from the sky? Fortunately, I did not hurt you. When I was practicing my swordsmanship, I was so focused that as long as there was an external stimulus, I would immediately attack. Fortunately, I did not make a big mistake. There was a door, but you insisted on coming from above. You are really too much." Nianbing naturally did not blame Feng Nu, seeing the concern in her eyes. He said apologetically, "I'm sorry, it's all my fault." "Feng Nu, did you go to the Clear Wind Study?" Hearing Nianbing mention the Clear Wind Study, Feng Nu could not help but snort and said, "Don't mention the Clear Wind Study. I went there to look for you." Originally, I was quite polite, but in the end, I met an unruly girl who said that you were dead. I got angry and fought with her. Her skills were not as good as her mouth. After that, if it was not for a middle-aged man from the Clear Wind study who came to explain to me, I would have taught her a lesson that day. Nian Bing, where have you been these few days? I couldn't find you and you didn't come to see me. Could it be that I am so annoying? Nian Bing was tongue-tied by Feng Nu's question. He hurriedly said, No, it is indeed my fault. Then, Nian Bing briefly told Feng Nu what happened a few days ago. He did not mention much about the banquet and only briefly talked about how he joined the Magician's Guild. So, you are now a member of the Ice Moon Empire's Magician's Guild, and a great magician. Magic is so attractive to you that you even forgot about me. Although Feng Nu said this, there was a smile on her face. Obviously, she did not really blame Nian Bing. Nian Bing said, all these years, I have been practicing my culinary skills by master's side. I have always been fumbling with my magic. This time, I finally found an opportunity, so I naturally put more effort into it. Feng Nu seemed to have thought of something. Oh, right, when you were blocking my attack, you seemed to have used two types of magic. The first one was weaker, but it slowed down the speed of my Douqi attack. The second one was stronger, but it diverted my Douqi attack to the side. However, what I find strange is that your two types of magic don't seem to be of the same attribute. One is of ice, the other is of fire. When I first saw you use two types of magic at the same time, I thought that your magic power was very low. Because there was no one to guide you in practicing two types of magic, your body was not affected because your magic power was not high. But now, it seems that your two types of magic have reached a level that is not weak. Could it be that you are really an ice and fire dual-element magician? These two types of magic are polar opposites. Nian Bing was secretly shocked. Although he had a good impression of Feng Nu, but when it concerned his own secret, he would not easily reveal it. He hurriedly explained, I do have ice and fire attributes, so I am able to practice these two types of magic at the same time. But, just like what you think, these two types of magic counter each other, making it difficult for me to achieve a higher level. In order to not be devoured, I can only control my magic power to a certain extent. But, this is enough for me. Anyway, I am only a chef. Magic is only used to support my culinary skills. Feng Nu, I really did not expect that your martial arts skills have reached such a level. I think, you should be at the level of a martial fighter. Feng Nu's eyes flashed. Looking at the sheathed godly sword in her hand, she nodded her head and said, You can say so. Nian Bing, I know that you have some doubts in your heart. You want to know how I was able to achieve such power at such a young age. But, I hope that you will not ask. You only need to know that I have no ill intentions towards you. When the Xingyang saber is completed, it will also be the end of our fate. At that time, you will leave Ice Snow City. Similarly, I will also leave the smuggled ironware shop. Nian Bing looked at Feng Nu in shock. From the first time he had met Feng Nu, he had sensed a mysterious aura from Feng Nu. However, this aura was hidden very deeply and he did not want to delve into it. At least, he believed that Feng Nu's identity as Hua Tian's disciple could not be wrong. Otherwise, she would not have been willing to help him inlay the divine fire stone. But now, it seemed that things were more complicated than he had imagined. Feng Nu definitely had a lot of secrets, especially her powerful martial arts that did not match her age. Although the number of martial artists on the mainland was not as pitiful as the number of sorcerers, there were definitely not more than 1,000 of them. Every country's martial artist was someone that the royal family would try their best to rope in. For decades, although the 5 great empires were able to coexist peacefully, the battles in the dark had never stopped. And these battles were mainly displayed on 2 levels. One was the competition between martial artists, and the other was naturally the competition between sorcerers. Although these were not officially organized, the continent's #1 martial arts competition and the continent's #1 sorcerer competition were not something that any country could belittle. As long as one achieved outstanding results in the competition, even the overall strength of the entire country would be recognized by other countries. This kind of competition that did not require a fight was obviously something that every country wanted to see. And in the records of the mainland, the youngest martial artist was above 35 years old. Feng Nu's age was about the same as Nian Bing's. If news of such a young martial artist like her were to spread out, it would set off a wave in the entire mainland. Feng Nu was a little uncomfortable under Nian Bing's burning gaze. She lowered her head and said, "I went to look for you that day to tell you that the quality of the Xinjiang saber is much harder than I thought. It is definitely impossible to finish carving it in a month's time, so you will have to wait for a longer time. Conservatively speaking, it will take at least 3 months to carve the handle completely. You are at the Sorcerer's Guild, right? After I finish carving it, I will go there to look for you. Go back and learn your magic well. After all, having some ability to protect yourself is always good for you. Actually, with your physique, if you practice martial arts, you will have some achievements in a short period of time. Magic is an ability that cannot be compared to martial arts unless it is in a war. Just like just now, if I had attacked continuously, I am afraid you would not have been able to withstand it. Of course, this is only my suggestion. If you choose to practice magic because you want to be a good chef, then it is obviously the right choice." Nian Bing smiled and said, "Feng Nu, it is because you practice fighting aura that you can feel the power of fighting aura. But I am different. I practice magic, and magic has its own mysteries. If my magic power can be compared to your fighting aura, I think your fighting aura will not be able to do anything to me. What a magician needs is only the time to chant the spell. Yes, I am unable to contend against your continuous attacks, but if I am a sorcerer, when I use level 8 magic, the power of a martial artist will not be able to contend against it. Therefore, I have always thought that the main difference between a magician and a martial artist is the distance. When a magician and a martial artist of the same level are close in distance, the martial artist will inevitably win. But when the distance is far, the magician will have enough time to chant, then the martial artist will be in danger. Of course, the best combination is naturally the martial artist and the magician working together. The martial artist will be in front to contend against the enemy's close combatants, while the magician will be in the back to use suitable magic. This is not only a method of war, but also a method of battle. The only difference is the size of the combination. Just as you said, I am only a chef. Magic is enough for me. If I am distracted to learn martial arts, in the end, there will only be one result, and that is nothing." After listening to Nian Bing's words, Feng Nu's dark blue eyes revealed a trace of surprise. "I didn't expect that your understanding would be so thorough. Then I won't say anything more. It seems that you are not prepared to make something delicious for me to taste today." At this point, the desire in Feng Nu's eyes was obvious. She could not forget Nian Bing's cooking skills. Nian Bing helplessly spread out her hands and said, "Indeed, when I heard that you went to the Cool Breeze restaurant to look for me, I immediately rushed over and did not prepare anything. Why don't I go buy something now?" The Phoenix Maiden smiled and said, "There's no need, I'm just joking with you. Although the food you make is really delicious, I really don't want to eat too much. Otherwise, when we're separated in the future, how can other food satisfy me? Hurry up and go back to your magician's guild. Don't come back for the next few days. Do what you are supposed to do. I will try to complete the carving task in 3 months. When the time comes, I will naturally look for you. With the help of your fire magic, I think that embedding will not be too difficult." Feng Nu's understanding made Nian Bing's heart feel a trace of gratitude. When talking to her, there was no need to explain too much. The two of them often only needed to look at each other to understand what the other wanted the most at the moment. Mutual understanding would bring relaxation to the other. The feeling of relaxation increased Ling Nian Bing's impression of this mysterious Feng Nu. Since coming to Ice Snow City, Nian Bing had met 4 beauties. Among the 4 beauties, Feng Nu was definitely the first in terms of impression and position in her heart. Although she was a little mysterious, at least she did not have anything that Nian Bing was worried about. Nian Bing did not even hide the fact that she had the ability to use 2 types of magic at the same time. When she was with her, everything was so natural, as if she had taken off her invisible mask. This was the feeling that only family members would have. Feng Nu did not say anything more and sent Nian Bing to the entrance of the blacksmith shop. "Okay, you can go now. This is for you. If you encounter any trouble in Ice Snow City that you can't solve, you just have to blow it and I will definitely rush over in the shortest time possible." She took out a small flute from her bosom and handed it to Nianbing. The flute was about 3 inches long and was completely dark red. There were a few holes of different sizes on it. The hollow carving seemed to be in the shape of a phoenix. The style was simple and unadorned. Just from the luster on the surface, it was enough to prove its value. What's more, it was emitting a warm aura. Blow it and see. Feng Nu smiled and said. Nianbing brought the flute to her mouth and gently blew. She could clearly feel that there was a sharp sound coming from the flute, but her ears could not feel it. Feng Nu proudly said, "This phoenix flute is extremely precious. Keep it well. This is my family's heirloom. I only have this one. I'm not giving it to you. I'm just lending it to you temporarily. When the Xingyang saber is finished, you still have to return it to me. It's not that I'm stingy, but this is the only thing my mother left for me. I can't give it away casually. The sound of the phoenix flute being played can only be heard by our clan. Oh, no, only people who have undergone special training can hear it." Speaking up to hear, Feng Nu remembered her mother's dying words. Her mother told her that only when she met someone she really liked, someone she could entrust her life to, then she could give this phoenix flute away. Thinking up to hear, her delicate face could not help but turn red. The faint fragrance coming from the flute made Ling Nianbing's heart excited. "Feng Nu, Shoo." Feng Nu put her finger on her lips. "Don't say anything. Go. We are friends. Helping each other is something we should do. Remember, we are just friends." Nianbing froze for a moment. As if cold water had been poured on his face, he suddenly woke up. Looking at Feng Nu's beautiful face, she was right. They were just friends. What's more, now was not the time to pursue feelings. Without using the blizzard again, Nianbing walked step by step back to the Magician's Guild. When he returned to the guild, lunch was already over. Along the way, he held the phoenix flute tightly. His heart was filled with Feng Nu's shadow. Perhaps it was because of love at first sight. Since coming to Ice Snow City, Nianbing's mind had always been tense. Only when he was facing Feng Nu could his tense mind relax a little. When he left Ice Snow City, he might forget Xuejing, forget Luo Ro, and even forget the gentle Long Ling. However, he knew that for a long time, it would be difficult for him to forget Feng Nu. Her long pink hair, her alluring figure wrapped in blue clothes, and her eyes that were as blue as the sky, all of them were deeply imprinted in his heart. "Feng Nu, oh Feng Nu, what kind of person are you?" "Clansman, you once said clansman. Could it be that you belong to a special race?" His father had once told him that at the end of the war, many races had been destroyed because of the defeat. However, some of these races had been left behind and were scattered all over the place. Because humans did not look very different from each other, it was very difficult to distinguish them. Perhaps, the Phoenix Maiden was one of these lost clans. "Nianbing, you're back." A calm voice awakened Nianbing from his thoughts. He raised his head and saw Long Ji, who was wearing a green magician's robe, standing not far in front of him. Nianbing hurriedly collected his thoughts and took a few steps forward. He respectfully said, "Hello, President." Long Ji smiled and said, "It's a good thing that you like to cultivate, but you can't be too tired. If everyone in the guild could be as motivated as you, I wouldn't have to worry." Nianbing said indifferently, "President, you're too kind." Since Nianbing started cultivating, this is the first time I've seen so many magic books. To Nianbing, they are the greatest treasures. How can one return empty-handed after entering a treasure trove? Just understanding these theories and knowledge will take some time. Nianbing started late and naturally has to study harder so that her cultivation can proceed more smoothly in the future. Long Ji nodded slightly and said, "When you first entered the library, I wasn't too surprised. After all, any magician will need a suitable magic incantation. What surprised me was that the magic materials on the first floor took you several days. To be able to start from the basics is enough to prove that you are a promising talent. The first 3 floors of the library have always been in a completely open state. Continue to study. If there's anything you don't understand, try to find me. As for the matter of the cool breeze study, you don't have to worry. I have a good relationship with the master of the cool breeze study. With me stepping in for you, they won't make things difficult for you." Since you're willing to cultivate, you can continue. I heard from Ling that you're already preparing to enter the second floor of the library to study. I've discussed it with Ling. She has been learning magic from me since she was young. Like you, she is also an ice magician. Starting from the second floor of the library. Let her read the materials in the library together with you. You can also compare notes with each other. Especially in the area of magic control, you can give her more pointers. You're of the same age, so it'll be easier for you to get along. Let her comprehend on her own, it'll be better than me teaching her directly. Nianbing frowned slightly. She was a dual-element magician, so the things she needed to read were not just ice magic materials. If Long Ling was by her side, it would naturally be more troublesome. However, Long Ji was the president of the Ice Moon Empire's Magicians Guild. Since he had already said so, she couldn't refuse. Her heart moved, and she said, "President, how about this? Let big brother Sergio study with us. It's inconvenient for a man and a woman to be alone. If we all study and discuss together, the gains should be greater. I've seen it in a book on the first level of the basics of magic that all types of magic are interlinked under certain circumstances. Even though big brother Sergio is practicing earth magic, if we study it together, the effect should be better." Long Ji's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. He was very clear about how attractive his daughter was. He arranged for Long Ling and Nianbing to study together in the library. Naturally, he wanted to create some opportunities for Nianbing, but he didn't expect that he would take the initiative to give up this opportunity. Could it be that with his daughter's talent and appearance, he wasn't the least bit attractive to him? Although he thought so in his heart, he said, "You're very thoughtful. Let's do it this way. As for other things, you don't have to worry. If you need anything, just tell the servants. I'll send food to the library every day. I hope that you can have some breakthroughs in this period of time. Nianbing, you have to remember that magic power is the key to cultivating magic. It's also the fundamental foundation for casting higher-level magic. Don't be confused by too many spells and techniques." Long Ji's simple words made Ling Nianbing feel like she was suddenly enlightened. Yes, magic power was the real key to cultivating magic. Her ice and fire magic was different from other magic. How to truly fuse these two extremes of magic power together was her biggest problem. And for this problem, she could only look for it in the library. "Thank you for your guidance, President. I'll definitely work hard in my cultivation." After bowing to Long Ji, Nianbing turned and walked towards the library. Looking at Nianbing's back, Long Ji couldn't help but smile. When he was his age, his magic cultivation was much weaker than his. He didn't know how much more surprises he could bring him. After Sergio and Long Ling came back that day, they reported to him about Nianbing's situation. After confirming that Nianbing had once chopped firewood at the Breeze sect, Long Ji's trust in him increased by a lot. At least, this proved that Nianbing had nothing to do with the person the ice goddess priests were looking for. In Long Ji's eyes, Nianbing was a genius mage who was eager to learn and improve. For such a talent, he would naturally choose to rope her in. Once again coming to the library, Nianbing directly went to the second floor. The second floor recorded all kinds of knowledge of magic from the 3rd to the 6th level, as well as more profound explanations of magic. Memorizing ice magic incantations was what he needed the most, so the first book he chose was the Encyclopedia of Intermediate Ice Magic Incantations. Halfway through a book, Sergio and Long Ling had already climbed up the stairs. Once Sergio came up, he took the initiative to greet Nianbing, "Brother, we're here." Nianbing put down the book in her hand, smiled at the two, and said, "Brother Sergio, Ling, you guys can start reading the magic books too." Sergio said helplessly, "I really don't know what Master is thinking, forcing us to read the books too. We've already memorized the basics of these intermediate spells." "Nianbing, do you have anything to recommend?" Nianbing shrugged, and said, "I've only just reached the second floor. See, I'm still reading the incantations. Since the president asked you guys to come, you guys can take a look. It'll be helpful." Long Ling's gentle gaze fell on Nianbing, and said, "Have you gone to see Silence?" Nianbing shook her head, and said, "I don't want to see her. You know, with her temper, if she sees me, she'll just mock and ridicule me. It's better not to see her." Long Ling sighed softly and said, "Silence may have a bad temper, but she's still a very nice person. You don't have to be prejudiced against her." Nian Bing. Nian Bing interrupted Long Ling and said, "The president asked me to compare notes on the training methods of magic control with you. I want to know, how do you usually train your magic control?" Long Ling was stunned for a moment and said, "Naturally by casting some low-level magic and then using my spiritual energy to control it to the extent that I want it to be." "Don't tell me you don't do that?" Nian Bing smiled and said, "Of course not. Actually, there's no trick to the training of magic control. The main thing is to train your spiritual energy, and if you only train your spiritual energy by controlling magic, the results won't be very good, and it won't stimulate your spiritual energy much. For example, when you control the strongest magic you can cast, it will be very difficult to get it to the extent that you want it to be, and you can only use it as an attack. Logically speaking, since you can cast this magic, you should be able to control it. The reason why you can't control it isn't because your spiritual energy is insufficient, but because your spiritual energy isn't focused enough." Focused? Long Ling's eyes lit up. She was very talented in magic training, and after listening to Nian Bing's simple pointers, she immediately understood many things. She asked, "But how can I fully focus my spiritual energy?" "There has to be a way." Of course, Nian Bing couldn't tell her that he had learned how to concentrate his spiritual power by chopping firewood. He said helplessly, "This varies from person to person. To put it simply, when you focus your attention on something, your spiritual power will also be concentrated. You have to go through all kinds of trials to find the most suitable training method for yourself." Long Ling thought for a moment and said, "I understand." She took out a small magic staff from her bosom and didn't say anything else. She walked to a corner and sat down, focusing on the gem on the staff. Nian Bing praised in her heart. Although this kind of direct observation was inferior to her own cultivation method, it was undoubtedly the most suitable for Long Ling. However, the cultivation of spiritual power was not something that could be completed overnight. She had also used 8 years to achieve her current achievements. Sergio watched as Long Ling sat down at the side and focused on the gemstones. He couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment. He didn't listen to what Nian Bing had said earlier. Now that he saw Long Ling really try according to what Nian Bing said, he couldn't help but find it funny. He sat down beside Nian Bing and whispered, "I heard Master say that he originally only wanted Ling to come to the library to cultivate with you alone. Was it you who took the initiative to call me?" Nian Bing smiled slightly and whispered, so that Big Brother wouldn't misunderstand, "I reckon that I'll be in the library for a long time. You can go and chase after your Ling and I'll read my books. This is equivalent to giving you a chance to be alone with each other. How about it? We're brothers enough." Nian Bing gave him a thumbs up. The excitement in his eyes couldn't be concealed. "Good brother. If you need anything, just tell Big Brother. I'll definitely help." "You?" Nian Bing smiled and said, "Not yet. Big Brother, I'm going to read. I won't be able to see anything else." After saying that, he took the book and stood up. He walked to another bookshelf and continued his learning process. Sergio understood and stood up as well. He sat down beside Long Ling and looked at the gem on the staff with her. In the sea of books, time always passed very quickly. In the first few days, Sergio could still endure the loneliness and accompany Long Ling. However, his natural disposition was lazy and he wasn't very interested in magic cultivation. Otherwise, he wouldn't still be stuck in the realm of an advanced magician at the age of 30. A few days passed. Other than when they were eating, Long Ling and Nian Bing would speak a few words. The two were always in silence. This situation made Sergio very uncomfortable. On the third day, he really couldn't stand it anymore. Other than occasionally coming in to take a look, he didn't stay here for long. In any case, Nian Bing and Long Ling were like blocks of wood. Sergio now trusted Nian Bing very much. On the 7th day, he simply didn't come anymore and let the two cultivate in the library. Nian Bing held a book in one hand and quickly condensed magic with the other hand. She continuously engraved magic on a scroll. This kind of magic scroll was made from special materials. There was a layer of stone powder formed from crushed magic gems. Through the engraving of magic, magic could be stored on the scroll. Once it was needed, it could be used instantly, minus the chanting process. That day, when Nianbing was resisting Feng Nu's attack, she threw out more than 10 pieces of paper. These were the beginner magic scrolls he learned to draw on the first floor. Level 2 magic could be drawn on ordinary paper. Magic above level 4, however, required these specialized scrolls. These white scrolls had different prices according to their quality. The cheapest one was 1 gold coin, while the most expensive one was 10 purple coins. The white scrolls themselves weren't very valuable, but if the required magic was drawn on them, then the price would immediately increase by several times. The scrolls Nianbing was using now were the most common white scrolls that cost 1 gold coin. Although the Magicians Guild gave members many preferential policies, the white scrolls needed to be bought by the members themselves. Nianbing was originally just a little curious about the use of the scrolls. But at Feng Nu's place, he relied on the scrolls to save him. This made his curiosity about the scrolls soar. After memorizing the required incantations and looking at the knowledge he needed, he started to learn how to engrave and use the scrolls on the second floor. He bought the white scrolls directly from the Magicians Guild. Because he was a member of the Magicians Guild, he could get a 20% discount. In just 2 days, Nianbing had already used more than 90 of the 100 low-level white scrolls that he bought at one time. His half-a-month's salary disappeared just like that. However, his luck was also not bad. Because of his high magic control, his success rate when drawing the scrolls was much higher than the average magician. Among the 90 scrolls, there were more than 30 level 4 scrolls. There were even 6 level 5 scrolls and 2 level 6 scrolls. This was already Nianbing's current limit. Last stroke. Ice magic suddenly condensed. Nianbing pointed at the most crucial part of the scroll. With a whoosh, the scroll flashed with blue light and suddenly turned into a pile of ice powder. It was scrapped. Nianbing was a little tired from overdrawing his mental strength. He helplessly leaned on the bookshelf. The success rate of this level 6 magic scroll is really low. I wasted another gold coin. It's already very good. A sweet voice came from behind. Nianbing turned around to look. He didn't know when, but Long Ling had already come to his side. Squatting down, Long Ling looked at the completed scrolls on the ground. She couldn't help but smile. If every magician had your high success rate, then our Magicians Guild would have become the richest organization in the continent. Nianbing was surprised. The book only says that the success rate of drawing a magic scroll is related to the magician's magic power, magic control, understanding of magic, and the quality of the scroll. It doesn't say what the success rate is. Ling is my success rate really that high? Long Ling smiled. Of course it's very high. Generally speaking, magicians can only draw scrolls that are 2 levels lower than the highest level of magic they can use. The success rate is generally around 1 to 5%. A good white scroll can't increase the magic power of the scroll. It can only increase the success rate when drawing the scroll. Using the most expensive scrolls, the success rate is only 20%. In addition, those scrolls are small and easy to carry. That's why the price is so high. So, a successful magic scroll, even if it's only at the 4th level, its value is very high. Like your 4th level blizzard, it's worth at least 50 to 100 gold coins. You used a total of 100 scrolls and produced more than 30 4th level ice magic scrolls. In other words, you can get at least 10 times the profit of the original scrolls. Tell me, don't you think you've struck it rich? Not to mention, you even used this most common of white scrolls to create several Tier 5 and Tier 6 magic scrolls. Tier 6 magic scrolls should be the highest rank you can reach. To be able to create such a scroll, even my father wouldn't be able to do it. For every higher level of magic, the price of a scroll is calculated by 5 times. In other words, these 5th level scrolls of yours can be sold for several tens of purple gold coins. As for the 6th level scrolls, they can be sold for a high price of 200 purple gold coins. Hearing Long Ling's words, Nianbing couldn't help but smile and said, "Then, don't you think I've struck it rich?" Hee, Ling how did you know I made 5th and 6th level scrolls? Long Ling's charming face reddened and said, "I've been paying attention to you since you started making scrolls. Making scrolls is relatively dangerous. I don't want you to destroy the library. I really didn't expect that your magic control is so much stronger than I imagined. I'm afraid that ordinary magic shooters are not as good as you. Otherwise, how could it be so easy to make a scroll? Nianbing smiled and said, I have no use for so many scrolls. If you like, I'll give you a few. You can choose as you wish. Unfortunately, my magic power is not enough. Otherwise, I'd really make high-level scrolls to use. With scrolls, when I meet an enemy, I'll throw them. Even if it's a high-level warrior, I'm afraid they won't be very comfortable. Long Ling laughed and said, Are you okay? You have to know that throwing scrolls is equivalent to throwing money. Speaking of scrolls, I remember. Last time, Uncle Li Hua was caught by your blizzard because of a moment of carelessness. In order to not lose face, he used a 7th-level magic scroll. It was with my father's help that he was able to draw it in front of him. If it was sold outside, it could be sold for at least 3,000 purple gold coins. After you left, you don't know how distressed he was. The cost of that scroll alone cost him more than 200 purple gold coins. Nianbing stared blankly at Long Ling and said, Are magic scrolls really that valuable? Long Ling looked at Nianbing as if she was looking at a monster. Now I truly believe that you have never formally studied magic before. Not only are magic scrolls valuable, but they have always been priceless. Magic scrolls above the 6th level are worth 10 times more. You have to know that a 7th-level magic scroll can easily destroy a defenseless city gate. A 8th-level magic scroll can instantly destroy 1,000 soldiers. When it comes to the 9th level, the magic power released by a scroll can almost destroy an entire army of 10,000. Think about it, how much money does it cost to build an army of 10,000? Depending on the magic, an 8th-level magic scroll is worth at least 10,000 purple gold coins and above. An 8th-level magic scroll with a large area of effect attack costs 50,000 purple gold coins. As for 9th-level magic scrolls, they basically have no price. Moreover, they haven't appeared in a long time. My father can cast a 10th-level magic spell after chanting for a long time. He once tried to make a 9th-level magic scroll, but he never succeeded. In this regard, he has already spent several thousand purple gold coins to buy a blank scroll. Hearing Long Ling's words, Nianbing suddenly understood why magic scrolls were so valuable. The main reason was that any magic scroll, even if it was only in the hands of a beginner mage, could display the magic power of the scroll. In this way, as long as there was money, a beginner mage could even contend with a high mage if he had dozens of magic scrolls on him. This was the advantage of magic scrolls. However, according to Long Ling's words, the magic scrolls she made could be sold for a lot of money. When she needed money in the future, she could just make some. It's a pity that my magic power is still low. The highest I can make is the 6th level. I also can't use so many magic scrolls. Ling can you see if the president can help me sell some? Long Ling smiled and said, Sell? Father wouldn't be willing to sell so many magic scrolls when he saw them. He will definitely keep them for himself. You know, as a magician's guild, the magic scrolls stored a lot. In a battle between magicians, or in a war, the guild's fighting strength can be greatly increased. Even if it's only a 4th-level magic scroll, there are still benefits to having a large collection. Now, there are very few people in the guild who make magic scrolls like you. After all, the success rate of making magic scrolls is too low. In order to increase the success rate, everyone generally uses better blank scrolls, which costs a lot. How about this? I promise you on behalf of my father. As long as you need it, the guild will provide you with all the resources free of charge. But the magic scrolls you make, you have to sell them to the guild at half the market price. You can keep as many as you want. I estimate that with your current magic control, if you use the best blank scrolls to make a 4th-level magic scroll, the success rate can reach more than 80%. I suggest that you make more high-level magic scrolls. That way, you can train even more. If you make magic scrolls for a long time, it will have a great effect on your magic control. But for someone like me, whose success rate is almost zero, I can't afford to use this expensive method. Nianbing roughly understood the preciousness of magic scrolls. He smiled and said, I accept your proposal. In any case, the resources I use are all provided by the guild. If I don't have the materials in the library, I can't make magic scrolls. How about this? All the magic scrolls I make, except for the ones I need, will be contributed to the guild. I don't want a single cent. However, I hope that the guild can give me the authority. If I need money, I hope that the guild can provide a limited amount. Is this okay? Long Ling froze for a moment. I didn't hear wrong? You don't want money? Nian Bing smiled and said, what use do I have for so much money? It's too troublesome to carry it with me. Besides, my expenses aren't that big. Long Ling cheered. She suddenly hugged Nian Bing and kissed him on the cheek. That's great, that's really great. Nian Bing, did you know that because of the existence of the Ice God Tower, our Ice Moon Empire's Magicians Guild has never had the slightest status on the continent? Not only are there few magic experts in the guild, our reserves are also much smaller than the other empire's guilds. In the eyes of the Ice Moon Empire's royal family, only the Ice God Tower is the symbol of the empire's magic. We are nothing at all. Therefore, the funds allocated to us are pitifully small. Dad has always been worried about this. I really don't know what kind of monster you are. You should know that even if Dad makes these low-level magic scrolls, his success rate is far lower than yours. At least half of the guild's expenses are maintained by Dad's magic scrolls. Nian Bing touched the place where Long Ling had kissed him and said in surprise, no way, an Empire's Magicians Guild actually needs to be maintained like this? Long Ling said sadly, that's the truth. Our guild is different from the other Empire's guilds. Other Empire's guilds have the support of the entire empire behind them. We used to have that support as well, but as the Ice God Tower's influence grew, the guild was less and less recognized by the empire's royal family. The funds allocated to us are pitifully small. Even now, it's just a token. Nian Bing. With you making magic scrolls in the future, the entire guild will improve. That's really great, thank you so much. Dad will finally not have to work so hard anymore. Did you know? Dad is just in his 50s, but Uncle Snow, Silence's father, is already in his 60s. In terms of cultivation, Dad is obviously much stronger than Uncle Snow, but because of the long years of hard work, he looks even older than Uncle Snow. Nian Bing, thank you, you are the guild's hope. You can continue reading, I'm going to tell Dad this good news. Can I take a few of your scrolls with me? Nian Bing smiled and replied, of course you can. Please go ahead. He had known Long Ling for quite some time now, but this was the first time he had seen Long Ling so excited. Of course, this wasn't just for the guild, but more importantly, for her father. Long Ling happily picked up a few scrolls from the ground and ran out without even looking at what level they were. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared down the stairs. Nian Bing looked at her back as she left. Feeling the warmth on his face, he muttered to himself, what a cute girl. So scrolls are such a good thing. I'll leave the normal ones for the guild, and use the higher level ones for myself. The more scrolls I collect, the easier it will be to travel the continent in the future. He didn't continue making magic scrolls. 10 days had passed, and he had basically finished reading all the knowledge he needed for the second level. There was only one book he was interested in left. As long as he finished this book, he would be able to enter the third level and learn more about magic. He picked up the book he had found a long time ago from the pile of scrolls and slowly flipped it open. The name of the book was The Basics of Magic Formations. A magic array was a method of connecting with the magical elements in the world through special symbols and magical waves, and using them in a reasonable manner. Under certain circumstances, magic formations were something that every magician had to understand. This was especially true for high-level magicians. This was because, only by using magic formations properly, a magician could fully display their abilities and use the least amount of energy to release the most powerful magic. After reading this section, Nian Bing's interest was immediately piqued. The reason why he chose this book was because of the creation of magic scrolls. Because the drawing method of those magic scrolls was actually based on magic formations. Since this was the case, if he could understand more about magic formations, he might be able to create his own special magic scrolls. That way, the power would be limitless. Magic formations were very profound knowledge. Even With Nianbing's intelligence, when he saw those complicated symbols one after another, as well as the connections and various functions of these symbols, he couldn't help but feel a little lost. There were not many magic symbols, only 100 or so. Each of them had its own function. However, when a magic symbol was combined with another magic symbol to form a new one, there would be a huge change in their function. These changes were what gave Nianbing a headache. More than 100 symbols, when they were combined, then the new symbols would definitely increase exponentially. Under such circumstances, how could he remember all of them? The thick book had more than 1,000 pages. Nianbing was attracted by the magic formation and was quickly immersed in it. At this moment, he had even forgotten that he was still a chef. The mystery of magic had deeply intoxicated him. Magic was indeed a mysterious thing. The connotation it had was far more than what the outside world knew. Nianbing, can you stop for a moment? A gentle voice awakened Nianbing from his state of studying magic formations. He looked up and didn't know when, but the Union President Long Ji and Long Ling had appeared beside him. He quickly stood up and said somewhat awkwardly, "I'm sorry, President. I was too engrossed." Long Ji smiled and said, "It's okay. This is very good. I've already heard about you from Ling Er. Now, can you make a magic scroll for me to see? I really don't understand. Although your magic power is not weak, compared to mine, there is still a big gap. Why is your success rate so high when making magic scrolls?" Nianbing helplessly shrugged and said, "I don't really understand this question." "Then I'll make one. You are the authority in the magic world. Perhaps you can find the key to the problem. Unfortunately, I've already used up all my white scrolls." "It's okay. I have some here." As he said that, Long Ji took out a small scroll and handed it to Nianbing. He smiled and said, "This is the most expensive white scroll. It costs 10 purple coins. It can increase your success rate when making magic scrolls. Give it a try." Nianbing immediately felt something different when he held the 3-inch-long scroll in his hand. Dense magical elements spread across the scroll as he opened it carefully. There was a layer of sparkling luster on the surface of the white paper. This was something that his white scrolls, which cost only 1 gold coin, could not compare to. Nianbing didn't hesitate. His dedication to magic made him immediately move. With a wave of his right hand, the surrounding air suddenly became cold. He didn't immediately inscribe the magic array on the scroll. Just like when he was chopping firewood, he carefully observed the 10 purple coin scroll in front of him. His eyes flashed continuously, searching for a gap in the energy fluctuation. Finally, after a few breaths of observation, Nianbing's right hand moved. His wrist seemed to be broken as it rapidly transformed on the scroll. Streams of magic condensed from ice elements continuously inscribed on the small scroll. The speed was so fast that it was almost impossible to see clearly. A 5th-step ice wall spell was completed in a few blinks of an eye. When Nianbing's finger finally touched the scroll, a circle of blue light scattered in all directions. When the light reached its largest halo, it suddenly disappeared. A 5th-step scroll was completed just like that. Long Ji sucked in a breath of cold air. Heavens! Are you drawing a scroll? Nianbing woke up from his immersion. Raising his head, he looked at Long Ji and said with a smile, "Guild leader, this kind of white scroll is really good. The one I used before, I'm afraid only 1 out of 10 would succeed. Look, this ice wall spell scroll is not bad." Long Ji smiled bitterly. "Nianbing, fortunately I'm not so old that my eyesight is blurred. No wonder you have such a high success rate. Did you know? I need at least 2 hours to draw a scroll, but you only used a few breaths of time. This is the difference. I think you haven't been in contact with magic scrolls for a long time, so why are you so fast when drawing? Don't tell me you're not afraid of making a mistake? You have to know that the magic array on a magic scroll has very strict requirements. Even if there's only one mistake, the whole scroll will be ruined. When Ling Er told me you've already drawn 100 scrolls, I didn't dare to believe it. Now it seems that you really are a magic genius." Nianbing smiled faintly and said, "I told Ling Er that when practicing magic, if you want to make your magic control more accurate and powerful, then the best way is to concentrate. Before I draw a scroll, I first go through the magic array's shape in my mind. Through observing the white scroll, I find the best place to start and directly merge with the magic aura of the white scroll. This way, I can naturally succeed in one go. When your mental power is completely concentrated, there's no way to make a mistake with the scroll. Even if I used those white scrolls before, it was only because my magic power wasn't connected at the crucial moment. Of course, he couldn't tell Long Ji that because of his many years of practice, his right hand's accuracy was very high, so he could draw with such confidence. Even if Long Ji wanted to draw a good scroll, he probably wouldn't waste 8 years cutting vegetables or chopping firewood. Long Ji looked up at the sky and sighed, "Genius, genius. Nian Bing, the best thing I did in my life was to marry Linger's mother. The second thing I did, I'm afraid, is to accept you into the union. I announce that from now on, you are officially an elder of the union. You will enjoy all the same rights as the other elders. As long as you need, you can use your special badge to withdraw all the funds that the branch has from any branch of the union." Nian Bing had already guessed that Long Ji would say this. After all, magic scrolls were too important for a union, especially for a union like the Ice Moon Empire's Magicians' Union. They needed people like her the most, so it would be strange if he didn't try to rope her in. Since that's the case, Nian Bing will be impolite to refuse. "President, I also want to make one thing clear. From now on, all the scrolls that I make, except for the ones that I need, will belong to the union. I only hope that the union can provide me with some high-quality white scrolls. This way, my success rate will be higher. Unfortunately, my magic power is still weak. If I can make some 7th or 8th rank scrolls, it will be more beneficial to the union." Long Ji smiled slightly and said, "There's plenty of time. The cultivation of magic power can't be rushed. You also don't need to be in a hurry to make scrolls. Learn what you need first. Don't worry, as long as you need it, the union will provide you with the highest quality white scrolls. Of course, I also hope that you can make some 5th or 6th rank scrolls." Nian Bing thought to herself. With the specialty of making magic scrolls, she could be considered to have a firm foothold in the union. It was a pity that the strength of the Magicians' Union was too far away from the Ice God Tower. Otherwise, she only needed to instigate a little more, and maybe she could cause a struggle between the Union and the Ice God Tower. Even if it was only in the dark, it would be very beneficial for her future operations. Long Ji was in a good mood. He originally wanted to invite Nian Bing to have a meal together at the Breeze house, but Nian Bing declined with the excuse that she needed to continue learning magic arrays. Indeed, for Nian Bing, there was nothing more important than learning magic arrays. This was because, in the detailed explanation of magic arrays, she saw something that was extremely beneficial to her cultivation of the same origin of ice and fire. Time passed day by day, and the book on magic arrays had reached 1,000 pages. It took Nian Bing 7 days to finish reading it. She didn't just read it, but spent more time on understanding it. She didn't study the changes that occurred after the symbols were fused. Instead, she completely understood the special characteristics of each of the more than 100 symbols. This was because she suddenly realized that although the fused symbols were alive, the more than 100 basic symbols were dead. The characteristics of the fused symbols were the changes that occurred under the influence of these basic symbols. Therefore, as long as she could completely understand these basic symbols and understand some of the changes, it would be equivalent to understanding all the basic knowledge of magic arrays. End of chapter 22. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.